In the year 2050, humanity has reached the highest standard of living due to incredible advances in science and technology. However, the sudden appearance of the wormhole changed everything. People who first noticed the wormhole in the sky were amazed. What is it? Could it be some kind of magic show? It looks like a 3D hologram. Maybe it's an announcement of some event. But aggressive alien robots began to emerge from the wormhole. People realized that these machines were seeking to destroy them. They had to flee and call the police, and the wormhole itself hid another world. Unknown creatures had come from there, traveling millions of light years to take over the Earth. Humanity, which prided itself on its military technology, found itself utterly helpless in the face of alien technology. Humans began to retreat en masse. However, a cultivator suddenly appeared, instilling hope in the hearts of mankind. After heavy losses, the humans finally changed the course of the battle, managing to drive the aliens back into the wormhole. Peace was established for a while. The art of cultivation once again took center stage, supplanting science and becoming the main pursuit of people all over the world. This period was called the First Cultivator Revolution, which began the age of cultivation. Half a century has passed. The three attackers are amazed. Why is this guy suddenly frozen? Could it be that he had already been defeated? One of them remarked that this was unlikely, for he had only hit him lightly. The guy lying unconscious is slowly coming to his senses. What happened? Is he really dead? One of the attackers pokes him with his finger, asking, "Is he really dead?" The young man jumped up sharply and grabbed one of his attackers by the arm, acting instinctively and uncontrollably. From surprise, all three attackers shrieked and backed away. The ringleader of the intruders uttered, "Tang Ming, if he had just handed over the money, no one would have touched him again." Tang Ming straightened up to his full height. The villains could not come to their senses. One of them, waving a pipe, suggested that we simply search his pockets. Tang Ming's next move was reflexive. With a leg kick to the jaw, he sent the ringleader into a knockout, and the pipe flew out of his hands. The two remaining villains pulled out knives and said that the guy had dared to resist in vain. With knives at the ready, they warned that Tang Ming had definitely decided to die today. He adopted a fighting stance and retreated slightly. Tang Ming powerfully punched one of the attackers in the jaw, and the one even had sparks flying from his eyes for a moment. Two of the three were already lying on the ground. Tang Ming confidently walked towards the last one. The frightened guy backed up, begging Tang Ming not to come any closer. Tang Ming looked at him and asked only one question. "What year is it?" The villain was confused and thought that the guy had obviously lost his mind. The boy said nothing more, but looked intently into his opponent's eyes. He blurted out fearfully that today was April 9th, 2100. Tang Ming reflected. He was still in high school this year. The boy began to realize what had happened. I think he was reborn. Who doesn't? In the year 2120, the alien army attacked again. The final battle took place. Our hero never imagined that aliens would also become cultivators and be able to break through to the saint level. The aliens said that their technology has advanced a lot, and they are now able to cultivate as well. Humans are no longer competition for them. A robot from the future attacked the hero with a powerful explosion that nearly destroyed him. Now the guy has been reborn in the year 2100 in Tang Ming's body. Tang Ming told the bullies to get out of his sight immediately and not to appear outside the school again. The hooligans, happy to have gotten off easy, hurried away. But Tang Ming stopped them, asking if they had forgotten to return something. The faces of the villains looked puzzled. Counting the money taken away, Tang Ming thought that this Jiao Hu had taken quite a bit from him during his entire last year of study. In his past life, he was an orphan. He gradually reached the Emperor realm and became one of the leaders of the Cultivator Alliance. However, the hero did not expect to be defeated. There was an inscription on the school building, and he looked out the window with nostalgia. In the schoolyard, children were playing carefree. None of them could imagine that in 20 years aliens would attack again and humanity would be threatened. However, there was still the possibility of reaching the realm of the saints. The hero thought, if fate gave him a second chance, this time he will destroy all enemies. The next morning dawned early. The clock showed only 6:20 a.m., but the guy was already sitting in lotus position on the bed, deep in meditation. Overnight, he had remembered all the basic cultivation skills of high school. He needed to regain his previous level. It's good that his memory of his past life helps him get through the first level faster, but there are still 9 more gates ahead that he has to go through again and again. The Peerless Realm, the Emperor Realm, the Heavenly Realm, the Divine Realm, and finally the Realm of Saints, all of which he would have to pass through in stages. Although he was now advancing faster than in his previous life, reaching the Realm of Saints before the final battle would still be difficult. Tang Ming understood that he would have to train hard and was prepared for it. On the school grounds, the young men noticed a girl. They said that she was Wang Jin, who was known for her beauty. Not only was this girl beautiful, but she was also a cultivator from the Wang family. It was said that she had already passed the first level of high school. Tang Ming leaned against a tree and watched the girl, hearing the young men trying to get her attention. In his past life, Wang Jin, a high school girl from a family of Taoist cultivators, seemed like an unattainable goddess to him. But this time he decided to use the microton hardening method. She's going to need his help. By chance, our hero happened to be in the grove near the school at midnight. The newspapers reported that on April 10th, 2100, a criminal cultivator escaped and encountered Wang Jin, who was training at night. After a long battle, the girl destroyed the first-level opponent and became famous in the martial arts world, although it took 2 weeks to recover. Knowing the future from a newspaper report, the guy came here at the right time and place for a reason. He noticed the villainous cultivator approaching and the girl chasing him. Tang Ming had heard about this cultivator's crimes and thought that it was unlucky for that cultivator to run into her. Although she was still young, she was already a quasi-cultivator. The villain, calling himself Tiger Jiao, offered to let her go in exchange for her gratitude. Wang Jin refused, saying that his weak spiritual power was no match for her, and if she caught him, she could return to the Cultivator Alliance. Jiao, after calling her ungrateful, used his abilities and attacked, but Wang Jin, unafraid, deftly dodged the blow by making a graceful leap. Tang Ming thought that the tiger claw technique was unique. An ordinary person would have been torn to shreds by such a strike. Cultivators train their bones and muscles one by one. Jiao, by training his body, made his bones as strong as steel. Wang Jin's skills are impressive, but it won't be easy for her to break his arms. Jiao admitted that he had not expected to see such strength and beauty at such a young age. He, flashing his eyes, said he was about to destroy her. The girl responded by calling him a rascal and went on the attack. Tang Ming thought that the heaven and earth Xuanwan technique passed down in the Wang family was perfect for women, but it lacked power. The villain had covered vital points, and he had no trouble resisting her sword. He grabbed her sword with his bare hand and declared that she was caught. This came as a surprise to Wang Jin, but she didn't hesitate and punched him in the jaw with her free hand. Jiao withstood the blow and wrapped his arms around her, restricting her movements. Tang Ming, watching from cover, realized that if Wang Jin didn't rest, her life would be in danger. Unable to stay on the sidelines any longer, Tang Ming decided to intervene. He thought that if he couldn't pierce the villain's hands, he would hit him on the head. Jiao, after receiving a powerful blow to his skull, steadied himself and turned around, swinging around to retaliate. Wang Jin shouted for the young man to be careful. Tang Ming blocked the attack and asked the freed girl if she was really Wang Jin, adding that he was also a high school student and came running at the sounds of the fight. Wang Jin said that everything was under control and suggested that the young man leave, assuring him that she could handle it herself. Tang Ming objected, noting that she was injured, and offered to fight together, shoulder to shoulder. She pointed out that he was an ordinary student and it was too risky for him. Tang Ming declared without a shadow of a doubt that he was a cultivator and was willing to risk his life to protect his comrades. This is the path of a cultivator. Jiao, after coming to his senses, wondered what they were discussing here since they wouldn't be able to leave alive. Wang Jin asked the young man to buy some time so that she could finish off the villain with a single sword strike. He agreed. Jiao grabbed Tang Ming's hand, feeling the trembling in his own hand, and asked, "Is this young man really a cultivator as well? Among the 13 cultivator families, he might be from one of them." Tang Ming calmly stated that he was self-taught. Jiao might not believe it. Annoyed, the fiend asked how dare he tease him. After all, only a master with years of cultivation experience could control qi like this. Jiao offered Tang Ming a glance at his hands, activating his tiger claws, a deadly weapon. But our hero remained unfazed, delivering a quick and powerful series of punches to his opponent's chest. Jiao realized that the guy's skills even surpassed his own. The villain offered to stop, assuring him that there was no conflict between them and that perhaps they could come to an agreement. He realized that he was facing a gifted fighter capable of defeating an entry-level cultivator. But then Wang Jin, who was standing nearby, said that it was too late and pulled out her sword. Startled, Jiao exclaimed that this release of the blade meant that she was from the main lineage of the family. Swinging her sword, Wang Jin declared that she was doing this to become stronger and struck her opponent. Jiao collapsed face down, bleeding. Tang Ming realized that this was the Wang family's secret sword release technique, only available to masters. The girl was quite capable of doing it herself. After a while, the young people said their goodbyes. Tang Ming wished her caution on the way back, and Wang Jin thanked him for his help, already having a reputation as a brilliant fighter. Wang Jin turned around and asked his name. Tang Ming thought that even members of the main clan are cautious. After all, only patience helps catch the big fish. Wang Jin didn't expect to find another cultivator in the school. She was surprised that she hadn't heard of him before. Rumors quickly spread around the school. Everyone was discussing how Wang Jin had defeated a first-class criminal cultivator. The streets were buzzing with excitement, and many members of the Cultivator Alliance gathered to find out the details. Tang Ming, being in the same class, was also believed by some to be involved. In class, Tang Ming listened to his classmates' conversations while closing his eyes and pondering. Suddenly, he heard a voice saying that he had finally been found. Opening his eyes, he saw Wang Jin standing in front of him, not alone. He was surprised that she had come to his class. She remarked that she didn't expect to meet such a second year. With her was Xu Feng, one of the seniors who was ranked second in the school's rankings and known as her loyal companion. Tang Ming asked what they needed. The girl replied that she had come to thank him since she wouldn't have been able to defeat Jiao Hu without his help. His classmates were surprised to learn that Tang Ming had also participated in the battle. Is he really that strong? Xu Feng patted Tang Ming's shoulder, praising him for his courage in fighting a level 1 cultivator. Leaning towards him, Xu Feng noted that Wang Jin was stronger after all, and had protected him that night. Otherwise, the school would not have been responsible for his death. The classmates laughed when they heard that Wang Jin had done well on her own, and Tang Ming wasn't a cultivator at all. The exams for cultivators were ahead, and failure would turn out to be a failure for him. Xu Feng advised Tang Ming not to wander around at night anymore, assuring him that it would be safer. Tang Ming calmly dropped his hand from his shoulder, saying that he didn't need advice. Xu Feng was angry at being rejected in front of everyone. Wang Jin told Tang Ming that if he ever needed help, he could just turn to her. Xu Feng whispered in Tang Ming's ear and warned him that if he wanted to stay alive, he had better stay away from this girl. The day of the intermediate test had arrived. The referee called the next contestant, Tang Ming, into the arena. Tang Ming focused on controlling his internal energy. If a disciple is not a cultivator, he will not be able to continue in this school. An ordinary cultivator reaches the first level when they have more than 80% of their bones refined. Only then can they control their QE. Master cultivators have all their bones refined to perfection, and only the gifted are able to reach the limit of hardening. How did Tang Ming manage to achieve this? Wang Jin thought that this guy was clearly hiding his true abilities. Xu Feng, watching what was happening, told his colleague that it would be good if Gu Qian found an opportunity to test Tang Ming's strength. High key concentration doesn't always mean great strength, but if a guy shows courage, he's worthy of a fight. Gu Qian replied that if Tang Ming refused, they would understand it and wouldn't mind. The judge told Gu Qian not to disturb Tang Ming and to return to his seat. Tang Ming, however, said that he was willing to accept the challenge, as he himself wanted to assess the senior's strength. The judge warned him that Gu Qian's skills were very high. Tang Ming looked at Wang Jin and realized that there were 2 strong cultivators in the arena this year, and he couldn't be allowed to retreat. He told Gu Qian to attack. The judge pointed out that Gu Qian had already been a third-year student for 2 years. His skills were so advanced that most teachers wouldn't be able to beat him. Wang Jin, in turn, assured that Gu Qian would not be able to defeat Tang Ming. Analyzing Gu Qian's attack, Tang Ming noted that his strength was good, but he was too slow and wasted energy. How does he even train? Tang Ming easily dodged the blow, causing Gu Qian to lose his balance and thrust forward. He was at a loss, not understanding why he couldn't hit his opponent. Tang Ming said that qi should flow throughout the body, from the spine to the arms and legs, and questioned why his mentors didn't teach him that. The judge said with horror that Gu Qian had exceeded his limit and such a blow could be dangerous for him. Gu Qian ignored the warning, and Tang Ming landed a powerful series of punches on him, incapacitating him. He noticed that Gu Qian would now have to spend a few days in bed. The schoolchildren watching the fight were stunned. Had Gu Qian really been defeated? It turned out that Tang Ming was really strong. Tang Ming turned to Xu Feng, saying that if he wanted to test himself, he could fight personally instead of sending others. Xu Feng defiantly replied that if the junior had the desire, he was willing to accept the fight, although he was surprised by this guy's audacity. The testing continued. Shui Feng stood in a fighting stance, adopting a threatening look, preparing to attack his opponent. He hoped that Tang Ming wouldn't complain if he was maimed, for he intended to break all of his opponent's limbs. The judge noted that the technique used by Shui Feng involves a special technique. She heard that controlled interstitial pressure helps to strengthen the heart rhythm, improving blood flow and greatly enhancing physical performance. The martial skills learned at school were still entry-level, so Tang Ming's physical strength had noticeably decreased. It would probably be difficult for him to win. The most important thing was to stop in time. Shui Feng had warned him not to overestimate his strength, but Tang Ming knew that the fight would not end in failure, for he was going to use a technique that would make his opponent squirm in internal and external pain. Shui Feng pointed out that his father owned the largest medical equipment enterprise and had influence among cultivators and officials, which would make Tang Ming's defeat inevitable. Tang Ming replied that his opponent's name was Shu Hai, and he was a second-rank cultivator who practiced Xuan Xiangu and mastered the empty palm technique. Shui Feng laughed, saying that if Tang Ming hadn't thrown himself into the fight, he could have kept his life. The name of Shui Feng's father was very familiar to Tang Ming. He remembered that in the future, Shu Hai had defected to the aliens and gave them important data about Earth, causing the front line to be destroyed. He was the one who turned out to be a traitor to humanity. Tang Ming stated that whether Shui Feng believed it or not, even without any special techniques, he would come out victorious in this fight. Shui Feng replied that his opponent was too cocky and would be destroyed if he continued like this. Tang Ming pointed out that increasing physical strength without control would only slow down movements and lead to mistakes. He then jumped and delivered a powerful blow to Shui Feng's head. Angry, Shui Feng threatened to rip Tang Ming's head off, but he only pointed out that his school skills were not perfect either and blocked the attack, thinking that fighting him was a waste of time. Another powerful kick to his jaw knocked Shui Feng out of action. His comrades rushed to his aid. After the fight was over, Tang Ming noticed that the opponent was too weak for his victory to be of interest. The judge said that Shui Feng needed medical attention and should be taken immediately for examination. Watching Shui Feng's departing, Tang Ming thought about the fact that he had left a seed of qi in his body that would eventually destroy his system. The more Shui Feng practiced, the stronger it would grow. This was a technique he had accidentally learned in his past life. Even experienced cultivators would not be able to recognize the source of the problem. This should serve as a lesson to Shui Feng and encourage him to reflect on his behavior. The judge announced that the practical part of the cultivator test was over. The next stage would be the written exam, which would take place in the classroom. The judge also said that Tang Ming should be the first to report to the principal tomorrow. Wang Jin warned Tang Ming that Shui Feng would most likely report the matter. He should be careful, but if he needed help, she was ready to support him. Tang Ming thanked her for her concern and assured her that he could manage on his own. After the test, students discussed the difficulty of the combat exercises. Many realized that they would not be able to pass and would have to return to the family business. As they left, some students admired Wang Jin, saying that her beauty and skill would attract the attention of the universities, even if she failed the written test. Suddenly, one of the passers-by took out a blade and tried to attack Wang Jin, who was passing by. But the girl managed to fight back using her bag. Wang Jin tossed the bag aside and threw a series of quick punches at the attacker. The second attacker tried to sneak up from behind. She remembered that weapons were forbidden in school, but she was confident that she could do without them. They neutralized the opponents harshly and without too much pity. The question arose, had assassins appeared on the school grounds? Bold of them, given the Alliance presence. The school agents tried to help the girl, but she told them to keep their distance and asked them to bring a metal blade and call the teachers, deciding she could handle it herself. Unexpectedly, Tang Ming appeared, offering his help. He knew that in the past, it was Shui Feng who had interfered and thus gotten close to Wang Jin. Now was his chance to get the necessary resources to practice his techniques. Standing between Wang Jin and her opponent, Tang Ming knocked the knife out of the mercenary's hand and elbowed him in the chest. He suggested that Wang Jin each take one opponent, to which she replied that these mercenaries were far more dangerous than the previous fugitive. Our hero pinned the mercenary's arm behind his back, using a hold taught in middle school. The observing students marveled at the strength of the school's training methods. Tang Ming decided that he needed to disarm the enemy as quickly as possible to avoid unexpected attacks. The mercenary tried to pull out a hidden knife and attack again, but Tang Ming knocked the weapon out of his hands. Meanwhile, Wang Jin continued to fight with another opponent. She noticed that her opponent was extremely silent and speculated that his blade might be poisoned. When the mercenary with a possible poisoned blade lunged at her again, Tang Ming offered to deal with him himself, noticing that she had no weapon. Wang Jin was surprised at how quickly he dealt with his opponent. She thought that she hadn't seen Tang Ming for only a couple days, but his cultivation level had clearly increased. Tang Ming examined the mercenaries and concluded that they were highly skilled fighters, but it was useless to take them prisoner, as they wouldn't tell anything. He decided not to leave them alive, so he finished them off. He noted that his defeat technique was becoming more and more perfect. This time he had destroyed 80% of the mercenary's heart, and in 5 minutes he wouldn't show any signs of life. Wang Jin noted to herself that this guy had already saved her life twice. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a tattoo on the neck of one of the mercenaries. This symbol belonged to one of the 13 families, the Morongo clan. Did they really send assassins after her? The Wang family has always been in conflict with the Morongo, but an open attack is a serious offense. She said that she would report it to the Cultivators Alliance, assuring that Tang Ming and the other students would not be involved. He realized that she wanted him to stay out of their family affairs. Seeing the crowd of students, Tang Ming offered to change the place to talk, if she didn't mind. Wang Jin told him about the alien stone and the medical rooms for treatment, also mentioning the forbidden stone that could suppress spiritual energy fluctuations. She added that anyone with money could use the stones, although they were considered forbidden resources on the market. She agreed to help him get them, but asked him to explain his purpose. Tang Ming explained that his cultivation method is special. He needs to apply an alien stone to harden his cells because his QE is limited and he needs medical rooms for reinforcement. Wang Jin expressed doubt, noting that the cell refining method was hardly known even to masters. Could he handle it? There are too many unstable factors. Tang Ming assured her that he had a good reason to accelerate his strength and was willing to take the risk. He asked her to accompany him to protect him from outside interference. Wang Jin agreed, reminding her that he had saved her twice and she was willing to help him. She invited him to the Wang family hospital and brought the alien and forbidden stones, as the medical office was too bulky to transport. After reassuring him, she added that it was their family's private hospital and security was far away so no one would interfere. Wang Jin held out the stones to Tang Ming. He stripped down to his underwear and entered the stall, thanking her. She replied that she would guard him while he was inside. Sitting in lotus pose, he closed his eyes and began meditation, realizing that the outcome of his experiment was unknown. The first task was to overcome the limits of one's body by utilizing one's inner reserves. The teachings are only the surface, but the essence is to unlock energy and prolong life. However, this unique technique required the mobilization of every resource of the body and cellular energy. Without constant effort, his cultivation path could be interrupted. Through the glass they exchanged glances as suddenly a red light came on. His heart stopped, his body temperature dropped, his life signs disappeared. Wang Jin was confused, not knowing whether to open the stall or call for help. The cabin doors opened and Tang Ming stepped outside. He realized that the technique was extremely dangerous, but he remembered the method he had learned in his past life to enter a state of false death and minimize cell activity. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to survive. Seeing that Tang Ming was alive and fine, Wang Jin rushed over to him and hugged him tightly, happy that he wasn't hurt. After a moment, she quickly bounced away, her face flushed with a blush. She explained that she got scared when his heart stopped and thought it was bad. Tang Ming asked with a smile, wondering if she was worried about him. Justifying herself, Wang Jin said that she was just surprised. Tang Ming assured her that it was fine. The technique was indeed demanding, and he was still only at the first stage. Wang Jin noticed with concern that his strength was increasing with each practice, but the risks were too great. Even the strongest cultivators avoided such techniques. What is he going to do next? When they left the room, they were greeted by a judge from the school and offered to compete in an upcoming martial arts competition. Some students were surprised, after all. Tang Ming was still in the 11th grade. However, since he had passed the intermediate test and reached the first cultivation level, he would be allowed to compete. Tang Ming informed Wang Jin that he had already decided to participate, and she supported him, noting that he was strong enough for such a challenge and that she would be at his side. The administrator confirmed that if he did make up his mind, he should inform the principal. Following the instructions, Tang Ming headed towards the principal's office when he noticed Shuifeng not far away, who pointed at him to his two companions. Shuifeng had ordered them to beat all of Tang Ming's ambition out of him and make him end up in bed for a long time. Principal Guangchen welcomed Tang Ming, and expressed surprise that there was another first-stage cultivator in the school, because only Wang Jin had been like this until now. He asked the kid to demonstrate his abilities. Tang Ming agreed and began to slowly transfer internal energy from one hand to the other. The headmaster was slightly startled as he realized that his strength was much different from the normal level of the first stage. Tang Ming asked if he could compete now. Guang Chen agreed and added that if he had any problems, he could always ask him for support, as the school had another gifted student. Wang Jin noticed that the principal had offered to help him and advised him to think about going to university. She was going to enroll in Manhwa. Tang Ming recalled that in his past life, Wang Jin had entered Manhwa, where she became one of the top 10 most talented fighters who participated in the Vineland War and gained fame. Wang Jin asked him if he was interested in studying at the Cultivators University. Strangers suddenly appeared in their path. One of them, looking at Tang Ming, clarified his name and suggested that they discuss something. Tang Ming realized that this invitation boded trouble and told Wang Jin to leave, saying that he would deal with these people himself. One of the strangers praised him for going with them, and the other remarked that it was even better. They wouldn't have to beat him up in front of the girl. Shu Feng watched what was happening and thought that it would be interesting to see what would become of Tang Ming when he was done with him. They took him to the roof of the building, and one of the strangers warned him that Tang Ming had crossed the line, and now they were going to teach him a lesson. Tang Ming realized that these three were not disciples and were probably sent by Shu Feng. He quickly assessed the situation. One of them was a first-rate cultivator, and the other two were skilled fighters. Apparently, Shui Feng had greatly underestimated him. The first-rate cultivator grinned and said that it was good that the guy had guessed. They would probably break all his bones, but at least they would leave him alive. The three mercenaries rushed to attack at the same time, and Tang Ming was ready for this violent confrontation. After a few minutes, Tang Ming quietly left the rooftop, leaving the three attackers lying mutilated and nearly unconscious. Brushing the dust off his shoulder, he noticed that Wang Jin was watching him. She asked what he was going to do next, because it was clear that these people had been sent by Shu Feng, who had his powerful father behind him. She had warned him that Shu Feng was not the type to back down and would most likely try to take revenge. He needed to be prepared for difficulties. Wang Jin added that if help is needed, her family can step in and prevent possible threats from Shu's company. Tang Ming inquired if the Wang family's martial reputation was indeed legendary. The girl confirmed that it was. She said that 10 years ago, Shu Hai, Shu Feng's father, had discovered a cave in the countryside and had since mastered the ancient techniques left behind by the cultivators there. Tang Ming expressed doubt, noting that legendary abilities were not easy to obtain. Even a 5th-grade cultivator would be forced to join the alliance, and Shui Hai was only a 2nd-grade cultivator. Wang Jin was surprised and asked what exactly he meant. Tang Ming speculated that the people in the city might be part of a hidden network aimed at achieving their own goals, and that Shu Hai might be just one link in that chain, doing nothing good for the city. Jin said that Shu Hai had been poor when he was young, but 10 years ago, his life had changed thanks to his medical equipment business. Tang Ming suggested that perhaps he had contacted someone from another world through a wormhole. A surprised Wang Jin asked if he really believed that Shu Hai was cooperating with beings from another dimension. Tang Ming replied that it was quite possible. He pointed out that in recent years, there were many criminals from another world who knew how to disappear at the right moment, and Jiao Hu was one of them. Did she still think it was a coincidence? Wang Jin wondered why Shu Hai was keeping them in the shadows. Tang Ming suggested checking to see what his funds were being spent on, while not overlooking any details. In the corporation office, Shu Hai sat in his chair and asked his subordinate if it really took 3 mercenaries for the case. The speaker confirmed that 1 first-class cultivator and 2 second-class cultivators are needed. He asked if they should be brought to the gentleman. Shu Hai replied that it was not necessary, but if they were to teach a lesson, a first-rate cultivator should lead the team and not leave them until the target was destroyed. The assistant informed Shu Hai that the first-class cultivator Jiao Hu they had hired had died. Shu Hai asked if the Cultivator Alliance was involved. The assistant explained that Wang Jin and a disciple named Tang Ming were involved in the incident. Shu Hai hesitated. His son was apparently infatuated with Wang Jin. He said to warn his son to stay away and stop causing trouble. Otherwise, it might ruin his plans. Shu Hai remarked that from now on, his actions would be akin to walking on a blade. But if everything went according to plan, his family would become influential and become one of the top martial clans in China. Meanwhile, Tang Ming came to the Wang family's clinic again to continue training. Wang Jin asked what his future plans were. Tang Ming explained that he needed 2 more sessions to reach the strength of a first-grade cultivator. Jin remarked that although the method was dangerous, its effectiveness was incredible. However, he should purify his body before the next stage. Suddenly, Tang Ming remembered that he had something for her. He took out a notebook from his pocket, noting that he had come across a website for cultivators that discussed various methods and techniques. He wrote down a healing technique and a sword technique that could help her strengthen her skills. Wang Jin, after studying the records, was impressed. The healing technique and sword knowledge had helped her solve some problems. She thanked him, noting that he had been a great help to her. Tang Ming replied that he had learned a lot from her himself. Embarrassed, Wang Jin suggested that he shouldn't be embarrassed. After all, they were partners. She said that he could just call her Jin. Tang Ming, who was used to being alone in his past lives, felt slightly confused. Jin said that she instructed her people to keep an eye on Shu Hai and found out that his company had a lot of unreasonable income as well as frequent employee transfers. There are rumors that their technology came out of nowhere and is the most powerful in the world. Tang Ming advised caution because it had taken Shu Hai 10 years to become an influential figure, and clearly someone else was behind him. Jin offered to leave the investigation to the Cultivator Alliance and focus on the upcoming 2 days of competition. She admitted that she wasn't sure of her abilities yet and was afraid of how her teacher would react to her demonic behavior in battle. Tang Ming pointed out that they were similar in that. She replied that she was still far from his level. At the National Martial Arts Stadium, spectators were discussing that Wang Jin was one of the most gifted participants in the tournament, having already surpassed her teacher. Wang Jin won her fight convincingly and received the maximum 5 points. Tang Ming's exit was then announced. Tang Ming entered the arena, bowed, and declared his readiness. His opponent advised him not to worry. He just needed to hold on for 3 minutes. As the battle began, Tang Ming went on the attack without delay. Much less than 3 minutes had passed. His opponent was out of the battlefield before he realized what had happened. The spectators were astonished. The school now had 2 geniuses, Wang Jin and Tang Ming. The young man's victory with one single move over a first-class cultivator led him to 5 points in advancement to the next stage. In the ranking, the first place was awarded to Tang Ming, the second place to Wang Jin, and the third place to Shu Feng. These students were given the opportunity to enter any university and bright prospects. The principal invited Tang Ming to congratulate him personally. Wang Jin noted with a smile that although she had helped him, he had exceeded her expectations. Tang Ming modestly replied that it was just luck, although he knew inside that his experience from his past life had played a big role. Jin asked which university he had chosen. Tang Ming replied that he intended to go to Hanbi. Hanbi ranks among the top 10 universities in the country, emphasizing the theoretical and philosophical aspects of martial arts, while Manhwa specializes in practical training, helping students reach the 7th or 8th level. Tang Ming suggested Wang Jin to go with him, wondering why people considered the 9th level of cultivation as the endpoint. In reality, it was only the beginning. He assured her that he couldn't reveal all the secrets, but if she trusted him, they could both become highly skilled cultivators. Jin noticed that he was using his secret techniques without fear and wondered if he ever wanted to live a normal life. After much persuasion, Wang Jin agreed, admitting that she believed him and decided to follow him to Hanbei. Meanwhile, Shui Feng was angry that despite his father's warnings, these two continued to interfere with him. He thought it was time to find a way around them. Shu Feng still respected his father and counted on his help to pump up his skills this summer to become invincible. At this time, a girl and a guy were moving through the underground tunnels of the city. Shi Yaoming, a sophomore at the Imperial City Military Academy, admitted that she hadn't been to her hometown for a long time and hoped she wouldn't meet her younger brother. Her companion was Wang Changfeng, a third-year student at the academy. They stormed the premises, posing as police, and demanded that they lay down their weapons. The police officers present were shocked. The room appeared to be filled with fluid chambers with people inside. Yao Ming speculated that they might be missing criminals who had disappeared in the past few years. Wang Changfeng immediately offered to inform the Alliance to issue an arrest warrant for Shu Hai. Meanwhile, at the Chu family hospital, the severely injured Shu Feng's father stood by the bedside and asked what had happened. The assistant explained that the young master had a release of spiritual energy during training, which caused the injury. Shu Hai wanted to know who was behind it. The aide replied that the guards had found him unconscious, and there were no signs of intrusion. An officer with a warrant entered the room and announced that Shu Hai was suspected of harboring criminals and conducting human experiments and needed to be interrogated as a national criminal. Shu Hai's aide stated that there was no evidence. The officer with the warrant replied that intelligence from headquarters had discovered compromising data, and Shu Hai had better not deny the obvious. Shu Hai was very upset about his son's condition, and he blamed it on the people who came with the warrant. The interlocutor calmly replied that he didn't know what he was talking about, but Shu Hai should go with him. Shu Hai, in no mood to discuss, easily disarmed his interlocutor with his left hand. The interlocutor's colleagues tried to stop him, saying that he had no right to resist arrest. Shu Hai began to lose his temper, stating that with his level of strength, they were no match for him and that he could crush them with a single move. If they wanted to save their lives, they had better retreat. The police officers realized that they were facing a Class 4 cultivator and realized that it was useless to confront him. They made the decision to retreat. Shu Hai, not intending to stop, eliminated everyone who tried to arrest him. Picking up the bloody warrant from the floor, he read it and realized that there were 2 people involved in his discovery. He declared that their secret was out and there was no turning back now. He would not let the Alliance take his son and vowed that no one would leave alive. He added that soon the 2 traitors would also join his son. Wang Changfeng and Yao Ming later entered the chamber, but found only the bodies of the dead policemen there. Yao Ming noticed that Shu Hai had escaped and ordered a message to be sent to the Alliance to block all exits from the city. They can't let him escape. She immediately contacted the Alliance and noticed the bloody warrant left on the table. Looking through it, the girl was shocked. The warrant had pictures of 2 people, Wang Jin and her friend Tang Ming. Meanwhile, our heroes were on the train heading to Manhwa. Tang Ming was surprised that Wang Jin had decided to go to the same university. She replied that her family was fine with the decision, which pleased him, as he thought her family might be against it. Suddenly, the carriage door opened and a check announcement sounded. It turned out that the Alliance was searching for someone on the train. A policewoman entered and called out his name, Tang Ming. Tang Ming was surprised to see Yao Ming, who immediately rushed to hug him, saying, "I finally found you." He asked what she was doing here, since she was supposed to be at the Imperial Academy. They were like brother and sister, though not siblings. Their families were just close. Wang Jin looked at Yao Ming suspiciously and thought, "Who is she? Why is she so close to him?" She was sure that Tang Ming was the only child in the family. Chang Feng, who happened to be nearby, clarified that Tang Ming was indeed Yao Ming's younger brother and that they were on a mission. He revealed that the Alliance had figured out that Shu Hai was related to the aliens. Although they sent third-class cultivators after him, he was underestimated and managed to escape. He was now on a quest for revenge and would not rest until he found Tang Ming and Wang Jin. Suddenly, the train shook violently and passengers fell from their seats. There was an explosion in the next carriage. Realizing that it was a terrorist attack, Yao Ming ordered the passengers to follow her to safety. Tang Ming sensed a hostile aura. A dark silhouette was approaching through the flames. It was Shu Hai. Shu Hai angrily declared that his 10 years of effort had been turned to ashes. His son was dead, and now these 2 insignificant enemies wouldn't leave alive either. Chang Feng, realizing the danger, told Shu Hai that breaking through the Alliance's defensive lines was obviously not easy for him. He suggested that he retreat without jeopardizing people's lives. However, after assessing the forces, Chang Feng realized that they had little chance against such an opponent. Shu Hai, flaming with hatred, replied that when his secrets were revealed, both the Earthlings and the aliens would turn their backs on him. All he had to do was to destroy these 2 to put his soul to rest. Chang Feng ordered everyone to retreat, saying that he and Yao Ming would detain Shu Hai. Wang Jin offered to help, but Chang Feng insisted that they not interfere as the situation was too dangerous. Tang Ming assured him that they were strong enough to help, and now was not the time to retreat. Shu Hai was determined to destroy them, and simply delaying him was not enough. They needed to neutralize him completely. Wang Jin noted that her sword technique had improved greatly, and she was confident that she would be able to wound her opponent. Giving in to their insistence, Chang Feng agreed, but told them to be careful. According to his plan, Yao Ming was to launch an attack, then Wang Jin was to use his sword, and Tang Ming was to strike his eyes to disorient the enemy. Shu Hai, burning with rage, grinned and said that they would only hasten their demise. He, a 4th-grade cultivator with a body hardened like steel, would not let them harm himself. Chang Feng fearlessly snatched up the Emperor's sword and rushed into the attack and managed to inflict several serious wounds on the enemy. Upon seeing the Emperor's sword, Shuhai realized that the cultivator in front of him was a third-class cultivator, a member of a martial clan. He knew that such opponents were a threat even a class above his own. Tang Ming admired the rarity of the Imperial sword, which was only available to a few cultivators of the 5th grade and above, and realized that the Wang family really appreciated Chang Feng. Chang Feng, seeing the companions start using spirit techniques, decided that this was his chance for a powerful strike. Shuhai, however, decided to get rid of Wang Jin first, whose technique seemed the most dangerous to him. Chang Feng commanded that Tang Ming should act now. The enemy was exhausted and weakened. Now he was just an empty shell. He reminded that they must do everything to protect Wang Jin. Shuhai angrily shouted that he was ready to fight each of them and that he still had enough strength to slay all of them. Suddenly, he unleashed a powerful explosive attack, scattering everyone around him. Chang Feng realized that it was a tactical ploy. Shuhai had pretended to be tired to take them by surprise. Shuhai noticed that all the cultivators in the city were hunting him, but he hoped to hold on for a few more hours. It would be enough to fulfill his intention. Gathering the remnants of his strength, he declared that this would be more than enough time to destroy everyone he had in mind. Shuhai switched to Tang Ming, intending to destroy him. Tang Ming realized that his opponent was seriously injured, and he, even as a disciple, might be able to defeat him with a little effort. Gathering all his determination, Tang Ming powerfully attacked, delivering a series of crushing blows to Shuhai's body. He thought that it was extremely difficult to fight him. Shuhai's body, tempered to the strength of steel, truly made him a formidable opponent. Shuhai continued to aggressively attack. He told his opponent not to waste his strength and just obediently died. Shuhai grabbed the young man's hand and declared that he would rip it off first. Wang Jin drew her sword and came close to her opponent. She said that if Shuhai even touched the guy with a finger, then he could kiss his life goodbye. Chang Feng thought that Wang Jin was in too much of a hurry. If she chooses a bad moment, she won't succeed. The villain shouted loudly. Wang Jin attacked him with her sword. Yao Ming, watching her, thought it was her spirit technique. Tang Ming and Shuhai stood against each other. The sister shouted for her brother to grab Jin, and they both ran away. Shuhai said that there was no way for them to escape. If even one of them dares to do so, he will destroy everyone on this train. Shuhai stopped controlling himself altogether. He said that today, indeed, everyone would die on this train. Chang Feng turned to the villain and said that the country had helped him become a cultivator, and he was unscrupulously working for the aliens. How could he do such a thing? Shuhai replied that he had practiced martial arts since childhood for 20 years, and after the aliens invaded this country. He was drafted into the service, he couldn't help but go. But if it wasn't for the unexpected deal with the aliens and the help he received from them, he wouldn't have survived that battle. The country did nothing to help him. The state forced him to join the army and condemned him to certain death. Thanks to the advanced technology of the alien race, he became 10 years younger and increased his capital by 1 billion times. The country could never give him that. In any case, when the aliens land on Earth, humanity will perish sooner or later. Tang Ming made an official statement. He said that neither humanity nor them will perish. He would personally send all the aliens back to the depths of the universe. Shuhai said as he heard a good joke. However, the aliens have already started to study human bodies and cultivation methods. More than a dozen laboratories under his leadership are their property. They are involved in the research of cultivators. Soon, humanity will be doomed. Tang Ming thought that it was no wonder that in his previous life, the aliens had mastered the secrets of cultivation so quickly. It turns out that the Earth traders had helped them conduct experiments. Chang Feng forcefully asked his opponent who else was helping the aliens. Shuhai didn't answer and offered to guess. Shuhai said that humanity had no other choice and his opponent's time was up. It's time to accept your doom. Tang Ming said that he wouldn't die and would do anything to stop this traitor. The guy saw no other way but to summon some of the powers from his past life. Shuhai, uttering that he was about to destroy everyone here, launched a powerful energy strike at his opponent. Tang Ming effectively neutralized it. Everyone saw that Tang Ming had blocked that punch. But how could this be possible? Tang Ming, using the energy powers from the past, retaliated with a palm strike to his opponent's chest. Shuhai began to breathe rapidly. Chang Feng, watching the fight, told his colleague that her brother was using the most ordinary martial arts, but his physical fitness was much higher. He had surpassed the level of a first-grade cultivator. However, it was unclear how he could stand up to a fourth-grade cultivator and fight him as an equal. Chang Feng understood everything. This guy relies on his eyesight. Few cultivators can bring out their natural talents during battle or training. Tang Ming's eyesight is strong enough to find weaknesses in his opponent's movements. The spirit technique he probably learned as soon as he saw it. Chang Feng thought that this guy's abilities were higher than Yao Ming and Wang Jin. Why hadn't he heard of him before? The police captain saw that Tang Ming had landed several strong blows on his opponent, but they didn't do any visible damage. Maybe there's something else he's not seeing. Shu Hai began to show off. He's a fourth-grade cultivator with the rest of his bones. Even if he stood still for a whole day, a guy wouldn't be able to break through his physical defenses. Tang Ming came quite close to his opponent. Shu Hai asked, had he realized the difference between the two and decided to give up? However, an unbelievable thing happened. Shu Hai couldn't understand what was happening to him. Why couldn't he move? What had happened to his body? The man shouted angrily, "What did this guy do to him?" Tang Ming, smiling, said that he once came across a medicine book written by ancient cultivators. It listed dozens of crucial points on the body. An ordinary person would be seriously injured or on the verge of death if these points were pierced even an inch by a sharp object. Shu Hai shouted that it was impossible. Cultivators harden their body. What points are we talking about? Tang Ming replied that it was about the points in the internal organs. Shu Hai, exhausted, sank to his knees. He said that it was impossible. Tang Ming explained that the opponent's skin and flesh were like armor, but the internal organs were no different from those of ordinary people. Some points are directly connected to the internal organs. Tang Ming said that novice cultivators really don't know such techniques, but knowing bodily techniques is useful when facing an enemy. Shu Hai was not in the least bit frightened. Applying bodily strength were techniques belonging to the Fang family. How was this guy able to use them? Tang Ming said it was a method of acupuncture that he invented himself. It can be used to traumatize crucial points and internal organs through the skin. Our hero indifferently said that his opponent could now die in peace. Shu Hai, coughing up blood, said that he couldn't believe that he had been defeated by some weak boy. Tang Ming, no longer paying attention to his opponent, walked over to Wang Jin and asked if she was all right. The girl, breathing deeply, said she was fine and thanked the guy for his help. Tang Ming, blushing with embarrassment, helped his friend to her feet. Chang Fan thought that this guy was young and talented. He has created his own acupuncture method and has great cultivator abilities. He really has the natural abilities of a cultivator. Yao Ming said with a smile. Her younger brother couldn't be an ordinary person. Yao Ming pronounced for the brother to help his sister immediately. She was in pain. He will flirt with his girlfriend later. She won't run away. Tang Ming became even more embarrassed, however. He helped his sister up. The sister said that she understood. Many people knew that the family heads had already made a pact for Wang Jin to marry the heir of another aristocratic family. If people found out that Tang Ming and Wang Jin were close, there would be many problems. Chang Feng, looking at the defeated opponent, thought that in gratitude for saving lives, if anything were to happen, he would use his connections to help this guy with all his might. The train arrived at Hanbei railway station. The sister, hugging her brother, said, "It's a pity they are parting so soon." She needs to return to headquarters and report back on the assignment. The boy thought that Yao Ming was still as frivolous as ever. Yao Ming thought that no one expected her brother to rank first in the country in the exam. Uncle and aunt will be proud of him. When they arrive at the university, they will study hard and do research. It is safer than being on the front line. She is always willing to help her brother. His brother told his sister not to worry about him. He wasn't a child. The boy thought that he wasn't going to Hanbei to hide and do research. Chang Feng told Wang Jin that her friend is a good guy, but they shouldn't go too far. After all, she must remember that her parents have made a marriage contract. It can't be broken. The girl lowered her head sadly and said that she hadn't forgotten that. In front of the station was a branch of Hanbei University's admissions office. A young man approached the receptionist and asked if the freshman registration desk of the university was here. The administrator was a third-year student named Li Jiahan. He told the young man to tell his name. The young men introduced themselves. They said their names were Tang Ming and Wang Jin. The administrator was thrilled. That's first and second place nationally. Immediately, many people ran over to look at the two people. Many people shouted that these two were their idols. Many people already knew that the guy had handled a level 4 cultivator on the train. Tang Ming asked his companion if they were too famous for ordinary freshmen. The girl replied that she agreed with him. At this time, on the other side of the train station, another freshman girl was celebrating about coming to Hanbei. The girl thought she had finally escaped from her grandfather. It was Fang Xiaoying, who had gotten third place in the national martial arts examination. The girl thought that she was a genius who had not been born in the Fan family for over 100 years. She can't live under her grandfather's tutelage and came to this city to build a career on her own and become a ninth-grade cultivator to surprise her old man and see how ashamed he would be. Fang Xiaoying noticed how many students revolved around two people. They were also freshmen. The girl recognized the two men. They were the ones who were ranked first and second in the national ranking. Fang Xiaoying crouched down to the side and thought that only after a real battle can one judge one's skills. Her grandfather is an 8th-grade cultivator, and she is his #1 disciple that he taught everything to. She can't be inferior to these two. Determined that she should be ranked first among the freshmen in Hanbei, the students surrounding our heroes saw a girl surnamed Fan. After all, she is the jewel of this family. She too received an A grade in the battle. Tang Ming remembered when the theory of breaking through the 9th grade limit had come out in his past life. It had been personally tested by a 9th grade cultivator and the Fang family. A few months later, he had become the first person to break through the physically possible limit. Jin said that this girl is very strong and can reach 1st grade without any problems. The Fang family's internal force technique is the same as the Wang family's sword power. They can destroy higher-level opponents with powerful hidden powers. Tang Ming thought if he and Jin hadn't come to this university, this girl would be the strongest freshman. Newly arrived students were welcomed to the university that would be their home for the next 4 years. This university had an impressive style. It was worthy of being called one of the top 10 universities in the country. A third-year student, Li Jiahan, continued to give a tour to the newcomers. He said that this university had a long history. Many famous cultivators had come out of it. Suddenly, Fang Xiaoying came into the middle and asked our hero if he wanted to fight her. In this way, the girl decided to make a name for herself. Fang Xiaoying invited the audience to place bets on the victory of the strongest freshman in the university. The observers took notice of this girl. She liked having so many people looking at her. It would be even better if she got the title of freshman #1. When the news got to her grandfather, he would be ashamed of himself for calling her stupid. Wang Jin came forward and offered her opponent to fight her. Fang Xiaoying said that she wanted 1st place, not 2nd place. Tang Min said that he agrees. The boy added that they would just measure their strength and he would keep his cool. The young man thought that if he refused, the other students would start doubting his 1st place. Fang Xiaoying was offended after all. She had to say those words. Li Jiahan said that he would find a free arena for fighting battles. Tang Ming said that this place would suit them as well. A 3rd-year student announced for everyone to make room. Many were happy. Today is the first day, and they can already see the battle of the 1st and 3rd place winners. That's great. Fang Xiaoying offered to agree at once. If she won, the guy shouldn't cry. The young man only remained silent in response. Fang Xiaoying adopted a fighting stance and thought that this guy was holding up well. However, if she lost today, she wouldn't be able to stay in this university. Those observing said that this girl is strong even though she is a freshman. Is she really only 16 years old? Fang Xiaoying claimed that she could destroy her opponent in 10 strikes. She never cheats. A stubborn freshman girl decided to deal with her opponent quickly so that the other freshmen could see how strong she was. The guy, as it turned out, did not react to her antics. Fang Xiaoying thought that her opponent was acting like a moron. It was worth it to be more serious. Tang Ming simply repelled the girl's attacks without doing anything in response. Wang Jin, watching this strange battle, thought that that girl was not Tang Ming's equal. The observers also thought that the girl had developed her own technique. Fang Xiaoying began to act more aggressive. She moved faster and tried to throw more punches. Instead of the classic tiger and cat techniques, she uses the chainsaw technique. All these techniques were created by her while observing the nature of things. Their power is great. This girl is really a genius. Even a first-class cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand 2 or 3 of her blows. At one point, Tang Ming said that his opponent had 1 punch left. The girl replied that the guy was very strong, so she would put all her strength into that punch and wouldn't be able to control it. Tang Ming said that in that case, he should strike as well. The opponents struck at each other at the same time. Their fists met. The girl was unable to break through her opponent's defense. Fang Xiaoying shouted that it was impossible. This was her strongest punch yet. Tang Ming explained that he used the power of vibrations to repel her fiery fist. This was his own way of stun energy. The guy had forgotten that these two techniques would only be invented in 5 years. The girl sadly noted that her opponent had withstood her fiery fist. She would not be able to defeat him. Tang Ming suggested to his opponent, if she wanted, he could teach her his techniques. Fang Xiaoying got excited and said that the young man would have no regrets. The girl fell on her knees in front of the guy and bowed and said that he would be her big brother from now on. A big brother should be worshipped. Tang Ming added that he had one condition: she must not call him that. Fang Xiaoying said, "You can't do that. You can't pass on knowledge to someone you don't have a close relationship with. She will call him big brother and he will teach her. She will be able to go home and surprise her grandfather." Wang Jin said sadly, congratulating this little freeloader. Fang Xiaoying showed her new friends the dormitory they would be staying in. The university staff had already delivered the luggage in advance. Fang Xiaoying was happy to have such an older brother. She said that she would lay down her head for him. Wang Jin said that the kind of Fang Xiaoying is much nicer without her arrogance. Tang Ming said that his friend is the same. Wang Jin added that she can't be arrogant with someone who is so talented and hers. Fang Xiaoying did a reconnaissance. She said that the dormitory for guys is on the right and the dormitory for girls is on the left. Therefore, this is where they should split up. When saying goodbye, Fang Xiaoying told her older brother that if there were any problems, she was ready to come to help. Wang Jin said that it had been a hard day and advised Tang Ming to go to bed early. Tang Ming, as he escorted the girls with his gaze, thought that with such a little sister, he wouldn't have to worry about anything but cultivation. The guy decided it was time to meet the roommates he would be living with for the next 4 years. Our hero opened the door to the room and saw his future co-workers. The students in the room introduced themselves. One of them is He Yan from Hanbei, and the other's name is Zhao Lian from Nanjian. They will be living together for the duration of the training. It is necessary to show tolerance. Tang Ming said his name is Tang Ming, and he is from Guangzhen. Tolerance is his middle name. The neighbors were surprised. Is this really the same Tang Ming? The guy didn't be modest in response. Suddenly, Xiao Fei, the fat man from the next room, burst into the room. He said that Tang Ming would be living in this dormitory and added that he was very excited. Our hero extended his hand to the fat man and said hello. He said his name was Tang Min. Xiao Fei rushed to hug Tang Ming and said that he would call him Big Brother. He would take care of everything for him. Big Brother would be able to cultivate in peace. Tang Ming thought that there would be no boredom with such a jolly man. The next morning, the freshmen gather in the plaza. This year, the university has recruited a lot of freshmen. Doesn't this mean that the university is no longer in the top 10? The students are worried. Why are they gathered here? Feet saw a nice-looking pair of young men. They are first and second in the ranking. They look good together. Tang Ming's roommates were together and felt cool. However, where was Xiao Fei? Xiao Fei suddenly jumped out of the crowd and asked, "Is this really Big Brother's fiancée?" He said hello to the girl and introduced himself. Looking at the young people, Xiao Fei said that they were a union made in heaven. Fang Xiaoying thought that this guy might be good at sucking up. One must be vigilant. Her spot as Tang Ming's #1 little sister shouldn't go to him. The speaker near the microphone, hearing the commotion among the students, called for silence. The students heard this loud voice, and all as one fell silent. University faculty and executive staff were present on stage. Tang Ming thought that the students had decided to be intimidated. The speaker said for all future cultivators who will contribute to the development of the country to stop. The man said that these 3 students, the first 3, had withstood teacher Yin Liu's sound waves. Apparently, they have at least some strength. He never imagined that all 3 first places would come to their university. This was the first time something like this had happened in the history of this institution. Yue Shan, the practical martial arts teacher, said that the strength of the sonic attack is not that great. He wants to test the abilities of these freshmen in a different way. Yue Shan thought that too much pressure was undesirable, and the principal wouldn't like it if he hurt the students too much. The teacher decided to use half of his strength. Tang Ming thought that this teacher was a 7th grade cultivator. He was literally 1 step away from 8th grade, but he was trapped in his rage. His suppressive power is as great as a stream of water. Tang Ming thought that the Wang family's sword would rather break than sag under someone else's strength. Jin could also use the power of the ball, so the suppression had little effect on her. Fang Xiaoying's strength is equal to 100% of her grandfather's strength. This girl could be very useful. The teacher said that it was not bad. It was rare for a university to get 3 cultivation geniuses at once. After a little training, they would be able to break through and become the best representatives of the university. The teachers agreed that these 3 were really good. Everyone wanted to get them in their class. The other teacher told the two not to quarrel. It would be best for the students to be trained by him. He has an acquaintance in the army, and they can be sent there for practice. The altercation between faculty members began again. Many accused the third instructor of being hard on students. Some even dropped out. Teacher Hua Fengyang wasn't sure if any of these three would want to study with her. She hadn't accepted students in 2 years and feared that research funding would be cut in half because it wasn't the right time to do it. However, the university thought differently. As long as there was a single student, funding for the research would not be cut. The toughest of the instructors tried to extend his aggressive energy to the students to test their resilience. He asked, "Did a lot of people's legs give out? They're so weak it's worth bringing chairs so they can finish listening to him. Why can't these weaklings handle even a small degree of suppression? How are they going to enter the battlefield and destroy the enemies? If their partners die because of them, what are they going to do?" One student said that he didn't come to this university to go out into the battlefield. This is probably true for many people. The teacher had said that being a cultivator without dedication in battle was like being a nobody. If she relied on people like that, if they refused to fight, he would make them. The students, frightened, huddled together like a flock of frightened sheep. The teacher said that from now on, the students outside should fight each other. Each victory would earn 1 point. There is no limit to the number of people and weapons. Fighting is allowed, but the main thing is not to bring about death. Over the objections of the other teachers, the man said he would take care of everything. The instructor added that if anyone beats one of the top 3, they will get 100 points at once. Students should know the importance of points with which they can get medicines, weapons, combat techniques. Few people get a lot of points in the first year. The students stood in indecision. They were afraid that if someone won, the losing students from big families would not let them continue to live normally. However, there were those who did not want to miss the opportunity to earn 100 points. No matter how strong Tang Ming is, he won't be able to handle the crowd. If they stay together, whoever is left at the end will be the winner. Xiao Fei and the roommate said that Tang Ming could take it easy. They were on his side. Tang Ming thanked and said that he didn't need any help for now. When the time comes, they should stay away. The guy added that Jin shouldn't worry either. These students aren't much of a threat to him. She smiled and said that she trusted him. Tang Ming told his student Jiao Ying that he was about to show her how to use the spiral technique and the thunder technique. She shouted with delight and said she was watching with both eyes. Tang Ming warmed up for the upcoming fight, said let's go, and swung his hand. Our hero's fists were charged with powerful energy. The guy said that if the attackers were not strong enough, it was better not to get in his way. The attacking students apologized and said they were only doing it for points. However, nothing good came out of it for them. Tang Ming was quite aggressive, but he didn't cripple the students. He dodged the attackers' attacks and carefully deactivated them. Each of the attackers secretly hoped to earn 100 points. However, time after time, Tang Ming repelled the attackers' blows. The girls standing to the side were contentedly watching this battle. Jin thought that there was no need to worry about him. Jiao Ying shouted that her brother's battle power was invincible. The instructor who started this battle thought that this guy's courage was commendable. There were few such dedicated students nowadays. However, no matter how strong he is, he will still have to give up when faced with a whole crowd. This kid is going to lose. However, our hero had other plans. He was not going to lose. There were fewer and fewer people willing to fight him. The teacher thought that this guy really exceeded his expectations. But how long would he be able to withstand this attack? Tang Min appeared to be keeping score. After his opponent deactivated again, he said, 61. The student attacked from behind. Tang Ming sent a knockdown on a fist to the chest and said, 62. The students, flying backward, thought, does this guy really have eyes in the back of his head? After a while, the instructor thought that this guy was just a monster with an endless supply of strength. He could still withstand the siege of hundreds of students. Tang Ming thought that perhaps it was enough to acquire various resources. 100 points would be enough for him. They were all his classmates, so there was no reason to inflame the relationship between them even more. The offense decided this guy was running out of energy, so there's a good opportunity for them. Tang Ming pretended to be angry and slammed his fist on the ground with all his might. The ground shook. Tang Ming said that if they didn't fear death, they could attack. He would no longer restrain himself. Tang Ming stood next to the crater formed after hitting the ground. There were no more people willing to attack him. The students thought that this blow had the destructive power of a second-grade cultivator, who said it was running out of power, and decided that it was enough for today. An aggressive faculty member said the battle is over. Those who have earned points will see them on their freshman cards. They can be exchanged for learning resources at the exchange office. The teacher said that Tang Ming turned out to be good. Which teacher is he going to choose? Among all the teachers, he has the highest strength that can be considered hereditary. The other teachers thought it was shameless. Why do they have to hold back to keep from knocking this impertinent man down? Tang Ming looked at his companion and decided that she wanted him to make a choice. Tang Ming said that he was choosing Hua Fengyang as his mentor. Fengyang definitely didn't expect such a choice. Tang Ming smiled and said that from now on, Hua Fengyang would be his mentor. The aggressive teacher hadn't expected such a turn. He thought that Tang Ming had accidentally misspoke. After all, this guy is here for the first time and doesn't know much. In the past 2 years, due to his own powerlessness, Fengyang had not taught a single student. Tang Ming told teacher Yue Shan that he had studied the information about the university's teachers on the official website and made his choice consciously. Feng Xiaoying shouted that she too was choosing the same mentor. Wang Jin declared that she was joining this choice. Yue Shan loudly stated in disagreement. These three are extremely talented. University is the most important time for cultivators, as it lays the foundation for strength. If they choose it, he will punish them with any help they need to reach their desired level. A colleague said to Yue Shan not to get ahead of himself. Students have the right to make their own choices. The colleague said that in any case, students should choose for themselves. Yue Shan countered that if the students are unable to make the right choice, he should guide them. Tang Ming said that Yue Shan's mentor doesn't want them to go to Feng Yan's class because he is afraid that they will lose their strength. In that case, he guarantees that they will reach the second cultivation class level by the end of the semester. Yue Shan shouted that it was impossible. The guy replied that nothing was impossible. If it didn't happen, they would study under Yue Shan's patronage. A colleague asked Yue Shan what he thought about it. Yue Shan agreed and ended the debate. Feng Yan thought that the top 3 martial arts students this year had chosen her as their mentor. A colleague asked if Feng Yan agreed to accept the 3 students. Feng Yan replied that she certainly agrees, and her budgeted research will not be cut this year. After she submits the first research results, a report will come to the director and funding will be directly provided. Feng Yan resolutely clenched her fists and said that she would succeed. It was announced that the remaining students could choose their own mentors. 3 students came to the research room of the university. Feng Yan met them at her seat. Teacher said that although she didn't know why the 3 of them had chosen her, they would all try their hardest. If there were any questions about cultivation, she would try to answer them. If she was incompetent, she would ask her colleagues. Tang Ming told them about the contents of the cultivation study. It would help them choose a direction in martial arts. Feng Yan said that cultivation in the country mainly follows the path of ancient cultivators. This path is divided into 9 grades. Cultivators from the 1st to the 4th grade harden their bones, muscles, and skin. Cultivators of the 5th and 7th grade harden the bone marrow, organs, and blood. There are less than 1 million cultivators of the 7th grade. Therefore, Yue Shan's mentor is really strong. As for the 8th and 9th ranks, there are less than 10,000 of them registered. Cultivators must constantly practice martial arts to increase their lethality. Martial arts are divided into 4 stages. The highest stage is heavenly. It is the most useful for developing the body. However, the yellow, the lowest, is also powerful. The secrets of advanced techniques are forbidden to be shared privately. If students want to learn, they must either enter a university or serve an influential family. But there are rare, high-level exercises that are only passed down to family members. Just like the Wang family's sword technique, it combines the techniques of various martial arts, so with weapons in their hands, the children of the Wang family can destroy an enemy much stronger than themselves. The basic exercise of the Fan family is a combination of human strength and internal energy. The physical load is also impressive. In addition, there are many secret techniques. Their effectiveness varies. The only peculiarity is that they are difficult to spread and practice on a large scale. Tang Ming said that these were only the most basic cultivation theories. Teacher Feng Yan should not learn such basics. The mentor said that the purpose of her research is to overcome the cultivation hurdle after 9th grade, to reach something new and stronger. She believes that a 9th grade cultivator is far from peak cultivation. Wang Jin thought that this was why the guy came to this university and chose this mentor. Xiao Ying asked in surprise, "Is it really realistic to go beyond 9th grade cultivation?" Feng Yan said that this is a theory, just her personal speculation, without any actual proof. It is too crude for presentation to others. Feng Yan said that all her colleagues laugh at her because she is supposedly doing useless work. It's better to spend time strengthening her muscles and practicing. She is also unsure whether she is going in the right direction, but her persistence helps her stay afloat. Tang Ming said to the mentor not to worry about it. Modern and ancient cultivators differ in upper limits. Since moleholes have been around, it is only a matter of time before the Earth is invaded. The moleholes are intimately connected to their world and have changed the Earth and the stars to some extent. Feng Yan asked if Tang Ming thought that perhaps the energy of the planet was limiting humanity's fighting power. Therefore, the strongest people in ancient times were hermits who devoted themselves to cultivation. The guy added that almost all modern cultivators have steel bodies, can't roll mountains. They have different martial arts, but there are very few mental attacks. Jin said that spirit theory is very vague and obscure, so not many people practice it. Therefore, all techniques related to this theory are secret. Tang Ming added that it depends on a person's spiritual condition. If it is appropriate, the training will be smooth and natural. Feng Yan suggested that perhaps there was a way of spiritual cultivation that did not match the classical way. Feng Yan wondered why weren't such exercises inherited. Tan Min suggested that this is because they are only transmitted orally, not recorded. This is similar to modern media. Without the right technology, they cannot be used. The mentor agreed with the lad, noting that the human body was not just about physical development. Perhaps spiritual development played a significant role as well. Modern practices focus solely on the body, and the difficulty in advancing past the 9th rank might be due to a lack of spiritual power. Spirit and body and the spiritual and material aspects are opposite but complementary elements. This is the key to breaking through to the 9th rank. Yang unites positive and negative. Body and soul are one. Mistakes here are unacceptable. Some martial arts utilize mental attacks. Feng Yan noticed that her views might be too limited. Tang Ming stated that he would not interfere with his mentor's research and left. Guy pondered that body and spirit are the highest paths a person strives for. After the 9th rank, they merge. In her previous life, Hua Fengyan had accidentally developed the spiritual growth technique and breakthrough theory, and now she would have more time to analyze. Wang Jin thought about spiritual cultivation being different from what she was used to, and realized that if this information became known, it would cause a great resonance. Tang Ming remarked that this was only his guess. He had developed spiritual power and had memorized the technique only after seeing it once. There are probably methods related to this practice. Jin said she told her family about the news and they would try to help with the mentor's research. Xiao Ying also said that her family would provide support and she would contact her grandfather. Tang Ming put down the assumption that Feng Yan's ideas might be correct and they would move in that direction. If the research funding is stopped, it will be a serious loss to the world. Jin reassured the lad that families and practitioners of various techniques would not take the significance of this study lightly. Suddenly, someone shouted to Jin. The young man said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Did the girl come to Hanbei for him? It turned out to be Muang Shing, 3rd year, president of the Kobudo Club and a 3rd-level cultivator. Wang Jin was displeased with the meeting and asked why Muang Shing had come. Tang Ming knew that this young man was the only son of the Muzhong family. He was the favorite, and his father was a renowned cultivation genius who had led the family to success. After the death of his father, Muzhong Shing lost his influence in the family and went to an ordinary university. Muyang Shing said that he and his assistant Yu Qingyu wanted to personally greet the girl. Jin replied that if he had already greeted, he could leave. Muyang Shin asked her not to be so cold. Couldn't they get along? The girl was surprised because the members of this family don't get along with others in any way. Muzhong Shin noticed that she had suspicions about the Muzhong family. He didn't expect that 2 level 1 cultivators couldn't eliminate her. The Wang family is actually strong and resilient. But how long can they sustain it? Wang Jin asked if he was the one who sent the assassins. Muyang Shin spread his hands, saying that he just wanted to say hello. They had a few years of studying together ahead of them, and he was sure they would find common ground. Muyang Shing put his hand on Tang Ming's shoulder and asked, the 2 of them had handled the assassins, right? Jin warned that this guy should stay out of Tang Ming's way. She has said many times that his father's death is not related to her family. He's wrong. Muyang Shin shouted for her to shut up, adding that his change was due to her family's exposure. If his father was alive, he wouldn't be in such a humiliating place. Did she really think he intended to become a scientist or researcher? Shing told Jiao Shun to teach these children a good lesson. He himself was not going to get involved in fights with commoners. Jiao Xiang, a third-year and third-level cultivator, assured the master that he had nothing to worry about. After his strike, the guy would get really bad. Wang Jin shouted that Shing shouldn't do such a thing. Guy replied that the university administration would not propose any action, even if everything came to light. There was a loud sound. Shing turned around and saw his assistant Jiao Xiang sitting in the corner near the cracked wall. He didn't look well. After that, Tang Ming apologized and said that he too could hit as hard as he could. Jiao Xiang, struggling to rise to his feet, said that he was about to destroy this little rascal. Shing rudely replied that this guy could now be silent. Shing said that Tang Ming is pretty good, after all. Jiao Xiang is a third-grade cultivator. Would Tang Ming be willing to join his team? The guy thought that with such a genius at his side, his position in the family would increase. Tang Ming replied that he was not used to groveling. However, if Shing was willing to recognize him as his elder brother, he might consider it. Xin thought he would try a different way to deal with this guy. Jiao Xiang told the master that this kid was treating him badly. Xing replied that that kid was beyond him, and Jiao Xiang wouldn't be able to defeat him. Xing thought that he should find a way to get rid of Tang Ming and Wang Jin. Tang Ming told his interlocutor that he was interested in reaching the winning end in a month's time. Wang Jin was indignant. Tang Ming replied that he had a plan and the girl could calm down. Tang Min added that they are uncomfortable being in each other's company and suggested that they resolve the issue right now. Xin said that this guy is really cocky. Freshmen are always bragging about it. Does he really think that his strength can match that of a senior student? Wang Jin said that it's all because of her, so she's participating too. Fang Xiaoying raised her hand and said that she likes to fight the most. Tang Ming asked, does the opponent accept the offer? 3 against 3. The loser will never disturb the winner. Wang Xing replied that he accepts. He can't back down and jeopardize his family's reputation. They will fight after January. As he said goodbye, Xing wished his opponent would not regret it. After all, he is the vice president of the martial arts club and still has a lot of power. He has the opportunity to get away with it. Wang Jin told her friend that he shouldn't have been so impulsive. Tang Ming replied that he was confident. Tang Ming told Fang Xiaoying that she was almost as strong. The opposing wrestlers will be second and third class. Next week, he will start training the girls to accumulate internal energy. Xiaoying asked Brother Tang what his strength was. Her grandfather had once said that even a second-grade cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand her strike. Tang Ming replied that he hasn't gone to the alliance trial yet, so he doesn't know, but he should be able to compete with the third class. Tang Ming said that he was going to go to the exchange office and exchange points for battle techniques. Would anyone be willing to keep him company? The girls resolutely declared that they would go with him. At the exchange office, the young men were met by the manager, a gray-haired old man. He was just making tea for himself. The old man asked why these students had traveled a long way to exchange a few points. Tang Ming incredulously said that he had a lot of points and he was about to prove it to the old man. The old man thought that he must be the heir to a big family, so the principal did him a favor and added points. The manager added that a guy with 137 points could choose yellow stage martial techniques. The old man inquired, why doesn't the guy take a look at the exercises? Although they were more expensive than martial techniques, 100 points would be enough for a first-class yellow stage exercise. Tang Ming refused. He wants to lay a solid foundation first. Tang Ming familiarized himself with the proposal and said that he chose 3 techniques. In this life, as a normal student, he could only practice the lowest-level martial techniques. Using heaven-level techniques would attract a lot of attention. The old man wondered, why would a guy need 3 techniques? It was better to perfect one than to spread his strength over 3 at once. Tang Ming replied that the master could be calm. He realizes that 100 weak blows are no match for one strong one, but his situation is special. Tang Ming told the old man that he probably hadn't seen such a thing and showed the tiger's claws. The old man was truly surprised. This tiger claw technique had been brought to a true level. Tang Ming told the master that he has a special talent. He is quick to master martial techniques. He learned the tiger claw technique secretly from a criminal cultivator. He only practiced it for 2 months. The old man said that the proficiency of martial techniques is divided into 4 stages. Tiger claw could be comparable to someone who had practiced it for 10 years. The master said that he would show the guy one fighting technique. If he could learn it by at least 30%, he would consider this guy a gifted person and open a loan at this shop. Tang Ming naturally agreed. The old man said that the guy scrutinized his hands and began to activate the internal energy in his palm. The master said that this technique is called the intercepted palm. It is considered excellent in the yellow stage and is able to cause airflow from the hands, even creating an air wedge. The old man demonstrated everything he said, and the students saw how powerful the technique was. The wall opposite was destroyed by the air current. Master asked with a smile if his interlocutor had time to learn. Tang Ming showed the concentration of energy on his palm and looked questioningly at the master. The old man said that this boy was very talented, though not as talented as he was when he was young, and added that if there were any questions, the lad could come. He could teach a lot. Tang Ming smiled back and thanked the master. Our hero thought that the suppression this person used was stronger than Shu Shan's. It wasn't even clear who this old man was. A month of intensive training at the university has passed. The girls showed good results. Wang Jin, as I expected, was improving her skills with sword in hand, developing the family's techniques. After another attack, the girl said that it was an earthquake technique. Fang Xiaoying attacked her opponent and said that she had just used the spiral technique. Xiaoying boasted and said that she had completely mastered the spiral technique and earthquake technique. Now the masters wouldn't be able to stop her. Jin said that her partner's strength had increased significantly, which was why she was starting to feel so proud of herself. This should be changed. After all, she hadn't forgotten the sword technique yet, right? Jin showed what she meant, and a few moments later, Xiaoying was already standing in shredded clothes. Jin said to make Xiaoying remember this lesson. In real life, it's not just a t-shirt that can get hurt. Wang Jin thought, I wonder how Tang Ming is doing now. Our hero chose a quiet place outside the university, and while the girls were perfecting their physical skills, he was quietly meditating, having previously adopted the lotus pose. Although past life martial techniques could not be used, all three techniques had been cultivated to the true stage. His cultivation base was officially upgraded to 2nd grade. It was now enough for him to nourish and restore his internal QE energy. Finished with meditation, the guy thought that the next day he had a fight in the ring. Now it is necessary to rest a little. The stone wall behind our hero's back was all cracked from the blows. The day of the competition had arrived. Many people wondered, who must this Tang Ming be if he challenged Vice President Shing? After all, Shing is a 3rd grade cultivator and uses earth stage techniques. The outcome of the battle is obvious. Shing showed his uncle the opponent and said that this guy wouldn't stand up to their family attack. The uncle was Yuan, a 7th grade cultivator. He asked his nephew, did he really decide to destroy that guy in the ring and think that Yue Shan would stop him? Shing said that this guy is really good. Uncle replied that this guy's demise shouldn't happen in front of so many people. The uncle added that his nephew could send a bomber and level the entire university. Wang Jin would be killed. The whole thing would be disguised as a terrorist attack. Orders of destruction should not be obvious. The uncle said he was responsible for his nephew and had a duty to educate him. Next time, we should discuss everything he is going to do. The fatty said that Tang Ming was very tense and added that his massage technique should help. In terms of value, it was equal to the heavenly stage technique. Fatty added that all the freshmen were now on their side. They were waiting for Tang Ming to show them his strength and destroy Young. The roommates took the fat man aside. They told him not to disturb Tang Ming's concentration before the fight. Xiaoying thought that this fatty is talented, while she does nothing. Her position as the #1 sister is in danger. Feng Yan suggested her student to change his mind. She could tell Yue Shan that the guy changed his mind because it was too dangerous. Tang Ming replied to not let his teacher worry. They are still waiting for her breakthrough theory. It will be fine. Jin showed her friend her rival uncle. Yuan is one of the heads of the Muyang family. He achieved 7th grade before he was even 30 years old, shocking the entire cultivator society. However, he was unable to break through to the 8th grade. The girl said she would reveal the secret. The Muzhong and Wang families started quarreling about 10 years ago. Before that, everything was normal. 10 years ago, the wormhole on Hanbei's side was unstable. These families were ordered to lead a group to close it. Both families were nearly wiped out. Only her uncle Wang Yan escaped serious injury, but now lies in a coma. Xing's father died in the wormhole. Before his death, he shouted her uncle's name. Since then, a feud between the families began. Tang Ming asked, why does the Muzhong family think he is a murderer and they are traitors just because of the name given? The girl said she didn't know. Tang Ming remembered that at the end of his previous life, the territory that the Muzhong family guarded was invaded time and again. Masters died, but their bodies were never seen. The Muang family is not as simple as it seems. Yueshan announced that the ring in life and death was protected by the Cultivator Alliance. There will be no retaliation after the battle, or else they will be held accountable to the Alliance. Fang Xiaoying and Zhao Xiong are in the first battle. Tang Ming said that if the girl was going to lose, she should give up and stay out of the way. Xiaoying replied that her opponent was no match for her. Yueshan said that although Zhao Xiong is a third-grade cultivator, the foundation of his skills is unstable, but his technique is considered one of the best of the yellow stage, so the girl should exercise caution. The man added that all three of them are really going to be in trouble, even if it's just a battle in the ring. They actually signed up for a fight not for life, but for death. If the girl is going to lose, she should turn in as soon as possible. Tang Ming thanked Yueshan for his help and said that it was a little early for this. However, it could end today. Yueshan was surprised. Did the guy really mean to say that they all possessed third-grade strength? Even then, they were not the same as Muang Shing. Yueshan noticed that that guy's physique was too sturdy. However, the cultivation is lame. Let's hope he'll be gentler with the girl. Zhao Xiong said that he will fight the Fang family now. However, he has a more powerful family behind him, the Mojang family. If he wins this battle, he can be officially accepted into the family. He advises the girl to surrender to avoid suffering. The observers noticed that the girl was using 8 strands of internal energy ki. That's a second-class level. How could it be allowed? Feng Xiaoying said that her opponent looks down on her and it makes her angry. She will beat Zhao Xiong today. The girl rolled from foot to foot, shifting her center of gravity. In this way, she prevented her opponent from concentrating. Suddenly, she moved forward and threw a series of powerful punches at Zhao Xiong, but her opponent blocked them. Yueshan thought that the girl's technique was very strong. She must be putting in a lot of energy. However, Zhao Xiong easily deflected her blows. If he started fighting at full strength, she would be in trouble. Zhao Xiong said that his rival was taking on too much. Xiaoying replied that he should be ashamed of himself. He's bullying a junior student, and anyway, she's going to bury him now. Zhao Xiong laughed and added that she could say anything, but he was the one who would defeat her today. The guy unleashed his spirit beast, a wild bear. Yellow stage martial arts. Shunbo hand technique. The inner ki temporarily increases the destructive power of the palm. Zhao Xiong decided to hit his opponent with great force. The girl dodged and jumped backwards. The guy's hand powerfully descended to the ground, and the earth trembled, forming a ruin. Zhao Xiong asked, "Did Xiaoying still not understand?" This is what is called a third-grade destructive power. This student's furious bear technique is considered more powerful than the yellow stage. Yueshan thought that he should be ready to run to the girl's aid at any moment. Jin told his friend that the trump card he shared with Xiaoying might be useless. It looked like she would try to end the battle with a single blow. Tang Ming hoped that the girl would not underestimate her opponent. The agile Fang Xiaoying ran and jumped around her opponent. She said that the big and stupid bear couldn't beat her, and he could only be mad at himself. Zhao Xiong executed a bear punch on the ground with his 2 fists. The ground shook. He said that now it all depended on how it came back. Xiaoying used the fire fist technique and said that she had circled around a big and stupid bear. Fang Xiaoying thought that she had struck hard enough, however. She thought that her opponent was strong. Her arm even went numb. Zhao Xiong thought that this girl was indeed a worthy heiress of the Fang family. Her second grade might be able to harm him. The third-year student said that this little stroke did absolutely no harm at all to him. The opponents converged in hand-to-hand combat. The bear fist fought against the fire fist. The number of blows only increased. During the contraction, the girl's dress cracked at the seams. She got angry and said that it was her favorite dress, and now she was even more angry. Zhao Xiong, repelling his opponent's attack, thought, how could the momentum from a strike grow so much in an instant? Fang Xiaoying had already applied a double fire fist using a wide radius of damage. Zhao Xiong couldn't understand what was happening to his breathing. He couldn't do anything about it. His heart began to contract rhythmically. Zhao Xiong fell to his knees and said that he couldn't move. Xiaoying warned that he shouldn't move. She had one more trick. The girl powerfully attacked her opponent, and he flew backwards, falling on his back. Zhao Xiong lay there without moving. Xiaoying, losing her guard, raised her hand and shouted to the audience that she had won, as expected from the little princess of the Fang family. Everyone shouted that a second-grade cultivator had defeated a third-grade cultivator. Tang Ming shouted that the battle wasn't over yet, and the girl shouldn't let her guard down. When Feng Xiaoying realized what was wrong, it was too late. Behind her back, above her, in close proximity, was her opponent. He was standing at full height with his hands in the air. Zhao Xiong's hand reached for his opponent, Avoiding contact was impossible. Tang Ming immediately shouted that they were surrendering. At this moment, Yue Shan appeared between the rivals. He managed to prevent a collision. Not expecting such a thing, Zhao Xiong even fell on his back. Yue Shan announced that Fang Xiaoying had surrendered. Zhao Xiong won the first battle. The spectators remarked that it was a stealthy attack. A stab in the back, he wasn't worthy of being called a man. Mr. Muzhong said that in the next battle, Song Lu should test Wang Jin's strength. Wang Jin, reassuring her friend, said that she had performed well against a third-grade cultivator. Tang Ming told the girl not to worry, they would fix everything. Fang Xiaoying rushed over to Tang Ming and said that she was scared, but after all, she could have won. Her older brother told her not to worry. She should be more careful next time. Fatty Xiaofei appeared among the audience and said that his big brother is cool. He has two girls at the same time. This is very powerful. Yue Shan announced the second battle, with Wang Jin and Song Lu participating. Song Lu told her rival that she was also a sword wielder. Half a year ago, she was a second-grade cultivator and has wanted to fight Wang Jin for a long time. Wang Jin replied that she was in a bad mood right now and did not intend to speak. Her sword would speak for her. Mr. Muzhong thought that the Wang family's sword ki was equal to Wang Jin's internal ki, who had already become a second-grade cultivator. With her talent, in a few years, she will become a threat to the Muzhong family. This couldn't be tolerated. It was said that Wang Jin was born with this sword technique, but it turned out that other ordinary weapons could also be used to create this technique. Sun Lu was the first to attack, jumping high and thrusting her sword forward. It was a battle test. Although the sword energy is high, the opponent has a higher cultivation level, so you have to do your best to repel her blows. The calm Wang Jin said to continue and not stand still. Song Lu shouted for her opponent to attack with all her strength and show no pity. She knew that the children of rich families had no shortage of advanced martial arts. Wang Jin said that the Wang family's sword technique contains hundreds of martial arts. She has only learned 2 or 3, but she is already a sword master and will demonstrate it now. Song Lu saw her rival disappear, and at the same moment she appeared from behind from above. How is this possible? Sun Lu brought her sword arm out towards her opponent. Suddenly there was a flash and the arena was filled with smoke. It was unclear who had won. Yue Shan thought that the destructive power he had just seen belonged to a third-grade cultivator. Song Lu's sword wielding and Wang Jin's sword technique was a yellow stage martial art. Combining them, one could resist a third-grade cultivator. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw Sun Lu kneeling in tattered clothes. Wang Jin as a swordmaster proved to be too strong. Sun Lu had lost. Yue Shan announced that this battle was won by Wang Jin. She is worthy to be the heir of the Wang family. Yue Shan thought that he, too, wanted to become a swordmaster. The sword tore his clothes, but did not harm his body. The girl's talent is the brightest among the young generation of the country. Fang Xiaoying didn't even think that her sister would turn out to be so strong, and hoped that there wouldn't be any misunderstanding between them, because she had just hugged Tang Ming. Wang Jin told her buddy that Wang Xing was very strong and should not be underestimated. Tang Ming, as usual, replied to not let the girl worry. Muang Shing, entering the arena, said that his opponent didn't run away. His courage was commendable, and reminded him that his previous words still stood. If the guy joined his family, he wouldn't need cultivation resources. Muang Xing added that in that case, this battle would not be to a victorious end, but just a friendly battle. Tang Min stated that he refused. Muang Xing grinned and said that his opponent seemed to like Wang Jin. In fact, their families had already made an agreement that the children would become cultivation partners. However, Tang Ming is better off following him because he has more advantages. Tang Ming rolled up his sleeves and hoped that his opponent was as good on his fists as he was in words. Muang Xing grudgingly asked, did his opponent really want to say that he was rejecting the Muang family's offer and was going to fight until the end? Yue Shan waved his hand and announced the start of the third battle. Muang Xing said that he was about to show the technique of the Earth Stage family. Yue Shan said that he felt sorry for the guy. He is now in Muang Xing's hands and there is nothing he can do about it. Muang Xing said that the Aura Moon family's technique was the vanguard of Earth Stage techniques. It could not only violently absorb energy, but also release toxins that could manipulate the enemy's body, damaging the cultivation foundation. For the past 2 years, the ancestors of the Muzhong family have claimed to have corrected this flaw, which is why they have risen to 3rd place in the ranking of 30 martial arts schools, just behind the Wang family. Muang Xing released a toxic green-colored liquid towards his opponent. Tang Ming jumped aside. The degree of corrosiveness of this liquid was higher than a strong acid. The onlookers said that it was a spiritual poison. Even the strongest cultivators avoided it. Shing said that his opponent had become practically invulnerable after obtaining the rank of cultivator. But not in front of spiritual poison. The higher the cultivator rank, the greater the danger. If the poison got on the body and was not removed immediately, it would spread throughout the body along with the circulation of internal qi. Yueshan knew that spiritual poison was very dangerous. Even he didn't dare to use it mindlessly. Fortunately, Tang Ming had a solid foundation of skills. Yueshan was afraid that Muyong Yuan might hinder him. He might purposely hold him back. Shing told his opponent that he noticed when he dodged, so he adjusted the direction of the toxic liquid. Yueshan said that Tang Ming was using yellow stage powers to dodge earth stage techniques. He had honed this technique to its true form. Shing began to lose his temper. He shouted that he wouldn't let his opponent avoid that green punch anymore. Now our hero began to act. He used 10 strands of internal energy. After all, he was a second-class cultivator. Everyone was surprised. Had Tang Ming really become a second-class cultivator? Did he really train on rockets? Why is he so fast? Tang Ming, while evading another attack of toxic liquid, applied a storm spiral. The liquid spread around the guy and couldn't hit him. Fang Xiaoying said that his brother had a great technique and asked that he teach her too. Jin heaved a sigh of relief. Tang Ming asked his opponent what else he had to offer. The opponent only snapped back. Xin once again said that he would destroy this redneck. The uncle turned to his nephew and told him to try his best and not to dare disgrace the family honor. Shing told his opponent that he didn't know the technique, so he apologized in advance if he accidentally melted the man's bones. Xin once again released an increased charge of toxic liquid on his opponent. Our hero once again bounced to the side. However, this liquid was super enhanced toxicity, and a few drops got on Tang Ming's clothes. The guy realized that it was the spiritual poison from the second purification. Xiong said that not only is the corroding stronger, there's also burning and sticking, not to mention the flesh and bones. They can dissolve in a matter of seconds. The onlookers shouted that students from cultivator families were very sneaky. Tang Ming was, as always, completely calm. Jin told Mentor Yueshan that this was no longer an ordinary battle. It is necessary to stop them. The mentor said that he wants to do it too, but the live broadcast of the battle is controlled by the Cultivator Alliance. He can't interfere until the winner is determined. Yueshan asked Muyong Yuan, "Why be so serious in an ordinary competition?" Yuan replied that this is a life and death ring. You shouldn't forget that. Tang Ming felt that the moon aura was increased by cleansing the spiritual poison up to 9 times. A living creature would die if it touched it. There is no cure. The second purification is truly dangerous. There is no way out. Tang Ming applied the earthquake technique. The ground beneath the opponent's feet really trembled. Shing stood his ground and attacked his opponent with the toxic liquid again. He told Tang Ming not to waste his strength. However, our hero continued to use the earthquake technique. The stone acted as an intermediary between the human body and the energy that requires direct contact for action. Choosing the right moment when Shing was reloading, Tang Ming approached at a sufficient distance and kicked his opponent in the jaw. The spectators shouted that the freshman could now confidently expect to win. Tang Ming's punch had introduced a certain imbalance to his opponent's actions. Toxic liquid Shing. The young man cried out loudly. Even his eye was injured. However, Xing said that he had seen it coming. The next moment, our hero found himself amidst rising torrents of toxic fluid. He was almost paralyzed in his movements. Any mistake was fraught with fatal consequences. Xin stated that it was a black cell of doom. It is the most familiar technique he uses to trap the enemy and gradually dissolve them. If Tang Ming wants to survive, he must kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Tang Ming said that the moon aura could freely control spiritual poison. Performing a technique requires the support of inner qi, and the action of inner qi requires the manipulation of spiritual consciousness. What would happen if a cultivator's spirit was damaged? Tang Ming explained that when the spirit is traumatized, the inner qi stops working, and so do the actions of these techniques. This meant that Xin was too arrogant. Didn't he foresee that his opponent would master this spirit technique? Uncle Muyong saw that his nephew's rival was using the 9 mantras technique. Isn't this secret technique kept secret by the Imperial Military Academy? How did this child learn it? Tang Ming told his opponent, who was already kneeling, that his technique was very strong, And this guy was unfortunately very weak. If he didn't give up and continued, he wouldn't last 3 minutes. Myung-shin thought that from this day forward, the hitmen of the Muang house would chase this guy until they found him and chopped him into small pieces. His girlfriend would suffer the same fate. Myung-shin couldn't stand it and shouted that he would destroy Tang Ming, and this guy would live in fear all the time. Yue-shan told Myung-shin to be quiet. He was being watched. Myung Yuan said for the mentor not to be so strict. This young man just refuses to admit defeat, and thought that Tang Ming really shouldn't be left alive. Tang Ming crouched down in front of his opponent and said that he was right. He and Jin wouldn't be able to live peacefully while Myung-shin was also alive, and expect that they might be in danger at any moment. Myung-shin asked, does his rival really want to destroy him? If he does, he and his family will die because House Muang will never forgive that. Tang Ming said that 10 years ago, when his rival's father was alive, he was the sole heir, so he must have access to various secrets. How much have they improved the Aura Moon technique for the aliens? Myung-shin was startled and he staggered back, saying that he didn't know anything and didn't understand what his opponent was talking about. The older generation of the Muang family has 9th grade cultivators. That was undeniable. But how were they able to improve the Earth grade techniques so much? It seems like the Muang family hasn't betrayed the planet yet, but they definitely have some sort of arrangement. Shing said he doesn't know where his opponent got these gossips from. Obviously, their purpose is to provoke enmity between his family and the whole country. If Tang Ming admits where such information came from, he won't go after him and Wang Jin. Myung Yuan heard some gossip being talked about and was worried. Why was his nephew so excited? Tang Ming asked if Myung-shin was afraid of getting killed. Yue-shan shouted for Tang Ming not to do anything stupid. Uncle yelled for this guy not to touch his nephew. Myung-shin said that the rival would not dare to destroy him because he belongs to a powerful family. Tang Ming said that he wouldn't be able to leave the arena peacefully if he left his opponent alive. So Myung-shin should understand him and calm down. Myung Yuan and Yue-shan ran to Myung-shin's rescue, however. They were not in time. The uncle wanted to avenge his nephew. The teacher interrupted him and said that this is a ring of life and death. Revenge is not allowed. It was a rule set by the Cultivator Alliance. Myung-shin didn't admit defeat. No one can be blamed for his death. Myung Yuan took his nephew in his arms and said that he remembered Tang Ming well. He better not stay in this university, and once he goes outside, he will immediately die. Tang Ming retorted, telling this person not to worry. His cultivation path was just beginning, and it would be much longer than Myung Yuan's. Myung said that this guy is very brave. He will see how long Yue-shan can protect him. Yue-shan said if a student is in danger, he will protect him until his last breath. As he left the ring, Myung said that he would destroy that kid. Yue-shan won't be able to protect him. Yue-shan told the guy to stay on the campus as long as possible. Here he would be under his protection. Jin told his friend that it was all because of her. The Wang family will deal with it. After this guy's father died, his influence in the family became weaker, and Myung Yuan withdrew his family's support. The other members of the house are unlikely to want to get involved. Fang Xiaoying faithfully said that Tang Ming's problems are also her problems. Her grandfather is a gifted cultivator of the 8th grade. He's also not afraid of the Muang family. Yue-shan patted the guy's shoulder and said that his girlfriends were quite brave. After this battle, the arena was a battlefield. The instructor told the students to clean up the arena. Feng Yan approached her disciple and said that her cultivation skills were too weak. Fang Xiaoying remarked that there was nothing wrong with that. After all, Mentor Hua is a genius. Altogether, they will defeat Myung Yuan. Wang Jin told the guy that he shouldn't have destroyed his opponent. After all, he was still the heir of the family. There might be a lot of problems after that. Tang Ming noted that that guy was going to destroy them. It was a preventive defense. He added that this time he provoked the Muang family himself, and they would never attack a girl again as long as he was alive. Jin blushed with embarrassment. It turns out the guy was doing it for her. Jin stated that she had a way to solve the problem with the Muang family, and added that she would wait for Tang Ming tonight at the lakeside in the forest. Tang Ming walked up to his dorm room. A voice came from inside. It's Tang Ming coming. The guy thought, had he really been discovered? After all, he was using the Earth Stage's incorporeal technique. When the young man entered the room, the neighbor said that he had invited a lot of beauties to the restaurant for a party. It's going to be a lot of fun. At the agreed time in the agreed place, our hero was not by chance. He met Wang Jin, who was already waiting for him. Wang Jin blushed again with embarrassment and said happily that the guy had come. Tang Ming took the girl's hands in his. The young people moved closer to each other and looked into each other's eyes. Jin started to say some insignificant things while continuing to be embarrassed. Then the girl said that the Mujang family is very powerful. They rarely care about things like going to school, but they will definitely take care of honor protection and hire assassins. Jin revealed her plan. If they become a couple, then the Wang family will protect Tang Ming and make an arrangement with the Muang family. The Muyangs won't be able to ignore this fact. Tang Ming was surprised, for the girl had a marriage contract with another family's heir. Jin said that the family made this decision without her knowledge. It's not her choice. There's only one Tang Ming in her heart right now. Tang Ming stated that he doesn't care about her family's decision. He only cares about her and her real thoughts. Jin blushed even more and said that Tang Ming already knew her thoughts. Tang Ming pulled the girl tighter against him and asked, even if her family would judge her, would she be willing to be together with him? Jin replied that judging family or other women is not important to her. She devotes all of herself to this guy. After these words, the young people realized their first kiss under the moon. When Tang Ming opened his eyes, the sun was already in the sky. The girl said that Tang Min was already awake. The guy suggested not to reveal their relationship to others for now. He has his own way to deal with the Muyang family since it's not his style to rely on the girl. Jin replied that she believed him. However, he should not face the difficulties alone. She would be by his side, and nothing would stop them. The young people couldn't resist and kissed again. A representative of the Mujan family in the state capital has an update. He said he knew about it and would inform the head of the family when he returned. Yuan Muzhong wondered if the interlocutor would really wait for the head. But if he never returned, would his son's enemy live peacefully? The fourth son of the Muzhong family, 6th grade cultivator Muzhong Heng, said that they shouldn't talk to their elder brother like this. After all, he was the head of the family now. The decision he made should not be questioned. Yuan said to his older brother Tian not to be hypocritical. If the second brother hadn't fallen into the wormhole, the position of the head of the family would now belong to him. Yuan admitted that he too was saddened by the death of his nephew. After all, he was his older brother's son. Tian noted that little Shing had always been an outcast. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to this university. How could their big brother die in the wormhole? Perhaps it was a conspiracy. Tian jumped to his feet, slammed his fist on the table, and said that enough was enough. He didn't intend to listen to this anymore. Yuan asked angrily. Does his brother really want to fight? It can be arranged. However, the formidable brother Tian activated his demonic beast, the predatory snake, and Yuan was restrained in his movements. Yuan asked, does his brother really want to destroy the witness? Tian stated that he could easily destroy his opponent if he continued to talk some nonsense. Tian calmed down and said that little Shing's enemies would be reported, but not now. You can't disturb the head at such a critical moment. It's not the right time at all. Yuan said that he would avenge his nephew himself. Tian replied that it was his business, but he shouldn't involve the family. When the third brother left, Heng stated that Yuan was too radical. Tian said that Tang Ming is the third brother's problem. They don't need to do anything. If something goes wrong, they just need to push Yuan in the right direction. Tian added that he was afraid the aliens were up to something. We need to exercise the utmost caution. In addition, do not give out drug experiment data and human anatomy data requested by the aliens for as long as possible. Heng said there was one more thing. He had received news that the country was planning to select a few cultivators and focus on their development to minimize their family's influence in the cultivator society. Should they prevent this from happening in any way? Tian was surprised. Why obstruct? If the government has such an idea, they should be supportive and accommodating. We should find someone and let Zhang know that he has a good opportunity to establish himself. Tian thought, if the country was eager to nurture genius cultivators from non-influential families, what could they be without secret knowledge? The training ground of the university. Tang Ming, as promised, raises the combat and physical level of his friends. The fat man asks in surprise, does Tang Min really want the three of them to attack him? Tang Min waved his finger at them. The fat man said that in that case they would attack. Tang Ming stated that he said that in that case, he would now rip the fat man's tongue off. The three friends spread out and proceeded to attack. Two of them were holding guns. Tang Ming blocked this blow by grabbing the nunchaku with his hand. Suddenly, the fat man attacked his opponent. He said that it was a false attack and added that he had Tang Ming wrapped his arms around him. However, Tang Ming spectacularly dodged all the blows and remained unharmed. Tang Ming said there was too much chatter and sent the fat man far back with a kick. With his nunchakus, he blocked his opponent's sword strike. Three students never managed to land even one decent blow on their opponent. The girls sat on the bench and silently watched this battle. Wang Jin only mouthed that the teamwork was very weak. Tang Ming, commenting on the opponent's attack, said that internal qi is used as fuel for explosive power. This is very interesting. Tang Ming once again dodged his opponent's attack. The nunchaku slipped past. In the next attack, Tang Ming grabbed the nunchaku and pulled it towards him, throwing his opponent off balance. Of the three attackers, only the one with the sword in his hands remained on his feet. He was gathering his strength to strike his opponent. Tang Ming effectively repelled this attack as well. Jin, watching her friend, was shocked. This guy is borrowing mentor Yue Shan's techniques using the dissecting energy of the sword. Tang Ming intercepted the girl's gaze and said that he had learned this technique secretly and showed that he could use his palm instead of a sword. After another attack, the opponent was discouraged. Tang Ming disarmed him using his sword ki. After the fight, Tang Ming said that it was just a coincidence, not sword energy. It was an air compression borrowed from another technique, the empty palm technique. Watching his roommates, Tang Ming thought that one of them is brave, the other is persistent. One is not afraid to fight, the other overcomes fear. Among the best cultivators in the country, there are two such specimens. Looking at the fat man, our hero thought he was a lazy man and told him to get up immediately or we'd have to throw an air knife at him. The fat man immediately jumped to his feet. His skin and muscles were vulnerable, so he didn't move and lay on the floor. Tang Ming thought that this was a very good fight. Now we can all relax. Wei Shan's mentor approached the young men and approved of them practicing. The man wasn't alone and said he wanted to introduce Tang Ming to someone. Yue Shan's companion waved his hand and said that they didn't know each other. He was the chairman of the University Cultivators Association. His name was Yi Chengping. He was a fourth-year student, a fourth-grade cultivator. Yue Shan said that Chengping is his student. He currently has the highest level among the university students. He can even defeat a mere fourth-grade cultivator. Tang Ming's roommates had a lot of respect for this student, but they still hadn't had the opportunity to meet him in person. Tang Ming thought that he and Yi Chengping had had a few encounters in his past life. His father had gotten hurt on the southwestern front, and this guy had continued to fight in his place. Yi Chengping said that he had seen this fight. However, the hands and feet of the three disciples did not move well enough. Yi Chengping said he wanted to have a little sparring session with Tang Ming and asked his mentor to maintain his blocking or else Tang Ming might get hurt. Wei Shan was actually curious to see how these two would practice blocking a punch. Tang Ming said that he would try to attack first and performed a 50 spirit attack. The student was surprised that there were dozens of swords involved in the attack. They lost when the guy fought with only one hand, and this attack was impressive. Yi Chengping said that the energy was dissipating, so a single strike was enough to slay the opponent. Chengping attacked his opponents one by one. Above the young man was his spiritual warrior. Yue Shan thought that this technique was indeed very powerful. Seeing the spiritual warrior, Fang Xiaoying wondered, "What is this?" Jin replied that this technique was the 8 hands Dao technique of the earthly stage. It is as powerful as the higher stage, but it is not particularly popular. Tang Ming noticed that the power of the technique grows with each grade increase. In the 8th grade, the hands appear. In the 9th grade, the energy of the hands merges with the body. The fist is able to shake rivers and mountains. And Chengping said they were starting and very quickly rushed to attack his opponent. Tang Ming dodged this attack without much difficulty by performing a somersault. This strength was truly amazing. And Chengping said he fights better in close combat. His technique is practically unreflectable. The fourth-year student made his 3rd strike. However, he was unable to reach the target. Chengping was surprised at how the opponent was using internal qi energy to avoid his attack. The opponents were right in front of each other, each ready to attack using internal energy. At the last moment, Yue Shan shouted loudly for them to stop immediately. The student said that his inner energy is still growing. To reach that level, he would have to practice for a long time. Yue Shan, approaching the opponents, said that Tang Ming is very good if he can fight with Chengping. He has been constantly practicing outdoors since he was little. The opponents, after the stop command, both lowered their hands. Chengping told his opponent not to dwell on defense, or else it would be the defense that would let him down. He believes that Tang Ming is already a true cultivator who has experienced the ring in life and death. Tang Ming said that his opponent is also very strong. Chengping asked his colleague to represent the university in the competition of the top 10 educational institutions in the country today and become the chairman of the Cultivators Association. Fatty was jumping for joy. Would his boss really become the chairman? Xiaoying said it's just a position, nothing to get excited about. Fatty said that only the strongest and most popular students hold this position. The colleague was told that only talented and influential student cultivators participate in the competition of 10 universities. If Tang Ming participates, it will be a great honor. Tang Ming asked why exactly he should participate with the team in this competition. Chengping himself can use his strength to lead the university to success. Chengping said that his father is now at war in the southwest, but he is cultivating to help his father. He is going to go to the southwest to help him. Wormholes are very dangerous. After entering them, it's very difficult to distinguish between life and the other world. Tang Ming asked why exactly he was chosen to be the chairman. Yueshan said that it was Chengping's idea. Did Tang Ming agree to accept the proposal? Yueshan said that when Tang Ming becomes chairman, he will be the face of the university. The Muzhong family will have to reckon with that. Tang Ming thought that in his previous life, the wormhole was calm at this time. Why was there suddenly a malfunction in the southwest? Could it be the butterfly effect due to his rebirth? Our hero asked Chengping if the situation in the southwest was so bad. The colleague replied that everything was under control there. The army in the wormhole was biochemically contaminated because there was no order to attack and no one dared to speak. Everyone's mood is depressed. Why would Tang Ming want to do this? Normally, students avoided topics like this. Tang Ming said that it was the duty of any citizen. The guy thought that the wormhole was really more dangerous than he thought. He should upgrade as soon as possible. Our hero was still mulling over the offer that had been made to him. In the end, he agreed. Yueshan expressed his confidence that Chengping's decision was the right one. Tang Ming would definitely lead the association to success. Mentor thought that this boy was indeed a rare diamond among humans. It's a pity that he chose some weak girl who only deals with theory. Yueshan said if Tang Ming had made up his mind, he should know the specific situation. He shouldn't put off training, it's a priority right now. Chengping said that before it's too late, he will take Tang Ming to the association right now. The association was previously run by Shing, so it was only fair that he would now fulfill those duties. Jiao pounded his fist on the wall and said that he would destroy Tang Ming sooner or later. Song Lu, with sword in hand, propped up the wall and remained silent. They were waiting for the new chairman. Jiao Xiang didn't know who to take out his anger on. He wondered why Sun Lu was standing so indifferent. Is she really interested in this Tang Ming? The girl pulled her sword out of its sheath and said that if Jiao Xiang's mouth wasn't expensive, she might as well rip it open right now. They were about to clash. The doors in the room opened, and the disciples entered the association. Fatty asked, "Is this really the Cultivator Association?" Fang Xiaoying said that she didn't see anything special. Among the young people, there was also Tang Ming. Chengping, smiling, said that there was really nothing special. The function of the association is no different from ordinary student councils. Jiao Xiang said that he had been taking care of the affairs of the association the whole time. Chengping only showed up for the second time in the entire time. This is unacceptable. Now he has brought an enemy of the association who destroyed the former chairman. Jiao Xiang said that the association members think this guy is an incompetent chairman. One of the students said that they want to elect Jiao Xiang as the new chairman, so Chengping should resign. Chengping wondered, did all the members of the association really think so? This student said it was better not to waste any energy and leave amicably. Chengping used his energy powers to slap that student, and he stretched out on the ground. The chairman asked if anyone else had anything to say. Chengping lifted the deactivated stroppy student with his energy hand and asked if anyone else wanted to speak. He is willing to listen. Jiao Xiang was angry. When had this Chengping managed to become so strong? Chengping didn't think that if he wasn't in the association for a while, the atmosphere would change so much. If Shing was alive right now, he would have to beat Chengping to a pulp. The Cultivators Association was not a place for power struggles. Tang Ming put his hand on his colleague's shoulder and said what he would say next. If he wanted to be chairman, he would not be able to convince the crowd without showing strength. Chengping was surprised. Could a guy really do this? Tang Ming said to let the interlocutor calm down a bit. Tang Ming said that he is not an authority in this association now, but a bad warrior will not become a general. It's okay if someone wants to become chairman. However, in order to do so, one must defeat him. Jiao Xiang laughed. Did Tang Ming really think that he would become the chairman? Jiao Xiang said that this guy destroyed a member of the Muang family. How long does he have left to live? Besides, why should they listen to him? Tang Ming said it doesn't matter if they don't want him as chairman now. But one has to defeat him first to get the position. Otherwise, there would be no point and no use in it. You can fight one-on-one, or you can have a team fight. It doesn't make any difference to him. Changping said that Tang Ming's words are his words too. Jiao Xiong said that they were about to destroy these two and directed the rest of the warriors to go on the attack to avenge Muang. One of the attackers said to watch your opponent's hands so you don't get crushed. The one who said it was the first to suffer. He was struck dead by our hero with a fist to the jaw. Immediately, a fierce brawl ensued. However, expectantly, Tang Ming was victorious and told the weaklings to get the hell out of here. Changping stood to the side and didn't participate. He asked Jin if she wanted to help. The girl replied that there was no need. Fang Xiaoying said that her big brother is very cool with these students. Fatty said that his boss is the #1 boss in the whole world. The roommates said that they believe in Tang Ming. Changping thought he wasn't wrong about this guy. Sun Lu said Jiao Xiong has to put this guy down. He can't back down. Jiao Xiong only snapped in response. The third-year student shouted loudly and summoned his spiritual beast, the wild bear, to help him. He said that he would now show his opponent his real strength and that he must surrender to the mercy of the victor. Tang Ming immediately put in his weighty word. With one fist punch to the jaw, he brought the bear back. One punch was enough to deactivate Jiao Xiong. Everyone around them fell silent. Tang Ming calmly said that he had the last word. If there were any dissenters among those present, there was no response. Changping said he congratulates the new chairman. Tang Ming said that as chairman, he would expel everyone who attacked him now from the association. Those who disagree can go to the director and must get out of here now. The girl turned to Tang Ming, the chairman. The boy looked back. Sun Lu told the new chairman not to leave them. Otherwise, they would fail. Tang Ming said he had a conscience and asked the girls if they agreed to join the association. The girls emphatically agreed. Changping said the new chairman can now do as he sees fit. Tan Min said the association will hold special daily training sessions for the next 2 months to prepare for the 10 universities competition. Yueshan and Chengrin reported to the boss that Tang Ming had already agreed to participate in the competition. University director Duan Yunwei said that Tang Ming wasn't bad. He had already been watching him for a while. The kid has a lot of potential. We should make him a representative of the university. We need to nurture a group of cultivators who can fight against the Cultivators Association. The director asked Changping how his father was doing. The young man said that the morale of the soldiers is very low. The aliens are constantly disturbing the troops. Overall, things are not going well. The principal said that the boy's father was his student. His talent was not in intelligence but in heroic bravery. He was very close to his brothers and was popular. The university would always be glad to help the young man. Yueshan had heard that at the previous national conference, one of the superiors had suggested that students should be allowed to go to the wormhole. Was this proposal supported? The principal replied that not yet because students might get hurt. Changping said he supports the proposal. Already many students have experienced life-threatening battles. The aliens are watching the humans. Their attack is only a matter of time. Bloodshed now will help avoid it in the future. The principal asked, once the decision is made, who will be responsible for the student's death? He can't just leave it at that. However, the pressure from the military will be great. Yueshan said that the wormhole had been stable for the past few years. Why did it become active now? Changpeng said that his father thought it was suspicious too, so he asks for a research team to be sent. The principal said that it will happen sooner or later. We need to improve the students' fighting ability. Yueshan said that in the past 10 years, the competition had never been such a serious show of strength. Why did everything suddenly change? The director said that during this period, aliens often move from one place to another, and many countries are worried that a war may break out. All countries are preparing a global confrontation. The fat man tearfully continues counting. He says he can't take it anymore. The guy tries to do push-ups from the floor. Fang Xiaoying sits on top of him with a whip in her hands and tells him to shut up. He should call her vice chairman. Normal people can do 500 push-ups, so he has to keep going. The training takes place in the gym. Jin, watching this exertion, told Tang Ming that she didn't expect the guy to make Xiaoying his deputy. Tang Ming, smiling, replied that this girl likes to be the center of attention. She knows how to do it. His deputy has a head on her shoulders, and now this girl is happy. Although Zhao Fei lacks persistence and strength, his physique is the best among the three of them. If he trains hard, he will become the strongest in the company. Jin wondered if the chairman was not going to allow other students to participate. Some of them have strengths. Tang Ming replied that these people only intimidate the weak and fear the strong. If they come back, they will only sow chaos. Weakness can be eliminated by development, but if the atmosphere is bad, nothing will get done. Sun Lu walked up to the chairman and brought a report based on the past competitions. Tang Ming thanked the girl for a job well done. Tang Ming asked if Sun Lu was unhappy that he had left her behind. The girl said it was fine. There was no reason for her to be displeased. Sun Lu replied that everyone does what they want to do. She doesn't do things that go against her principles. Tang Ming wondered if it was because of ball skills. The girl nodded affirmatively. Tang Ming asked her if he showed her some secret ball techniques. Would she do anything for him? He added that it wouldn't be anything dangerous. Tang Ming knew that Sun Lu had a rough past, but her sword skills weren't bad. Sun Lu wondered if this was an Earth stage technique. They are very rare after all. It usually requires the approval of the head of the family. Tang Ming told her not to worry. He would train her. Sun Lu agreed to the proposal and added that she recognizes the guy as the chairman. The friends were practicing hand-to-hand combat techniques in the ring while one of them's cell phone rang. The young man apologized, stepped aside, and answered the phone. After talking, he said he would be there soon. Everyone present turned their attention to him. What happened? Xiao Ying told the fatty to stay focused and continue. He still had 80 times to go. A coworker asked, "What happened?" The young man replied that he had to leave immediately and added that he would not be able to continue practicing today. Tang Ming gave his neighbor a glance and thought that the guy had something wrong. The young man went to the hospital as quickly as he could. In the ward, he was told that his mother's condition was gradually deteriorating and her body's resistance was increasing. Specialized, more expensive drugs and round-the-clock care were needed to prevent an adverse outcome. The nurse added that because of this, the treatment fees will increase exponentially. In addition, it is necessary to pay the arrears first. The young man said he went to university. Doesn't the government have special medical subsidies? The nurse said it was still necessary to pay an additional 200,000 money. The young man asked to tell Dr. Zhang and the hospital administration to provide better medical care. He will get the money this week. The guy was solving a puzzle where he could get 200,000 money and plus for the next treatment. With anger, he hit the pole with his fist and said that he hated such situations. He saw an advertisement on the pole and became interested in it. The ad was an invitation to a boxing match with a prize of $1 million. The young man decided to challenge his luck. The bloody fight continued in the ring. An untold number of spectators were present. One of the boxers received a powerful punch to the jaw and fell unconscious. The referee counted to 10 and said he could be carried away. The referee raised his hand and said the lone wolf wins this fight. The boxer shouted that he did. A young man in the VIP box was approached by an athlete and told that he too wanted to participate in the fight. The warrior said the kid was crazy. Has the little one grown up to want to fight? He doesn't even know life yet, and he has no milk on his lips. The student said he was willing to do the fight in the ring and agreed even for 3 rounds. The receptionist grabbed the kid's chest and told him this was no place to throw words around. That boy needs to be kicked out of here. The boss told the receptionist to leave him alone. Let the guy try it if he wants to. The boss was Mr. Jiao, the owner of an underground boxing club. He added that afterward, this guy should not say he wasn't warned. He has to sign a life and death contract. The guy agreed, but wants to be clear about the fee. He will only go if he gets the money. The boss laughed and said that this kid had a rod. He pointed to the ring where the lone wolf was performing and said that the young man had to prove himself first. The student stood in the ring opposite the loner. Wolf asked, "Isn't this a joke? You guys better get home." A lone wolf with a Tuareg on his head called the young man a weakling without a scratch, but that would change very soon. The student said that this lone wolf can talk as long as there is an opportunity. Soon that won't be there either. The fighter with cottage cheese on his head cursed and lunged at the student with his fists. He said that boy would spend the rest of his life in the hospital. The guy was not afraid and met his opponent with a fist punch to the chest. The blow was so strong that the lone wolf, having lost his balance, flew far back and fell on his back. Those watching were amazed at what they saw. What was that? Who was this boy? He had defeated the lone wolf with a single blow. The student looked up and asked if he could be a fighter now. The surprised boss rose to his feet and said that this young man was accepted. He ordered the receptionist to introduce this fellow to the managers immediately. He decided to make him a mysterious genius in the boxing field. The manager told the boss that this guy came here for the money. When payback time comes, he'll take the money and leave, and they may never see him again. The boss, smiling, said that this young man should be made a star. And at the end, he would lose, and they would keep the money. The boss says he has it all organized, so this kid can't get the million he's counting on. The owner of the underground boxing club said to send this guy to fights immediately. Also, he should be advertised. Let everyone see him and put him on the new guy. Gotta use him until he breaks down. Fang Xiaoying turned out to be a very good and persistent mentor. The fatty was changing before his eyes. His appearance was not the same when he entered this university. She warned that if her mentee didn't try hard, she would spank him. Tang Ming saw that Zhao Lian didn't show up for training again. Did the guy really have some kind of problem? His friend said, maybe something happened at home. Tang Ming found this strange. After all, Zhao Lian has high self-esteem, so he never asks for help from others so easily. In the locker room, the manager offered Zhao Lian a capsule. The guy was surprised. Is it really doping? The manager said it was a useful medicine that reduced pain, maximized potential, and gave full concentration during the fight. Zhao Lian refused and said that he didn't need it. He could handle it on his own. The manager was frustrated. He didn't understand what was going to happen next. This fighter is acting like a child. The next fight was against Zhao Liang. In an underground fight, Sompa, the king of Muay Thai. Sompa was an underground boxer, a first-rate fighter with a record of 19 wins and 3 losses. He asked the student if his parents would approve of this. After all, he could be left without an arm or legs. Zhao Lian didn't usually like this kind of talk and told the judge that they could begin. The fighters in the underground didn't have advanced skills, but they were good enough to survive at least 20 fights. Sompa said his opponent shouldn't ignore him and will taste his fist now. Zhao Lian was not timid and was well prepared. He successfully fought off the Thai boxer's attacks. The student thought his opponent had a hardening bone structure. He is more difficult to fight with than others. Sompa laughed defiantly at his opponent. Now the boy realizes the power he possesses. Sompa thought his opponent looked like he hadn't been in underground fights before. Why would the boss send someone like that here? In fact, the Thai boxer didn't care who was in front of him. He was ready to destroy anyone and told the student that he was now serious. Sompa swung his leg and said this guy is about to be killed by his famous technique. The student thought it was a light punch. It must have been a false move. Zhao Lian dodged another strike from his opponent. Sompa kept aiming for his head. This was not good. The young boxer defended more and put blocks, avoiding his opponent's attacks. He has not been able to attack yet. Choosing the right moment, Zhao Lian landed a powerful right fist punch right on his opponent's jaw. Sompa definitely did not expect this. Bleeding, he fell to the ring. The spectators were delighted. The unknown young athlete was once again the winner. Many of the spectators suffered losses from this fight. They wrongly chose the favorite. The young man's forearm was red and very sore. The bone seemed to be shattered. The manager asked if Zhao Lian was okay. The guy wrapped his injured arm and said that he had no problems. The manager said that if the youngster lost one of the 10 games, he would be disqualified and would not get any money at all. The manager said he supports this guy as they both work hard to win. He again suggested the medicine, which is not cheap, but will help a lot for further performances. Overcome with pain, Zhao Lian replied that he agreed to the injection. The manager said the guy should have said yes sooner. What was all the fuss about? Zhao Lian injected the very same drug into his body. The manager said this drug helps with pain and has some degree of healing. It's rare on the black market. It costs a lot of money, which the guy has to pay back after winning the next fight. The manager thought that this silly boy should use this drug more often in the early stages. Soon, this drug will be needed in his life always. The doctor told Zhao Lian that he paid 100,000 for the medicine, and the hospital agreed to continue treating his mother. The doctor added that the patient's condition has mostly stabilized. The medicine is working well. If she continues to take it, it will definitely not be bad. Zhao Lian said that he would pay the rest of the money later. Tang Ming continued to train with the other disciples. Tang Ming taught sword techniques and boosted the students' morale. Tang Ming said that Zhao Lian was invited into the ring next. The guy had just arrived for training. The mentor noticed that the student's arm was bandaged. Did he really have a wound? Zhao Lian said that he practiced a lot by himself. It's fine, he will be more careful. During training, the fighter felt his inner chi leaving his body. Tang Ming said, that's not bad. The disciple was able to reach the true intention stage. The training continued, and Zhao Lian was indeed performing well. However, the young man was more aggressive than usual. Tang Ming, watching his ward, thought, where could the guy have learned these moves? After all, they are not taught in school. Zhao Lian was being overly aggressive. Watching his opponent closely, Tang Ming realized that there was something wrong with this young man. In addition, he had become more secretive. Colleagues said that Zhao Lian had performed well today. He was even able to push the master back. Zhao Lian had made great progress. Fang Xiaoling said with surprise that her colleague had suddenly become very strong. Wang Jin found this very suspicious. Tang Ming asked to Zhao Liang confess honestly, did he use drugs? Zhao Liang felt ashamed and closed his eyes. Everyone thought that this was a serious offense. Tang Ming said that some medicines could improve the strength of fighters, but they had a great effect on people and could imperceptibly damage the human body system. Had Zhao Liang tried them? Fatty said he wanted to know the truth too. The roommate said that now is not the time to appear strong. Tang Ming said that if this continues, the young man's path as a fighter will not only be difficult, but also deadly, not to mention the Big Ten competition. Does he really want to spend the rest of his life as an invalid? Zhao Liang admitted that he didn't know it was so harmful. His mom is seriously ill. She needs money for treatment. He had no choice. Tang Min said he wanted an explanation. What's really going on? Zhao Liang explained that he had no choice because of his mother's illness. After listening to the story, Fang Xiaoling said that it was some dubious boxing tournament where fighters were injected with deadly drugs. Fatty said that he should have told his friends about it. He, for one, is willing to lend money. Tang Ming said that he shouldn't have kept his friends in the dark. Zhao Liang asked for forgiveness. The boss said that they were all willing to lend money for his mother's treatment. Wang Jin, knowing the structure of underground tournaments, said that the Luo family is responsible for all casinos and other gambling in the country. It won't be easy to solve this. Tang Ming said he didn't know how many people were hurt by their actions. For today, they will have a real-life training session and see what kind of place it is. The guy thought that the Luo family was very treacherous and was as good as the Muang family. As a result, they became enemies of the government. The Luo family sells off many young fighters to open their platforms to broadcast dangerous bouts. Boss Yao asked, "Does this guy really want to perform instead of Zhao Liang?" Tang Ming commented that Zhao Liang has injuries right now. He will definitely not beat the champion, and the boss might lose his money. He as a fighter is stronger and his capabilities are wider. He will definitely come out victorious. The boss, lighting another cigar, said he agreed. Boss Yao's security team circled around the guy, and one of them said that the young man better keep his head down because they had a contract with Zhao Liang. Tang Ming showed what he's all about by sending this parliamentarian crashing to the ground with a leg kick. The boss's bodyguards took battle stances and said this guy wanted to die. He seemed very indecent to them. Boss Yao stopped his men and said that this kid he trusts. He's really strong. He's taking the responsibility, and this kid will act in place of Zhao Liang. Tang Ming smiled and thanked him for his indulgence. Xiao Fei told the master that it was too dangerous to fight. Tang Ming then suggested that everyone take seats in the auditorium and not worry. The manager told the boss that they're almost there. Why change fighters again? Boss Yao said Zhao Liang has an injury and he needs to make money. This kid is a hammer, but he has experience and is more talented than Zhao Liang. However, we need to remember to drug him too before entering the ring. The manager showing the capsule said it was a drug to stimulate potency. It doesn't have any side effects. Zhao Liang was also taking it. Tang Ming said that everything made sense now. It was interesting how his colleague was able to win so many fights in a row with his skills. The manager said that this drug has to be injected into the body. One has to relax and sink into the narcotic euphoria, and he will not have a chance to quit taking this drug. In the ring, the audience was outraged that Zhao Liang was absent. Why did they put some dark horse in his place? It had been a long time since our hero had fought in an underground boxing ring. If he didn't have the experience, it would have been tough. He didn't hide his identity and appeared in 100 fights in a row and won the title of Underground King of 100 Assassins. The host said that Zhao Liang was not feeling well. He has caught a cold, therefore, Tang Ming, who is a martial genius, will perform in his place. His opponent is Mad Dog, who has won 50 games so far. After the gong struck, Mad Dog declared that he was good enough in these fights and intended to take all the prize money. The Mad Dog struck his opponent with all his might, but his hold didn't work, though it could have broken the spine of even an adult human. Tang Ming apologized and told his opponent that he had better rest. The young man grabbed the rabid dog by the head and threw him face first into the ring. That was the end of the fight. Mad Dog couldn't even get up. The referee announced that Tang Ming had won. Mad Dog was defeated in one move. The audience recognized that this fighter was better than Zhao Liang. Yao's boss was pleased. He told the manager to warn the champion. He must prepare. Everything must be done right. In the training room, the manager said that the boss was happy with Tang Ming's performance. The guy said that his opponent was too weak. He didn't even have time to warm up. The manager said that boxers like Mad Dog are not as motivated to participate in the tournament. He thought that in the next boxing match, this kid would already be dead. The manager gave the drug to Tang Ming and said it was for the next fight. If it is used, the champion will definitely not be a contender. The host announced the continuation of the boxing tournament. On one side of the ring is the absolute king of 100 fights. On the other side was the young and mysterious Tang Ming. The spectators were delighted. Passions were running high. Our hero's friends were worried. Would he be all right? After all, the champion's opponents were either destroyed or seriously injured. Not discouraged, Xiao Fei said that their boss could defeat even 6 fighters. Wang Jin didn't doubt Tang Ming, but don't underestimate the champion. Smiling, he said the little one had finally waited for him. The champion attacked first. Tang Ming dodged the punch and thought his opponent was fast. That's not bad for a fighter with a record of 100 fights. The champion thought that if his opponent dodged the first punch, then he was not bad. Tang Ming, observing his opponent's playful attitude, thought that he had an unconventional orientation. The champion told the young man that he must now show all of his true strength. Moving well on his feet, the champion began throwing a myriad of hand strikes at his opponent's head. Tang Ming dodged all the punches gracefully without missing a single one. Tang Ming thought that the opponent had great strength but was behaving strangely. However, this did not diminish his merit. Boss Yao, watching the fight, told the manager that it was the right time. Tang Ming grabbed his chest. He felt that there was a problem with his body. Our hero's friends are worried. What's wrong with him? Wang Jin raised her hand up and told everyone not to worry to reassure them. She thought that she couldn't see any signs of internal qi malfunction. The guy must be faking it. We should keep watching. Champion said the drugs were finally kicking in. The champion said that these students had not yet had enough of life. You can't trust others so easily, because he could easily be destroyed. The opponent grabbed the boy's head and started using a chokehold. He told the young man to fight back. After all, he's not asking for much. Champion says the boss has to be tough on him, but he has a thing for young pretty boys. If the guy promises to give $500,000, Champion might let him live. Tang Ming replied that $500,000 for life was really inexpensive. He thought that there was something wrong with this guy. We have to follow the boss's orders to stay out of trouble. Tang Ming grabbed his opponent's wrists with all his might. He let go of his opponent and shouted loudly that his beautiful arms were suffering. His left arm was indeed fractured. Feng Xiaoying jumped for joy and shouted that her master was the strongest. Jin was also happy about this outcome. Boss Yao jumped up and broke his cigar with anger. How else could this guy use his internal qi? The manager, startled, said that he had personally seen this guy put 10 times more drugs into his body. Tears came to the champion's eyes. He didn't understand how this was possible. Tang Ming said that it was hard, but he broke a small piece of his opponent's bone. After all, didn't he mind? Champ kept crying. The boss told him the guy had overdosed. What went wrong? Tang Ming said that he knew what his opponent was thinking, but he used his inner qi to split the drug right in his body. He was just playing with his opponent. This underground tournament is quite boring. I wanted to diversify it. The champion lunged at his opponent. He has no idea how much strength it took for people to get to where they are now. Tang Ming powerfully deactivated his unconventional opponent with a single palm strike. The champion began to lose blood as he flew. Tang Ming said he would let his rival live, but the latter must have money to see a specialist at the hospital. Boss Yao was incredibly angry at this kid. He had lost a lot of money on this fight. Our hero's friends surrounded him in the ring. Boss Yao's security team surrounded the ring from the outside. It turns out that the place was heavily guarded. Tang Ming told Mr. Yao that he still hadn't cashed in his winnings. Mr. Yao's bodyguards pulled out automatic weapons and twitched their bolts. Xiao Fei was the one who fussed the most. He said that if anyone didn't know, they were already surrounded. Zhao Lian prepared his nunchakus. Boss Yao said that even a top-tier cultivator who had completely modified his body was not immune to fire attacks. What was the point of everyone fighting if no one could destroy a serious previously opponent? Tang Ming told Mr. Yao that everything he keeps here is contraband distributed on the black market. Also, he doesn't have a proper license to carry a gun. Jin said that she is a member of the Wang family. If something happens to her, the elders won't let it go unnoticed. The boss said that the Wang family girl can leave. The others must stay and die here. Mr. Yao was upset that the Wang family was involved. Wang Jin said they would only leave together, or Mr. Yao will be in trouble. The boss thought that he would have to make everything very clean. Who knew that a member of the Wang family would die at his hands? He ordered his guards to open fire. The guards, who had taken the ring in a tight ring, opened fire to kill. There seemed to be no escape. The fat man panicked as usual. He thought he had just enough life left in him for the bullet to reach him. And he hadn't had a girl in his life yet. Tang Ming told him not to worry. None of them would get hurt. There was an explosion of internal ki, and bullets have limited destructive power, so they wouldn't easily destroy a cultivator. Bullets continued to fly out of the weapon, but none of them reached their target. The first to notice that something was wrong was Xiao Fei. It turns out that the bullets had stopped. Our hero put his hand forward and created a protective shell for everyone. Boss Yao thought, "Is such a thing possible?" Jin thought that this was the 7th technique of the 9 heroes of the spiritual mystery method. Surprisingly, this guy is already able to stop bullets with his energy. Tang Ming, like a true cowboy, pretended to blow smoke off his fingers and said that nothing was impossible. In his past life, he could encompass an entire city thanks to the release of his divine power. Through the Weiji tempering method, his essence, energy, and spirit were tempered together, and the wonders of consciousness were revealed. This is now seen as a miracle. The bullets didn't just hover in the air, they turned and flew back to their masters. Members of the criminal gang fell down, hit by the bullets, and shouted, "Help! Help!" Boss Yao shouted that it was impossible. In just a few seconds, so many of his people were hurt. What would he tell the sponsors now? Mr. Yao asked, "What is this boy doing?" The boy replied that it was because of such scum that harmful substances were being spread in the country, causing many cultivators to stray from their true paths. Such a crime should be punishable. One of the boss's bodyguards pulled out a bazooka and said that now this boy would be destroyed. Wang Jin shouted for Tang Ming to watch out. Tang Ming realized that at this distance, it was too late to dodge, and put out an energy-charged arm directly towards the projectile. Tang Ming thought that he didn't feel like merging with the spirit guys just yet, and he deactivated the projectile. Tang Ming walked over to the boss and knelt down on his knees after punching him in the stomach. The boss's breath hitched and he began to breathe rapidly. Our hero told this rascal to get out of his sight, never to be seen here again. Boss Yao struggled, waddling away, and said that the Luo family would not leave it so easily. Jin asked, would the guy let them go so easily? After all, they had taken many lives. Don't they deserve to die? Tang Ming replied that he certainly wouldn't let them go so easily. The explosion of the missile was concentrated by his consciousness. It would happen in 10 seconds at most. The frightened assistant asked how the boss was feeling. Is he okay? There was a massive explosion, and everyone realized that the boss was not okay. Tang Min told his friends that he understood that they had questions, but there were things he couldn't explain right now. Tang Ming said he trusts his friends and hopes they can trust him. The guy added that the most important thing right now was to go to the hospital and check on Zhao Lian's mother's condition. At the hospital, the young people went into the intensive care ward. The attending physician was just there. Zhao Liang said that his mom suffers from a strange disease. Her vital signs are mostly normal, but sometimes there are sudden fluctuations. Right now, her consciousness is in deep sleep and her body is unable to take in food. Tang Ming asked how long this had been going on. Zhao Lian replied that none of the famous doctors were able to help. They say it is an incurable disease. Tang Ming asked if his mother had tried to train her inner qi before falling into a coma. Zhao Liang replied that he did not know. As it turns out, the disease is actually a widespread disease that makes it difficult to resort to the spiritual side of cultivation in subsequent generations. Xiao Fei said that his family is in the pharmaceutical business. It's a hopeless situation. He has seen several cases like this. No cure has been created yet. We can only hope for self-healing. Tang Ming said that he could actually cure this disease. The fatty whispered to the master not to speak so confidently because if he failed, Zhao Lian would feel even more devastated. Tang Ming said that he could indeed cure this disease. He had read about it in books, and the cause of the disease is basically spiritual poison hidden in the inner energy. The fat man said that the man's body reacted violently to the poison itself. The patient's condition was constantly unstable. The master replied that this was because the amount and concentration of this poison was too small to cause harm. But in time, it could infiltrate the musculoskeletal system. Xiao Fei said that it shouldn't cause paralysis or deep sleep. And what about random fluctuations in vital signs? Master replied that whole-body paralysis is not a symptom, but a self-defense mechanism of the brain. Fluctuations in vital signs are the brain's attempt to take control of the body. Fatty said that curing diseases and saving lives is not child's play. They can't let anything bad happen to their friend's mother. Tang Ming said that he would not hide anything. He had indeed read about this disease in ancient medical books. The acupuncture method was invented to treat complex diseases, and the books described the treatment processes in detail. Tang Ming was afraid that no one would believe him that he could cure this disease until he cited the name of an ancient medical book as proof. In order for the doctor not to resist, Jiao Lian said that he trusted his friend completely. Tang Ming said that he only needed Jiao Lian's consent to cure his mother, and he would start the treatment now. Tang Ming, with the help of his inner ki, also tapped into his energy resources and produced the healing process in action. I've been in her body for a long time, so it's not surprising that it would take some effort to remove it completely. After certain manipulations, our hero said that he had found the necessary frequency. Now all that's left is to get the spiritual poison out. Everyone watching noticed how Tang Ming pulled out a clot of negative energy from the patient's body. Xiaofei couldn't stand it and asked, "Is this really the spiritual poison that was in the body?" Tang Ming said that it was only a part of the whole. It would not be possible to remove all the damage at once because the poison had time to damage the human body. It can only be done in small parts. If you remove it once a week, it would take no more than 3 months. The doctor said it's amazing. It turns out that cultivators' attack techniques can be used in medicine. This level of internal qi control can be achieved even by novice cultivators. Our hero said he could explain to the doctor how it worked if he was interested, but only later. The doctor thanked him for this courtesy. The guy didn't know that it would be more than 10 years before internal qi would be widely used in the field of medicine through martial arts. The woman opened her eyes. Jiao Lian cried out of happiness. The woman asked what happened to her. Tang Ming suggested that everyone come out and let mother and son have some time together. Xiaofei made a business proposal to the master. Does he want to become a chief physician or a consultant in his father's pharmaceutical company? Tang Ming asked. Are we talking about Xiaojia Pharmaceutical? The fatty nodded affirmatively. Has master really heard of it? Xiaofei said the company is small, but it has invested heavily in drug research and development and hired some of the best minds in the medical field. There's a good salary and health insurance. Tang Ming agreed and said that when the fatty had time, they could go there. When Jiao Lian left the room, everyone asked about his mother's condition. The young man explained that the body's functions had started to recover gradually. Jiao Lian thanked the boss and said that it was all thanks to him. If he needed help, he was always ready to help. Tang Ming said that it should be because they are brothers. Someday he will take advantage of that suggestion. After fighting in a boxing match, back to normal student life, Tang Min decided to spend a week in the lab in complete isolation. Realizing the importance of medicines, Tang Ming collected various medicinal specimens, which took more than 20 years to research in his previous life. He also wrote 2 treatises for practicing the control of internal qi. The week flew by quickly. The boy came to the local goods exchange. Once inside, our hero asked how Mr. Ming was doing. The old man replied that he was fine. He decided to clean up the place a bit. Tang Ming said he wanted to exchange his points for 2 valuable level skills today. The old man said that these skills are exchanged for merit, and a beginner can't have them yet. Tang Ming said he wanted to exchange these skills for martial arts. Tang Ming suggested that Mr. Ming take a look first. The old man replied that he was really interested. The young man used his smartphone to unfold a hologram in the air and said that these were his methods, Helix Jin and Gen Jin. The Helix Jin method is like a pole that rotates through the slicing to achieve fast, accurate, and stable projection. If you master this technique, the power will become infinite. Gen Jin is an internal energy that not only shakes the human body, but also destroys internal organs when touched. It can paralyze the body or even destroy it. The old man thought that these 2 techniques seemed simple, but they were actually incredibly mysterious. He didn't expect this guy to be able to create such a martial art at such a young age. These 2 endurance techniques are vividly written and subtle, making them memorable and understandable at a glance. Even the old man wanted to read it and try it. If spread this in the university, it will strengthen the overall strength of the students. The old man said that these 2 sets of skills were really good. He would make an exception and let him exchange them for 2 valuable Xuan skills. Now they could go and choose the technique they needed. The old man wondered why a guy would want a technique that was reserved for female swordsmen. Tang Min and Sun Lu met in the park. The girl said that practice was coming up and she couldn't stay here for long. Tang Ming reminded her of her promise and asked her to take a look at her smartphone. The girl had information that she was being asked to download the Taoist sword techniques of the Xuan Nui school. Sun Lu didn't expect the guy to keep his word and give her one of the most valuable swordsmanship development methods in the school. After all, acquiring this method required a lot of points in addition to high merit. Sun Lu asked if Tang Ming was sure he wanted to give her the technique. Tang Ming said that Shing is gone. She shouldn't dwell on what happened before. He couldn't believe that this girl would become a great fighter after a lot of training. Sun Lu said that if he needed her help, she would be happy to do it. The young man said that from now on, Sun Lu should strictly follow the rules of morality and not do anything that could harm the world. Saying goodbye, our hero told her to go home and practice her technique. Next time they would see each other on the court. A week later on the training ground, Song Lu, sword fighting with Wang Jin, showed the wonders of swordsmanship. Song Lu's swordsmanship had improved not only because of her own skills, but also because of her attitude and hard work. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to fight Jin on equal footing for 10 rounds. Sun Lu was grateful to Tang Ming for giving her such a valuable skill. Now when she sees her opponent's sword, her hands don't shake and her back doesn't hurt anymore. The girl said that her rival would now not even be able to breathe once she used up 5 strands of her inner ki. Both girls with swords in their hands were displaying their skills with dignity. Their schools were different, but each had their own advantages. Jin asked, "What kind of technique does Sun Lu practice?" It was impressive that she had made progress so quickly. Wang Jin, fending off her opponent's attack, activated the ball energy defense. This was a new experience for Sun Lu. Sun Lu thought it was a gift from the cultivator seeds. Sun Lu's sword appeared to be broken. Sun Lu said sadly that she lost this time and thanked her opponent for the fight. Jin said that Sun Lu had become much stronger. She is not so easy to defeat now. A fatty walked into the gym and said that Jiao Lian's mother's condition had improved, and the doctor said that she would be discharged soon. Tang Ming said that it was marvelous. Jiao Lian thanked the boss for his help. His mother personally asked to thank Tang Ming. Tang Ming promised to visit her as soon as he had free time. Xiao Fei said that his father wanted to meet Master Tang in person, no matter what. Tang Ming agreed, but said he had a condition. He was interested in drug development, so the meeting would be in their lab. Laboratories are the most secret place in every pharmaceutical company. Tang Ming didn't expect the fat man to trust him so much and let him into the lab. Tang Ming asked Jin to cook something for him. The girl agreed. Tang Ming held out a vial of liquid to his friend and said that he wanted to refine this. Xiao Fei brought the boss into his family's company. Xiao Feng asked the lead doctor to come to see the young man. The doctor said that he only had 3 minutes of free time, as he had a lot of work to do. The doctor was academician Su, a cultivator of the 5th level. Xiao Feng said that Mr. Tang Ming would visit their lab today to coordinate the work. Xiao Feng introduced his colleague and said that he was a national academician. The academic said that he hoped that Tang Ming came for a tour and wouldn't interfere with their work. They can't afford to make mistakes. Tang Ming said that Mr. Su is very worried. Suddenly, 2 laboratory assistants came up to the academician and told him that an unexpected thing had happened. All 104 batches of mice suddenly exploded and died. The academic asked how this could be and ordered that he be taken to the scene immediately. The lab technician said that all the formulas had been changed as instructed and they did not understand what was happening. After the mice were injected with the drug, they began to heal quickly, but then died. Tang Ming thought that this kind of medicine activating the healing power of cultivators shouldn't have been released before 20 years. He couldn't believe that this company had started researching this even 10 years ago, but now they were still far from completion. Tang Ming, approaching the central computer, said that he would try to help. The lab technicians shouted for this guy to back off immediately. He can't change the formula developed by the academician. Tang Ming stated that if they don't know how to use the medicines, they are likely to make a mistake. The formulation of materials is single, so herbs cannot complement each other. Overuse of hormones is also present. The drug is extremely stable, but he has already changed the formula. It's worth a try. The academic smirked and said that it was good to be confident, but you couldn't be too arrogant. The lab technician added that this guy probably thought their company was a food salt processing plant. Xiao Fei stood up for his friend. No one had even checked. How did they know that Master Tang's formula didn't work? Tang Ming said it would only take 10 minutes to test his formula. The guy added that the concept of their research is very transferable, but the healing power is too dependent on drugs. The academic didn't expect this guy to be able to see the root of the problem the first time around. Moreover, his medical theory is so insightful that it surpasses his own ideas. The academic told his assistants to follow Tang Ming's formula to make the medicine and try his method. The new drug was injected into infected test mice. After a while, the animals were cured. Scientists thought it was an amazing discovery. At last, they had succeeded. Tang Ming said all medicines have their own benefits, and his formula focuses on drug combination, complementarity, and therapeutic properties. The academic told the guy that he had some questions about it. Tang Ming replied that he was open to discussion and interaction. The master asked why his medicine caused the mice to die even though they were cured. What should he look for in his future research? Tang Ming said that everyone in this life receives partial qi of heaven and earth. To correct the abnormalities of the human body requires activating the true qi in the body. The academician's formula is cumbersome, clogs the meridians, and conflicts with true qi. The uncultivated mouse body could not withstand it, so it exploded and died. There must be a concept of strength prevailing over weakness. The academic bowed his head to Tang Ming and said that he was ashamed that he didn't know what he was talking about. Thanks to the guy, this project had succeeded. He hoped that they would cooperate in the future. Tang Ming said he was here today to talk about cooperation. He brought with him a box of sample medicines that he had previously studied at the university. Tang Ming said he had a pill that improved one's sensitivity to spiritual energy and accelerated its absorption, increasing the efficiency of internal qi transformation. The academic decided to experience it for himself and swallowed the pill offered by Tang Ming. He said that he now felt extraordinary. A strong flow of true qi was flowing throughout his body. The internal energy becomes constant and endless. Tang Ming said he was willing to share this formula with Mr. Xiaofeng's company and added that he had two conditions. First, keep the cost and price of production as low as possible while ensuring profitability so that every cultivator can afford it. Second, not to announce to the public that he was involved in the production of this medicine. He could be called Su Lao. The fat man's father said he admires such noble people. They guarantee that this drug will be produced and brought to the market as soon as possible, and it will not be used for profit. He is also willing to give the young man half of his 30% stake in the company. Tang Ming agreed. The academic asked if the young man was really sure that he did not want to leave his name for this research. The boy replied that he was just a university student. It would be difficult for him to handle this work. His main activity is cultivation. Xiaofeng said that his son was lucky to have such a wonderful friend. The development and production of a new medicine requires the persistent and long-term efforts of many groups. Xiaofeng said that they should bring this medicine to the market as soon as possible, and he would not let the aliens take the lives of many cultivators and destroy happy human families again. The academic said that with this drug, the company will grow faster. They would no longer be suppressed by the pharmaceutical giants. They will make sure that all cultivators of the earth have access to the best medicine. Fatty was grateful to his boss. He had helped his father's company solve many problems. Tang Ming said that Xiao Fei should work even harder after that. Tang Ming thought that what they were doing now was only the first steps to increase the overall strength of humanity. They still had a long way to go. The capital, which is currently hosting 10 major competitions, is filled with the flavor of the great tournament. Our hero's sister's co-worker did not expect that Tang Ming would become the president of the university club in just a few months and lead the team in the 10-school competition. The man said that before the competition, his colleague must master the first 3 techniques of the 9 words of truth and 2 martial arts skills, or else she wouldn't be able to represent the Imperial Military Academy. The girl replied that it was impossible to become an expert in everything, much less to become an expert in this life. However, if she did not try, she might not see her brother. Yao Ming said that she would definitely try her best and not lose to him. In the office of a pharmaceutical company, the concerned persons engaged in a conversation. The director said that the pills the young man had brought had, after many experiments, proved to be effective. Academician Su added that their effects are especially noticeable on cultivators from grade 1 to 4. The lower the grade, the better the effect. They are working on a cure that will work on all cultivators regardless of class. Tang Ming asked, if everything is ready for mass production, what is the price? Xiaofeng replied that the price is slightly higher than the cost of production. The shipment of the product has recently started. Once it is approved by the government, mass production will begin. All that remains is to come up with a name for it. Tang Ming thought that the purpose of his medicine was to increase the power of the earth and know the aliens. The name of the medicine was self-explanatory. Tang Ming said it would be called Bennett Nash. It will repair wounds and help with learning. The star Bennett Nash joins the constellation of the Big Dipper. This medicine will combine nature and science. They created the new without destroying the old. Yi Xiaofeng even applauded. It was obvious that the person in front of him was an educated person. Academician Sue agreed that it was a good name for a dual-action medicine. Now the planet's power would increase, and they might be able to break the deadlock with the alien wormhole. Tang Ming said that it was time for him to leave. Recently, everyone is busy preparing for the Big Ten tournament. Therefore, he has to keep a tighter eye on his wards than usual. Xiao Feng said he had an idea that would make their pillory a hit in the country. It's about the Big Ten tournament. These competitions attract cultivators from all over the country every year. All they have to do is provide the Big Ten competition medicines for free so that the participants can use them without cost. This will help their sales in the future. Tang Ming was satisfied. Mr. Xiao Feng has a good sales plan. The interviewee said it is common practice for brands to beat the competition before releasing their new products. Xiao Feng said he was a little surprised that Muzhong, a company known for its biotechnology, had no new products this year. Tang Ming thought, is there really something wrong with the Muzhong family? At the Muzhong family house, the interim head, Mr. Tian, said that the purpose of the Big Ten competition is to choose the best cultivators for the country. They can't afford to miss this opportunity. The head of the family told her son that he needed to pay attention to Tang Ming. His cousin was destroyed by this guy. The young man replied that he was not a failure like his cousin, who lacked the strength to fight. In terms of strength, he is not inferior to Cheng Ping. After all, he is a third-grade cultivator, so he can't interrupt a rookie who just became a second-grade cultivator. The young man said that he would proudly avenge the Muzhong family. His father said that Tang Ming was the best student this year, so the son had better be careful. At this point, the son and father said goodbye and hung up. The telephone conversation ended. The younger brother of the head of the family told him about the loss of the last alien potion they tested the other day. Based on the memories of the researchers in the lab, he assumes that the person who stole the alien potion was the third brother. Mr. Tan said to let his brother calm down. He would take care of it. He thought that he had already warned the third brother not to get the family into trouble. Now he could take matters into his own hands. At Hanbei University, there was a knock on the door, and a young man asked if the master had called him. Mr. Muyang Yuan gave the drug capsule to the man who came and told him to get rid of Tang Ming in the Big Ten competition. He has no right to lose. Muyang Yuan said that after that, he would make the guy his disciple and give him Xuan class skills. Then it would only be a matter of time before he advanced to the 4th grade. Muyang Yuan hoped that protecting the university wouldn't help Tang Ming escape retribution. He would do anything to avenge Shin. Muyang Yuan said for the interlocutor to make sure everything was done correctly and not to let him down. The young man replied that the master should not worry. Suddenly the door opened and a bystander appeared. The girl asked what these people were doing here. She is Xiao Qing, the vice president of the university's Shudo Society. According to the school rules, outsiders are not allowed to be here. The girl thought that she knew this young man. After all, this is Zhang Qi, the guy from their club. Who is his interlocutor, this middle-aged man? Zhang Qi wondered why Xiao Qing had appeared at this very moment. After all, he had told her that he was in charge of patrolling today. Muyang Yuan said, if the girl understood everything, she could not be released alive. It would jeopardize their plan. Zhang Qi said that master shouldn't do that. After all, she is the vice president of Shudo, and the competition is coming up. If she is dealt with, the school will immediately take up such a case. That could delay his mission. After all, she hasn't heard anything master should leave for now. He'll deal with her himself. Muyang Yuan telepathically continued to communicate with the guy. After all, he's smart and there was a lot invested in him. He must get rid of Tang Ming. Zhang Qi should be victorious. As the action took place on the roof of the university building, the man's further actions shocked the girl. He turned around and took a step down from the roof. Xiao Qing shouted to stop. She orders that he dare not run away. Muyang Yuan left that roof and thought he would show mercy and let that girl live. Xiao Qing ran to the edge and looked down. This seemed even more impossible to her. That person had suddenly disappeared. Xiao Qing asked the youth who the person who was talking to him was. Zhang Qi replied that it was none of her business. He didn't think that she should be grateful to him for saving her life. The girl had a bad feeling. After all, they had mentioned Tang Ming, the president of the Shudo Club. Her brother is in that club. In that case, Xiao Fei might be in danger. Xiao Fei thought he had a bad feeling. Something had happened to his sister. Their mental connection since childhood had never failed once. Why did the boss call them here today? The friend asked the fat man what was wrong. Is he not feeling well? The fat man replied that he was fine. He probably just didn't get enough sleep. Tang Ming said he gathered everyone here to announce the names of the participants in the Big Ten tournament. Shudo University Society will participate in this year's list of top 10 universities in the country. There are 3 attackers, 2 vice-generals, and the general himself. Wang Jin, Fang Xiaoying, and Song Lu are participating. Fatty thought it was strange. Why weren't there any bosses on the list? He was glad he hadn't been personally chosen. Our hero's roommates thought they might just be a replacement this time. Are they really that bad? None of the guys made Tang Ming's starting list. Sun Lu said to everyone to keep listening to the boss carefully. After all, he wasn't finished yet. Wang Jin asked the young man what he was going to do with the remaining replacement spot. Fang Xiaoying raised her hand and said that she had a suggestion. She suggested that everyone should try to fight. Whoever wins will be the replacement. The guys said it was a good offer and they accepted. Tang Ming said that there was no need to worry. He is going to choose Zhao Lian and Xiao Fei as replacements. Fatty said a loser like him would drag everyone down. He'd rather be the chief of force distribution or rough support than anything else. He would be able to do a great job of cheering up everyone in the hall and keeping morale up. The boss told Fatty to shut up. He would never allow his subordinates to back down. This society will never tolerate cowardice. Tang Ming added that if Fatty didn't fight properly, they would have to beat him up for 3 days and 3 nights on the sports field after he returned from the competition. He thought that something terrible had happened. Xiao Fei remembered that when he was a child, he thought that his sister was the scariest person in the world. However, he was naive. The scariest person in the world was his boss. Even aliens aren't that scary. Tang Ming said that Xiao Fei is their brother. He and the young man's father expect him to do well in the Big Ten. They believe he will do well. Tang Ming said for everyone to follow him. We need to find Yue Shan's mentor and ask him to arrange a special fight for everyone. Fatty couldn't calm down. What did special training mean? Where are they all going now? Tang Ming replied that they were almost there. Tang Ming turned to face everyone and said that they were standing in front of the battle simulation room. The mentor was already waiting for them inside. Inside this room were huge mechanisms that looked like slot machines. Xiao Fei said that the VR game simulation capsule in front of them. The special training for them is games. Zhao Liang said that in that case, they are cyber athletes. The instructor said he was almost done. He was adjusting the settings. Tang Ming inquired if his help was needed. The instructor offered to take care of the team members. They need to explain to them that this is not an arcade. Tang Ming caught everyone's attention and said that this wasn't an ordinary game simulation, even though it used similar technology. This device empties the mind, and then the spiritual consciousness is transported into a simulated space using virtual reality technology. Unlike the game, this training simulator is designed for those who have no experience with mortal combat, so it simulates the pain of injury. Xiao Fei asked if the training would be very painful. Tang Ming replied that the pain was just a simulation. It wouldn't hurt a person much. The instructor said that few students are eligible to apply for simulation training. He arranged this mock training for them personally solely because of their president. They should take it seriously. The instructor knew that this technology had been used by the military for years. How could Tang Ming know so much about it? He added that this training would definitely not be unnecessary. The opponent's strength would be equal to that of a second-grade cultivator. No one would be able to get out until they won. The fatty loading into his capsule said that a second-class cultivator was like their boss. How could they even be defeated? Tang Ming and the instructor watched the student's condition through the monitors. Zhao Lian felt his arm acting strangely while loading the simulation. The arm felt a little numb. Could it really be the strength of a second-grade cultivator? Zhao Lian fought with his opponent. He wasn't as good as President Tang Ming, but if he hit, he would break his arm. The strength level said that it was a fake cultivator of the second grade. A co-worker said his attacks are too predictable, unlike the boss attacks. But that only helped him try his best to win. The young man used the True Yan blade, the boss's secret technique. It wasn't better than the wind sword, but a blob of pure ki in the palm of his hand wasn't a bad weapon either. After the first training session, Tang Ming thanked the young men and said that they had done a good job. Zhao Lian said that compared to his boss, the opponent in this case was a weakling. The guys noticed that Xiao Fei still hadn't gotten out of his capsule. Did something happen to Fatty? There seems to be a problem with the connection between the spirit mind and the device. The instructor must stop the simulation immediately. The instructor said that Xiao Fei's analog signal and spiritual consciousness were intertwined. It would take 10 minutes to separate the virtual from the real. Tang Ming thought that if it went on like this, it would not only strike his mind, but also his body, so he would have to intervene. The instructor was addressing the issue of spiritual liberation. The techniques for practicing spiritual power had already been lost, and the secret methods passed down from ancient times were even rarer. Tang Ming instantly separated Fatty's consciousness from the analog signals and controlled his mind with enhanced precision. After leaving the capsule, everyone asked Fatty about his condition. Fatty replied that he was fine this time. There was a discussion on the project at the Cultivators Alliance. The chairman said that he couldn't see any other way. Other members of the alliance said that the chairman should take care of himself because the figure of the leader is important. The head of the Cultivator Alliance, Master Li, was a 9th grade cultivator. He announced for no one to worry because he was fine. He had gathered everyone here for more than just a competition. The situation in the wormhole is unstable. The alliance needs new young blood with potential. Flaming Hodao, an 8th grade cultivator, said that they had already settled all the matters related to the top 10 universities. The selected people would be trained as an elite reserve, sent to the wormhole in advance for training. Master Wan Shu said that there would be many young and talented cultivators. Guang Han, an 8th grade cultivator, said that it wouldn't be so troublesome to choose the best from the big families. He had heard that Yan Muzhong was a good candidate, famous for both virtues and talents. Wan Shu called everyone to order. He said that there was no need to argue. If two friends have something to argue about, the feud can last a lifetime. The chairman reminded us that it has been a long time and the two are still feuding with each other. The elder suggested that everyone look at the condition of Master Wenqi, a cultivator of the 7th grade. This master was a real child. The chairman said that he organized this alliance over 50 years ago. His powers are no longer the same. His body can do little for the alliance or for humanity. Everyone present began to calm the chairman down again. Only Wenqi continued to play with his toys. The old man said that he had decided that the top 3 competitors would receive the basic techniques of this cultivator alliance. As for the champion, he would make him his apprentice and teach him everything he knows. A group of our heroes arrived at the airport of the capital to participate in the tournament. The fat man immediately said that he wanted to go to the restaurant because it was his first time in the capital, and now he just has to try the Peking duck. Fang Xiaoying shouted at her colleague, "Why is he acting like a hungry bum?" Yue Shan called everyone to order. He introduced Yao Ming, the representative of the Imperial Military Academy. The representative of the Imperial Military Academy immediately rushed over to hug Tang Ming. Everyone present had their eyes popped up to their foreheads. By pure coincidence, our hero found himself between the fires, a loving sister and a slightly jealous girlfriend. The girls made a duel of glances between them. Yao Ming told her brother that he did well. He had quickly won the true jewel of one of the noblest families. Now it was our hero's turn to blush with embarrassment. After bringing the participants to the hotel, Yao Ming said that they should have a good rest tonight before the team's qualifying match of this stage of the competition. Then they would have a chance to meet each other. Yao Ming added that this year's Big Ten competition promises a generous reward for the winners. But she won't tell them anything yet so they can sleep soundly. They will find out tomorrow at the general meeting. Yao Ming at the hotel said that the women's rooms are on one side and the men's rooms are on the other side. Men are not allowed to enter the women's area. It is necessary to lock the doors at night. The fat man asked, "Can't they play cards together before going to bed?" Lun Su said that if the guys wanted to play cards with the girls, they could approach her. The girl started threatening with her sword. The fat man said that perhaps they would not play cards. Yao Ming added, "As for Wang Jin, Tang Ming's room is on that side over there," and added that the president of the Imperial Military Academy is not here today. Wang Jin knocked on the door and said that it was Jin. Yao Ming, smiling, thought it would be interesting to see President Wang spoil their fun. Jin opened the door and entered the room. A young man stood by the window and looked at the city. This city was the most prosperous cultivation point with the highest resistance index of Earth cultivators. However, such a powerful capital was so quickly conquered by the aliens in the early stages of the war. The girl snuggled up to her friend. She said he must be tired. Tang Min said he was just a little distracted. One of the houses was very noisy at night. 3 police officers decided to check the situation. There were 3 people in this house who were making suspicious manipulations. The police were interested. Where did they come from? These people had license plates around their necks. Ordinary people don't have that. The policeman shouted, "Stop where you are, don't move. Who are they? How did they get here? What are they doing here at 3 o'clock in the morning?" One of these suspicious types gave a command to the others to take out these policemen. The command was carried out, and these men walked around in police uniforms. They were not among the common people now. The elder said that now they could go and have fun. As always, there were a lot of people in the sports complex of the capital. On the big screen, there was a broadcast of the events taking place. The presenters said that everyone looks excited. They will have some more exciting news before the competition starts. The rewards in these competitions will be quite generous. The top athlete will be able to become an apprentice to the head of the alliance. The top 3 graduates will choose one of the library's techniques. Fatty said that the winners would be able to go to the library and choose techniques for themselves. One could even become an apprentice to an alliance head. The young people recognized that indeed the awards are truly magnificent. Tang Ming thought that the wormhole must be unstable. That was why the Cultivator Alliance was spending so much money and effort to recruit talent from all over the country. As for apprenticeship, he remembers that the leader died before the last level breakthrough theory came out. It looks like he won't be the one to teach him, but the other way around. Tang Ming made a statement to his students. He said that they should win this competition. Fang Xiaoying declared that they would not fail. Fatty realized that his sister's school was represented at the competition. It turns out she's here too. A girl came up to our hero and asked if it was true that he was Tang Ming, the president of the university's martial arts society. Xiao Fei said hello to his little sister and said that she was here too. The girl said she specifically came here to say hello to her brother and the club president. Xiao Qing told her brother that they shouldn't compete. It was very dangerous. Tang Ming introduced himself and asked what the girl's name was. She said she was Xiao Qing, the vice president of Har University. Her brother is Xiao Fei. Zhang Qi jealously watched the girl from the side and said that Tang Ming not only insulted his master, but also angered him personally. Tang Ming and Xiao Qing talked about various little things for a while longer and agreed that they would see each other in the arena. Tang Ming told the fat man that he was surprised that he had such a beautiful sister. Xiao Fei wasn't around. He seems to be afraid of his sister, so he ran away and said that he went to the restroom. Tang Ming still had the note in his hand that Xiao Qing had discreetly handed to him. Tang Ming received a message on his smartphone from Xiao Fei. The message was a picture of a fat man. He was tied up and had a gag in his mouth. The message said that Tang Ming should come to the next address immediately if he wanted to catch the fat man alive. Talking about it to anyone should not be a good idea. Tang Ming told his friends that he would go get the fat man himself and check where he had gone. Tang Ming added that he will be back very quickly. Tang Ming remembered that Xiao Qing had mentioned in the note that he should beware of a man named Zhang Qi. He was most likely the one who had kidnapped the fatty. The fat man, bound hand and foot, hung over the road and wished the boss would come and rescue him. Tang Ming thought, if the fatty ever ran away again, we'll have to punish him with 1,000 push-ups. At the appointed time, Tang Ming came to the big warehouse and said that the fat man could now be released. Zhang Qi was slightly alarmed. How did this guy find this place so quickly? There were only 4 minutes left until the competition. If there was any more delay, this team would be disqualified. Tang Ming said for Zhang Qi to let Xiao Feng go. He has little time, and he has no intention of joking around. Suddenly, the guy felt some hostile aura. Our hero ducked down. An empty injection syringe was lying on the earth. It was the right decision because a stranger appeared and tried to attack Tang Ming. The guy dodged the attack and struck back at his opponent. Tang Ming thought that this attacker was much better than that representative of the Muzhang family, Muzhang Shing. The attacker said that if Tang Ming wanted to save that guy, he would have to sacrifice his life. He will die today, and it shouldn't be linked to the Muang family. The attacker believed that after taking this drug, he had become at least a 4th-grade cultivator. He had nothing to fear now. If he did well, he would become Muzhang Yuan's personal disciple, and then the president of Hare's martial arts. Tang Ming said that Zhang Qi has absolutely no skills to win. If he considers himself a 4th-grade cultivator, his qi and blood are still weak and not real. He must have used an instant power drug. Tang Ming knew that the Muyang family was really behind this. Tang Ming stealthily crept up behind his opponent and injected his attack energy through his fingers into the temporal part of his head. Tang Ming said that he had broken through to 3rd grade 2 days ago. And even with a true 4th-grade cultivator, he had once fought and defeated him. Zhang Qi suffered a crushing defeat. Tang Ming threw him back with a powerful kick to the chest, and the guy fell to the floor, bleeding. It was impossible to rise 1 grade in just 2 months. Tang Min said that it's impossible for others. That doesn't mean it's impossible for him, Tang Min. After a while, police officers were present at this warehouse. They released the fat man and took Zhang Qi prisoner. Xiao Qing thanked Tang Ming for saving her brother. Tang Ming said that because of her explanation to the police, they would be able to continue participating in the competition. Xiao Qing thought that Tang Ming was really charming, just like her brother had told her. There was a small incident at the competition, which delayed the match by 5 minutes. Our heroes made it in time for the start. Xiao Qing hoped that working with Tang Ming would teach her a lot. In the first bout, Fang Xiaoying performed. Tang Ming told her to provoke her opponent to let him off guard, and then she could put him down with one punch. The girl told the big guy he'd better give up before she smashed his empty head in completely. The opponent noticed that this girl wasn't a coward if she interacted with him like this. It was Chung DeLong, a third-grade cultivator from Hare School. He was curious to see how the girl would speak later. Fang Xiaoying thought that her mentor was right. She was already angry. The first round was announced. Fang Xiaoying immediately attacked her opponent and sent him outside the ring with one punch. The referee announced that Hanbei University had won. In the next match, Feng Xiao, a third-grade cultivator from Hare School, was competing. He was opposed by Wang Jin, a second-grade cultivator from Hanbei School. Feng Xiao, attacking his opponent, thought that before the game, the vice president had used an acupuncture meridian to activate all his motor nerve points. He was curious to see which would be faster, his fist or his opponent's sword. Wang Jin, watching her opponent, thought that he wanted to use sprint and uppercut, all just like Tang Ming said. It's quite boring. Wang Jin stopped her opponent with her sword, drawing her weapon around him several times. Feng Xiao froze motionless and instantly sweated with fear. The opponent's sword was touching his throat. He immediately admitted defeat. The third round has been announced. Tang Ming versus Xiao Qing. The girl walked out of the locker room with a determined step. Tang Ming, passing by, said that Jin had done a good job this time. Indeed, as always. The girl replied that it was easy. A fat man ran up to the friends. He said he was glad he had made it. It was explained to him that he had already missed a lot. A friend asked the fat man why his sister was in favor of Chair. The fat man was surprised to learn that his sister was the commander of another unit. Yue Shan thought that he shouldn't say anything to the students. Many of the new students who had recently entered the wormhole were seriously injured. One of them was the former president of Hare's martial arts. Xiao Qing told Tang Ming not to worry about her and to try to make us for real. The guy replied that he would. The fight has begun. The young men adopted fighting stances. Xiao Qing began to surround her opponent, showing what she was capable of. Tang Ming thought that it was too slow and rough. In addition, it was too weak for him. Xiao Qing thought that although Tang Ming was only a rookie, there was a real gulf between them. The girl thought that she had little internal energy left and that she was just admitting defeat. Tang Ming stated that the fight is not over yet. She should use her hips to release bodily energy more actively and interact with the internal energy, penetrating all points of the body. Xiao Qing did all this and immediately became energized. She shouted that the opponent should now be careful. Xiao Qing attacked her opponent with renewed vigor. Tang Ming said that her strength and speed were already better. Tang Ming grabbed the girl's arm and deftly flipped her upside down. At the same time, the guy said that the girl's center of gravity was unstable. Xiao Qing immediately admitted her defeat. The girl admitted that she was not Tang Ming. The judge gave the victory to the young man. Tang Ming said that the girl had good body control and would become stronger if she worked hard. The members of the alliance, while in the central office, were watching the events taking place in the central stadium through a large screen. The elder was surprised that this was possible. These kids are motivated to compete for the prize. One shouldn't forget about the Imperial pre-match report. There is an ordinary Jiangqi student who fought before the tournament, showing good technique. The colleague said that these commoners, even when ranked in the top 10 schools, are still short-sighted. He can't guarantee that they won't betray for their selfish desires. The elder was amused that they had to choose talent from a competitive program rather than use bright and outstanding children from famous families. The opponent said that this elder was ridiculous. It was a unanimous decision of the chapter and all the elders. There is no need to discuss it now. The alliance head said that cultivator Guanggong's words were not without merit. This time, a very generous reward is promised. Many people might use nefarious methods to win. Therefore, they must keep an eye on the situation and prevent mistakes. The head of the alliance said that it was important to be honest and fair at the tournament, regardless of whether it was a child of a noble family or a commoner. Everyone should be treated equally in the competition. The three strangers dressed in police uniforms said that the Cultivator Alliance was getting weaker every year. If the guards in front of them were indeed real guards, then beforehand, these rascals had deactivated the guards that were in this secret building. One of the villains said it was time to give the audience a special show. A clot of negative energy glowed in his hand. The villain told his co-workers that they were ready. He suggested we go up to the observation deck and watch the kids play. In the next fight, Tang Ming participated again. He extended his hand to his opponent to greet him and hoped that the fight would be beneficial to both of them. The opponent was the head of the university's martial arts club, Qian Yin, a third-grade cultivator. He told the young man not to become arrogant just because he defeated a little girl from Har. Tang Ming said that he heard that his opponent had successfully beaten Han Kai in the last round of the university. He advised to do something similar in this fight, as this is the last time for the Qian Yin University graduate to compete in the Big Ten. Qian Yin extended his hand to his opponent and said that Tang Ming wasn't that bad. After shaking hands, Qian Yin was surprised. His legendary glove increases his grip to 1,000 kilograms. This guy didn't even notice anything. Tang Ming seemed to have some kind of skill. Qian Yin was determined and thought that he would show his opponent the huge gap between second and third grade. Greeting each other, the rivals threateningly displayed the capabilities of their internal energies. One of the spectators couldn't believe that he was witnessing an internal QE duel. It's unbelievable. They are competing so openly. According to the tournament rules, such a confrontation is allowed. The winner brings victory to the whole team by default. Tang Ming remembered what he forgot to mention. He was recently lucky enough to break through to the third grade. Therefore, there was no need to judge him harshly. Our hero realized that his opponent had a poor command of his own internal energy flow and could not control it freely. It is not difficult to defeat him. Our hero was bothered by a strange guy in the crowd who was hiding his aura. However, he vaguely felt disturbing energy fluctuations in his body. It was necessary to find out who it was. The strange guy said, seeming to be noticed. There are some worthwhile representatives in this group of wimps. Qian Yin thought that even if the opponent broke through to the third grade, it was only the initial stage. The internal key reserves at the initial and middle stages of the third grade weren't even close to each other. Tang Ming told his opponent that he was in a hurry and offered to finish this match quickly. Qian Yin replied that in this situation, he should be the one to say that it was over. He increased the power of the qi flow. Qian Yin gloatingly asked, "Doesn't Tang Ming see the difference between the two? After all, he could easily completely absorb his opponent's qi." Tang Ming said that his opponent was wrong and suggested that the latter look at the shape of his qi. Tang Ming added that his opponent's internal energy was plentiful, but it was completely impure. Absorbing his qi would not destroy it. The internal materialization of qi requires a great deal of control over internal energy. Many practitioners of even 5th grade cannot do it. Qian Yin, exhausted, fell to his knees. His face turned purple and blood came out of his mouth. Qian Yin was very depressed. He had lost his last competition to such an opponent. It's a shameful withdrawal. The instructor came up to our hero and said that he didn't expect the guy to advance to 3rd grade so quickly. Tang Min asked what the teacher was doing here. Teacher said that the military sent a message asking for Master Yue Shan to return to his team, so he's here to replace him. Tang Ming thought that Yue Shan's departure was not accidental. Something is going on in the wormhole. It is urgent to join the Cultivator Alliance. In the women's locker room, Fang Xiaoying said that boss Tang Ming really ended the match instantly. They didn't have a chance to fight. She added that the organization of these competitions is disgusting. They put 4 teams that were bottom-ranked last year in the same group. It is obvious that they are looking down on Hanbai. Sun Lu said that the president was right. The opponents were too weak right now. Ending the battle in the fastest way possible allowed them to conserve their strength to face the strong teams. Wang Jin said that the girls should focus on the next match. Fang Xiaoying would like her opponent to be one of the top 3 students. Sun Lu said that in that case, she was unlucky. 3 elite martial arts schools ranked in the top 3 last year. The top 2 are not participating in the group stage. There is a single Huawu University under the Imperial Division. Wang Jin thought that Lin Jinxing was the president of the martial arts club at that university. Sun Lu said that Huawu is not that good. She wants to compete with Huo-san of Jinmen. Wang Jin thought that Huawu University had a great list of fighters. They could meet in the semi-finals. What would happen if he found out about her relationship with Tang Ming? Fang Xiaoming snuck up behind Wang Jin and grabbed her and told her that it was time for them to go take a shower. Jin cried out in surprise. Jin punished Xiaoming for this prank. The girl cried and thought it was unfair because Jin always bullies her. Jin thought that taking a shower is always nice after all, it's refreshing. Jin decided that since she and Tang Ming were already engaged, she should cancel the family prenup no matter what. Even if the family resists and forces her to give up the surname Wang, she won't regret it as long as she's with Tang Ming. The girl decided that she would have to talk to Tang Ming after the match and turned off the water. Suddenly, the alarm sounded. All three girls were startled to think that something was happening outside. Could it be an earthquake? Sunlu offered to check what was happening. Wang Jin on her smartphone received a message. She replied. Tang Ming asked if they were okay. The signal from the site is jammed, soon to be cut off. He would be brief. The girls replied that they were fine and inquired about what happened. Tang Ming explained that there had just been an attack by unknown people. The enemy was targeting a specific place, so they shouldn't go out. Jin stated that she couldn't leave the guy alone in danger. Tang Ming asked the girl to trust him and promised that everything would be fine. Finishing the conversation, the young man told the girls to remember to dress before answering the phone next time. There were far fewer people left in the stadium after the explosion. Tang Ming, looking at the suspicious guy, thought that he was really something. He did it unexpectedly fast. Teachers from various universities asked this man how dare he invade the competition. They realized that he was dangerous and should be shunned. One of the teachers waved her hand at the students and told them not to panic and to come to her. She will get everyone out of here. The stranger asked, "Are they really leaving?" And added, "That won't work. He's here today to get these lowlifes." Chao Godong said there was nothing to talk to this guy. We should twist him up and force him to the police. Teachers surrounded the suspicious stranger and attempted to detain him. The villain activated the energy core in his palm and shouted that 3 pathetic 6th grade cultivators dare not shout at him. The 6th grade teacher cried out in fear that she had somehow found herself in the air. It turned out that the 8th grade cultivator was in front of them. The teachers started talking amongst themselves. There's no way to get close to this villain. They have too little power and are no threat to him. The girl asked teacher Yin Liu if there was really nothing they could do. The colleague explained that there was a huge gap between 6th and 7th grade, let alone 8th grade. The villain in the air laughed and said, "Are these pathetic teachers of famous universities not capable of anything?" The villain saw the energetically charged core in front of him and said that the trash in front of him would burn in hell. Suddenly, a participant in the negotiation process, Lieutenant Colonel Yue Feng of the Cultivator Alliance, who had been sent to regulate the disturbance, appeared. He was an instructor at the Imperial Military Academy who had recently broken through to the 8th grade. The villain grinned and said that finally there was someone worthwhile. He offered the lieutenant colonel a one-on-one fight, promising to destroy him without much effort. The villain immediately powerfully sent his negative energy charge straight at the lieutenant colonel, piercing him through. Many of the teachers recognized this lieutenant colonel. How could he break through to the 8th grade in the Imperial Military Academy in 6 months? Not the least bit affected by the energy charge, the lieutenant colonel shouted for them to stop talking. The representative of the Cultivator Alliance said that they would talk later. Right now, we should activate to solve the problem. A new pill developed at Mr. Xiaofeng's center was offered to everyone to improve their condition. Yin Liu, after taking this pill, stated that the veins in his body relaxed and his internal qi was replenished. A colleague said it was even better than her internal qi healing method. One of the teachers said that an 8th grade cultivator and 4 6th grade cultivators had a chance to confront the rogue this time. One shouldn't be careless when facing a strong enemy. The lieutenant colonel ordered the teachers to cut off all escape routes for the enemy and to stay out of the way so he wouldn't accidentally hit anyone. The villain laughed and said that now it was getting quite interesting to him. The lieutenant colonel approached the villain at a sufficient distance and swinging intended to give him a striking blow with his fist to the jaw. The villain fended off the Cultivator Alliance representative's attack. In response, he struck his opponent, and the lieutenant colonel flew backwards, bleeding. The villain said that man overestimates his strength. The teachers, observing the actions of this perpetrator, suggested that he might be a 9th grade cultivator. Another teacher replied that this could not be the case. 50 years ago, during the battle with the aliens, almost all 9th grade cultivators died. Those who remained are known as the heroes of humanity. No new ones have appeared since then. The villain laughed and said that his opponents were not very strong, but very shrewd. He is indeed a 9th grade cultivator. The villain took a look at his opponents. He assumed that it would be easy for him to take them down. However, someone from outside the teacher's environment showed up. He said that he would not advise a 9th grade cultivator to joke like that. This unknown person was wearing glasses, mask, cap, and overalls. It was hard to tell who it was. The villain tensed up and asked who was that talking to him. In the same instant, that person disappeared and appeared in close proximity to the villain behind him. The man in overalls sent the villain to the ground with a kick. The villain thought it was impossible. He did not feel the slightest breath of this man, although he himself possesses a 9th grade. The villain, changing his flight trajectory, decided to attack the man in overalls and said that he was surprised that there was a 9th grade cultivator in the capital. We'll have to take his life. The teachers have decided to watch this fight carefully. It should be instructive for them, since 2 9th grade masters are fighting. The man in overalls told the villain that he was too weak. He can only fight an 8th grade fighter. The good hero, attacking the villain, said that he likes to take out the trash always on time and dealt the villain another staggering blow. The unidentified man wearing a mask and overalls said he needed to finish this endeavor he had started in order to have time to return the clothing. After these words, the villain received a series of powerful blows to various parts of his body. He did not have the slightest opportunity not only to respond, but even to dodge the blows. The villain had time to think that all this did not correspond to the information provided by the aliens. The villain had been warned that there were no 9th grade cultivators left in the capital except for the half-dead head. If that was the case, he shouted that they would all die together. Now he would blow up the central cauldron and bury everyone around him along with himself. The teachers present, representatives from various universities, were alarmed. Is there going to be an explosion? However, there was no explosion. The villain tried to do some manipulation which had no effect. He doesn't understand why he can't activate the internal energy left below. Most likely someone blocked his energy. The unidentified masked man approached the villain again and said that he finally understood everything. It's unclear how this villain was able to break through to the 9th grade, but the energy within him is chaotic and restless, as if it doesn't belong to him. It's hard enough to control such restless inner energy. It's time to use the all-star acupuncture method to seal the key plexuses of the body. It doesn't matter how much energy there is if it is unaware. The good hero said that the villain's levitation is only maintained with his help. The perp said he'd take his opponent with him. He would blow them both up. The masked man wondered, does the villain really want to blow up the ki inside him? He wouldn't be able to break through the blockage with his fake 9th grade strength. The masked man stopped supporting the villain's levitation. He instantly began to lose height and fell into a trash can. The teachers were very surprised. This man had easily defeated a 9th grade cultivator. Who on earth was he? The lieutenant colonel bowed to the unknown masked man and introduced himself. He wanted to thank the man for his timely help and offered his services in the future. The unidentified man pulled his cap down low and said his job was to clean up trash. He would not give his name. However, this person said that the lieutenant colonel should remember that there was no limit to cultivation. For truly strong people, 9th grade is nothing. The unknown one said that there are people outside all dimensions, where after the 9th grade there is no end. But everything is subject to infinity. The only way for humanity to develop is to use the past for the present, to inherit technology and develop it for the future. The unknown man pushed off and rose into the air and said they would see each other again. The teachers began to discuss the information they had received. Wasn't 9th grade the peak of human cultivation? It turns out that there is still the realm of infinity. A person who was able to defeat a 9th grade warrior was hard not to believe. The lieutenant colonel said that if the realm of infinity after the 9th grade exists, then humanity will be saved. Tang Ming, in a safe place taking off his orange cap, said it was finally over. It was too risky to use his divine consciousness to temporarily raise his strength from 3 to the initial stage of 9th grade. Fortunately, the microscopic tempering cultivation technique he practiced starts from the source, sublimates the cells, and strengthens the body. Although his internal QE cultivation has only recently broken through to the 3rd grade, his body is already comparable to the 5th grade. Now our hero needs to cultivate microscopic hardening to stabilize his condition. Unfortunately, he will no longer be able to instantly break through to the 9th grade with the secret method of the 9 words of truth. The way the attacker's ki moved and the direction of his veins were not at all similar to human cultivators. So the aliens had discovered the secrets of human cultivation and could even create 9th grade test subjects with technology. The rebirth of our hero has somehow changed the world timeline and greatly accelerated the process of future development. The breakthrough theory is imminent. After the emergency incident, police and special units arrived at the stadium. On a pole located near the stadium, There was a bird with a surveillance camera installed in its eye. Having received the necessary information, the bird was ready to return to the base. The unidentified hooded man, analyzing the information he received, said he already had data on the operation. Colleagues wondered if their experiment had failed. It seems that their prototype is not as strong as they thought. Compared to a real 9th grade Earth star, their experiment has many disadvantages. The attack is suspended. They need more time to study the cultivators of the Earth star. The unknown hooded man said he was more concerned about this guy in overalls. We need to find out who he really is and catch him at all costs. It's the only thing that can be left to the foolish followers of Earthstar. Ascension Cult Headquarters. The adherents of the cult saluted their mentor. The mentor says it is not necessary to pay him so much homage. Their almighty alien master had just given his final instructions. The mysterious 9th grade cultivator who had appeared in the capital city must be captured alive. Whoever accomplishes the mission will be rewarded by the alien master. The followers bowed and thanked the mentor for his kindness and welcomed the alien world. They promised to serve the master until their death. One of the followers got up from his knees and said that the 9th class was so strong that it couldn't be handled by their current strength. The mentor laughed and said that their lord had already provided for this. The mentor offered 5 vials of divine energy serum. After previous experiments, the alien lord had refined this serum. They would now have 5 high-grade cultivators. The mentor raised the newest blackstone scepter above his head, designed for Earthstar cultivators using special materials from another planet. It has destructive power on the internal energy of 9th grade cultivators. Now they have nothing to worry about. The followers bowed again and saluted the alien star. Now their ascent was not far off. The mentor said that the destruction of humanity would be the greatest gratitude to the master and called for more intense destruction together. The lieutenant colonel reported to the Alliance Council that the rescue efforts by the Imperial Division had been completed. The 3 perpetrators had been captured. The scene was partially destroyed, but there were no casualties. The lieutenant colonel said that Commander Yue Feng has done a great job. The Alliance and the people thanked him. He also said that they were helped by an expert who soon left the scene of the fight. Secondarily, told the lieutenant colonel not to worry. There are 2 executives there to lead the team. Their strength is known. The elder said that both sites were attacked at the same time, probably by the same land traders. One of them was Feng Long, who had reached the initial stage of the 9th grade. He had escaped from prison 2 years ago. Back then, his strength was at the peak of rank 7. He probably has the support of aliens. The elder inquired that the expert that Yue Feng had just mentioned was this particular cultivator. The elder pointed at the photo of the unknown person in overalls. The lieutenant colonel confirmed and asked if he should send someone to find out his identity. The elder said if that person doesn't want to reveal his identity, then they won't bother him. But what he said about the endless kingdom after the 9th grade is disturbing. One of the masters said this man can't be trusted. After all, they don't know anything about him. We need to decide what to do about the 10-school competition. Another master said that both places were attacked at the same time. They must have come prepared. It's unknown if there will be more attacks. It would be wise to suspend the competition immediately. The third master said that they would be mocked by the whole world if they canceled the competition after 2 small attacks. However, it is obvious that this attack is aimed at potential contestants. In this case, you can send the contestants to the Alliance training base and send someone to protect them. Then allow them to use VR spiritual realm technology to conduct online duels. It was observed that this is an appropriate solution. Elder said that in that case, the tournament would continue online using technology with spiritual consciousness. Master thanked everyone for accepting his offer. He thought that the Muzhong family specialized in Taiyun subjugation techniques with an emphasis on spiritual consciousness. Television was broadcasting a report from the scene. The presenter said that behind her the scene of the attack on the competition of 10 schools in the capital. At present, all staff have been safely evacuated. The anchor woman said that according to the observations of the live broadcast, this mysterious man, the hero, appeared just in time. He easily defeated the evil attacker who tried to kidnap the students and gave an amazing speech. This television report on the city street was watched by many passers-by. Now they understood that there was a realm stronger than the 9th grade. This man was talking about the legendary breakthrough theory. In a cafe across the street, a waitress brought a customer reading a newspaper, his favorite tea. The young man thanked her. Tang Ming read the newspaper and analyzed the information he received. He already knew a lot of what he had read from his past life. Fang Xiaoying came up to our hero from behind and said that her boss reads newspapers just like her grandfather. Tang Ming wondered what Xiaoying was doing here. The girl sat down across from her and said that the sisters were going to practice fencing, and she is the only one who has no competition. Tang Ming said that this time, the attack on the two regions is very serious. For the safety of the disciples, perhaps the tournament will be discontinued. Tang Ming thought that he could successfully enter the alliance through this competition, enter the library, and obtain a book useful for breaking through to the realm. However, all plans were disrupted by the aliens. The instructor approached and asked what important things the club president and vice president were talking about. Teacher said that he had the latest news from the Cultivator Alliance. The next tournament will be held with spiritual consciousness in VR online. Fang Xiaoying jumped up in joy and said that her fists were even itchy. The Cultivator Alliance's training base announced that the competition was about to begin. The participants were invited into the battle simulation pods. Participants were reminded to remember to concentrate and utilize spiritual awareness in the spiritual space. The participants were surprised to find themselves in a spiritual space. They did not expect it to look like this. A senior said he was not surprised that they had not seen it before. VR spiritual training is usually only available from the third year. Tang Ming thought that keeping Xiaofei out was the right decision. In the last special training, he had a special situation. And this spiritual space seems to be a deliberate simulation of the wormhole environment. A normal person wouldn't last more than 10 minutes. The teacher said that this training is not conventional. The head of the martial arts club of Tsinghua University, Huo Sanshan, a third-year, fourth-grade cultivator, appeared in front of the participants. The head of the club was accompanied by two others. The students decided that they shouldn't be disturbed so as not to get into trouble. The three of them had a very frightening aura. It was Ye Jingxing who caused the students concern. His followers are ready to swat anyone who voices any dissatisfaction. Huo Sanshan asked, "Where is the winner of the martial arts exam now? Why hasn't he been found yet?" and told Muang Zheng to stop his jokes. Ye Jingxing was the martial arts president of Huawu University, a sophomore and a fourth-grade cultivator. The three presidents saw the best student in this year's martial arts exam, the president of Hanbei University's martial arts club, Tang Ming. The girl next to him was already known to the young men. Jingxing said he had heard a lot about the young and talented President Tang Ming and approached him to pay his respects. Tang Ming replied that he was also happy to meet him. Ye Jingxing said hello to Wang Jin and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The girl said hello in return. Huo Sanshan told our hero that he was #1 at their university and offered to fight before the competition. Tang Ming replied that he had heard a lot about his interlocutor and offered to meet again after the competition. Huo Sanshan thought it was a waste of time and turned around and left. Tang Ming said that the Muzhong family is very polite. When he first came to Hanbei, Muzhong Shing was the first to greet him. The young men looked at each other in silence. Muzhong said he would leave alone the future couple from the descendants of the two marvelous families. Muang thought that Tang Ming's life was worthless to him, and ruining this guy's life would be a blessing. It would deprive him of his status in the cultivator world for the rest of his life. Tang Ming thought that Muang Zheng had purposely brought him to Ye Jinxing to try and provoke a conflict. Watching Wang Jin and Ye Jingxing interacting, Tang Ming thought that this guy was the son of the family who was engaged to Wang Jin. Cultured and reserved, he broke through to the fourth grade as a sophomore. He is considered a genius. Wang Jin told Ye Jingxing that she wanted to talk to him. However, the speakerphone announced that the new rules for the competition were about to be announced. Ye Jingxing regretfully said that happy moments are always very short. Jingxing gave the girl a flower and said that he understood how she felt. The young man added that they would talk after the competition. She should do her best. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the tournament will be held in the form of a takeover, where whoever captures the most animal spirits in half an hour wins. Students have noticed that the animal spirits look like simulations of alien battle monsters. All participants who have completed the tournament will receive a storage ring when they return to reality. In the storage ring, everyone could leave their loot behind. Tang Ming thought that this item was usually only provided for Alliance troops who were traveling to the wormhole. Players who experience severe discomfort in the spirit space will be sent back to the real world. The same will be true for players who are eaten by beast spirits. Any behavior that threatens other cultivators will result in disqualification. Currently, 500 white spirit beasts of rank 1 are connected to the simulator. There are 58 active contestants. One of the contestants said the animal spirits look pretty cute. One of the cute spirits opened his huge mouth and the girl decided to touch his teeth. She said he looked just like a cat. After the announcement was made, the students scattered in different directions. The cute spirits didn't seem so cute anymore. The system announced that there were 52 active cadets left. The students ran away from the beast spirits screaming for help. Tang Ming scored 29 points. One of the contestants, dying, shouted for Tang Ming to take his points, because he was out of the game anyway. Tang Ming said that if he just sucked out all the spirit beasts, then what was the competition organized for? Tang Ming's female disciples acted coherently and skillfully. Tang Ming told the girls that whoever lost would be punished. Suddenly, Mujang Zheng appeared in front of our hero. He said that Tang Ming is good and scored more than 20 points in one fell swoop. However, he must not forget that this is a competition, a big battle. Tang Ming realized what his opponent was getting at and reminded him not to break the rules. Mujang remarked that he has always been a law-abiding man. He hopes that his opponent will not let him down. The topic announced that there were 42 active contestants left. Mujang Zheng had the highest score of 59. There are 10 minutes left until the end of the match. It is necessary to do our best. Wang Jin thought that they had already spent more than half of their ki and should think about starting to lead the defense. Wang Jin scored 60 points. Tang Ming realized that he was surrounded. There was something strange about this wave of spirits. Tang Ming had scored 30 points. Tang Ming thought that the previous beasts had randomly attacked all the players on the field, but these ones seemed to target only him. Tang Ming repelled the spirit beast's attack without much difficulty, but this was just a small test. The real show is about to begin right now. The presidents of the other martial clubs gathered around our hero. Muang Zheng commanded forward, and the two spirit beasts tried to attack Wang Jin. Tang Ming stood between them and repelled this attack. Ye Jingxing asked the girl if she was all right. Jingxing wondered what had just happened. How could two third-rank beast spirits attack one person at the same time? Tang Ming said that he too was attacked by 10 second-rank spirit beasts at the same time. They seemed to have a common trait, traces of spirit poison on their bodies. After saying that, everyone looked at Muyang Zheng. The student replied that it was impossible to keep track of everything in battle. Naturally, they had been contaminated by the spiritual poison from his body during the battle, but he hadn't done it on purpose. Tang Ming said that student Mujang Zheng is a bad student. In addition, he has flaws in his family technique. Naturally, he can't control poison well. He shouldn't be angry at him. Muyang Zheng shouted angrily that he would find time for a good sparring next time. This is the first and last time Tang Ming humiliates his family in front of everyone. Mujang Zheng added that if the opponent was afraid, it was not too late to beg for mercy. At the same moment, the unexpected happened. One of the spirit beasts swallowed Mujang Zheng. The system said that this disciple was disqualified. The students were terrified. 4 rank 3 beasts attacked at the same time. This is frightening. Even though it's only a spiritual space, the pain from the wounds will be like the real thing. He brought disaster upon himself, so he died. Tang Ming thought that Mujang was too young to compete with him in the spiritual space, even with his divine sense. Ye Jingxing announced that there were 5 minutes left in the match. It was necessary to hold out. Beast spirits could become stronger by absorbing their ki, and now they were outnumbered. When time ran out, 18 students survived this round and officially passed the competition. First place went to Tang Ming with 121 points. Second place went to Ye Jingxing with 120 points. Third place went to Huo Sanshan with 93 points. Ye Jingxing got his perks too. Many girls were crazy about him. The contestants began to be taken out into the real world. Jin congratulated Tang Ming on winning the competition. Jingxing reminded the girl that she wanted to talk to him about something after the competition. Wang Jin said she wanted to ask him to cancel their engagement. Ye Jingxing said that their marriage contract was made by the elders of both families, and it was not up to him. Tang Ming said that he and Wang Jin are engaged. No one in this world can separate them. Jingxing said that he understood everything. If they are so sincere, he should respect Jin's decision. Jingxing said that the marriage contract is related to 2 big families, and he alone will not be enough to convince his family, let alone her family. Jin thanked the young man and said she would try her best to convince her family. Tang Ming said that the interlocutor didn't need to overprotect him, just truthfully report the situation. He would take care of the rest. Tang Ming and Wang Jin stepped aside. Jingxing asked someone what he needed. Mujang Zheng appeared out of nowhere and said that he wanted to ask something, but the 2 men beat him to it. Jingxing said that they had nothing to discuss. Muyang Zheng said that's not true. Their 2 families are friends, and they should remain friends. Now he has to help his friend in trouble, not to mention that they have a common enemy. Muzhan added that since time immemorial, there have been 4 things that have caused hatred: the fall of the party, the destruction of the family, the capture of the wife, and the destruction of the parents. Tang Ming has provoked the Muang family before. This time, he is so brazen that he starts to trample the 2 largest families into the mud. The Yi family is the first of the cultivator families in the country and is representative of all the famous surnames. Once the rumors of the broken marriage spread, there would surely be a scandal in the entire cultivator world. Jinxing told the interlocutor that he was in a hurry. Muzhan asked the man not to be angry. Jinxing said that he was late for the Alliance Library and turned around and left. The young men celebrated their university's victory and toasted their president, the winner of the competition. Fatty and Fang Xiaoying were having fun performing karaoke. Sun Lu covered her ears and said that this duo sounded terrible. However, the boss and Wang Jin were not at the party yet. Sun Lu said it's a good idea to call and find out what happened to them. Xiaoying contacted Jin and asked what happened, since they had agreed to meet tonight. Jin replied that Tang Ming was practicing in his room and she was helping him. In fact, it was like this. Tang Ming, sitting on the bed in the lotus posture, was meditating. He felt that he still had time before he went to the library. He should increase his strength as soon as possible. Judging from the results of the competition, it is obvious that the Alliance pre-selects students who are suitable to enter the wormhole. Even so, it would only be a drop in the ocean. The only way to stop the alien forces on Earth is to break through with kingdom theory and raise the full power of the Earth from scratch. Tang Ming noticed that the Spirit Stone's ki was running low. He wanted to take advantage of the recent battle to break through to the 4th grade, but he stopped at the peak of the 3rd grade. Spiritual stones from Jin and the university were no longer enough to satisfy his need for rapid advancement. Since the first revolution of cultivators on Earth, the excessive use of high refinement and high-quality stones had become a rare commodity, but they were the ones that could break through so quickly. It seems like it's time to think about alien space resources. After they obtained the rest of the book, the realm breakthrough theory would be available in a few months at most. Currently, there are very few 9th grade cultivators on Earth. Even those who are on the front lines can't leave the battlefield at will. The group of people best suited for a breakthrough are the old people who are forced into retirement. Perhaps we should start with Head Li. But the most unpleasant thing right now is Wang Jin's engagement. Wang Jin wasted no time and honed her swordsmanship. The opponent in this fight was her brother. He had already told the girl not to mess with Tang Ming. Why didn't she listen? She even asked Ye Jingxing to break off the engagement. Why didn't she discuss such an important event with him beforehand? Jin said she hid it from her brother because she was afraid he would stop her. This marriage contract would be annulled even if she was expelled from the family. The girl deftly knocked the sword out of her opponent's hands. The guy, left disarmed, thought that his sister had a talent in swordsmanship. Jin's sword is superior, even if he uses his ki, and he won't be able to defeat her very easily. Brother said that this marriage is a pact between the 2 strongest families in the country. She and Tang Ming are just insignificant in front of the family power. It's good that she has the family's support. Tang Ming is the face of the family, even if the Yi family won't take action themselves. The other families won't forgive that, especially the Muang family. Tang Ming has no future. Jin replied that she believed in this guy. The guy thought that Tang Ming was young and talented. If his sister didn't have a prenup, they would be a perfect match. The young man decided to help Wang Jin with this matter. After all, he is her brother. Wang Changfeng called Mr. Ye and said they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Changfeng apologized for his sister for insulting him today. Ye Jingxing said that he had something to say to his interlocutor. Alchemy Master Wan Shu, on the roof of the Cultivator Alliance building, greeted the winners and added that he was authorized to take the youngsters to the library. The old man introduced a secret medicine that he had made himself. It was his little gift to the young people. Tang Ming didn't expect that Wan Shu, who was always so careful with medicines, would offer it. This elixir was enough to save his life. Wan Shu said that now that the young people were here, he would not waste their time. Watching the old man, Brother Huo wondered, why do they have to go through this again? Ye Jingxing said to his colleague to calm down. The old man cast a teleportation spell. Tang Ming thought that the library was a top-secret area, and for those of them who were still reservists, the Alliance wouldn't show the official entrance so easily. The young men immediately teleported to the library. The old man said that they had 30 minutes to choose any book and go back. All 100,000 books here are extremely valuable. Wen Ching has hidden them in the form of 8-3G books, according to their rank and rarity. There are many traps, so you have to be careful. The old man added that the projection under his feet was a plan of the pavilion. Huo remarked that it looks like a maze, not a library. Ye noted that this library is not so simple. Ye said that these doors should correspond to the 8 trigrams and the 8 doors. Huo said he didn't care and decided that he would go inside through either door. Tang Ming thought that even though he hadn't found the remains of the ancient books in the library in his previous life, he knew the structure of the book depository so well that he could come and go even with his eyes closed. Tang Ming thought that now it was time to choose. There are only 6 passages in front of him. The first 3 are the favorable ones. There are unfavorable ones to counterbalance them. There are also unpredictable secret gates, but he doesn't know the starting position, so he can only choose at random. Tang Ming, moving towards one of the doors, crossed the line, and a giant guillotine in the form of 1,000,000 arrows went off. Tang Ming managed to cross the dangerous line. He realized that he had chosen the gate of doom. After walking a short distance more, our hero stopped. Tang Ming told the one who hid to come out. He didn't know that Ye Jingxing was into stalking. From around the corner, Jingxing came out. He said that Tang Ming's technique and body movement is so skillful, as if it predicts the appearance of traps. He is really impressed. Tang Ming replied that he was not as good as Mr. Ye's pursuit skills. Jingxing said that the interlocutor misunderstood. He is looking for a book and has no other intentions. Jingxing added that he was curious because they seemed to be looking for the same book. Tang Ming had heard that the structure of the Alliance Library was very well thought out and mysterious. Searching in it is like searching for the truth in the world. Those to whom this book is intended will receive it, and vice versa. Jingxing said that in that case, they have different purposes and went the other way. Fortunately, Tang Ming knew the layout of the library. Elder Wen Qi divided the library into 8 gates and 24 districts according to the 3 levels: heaven, earth, and man. Among them was a section on the theory of celestial changes. Fragments of past lives were considered a heavenly book that no one can break, and no one knows if it is kept here. Tang Ming, using his spiritual abilities, instantly identified the relevant bookshelves. So far, the result was negative. The boy pondered. Perhaps he was wrong and the fragments were not here. Suddenly, the door opened, and Mr. Huo appeared. Behind him, some strange gas was streaming on the floor. Huo shouted, "Get out of the way! There's poisonous gas behind him!" Tang Ming thought that this president must have stumbled into a trap in one of the library doors. Huo shouted that he couldn't find a book and got lost. Now, he needed help. Tang Ming realized that he would now have to provide assistance to this poor man. Tang Ming grabbed Huo and pulled him aside so he wouldn't get hurt by the guillotine of millions of arrows. Huo didn't understand and thought that Tang Ming was deliberately attacking him. Tang Ming advised his opponent to take the medicine that Wan Shu had given him. Huo thanked Tang Ming for clearing up the situation and added that he had already taken the medicine earlier. Tang Ming gave his interlocutor his portion of medicine and told him to take it again. Huo hugged his colleague and thanked him for his help. He didn't expect this guy to be so helpful. The elders of the Cultivator Alliance, observing the events in the library, remarked that Tang Ming is a good guy, a fighter, and a righteous man. He is a rare talent. President Ye had already managed to find the right book and came out unscathed. This is also a talent that the Alliance needs. Huo thanked Tang Ming. If it wasn't for the help, he would be half disabled even if he didn't die from poisoning. There were less than 10 minutes left. What kind of book does he want? He would try to help him. Tang Ming thought Huo knew how to repay kindness, which couldn't be said for others. Huo had turned many shelves around in his desire to help his coworker. Huo didn't stop and continued his business. Tang Ming shouted for Huo to stop immediately. Suddenly, the young men plopped down in another room. Huo asked what this place was and why it was dark. Tang Ming replied that it was a sorting room. Books from all over the world are here. After being classified, they are sent to the appropriate sections of the library. Tang Ming thought, if there isn't a single fragment in the library, there can only be one answer. This book is in this room. Tang Ming said that there should be books in the archive that have been given out, but they haven't been put in yet. The books in the black box are the most valuable. However, judging from the black box's energy fluctuations, it couldn't be broken without a 5th grade strength or higher. Right now, our hero couldn't increase his strength with the 9-character technique. Huo told Tang Ming not to be sad, for he promised to get him any book he wanted. Huo picked up some book and said he had gotten it. The elder watching the library through the monitor from the Cultivator Alliance office said that those robbers were breaking the seal by force. That goes against all the moral codes of the cultivators. The colleague said that according to the rules, the book would go to the intended recipient no matter what means they used. The head of the alliance told everyone to be quiet. If these young men have the ability to break the seal, then it is their destiny. It was up to them to fulfill their wishes. Tang Ming thanked Brother Huo for his help. Tang Ming thought that in his past life, he and Huo had entered into an alliance at the same time, having been in many battles together. That's why they were called the two emperors, Tang and Huo. Huo said that Tang Ming's acupuncture technique is amazing. Tang Ming looked at the book and made sure it was the wrong fragment. Tang Ming returned his colleague's book and said that it was not what he wanted. Huo said that it was a very valuable book. At most, it could be auctioned and get a lot of money. Tang Ming noticed that they only had 1 minute left. He thought that he would come back with nothing this time. We should look for an opportunity to infiltrate this place in a few days. However, our hero had an idea. Huo asked where Tang Ming was going. Tang Ming thought that he had been looking in the wrong direction from the beginning. The wordless fragments were written by ancient masters with divine consciousness. They are without pictures or words. Even many scholars who broke through the 9th grade and entered the infinity realm, where they could utilize their divine consciousness, were unable to discover the wonders of this book. The fragments are freely available because they have no research value and are considered useless for cultivation. Huo told his interlocutor that the books he wanted were not there. There are only ordinary books there. Tang Ming was frustrated. Did he really miss something? Huo reiterated once again that the books here are not needed. One of them is even used as a support for the table leg. Tang Ming pushed his interlocutor away and tried to find this book located under the table. The library regularly got rid of books it didn't consider worthwhile, and wordless fragments were kept inside the library like a table stand. Tang Ming thought that the scholars Elder Wenqi had brought in were too blind. Tang Ming reached under the table for the book he was looking for. At this moment, it appeared that time was up, and it was time to return. At the moment of teleportation, Huo asked Tang Ming if he had gotten the book. Tang Ming raised the ancient manuscript above his head with a proud look. After a while, Shing said that he was very worried. Finally, the two of them had returned. He was afraid that they would leave empty-handed and thought how Tang Ming could compete with him by holding this waste paper. The elder announced that he was glad everyone had returned safely. Whatever they had gotten in the library was now theirs, and he announced that he was sending the young men back. Ye and Huo teleported away. Tang Ming stayed where he was. The elder said that the head of the Cultivator Alliance was inviting Tang Ming to join him. Tang Ming bowed and thanked him for his help. It appeared that the head of the alliance was watching him. Although he hadn't met the head in his past life, his heroic actions in the first war against the aliens had always inspired all of humanity. He was the one who had organized the alliance of cultivators. Unfortunately, the master fell prematurely due to the injuries and illnesses that appeared after the war, which greatly shook the position of the Cultivator Alliance in the entire world. The overall strength of the people had decreased. For the next 30 years, the main cultivator families worked separately to contain each other without considering the planet's overall position in the fight against the aliens, resulting in defeats on all fronts. Although Huo Sanshan and Tang Ming did their best to turn things around, after assuming the leadership of the alliance, the day of reckoning came in 2150. At this point, the alliance leader had no more than 1 year to live. The elder told the alliance head that Tang Ming had arrived. The alliance head let the old man go. The boy walked up to the head of the alliance and paid his respects to him by bowing. The old man said that the young man could call him just teacher. The head hoped that the young man didn't mind being scrutinized by the alliance. Looking at the screen, the old man read the young man's biography and said that since this year, it was as if the boy had been reborn. He also helped the Wang family capture fugitive monks, assisted the alliance in investigating the Shu family, and defeated Zhang Qi during the competition. The teacher said he is now closely associated with this guy. The head said that Tang Ming's parents were disciples of his second disciple, Yao Qianji, who treated them as his own children. They were considered some of the best young cultivators in the alliance. However, during a rescue operation in the wormhole, they, along with Yao's army, were ambushed and died heroically. Tang Ming said that life and doom are different for everyone, and heaven is impartial in this matter. Protecting people even in the most challenging times is the willingness to fight without fear. He's always been proud of his parents. The teacher asked if Tang Ming knew why the alliance was giving such generous prizes in these competitions. Tang Ming suggested that many cultivator families are secretly related to aliens, and the purpose of the tournament is to attract talent for the alliance. The head thought, "This guy has a clear mind and great vision. He's talented." The teacher asked how the young man thought the alien invasion plan could be disrupted. Tang Ming replied that it was necessary to calm internal conflicts first and then fight back the external enemy. To do this, the internal system must be settled by eliminating rebels and suppressing unrest to unite all forces. Otherwise, differences will destroy humanity. People should strengthen themselves without fear of enemies. The path of cultivation is endless. The younger generation must strive to do better, even if the alien race is superior. It is impossible to give up. The teacher said that the young man understands everything well. The head of the alliance decided that if they had this guy, humanity would be saved. The teacher was interested in the book Tang Ming had picked out in the library. The boy was fine with it. The elder was surprised. This library is full of great martial arts techniques and treasures. Why doesn't the lad go back and choose another book? He was amazed that the young man had chosen such trash. Tang Ming said that the teacher was too worried. He had studied the theory of breaking through realms with teacher Hua Fengyang at the university. She had mentioned many times that her research was based on an ancient book that was passed down to her family. However, the second half of the book had disappeared, causing a delay in the development of the realm breakthrough theory. Tang Ming believes that this half is the lost part of the book. In her past life, Mentor Hua used the first half of the book as the basis of her theory and eventually learned the theory of realm breakthrough. Later, cultivators and scholars found the remains of the second half of the ancient book in the library. After studying it, it was discovered that the realm breakthrough theory that Master Hua had deduced by himself was even better than the original version of the ancient book. Thus, Master Hua was recognized as a master of the theory throughout the cultivator world. The Alliance had said that with this book, his teacher's theory on how to break through to the realm would be successful. Tang Ming replied that the book should be shown to his mentor first. The head of the Alliance said that human cultivation ends at the peak of grade 9. The so-called realm breakthrough was just an ancient legend. How easy would it be to comprehend this knowledge? Tang Ming said, if they could find a way to break through the realms, the strength of the planet would increase greatly. Then they would be able to deal with the invasion of the alien race. The Alliance had promised to teach the guy everything he had learned in his life unconditionally. The old man thought that at least becoming his disciple was a reward for first place in the competition. He would be honored to have a disciple like Tang Ming. Tang Ming bowed and said that he was in complete submission to the teacher. In his past life, he didn't have much contact with Head Li, but as the founder of the Alliance, he had always been the spiritual leader of the soldiers and the direction of their efforts. Tang Ming asked to go back to the university to help teacher Hua Fengyang finish his research on the realm breakthrough theory and give this book away. The guy thought that developing the realm breakthrough theory might take a long time, and he couldn't afford to wait. Tang Ming promised the teacher to return in a month. The old man let the young man go. The head thought that many scholars had studied the theory of kingdom breakthrough for their entire lives without success. He could afford to wait a month, but he owed it to the lad to teach him everything he knew. The rise of the human race needs such a younger generation. As he said goodbye, Tang Ming looked back and thought that, as expected of a great master, he always thought of the Alliance and humanity, and promised himself that as long as he was his disciple, the master would not perish. Hanbei students applauded the students who won first place in the competition of 10 universities. The university head said that this time their school was able to achieve such good results not only because of the bravery of the martial arts club contestants, but also because of the club's president, Tang Ming. Tang Ming said that they all did a good job, but the attack by the Earth cultivators should warn them that an alien race is still hunting them from behind the wormhole. The students must fight to build up their strength and strengthen the planet. The head of the university said that the young man's speech was quite good, and the university will give them points and awards. The director said that there will be exclusive TV interviews later. Tang Ming replied that the vice president will handle it because he doesn't have time. Fang Xiaoying said that she will not fail. Tang Ming added that Fang Xiaoying will help promote their university and raise its profile. Mr. Duan thought that these students were not trying for reputation. At this time, young people rarely show such determination. Tang Ming thought he's finally free from all this. He should urgently go to see Mentor Hua. As he approached the office, he wondered why the door was open. When he looked inside, he was frightened. Teacher Hua was lying on the floor, unconscious, with teaching materials scattered around her. Tang Ming ran over to the girl and picked her up. He checked her body temperature and realized that she was on fire. Her internal energy was unstable and confused. It seemed to be overworked. It was good that he had arrived on time. Tang Ming decided to take care of the internal energy and cleanse the meridians. She should feel better soon. Glancing around the room, our hero realized that the mentor had been working day and night on her research since he had given her some advice last time. With such a determined character, she would become a master of theory in the future. Mentor Hua began to regain consciousness and opened her eyes. She saw a disciple in front of her with a cup of hot tea in her hands. However, everything was blurry. The girl jumped up and asked where her glasses were. Tang Ming helped the mentor put on her glasses and said that she was finally awake. Hua wondered why Tang Ming was here. Didn't he go to the tense competition? Tang Ming replied that the tournament was over. He came back and saw her on the floor, so he used his ki to help recover. The guy was sure that Hua was so immersed in her research that she had lost track of time. Tang Ming offered tea to the teacher, for she must take care of her health. He said he made the tea thick, rich, and hearty. The teacher thought that Tang Ming was not only a good student, but also a caring boy. The girl immediately blushed at her thoughts and chased them away. After all, he is one of her students. Tang Ming asked what was going on with Teacher Hua. Tang Ming wondered if Mentor Hua would guess what he had brought her this time. The girl, upon seeing the book, was even speechless. The guy said that the book he found in the Alliance library had no image or words, but it had an unusual spiritual energy. His intuition told him that it was related to the breakthrough theory she was studying, so he brought it here. Hua guessed, not unreasonably, that this could very well be the second half of Heluo's book that her family had been searching for hundreds of years. Who would have thought that this heavenly book passed down from ancient times would be used as a footstool for the table? The mentor repeated that this book was called Heluo. Her Hua family has been dedicated to the study of the theory for generations. One day, her ancestor happened to receive a strange book with no cover, incomplete, but was amazed. He studied it extensively for 79 years, but because the book was incomplete, he could not comprehend it completely. Based on what he learned, he concluded that it was a book about the endless mysteries of heaven, earth, and men. This book was called the Heavenly Book of Heluo in honor of the ancestor who found it. In the last moments of his life, he instructed his descendants to have the Hua clan study this book. Then they would be able to break through the limits of the 9th grade human and enter the infinity realm. But without the second half of the book, the family was unable to make significant progress. And the family's research into the realm breakthrough theory was criticized by cultivators as a side teaching. Tang Ming now understood the entire background of the Hua family. The mentor said that the realm breakthrough theory was not an empty hypothesis. Tang Ming said that Hua would now be able to prove this theory and raise the strength of the entire cultivator community. The teacher said she wouldn't be able to do it for a while. There are no images or descriptions in this book. According to the ancestor's legacy, the heavenly book was written by an ancient power with divine consciousness and can only be interpreted by her. Hua added that with her current level, by the time she penetrated the next book, the war between Earth and the aliens would be over. Tang Ming didn't expect the Hua family to study the heavenly book so thoroughly. Tang Ming said he was sure there was a way that could work. The guy suggested VR spirit world technology to the teacher. Few practitioners can tap into their spiritual consciousness, but the combination of spiritual consciousness and VR technology could make up for this deficiency. Tang Ming thought that the cell hardening technique had refined his body. Mentor Hua hugged her disciple with joy and thanked him. She decided that his suggestion might be a way out. The girl jumped to her feet and with a book in her hands, she declared that she was going to negotiate with Mr. Yin Liu. Tang Ming thought that Master Hua becomes extremely excited like a child when it comes to research. 3 days had passed. Tang Ming and Master Hua crossed paths at the entrance of the library. The mentor asked if Tang Ming had broken through. Tang Ming asked in surprise how Master knew about it. Hua replied that for the sake of her research, she had practiced the golden eye technique and could see the chi of cultivators below the 7th grade. 3 days ago, the guy was at the peak of the 3rd grade. Now he was at the beginning of the 4th grade. Tang Ming replied that he practiced in his spare time and was lucky. Mentor Yin Liu said that they could start. The room with VR equipment will be at their disposal for 4 days. Hua said they start right away. Yin Liu thought to himself, Tang Ming's training speed is astonishing. It is truly admirable. Hua and Tang Ming put on VR helmets and said that they were ready. Yinlu said that the transmission had started. Hua asked if this virtual space was a simulation of the skybook data. Tang Ming suggested that it was. If they go through the forest to the sacred mountain, they might find the answer to the mystery. The instructor asked about the situation of the expedition participants. Could they hear him? However, there was no response, and the picture on the screen was very vague. The information in the book is so great that even with the current technology of the spirit world, it is difficult to maintain the stability of the space with maximum strength. We will have to continue to rely on Tang Ming. Looking at the surroundings, Teacher Hua noticed that there were many useful elixirs in the ancient book. Tang Ming stated that this was not the time for a walk. The girl replied that these are extremely valuable species from ancient times. They are important for research. They need to be described. Tang Ming decided that the purpose of this trip was completely forgotten. Tang Ming told her to stop and he would help her see the truth. The first thing you have to do to break through the realm is to be determined and not get trapped by what she sees. Hua didn't realize what was happening. The plants around them scattered at once. Tang Ming said that those who lust for money will see gold and silver. Those who lust for women will see women. Those who are obsessed with exploration will see rare plants. Hua decided to pull herself together and stay conscious the whole time, without being fooled by illusions. To do so, she had to tap herself on the cheeks with her palms. Tang Ming expressed confidence that his companion would be able to do so. The guy offered to continue traveling in the given direction. Mrs. Hua inquired, "Aren't they going to the sacred mountain?" Tang Ming explained that what they were seeing was again an illusion. If they go to that mountain, they will only get farther and farther away. After some time, our heroes finally reach the foot of the mountain. 3 hours of walking in the opposite direction, and they're already at the foot of the mountain. It's amazing. The girl offered to take a break. She said she was tired and couldn't go any further. Tang Ming replied that it was better to hurry up. He had a bad feeling. The young people heard a noise coming from the forest. They looked around and saw that in the place where the noise was coming from, many birds had taken to the air. In the darkness, someone's glowing eyes began to appear from the forest thicket. The girl was frightened. Tang Ming told her not to worry because he was nearby. Wild predatory wolves appeared at the edge of the forest and surrounded the young men. The ring was shrinking. Mentor Hua was frightened and clung to her companion. What should they do now? One of the predators jumped up and rushed towards Tang Ming. The boy didn't hesitate. With a powerful punch to the jaw, he knocked the predator far back. The boy used the storm spiral technique, and the other predators began to fly in the same direction. Tang Ming felt that these wolves weren't that strong, their strength equivalent to a third-grade cultivator. However, there were many predators. It was not the best solution to prolong the fight in this situation. Our hero activated his internal energy and decided to end the fight quickly. The wolves were once again scattered a considerable distance back. Hua thought Tang Ming's ki flashed brightly, and his strength seemed to have increased to such a level that even her golden eyes couldn't determine his level. Could this really be the power of spiritual techniques? The ravenous beasts began to group up for another attack. Hua yelled for the guy to stop fighting them. Although lifelike in appearance and energy fluctuations, these dire wolves, like rare plants, are part of the illusion of a heavenly book filled with divine meaning. Tang Ming thought that the mentor was right. Cultivators are different from normal people. Most of them like to rely on strength to block the weak. These wolves are immortal and can wear down the strongest cultivator to death. This was a test of strength, a test of intelligence and understanding. Tang Ming took the teacher in his arms and told her to hold on tight. They began to traverse this mountain with great leaps. After a while, Tang Ming found himself halfway to the top. Tang Ming thought that Hua is only a fourth grader. It's not easy for her to keep her mind calm and see through the illusion. The girls said that they had lost a lot of time, and now they needed to head forward. Tang Ming thought that his companion's will is strong, and her mind is mature. Master Hua should be the best student for this book. The young people continued climbing, scrambling up the rocks. Hua said that they didn't climb that high, but she was already exhausted. Ever since they started climbing this mountain, their ki had been suppressed. Now only physical strength could be relied on. Tang Ming asked if the girl needed help. She declined and said she could handle it on her own. At some point, Hua's foot slipped and she hung on one arm. There was a void beneath her feet. The girl tried to brace herself with her feet, but she failed. She fell off the cliff and flew downwards. However, Tang Ming averted the mishap and grabbed his mentor's hand. She apologized for dragging the young man into this. The boy replied that without the mentor, no one could prove the theory of space breakthrough. Next, the climb to the peak was different. Hua clasped her hands together and held onto her companion's back. Tang Ming was climbing up for the two of them. He said that they were almost there and Master Hua should not pass out. The girl lost consciousness, and her hands unclasped. At the last moment, Tang Ming put his arm around her to prevent her from falling. Now the two of them began to fall together. Tang Ming used his internal energy to stay still and thought that if they didn't crash, they might freeze. Therefore, they would have to cheat. Since this place is created by divine consciousness, he can destroy it with his divine consciousness. Tang Ming pushed off and flew upwards with his companion. Thus, having traveled the necessary distance, our heroes found themselves at the top of this peak. Hua regained consciousness, but our hero was unconscious. The girl tried to bring him to his senses. The boy opened his eyes. Hua said he was vomiting blood. She doesn't know any healing methods. She is useless and very upset. Tang Ming said it's okay, he will recover now. He actually made his divine consciousness change the structure of the illusory space, and the heavenly book succumbed. Tang Ming told Teacher Hua not to worry about him and moved on. Tang Ming advised the girl to enter the beam of light, clear her mind, and use her body's spiritual power to feel. Hua approached this source of light and tried to even touch it with her finger. Tang Ming at this time, taking the lotus posture, tried to recover and meditated. Hua said she felt a warm and enveloping light. It felt good. Hua stepped into that beam of light and felt herself floating above the ground. Tang Ming watched from the side as he watched her. A change began to happen to the girl. Her age began to decrease and she gradually turned into a child. Tang Ming thought that something must be done. What should he do with a small child? After a while, Mentor Hua returned to her former state. The girl said that the endless realm after 9th grade was really unbelievable. Tang Ming covered his eyes with his hands and pointed his finger at the girl. At first, Hua did not understand the gesture. Then, lowering her head, she saw that she was not wearing any clothes. After a while, the expedition ended, and the two returned to the instructor. They took off their VR helmets and cleaned themselves up. Yin Liu noticed that the two avoided looking into each other's eyes. After that, the breakthrough theory work immediately began. Day and night, they worked hard to derive a theory of kingdom breakthrough based on what they had learned from the heavenly book. The work was ready and ended up on the desk of the head of the university. He had to take a look at it. Hua said that it was the manuscript of the kingdom breakthrough theory that she had finished with Tang Ming's help. The head, after reading the manuscript, realized that it was a method of merging and transforming the spirit and qi of the body. This method is truly arcane. The chapter never thought in his life that he would witness the birth of the realm breakthrough theory. Would he really be able to break through the realm and fight again? Tang Ming said that although the breakthrough theory was incredible, only those at the peak of 9th grade would be able to break through to the new realm. It was necessary to focus on rapidly raising the cultivation level of students and teachers. The head said the student is right. There are several people who are at the peak of 9th grade. Tang Ming said that the important point of the breakthrough theory of the realm was not only the existence of the realm itself, but also the second revolution of cultivators based on the breakthrough theory. Tang Ming suggested that based on the breakthrough theory with teacher Hua Fengyang, he should form a research group and application committee on the breakthrough theory of the realm and lead the people into a new era of breakthrough. The reason our hero has progressed so quickly in his practice is that in addition to purifying qi on a cellular level, he also focuses on perfecting spiritual power. The head of the university was thinking about the second cultivator revolution and the era of universal breakthrough. If that happened, 1 million students would have a chance to break through this realm. Tang Ming added that the education system must undergo a comprehensive reform. It will have to eliminate those who do not meet the standards and allocate resources to talented and motivated students, regardless of their age and background. Tang Ming went on with his suggestions for a while longer. The faculty listened to him with their mouths hanging open. Yin Liu said that Mentor Hua had cultivated an amazing student. The head of the university said that it would take a lot of money for such a large-scale reform. Just setting up a study group to promote spiritual practice and systemic reform would be enough. He thought that a wise woman could make a meal without rice. Tang Ming said that there is no need to worry about funding. Since they won first place in the competition, it is possible to apply to the alliance for a cash tranche of a larger amount to sponsor this project. Tang Ming said he has a 30% stake in a pharmaceutical company. He will receive good dividends every year and will help his favorite university. The head immediately calculated that 30% could be 30 billion in money. The pharmaceutical company became a permanent supplier of the alliance after the competition. Its pills are sold abroad. The head said that with Tang Ming's support, the university will get a second birth, and he will do his best to promote the application of the breakthrough theory. The principal handed the student a business card and told him that he was henceforth an honorary assistant principal of the university. The exchange of resources and techniques will no longer be limited by the value of points. Tang Ming told the director that he now had to return to the Cultivator Alliance, so he was leaving. The Ascension cult is destroying the city. The city was in smoke and fire. Buildings were suffering irreparable damage. The helicopter pilot has been ordered to continue monitoring the situation. The reinforcements were on their way. Suddenly, a hooded man appeared in the helicopter and said that he had found a rat from the Cultivator Alliance. Holding out his hand to the pilot, he said that they were going to have fun now. At the Cultivator Alliance headquarters, the elders were watching the situation developing in that helicopter. The unknown person said that the cultivators were weak. The elder in the Alliance was terribly angry. The Ascension cult had recently dared to sabotage and was now openly defying the Alliance. The Ascension cult has set conditions. Within 3 days, the Alliance must find and hand over the mysterious cultivator to them. Otherwise, the lands of this country will see the wrath of their alien overlord. The elder said in anger that he needed people. Today, he will destroy this Ascension cult. His colleague told him to calm down. Before the head went into seclusion, he told them to guard the Alliance and not to act without authorization. Another elder said that the situation on the battlefield with the aliens was tense. Most of the cultivators in the Alliance are stationed at wormhole bases. The Academy team that went to search for hidden power has yet to return. 3 days ago, 3 of the 5 operations had failed. One of them was completely destroyed by the Ascension cult elders. The power of the Ascension cult had increased significantly. The elder said that he is not a coward like his opponent. Besides, he is an 8th grader. The colleague said that he was not afraid of him and was ready to accept the challenge. A rift was brewing in the Alliance. A colleague called for a truce and said they should, on the contrary, unite. The angry old man said he had nothing to talk to his opponent about, and he would take care of fighting the Ascension cult on his own. Said it's a waste of time, and he's leaving too. Elder Wan thought that they couldn't even keep up with even a small meeting when the head was in seclusion. To top it all off, Master Wenki grabbed old Wang by his beard and said that he wanted to play with him. If the head is gone for a long time, the world seems to be in a terrible state. In the Cultivator Alliance's treatment room, the healing process was taking its course. After staying in 2 vessels of purifying essence made from immortal herbs, Tang Ming was able to keep his teacher cultivation at the peak of 9th grade. Using modern technologies of the spiritual world, it is possible to trace the process of integration and the moment of breakthrough. In a past life, it would have taken more than 10 years before this type of practice would have appeared. The head was in the space of the spiritual world. He was at the initial stage of spiritual awakening. The next stage came the stage of spiritual liberation. The old man began to perform manipulations with his hands. At the advanced stage of spiritual fusion, the old man's entire body was emitting radiance and absorbing energy. The peak of the spiritual distribution stage had arrived. The old man was completely absorbed in the breakthrough process. The peak stage of spiritual distribution has ended at 80%. The purity of qi is below 98%. The danger index is 43. Tang Ming thought it was a bad thing. With the spiritual toxins not fully purified, they haven't been eliminated. If it continues like this, the old man won't be able to break through. Tang Ming decided to lend a hand and help the old man solve the breakthrough issue. Tang Ming told the teacher that it was necessary to stop for now. If he continued like this, he would perish because his qi and spiritual power would conflict with each other. The old man said that otherwise he would have no more chances to break through this realm. The old man said that after the battle with the aliens, his body was defeated and he didn't have the strength to go back into battle, so he founded the Alliance of Cultivators. Now that he had hoped to break through, he wasn't afraid of dying. Tang Ming realized that he couldn't stop the old man. The danger index had risen to level 55. The bleeding head said all or nothing. If he couldn't die on the battlefield, he was willing to die on the way to the breakthrough. Tang Ming thought, although he could use his divine consciousness to forcefully cut off the teacher's spiritual consciousness and interrupt the breakthrough process, but if the old man couldn't break through this time, he wouldn't have a chance to break through at all. Tang Ming thought that he considered it an honor to be Master Li's disciple. The guy applied the spiritual cleansing needle technique. Spirituality progress was 75%. The danger index was 59. The old man wasn't going to give up. His body and mind continued to fight. Tang Ming thought that his divine consciousness was small, and his spiritual power was comparable to the realm of infinity. One could try using a spiritual needle to forcibly remove the spiritual poison at the peak of 9th grade. The chance of success is 50%. Spiritual distribution progress is 85%, and the danger index is 45. Spiritual distribution progress, 90%, danger index, 30. Spiritual distribution progress, 92%. The danger index is 25. Finally, the spiritual poison had been completely eliminated. The spiritual distribution progress was 95%, and the danger index was 19. The rest was up to Master Li alone. Spiritual distribution progress is 100%. The danger index is 0. Tang Ming realized that everything had worked out. The breakthrough process had been successfully completed. The current realm was the first stage of the infinity realm, a level above the 9th grade. The old man wondered why his ki had become invisible like an ordinary person who had never cultivated. Master Li felt an indescribable sense of completeness after all. Tang Ming congratulated the teacher for breaking through to the infinity realm. On the path of a first-stage cultivator, it is the purification of the body, then absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and condensing ki. This is the sign of a cultivator of the 1st grade. At the peak of 9th grade, there is a perfect fusion of spiritual and inner ki. The ki itself becomes invisible, which is a sign of a breakthrough through the realm. One who has broken through the realm is one with the nature of heaven and earth. With a single thought, he can change the natural kai of heaven and earth in an endless flow. According to teacher Hua's theory, there are 5 levels of realm breakthrough. At the infinite level, divine consciousness can reach 1,000 meters and change a radius of 10 miles. In his past life, our hero had reached the peak of the 9th stage of the Emperor realm. Master Li said that he understood why he felt so full of energy, even though his ki was gone. Tang Ming told the master that he had broken through the endless realm, purifying, refilling the marrow. His body was almost invulnerable. His life expectancy was now 300 years. The alliance would not disintegrate now. Master said that he must break through tomorrow. He won't be able to thank Tang Ming enough and asked to take a bow from him. Tang Ming replied that a teacher should not do what is meant for a student. Tang Ming told the old man that he had managed to break through with the help of the spiritual realm. He had improved his body and reality at the same time. It would take some time to reset the spiritual power that had reached the level of divine consciousness back into the physical body. The next step would be the breakthrough of other cultivators at the peak of 9th grade. After the attack at the last tournament, the Alliance sent a team from the Imperial Military Academy to search for hidden power. Tang Ming remembered that there was something like obsidian on the other planet. It could supply ki and reduce the risk. It seemed worth sending to the wormhole on the agenda. Elder Wang contacted our hero and inquired about the status of the head. Tang Ming replied that the teacher had successfully broken through. He is slowly recovering, and inquired about the outside. Elder Wan Shu said that while the head was in seclusion, the Ascension cult started demanding that the mysterious man be extradited. Hodao couldn't resist and went to confront them. Tang Ming grabbed his head. This bearded man always liked to fool around. Tang Ming noticed that the teacher's condition had stabilized. There shouldn't be any more problems. The Ascension cult is a servant of the aliens and acts as an intermediary between Earth cultivators and the alien race. Until the Earthlings get rid of the Ascension cult, there will be no peace. If they are looking for the mystery man, then Tang Ming will meet them. There was only Hodao at the meeting with the Ascension cultists. The cult leader, Elder Win, said that this elder was the only one who dared to come. The Alliance should give them the person they want and they would leave. The bearded man said that first they should communicate with him, flaming Hodao, and began to swing his sword. However, the opponent easily dodged and said that this Hodao was only an 8th grade cultivator, and he thought he was very strong. Wuyin said that he would now show the real power of their cult. Wuyin thought that if they could catch the flaming Hodao, they could trade him for the mysterious man. Elder Wuyin thought that his opponent was so desperate that he didn't even care about defending himself or fearing death. Hodao was indeed a fiery fighter. His martial art was at the peak of the 8th grade. Hodao used the Firewind Leafall technique and began to press his opponent. Elder Wuyin was surprised how he, a 5th Ascension cult elder at the peak of the 8th grade, couldn't defeat a stubborn person who only used his strength. Hodao applied the Misty Transformation martial art and continued to stubbornly advance, crowding the enemy and not caring about his defense. Elder Wuyin thought that his opponent was good. This old man had made him use a real form of fog. Wu Yin was going to take Ho Dao hostage for an exchange, but now he changed his mind. Wu Yin used the golden mist martial art. He decided to tear Ho Dao to pieces and leave him to die. Flaming Ho Dao put his flaming sword forward and said that he was ready for anything. Wu Dao raised his sword high up, activated his spirit beast, the fire dragon, and used the martial art flames of the furious dragon. Elder Wu Yin thought that his opponent's fire attribute was restricting his mist attribute. He was sacrificing himself in an attempt to suppress the stubborn opponent. This old man Ho Dao has devised a very cunning plan, although at first glance he seems dumbfounded. The enraged Ho Dao went on a rampage. He told the entire Ascension cult to go to hell. Elder Wu Yin, feeling that he might lose, shouted to be rescued. Elder Wu Yin's minions came to Elder Wu Yin's rescue. They tried to attack Ho Dao. However, the bearded old man used the Earth Dungeon martial art, and his opponent was defeated. One of the cult members said his co-worker was good for nothing. They wanted to watch the show, but now he should be ashamed. Elder Ho Dao said that the Ascension cult was not believed. However, right now, all 5 elders of this cult had gathered together. It looked like it wouldn't be able to withstand the onslaught of all 5 elders. Ho Dao thought that Head Li should succeed. The Cultivator Alliance could do without Ho Dao, but not without Head Li. Elder Wu Yin told his minions not to destroy Ho Dao, but only cut off his limbs, cut out his eyes and tongue, and exchange him for the mysterious man as planned. Suddenly, some person appeared in the air. He floated smoothly and said that the Ascension cult didn't follow martial ethics and bullied, surpassed only by numbers. It should be ashamed of itself. The man wore a mask and his face was unrecognizable. The Ascension cult immediately took notice of him. One of the Ascension cult elders wondered if it was that mysterious 9th grade cultivator. It was worth inflicting a little damage, and this warrior who liked to be a hero appeared on his own. One of the Ascension cult elders said that he wasn't weak and was about to show what he could do. This elder struck his opponent with his deadly weapon, but missed. The mysterious masked man retaliated by kicking his opponent. The representative of the Ascension cult was kicked in the jaw and flew backwards. The 5th elder of the Ascension cult had been brutally deactivated. He was lying in a pool of his own blood. The unidentified masked man said that the Ascension cult might try to stop him if they had the power to do so. Another elder told the 4th brother not to be so impulsive and to inject himself with the serum first. He told the 2nd elder to prepare the Earth Dungeon attack. Flaming Ho Dao, bleeding, thought that the stranger had delivered a crushing blow. He had destroyed an 8th grade cultivator from the first time. He would never be able to deal with this. The representatives of the Ascension cult tried to calm down and reassure their colleagues. They should not be so careless anymore. The 2nd and 3rd elder injected themselves with serums again. No doubt they were counting on the battle to continue. The masked stranger decided to attack these elders. He came here to deal with the Ascension cult. Thus, another opponent was deactivated. The 1st elder also injected himself with the serum and said that their opponent was very smart and experienced. He had used the difference in their strength from the beginning to weaken their overall structure quickly. The old man said that the master of the alien race never ordered them to capture this guy whole and unharmed. He wounded his brother and destroyed the 4th elder. Now they're going to cut him into pieces and then skin him, or the other way around. The unidentified masked man laughed and said that his opponents were like humans, but preferred to be obedient dogs of the alien villains while killing their compatriots. An elder of the Ascension cult told this guy not to dare insult the alien overlord. Before he dies, he's throwing around a lot of pompous remarks. One of the Ascension cult members sneaked up on Elder Ho Dao and tried to secretly stun him. However, the masked stranger jumped up and stood between the two and blocked the attack. The villain held a magic scepter in his hands. He said that no matter how high the opponent's cultivation level was, the opponent was nothing more than a mortal in front of the black stone scepter granted to them by their lord. The masked stranger felt that the ki in his body was not circulating. The opponent said that the villain did it on purpose. The villain agreed. After all, there are 3 of them, and they can't defeat him so easily. Flaming Ho Dao, who came closer, thought that he, being at the peak of the 8th grade, was a burden at this moment. One of the elders entered into a dialogue with his rival. His colleague said that there was nothing to talk about and we should just avenge our brothers. The masked man said that there are people who have already gone beyond into the Infinity Kingdom, which is after 9th grade. The ground beneath the elder's feet trembled. The 1st elder dropped the scepter from his hands. The masked man rose to his full height. Suddenly, the head of the Cultivator Alliance, Elder Li, appeared in the sky. The masked man thought that the teacher had recovered around the time he had predicted. Elder Li said that the Ascension cult were traitors to planet Earth and they would all be destroyed. He began to accumulate a powerful energy charge in his hand and sent it at his opponents, after which all the Ascension cult elders were destroyed. Hodao thanked everyone for saving him. Otherwise, he would have died here today. Elder Li also thanked the masked stranger. The young man said that he shouldn't. In fact, flaming Hodao being alone was not bad for stalling. It also helped to wait for the chapter. Hodao wondered how this guy had guessed what he wanted to do. The head of the alliance laughed and said that old grumpy Hodao is fierce, but very brave and careful. He has always been loyal to the alliance, and now the alliance is indebted to him. An unknown masked man threw a stone to the elders. He said that this stone had fallen from a scepter and was restraining the nourishment of the human body, being a resource of another planet. It could be of use to the alliance in the future. Head Li caught that rock. The masked man thought that this was a good opportunity to give them a little push. This obsidian was enough for 2 cultivators at the peak of 9th grade to break through the realm. The masked man thought that now that the teacher was torn, he couldn't stay too long or else his identity would be revealed. He said goodbye to the elders and disappeared in an unknown direction. Hodao said if such a strong person could join their cultivator alliance, they would be invincible. The head said that there was no need to worry. He would join when the time was right. The elder added that this person is not as mysterious as a real hermit. He knows a lot about the cultivator world and always helps in times of need. The Ascension cult was troubled. Contact with all the elders had been lost, and it was unclear what was happening. 5 elders met a powerful enemy. 1 was destroyed, another was severely injured. 3 used the divine serum and activated the scepter. The enemy was subdued, but suddenly a powerful force severed their connection, and all subsequent attempts to contact them failed. There was no news for over 2 hours. It was decided to report this emergency to the master and try to continue to make contact with the elders. The television report announced that the head of the Cultivator Alliance, Master Li, had successfully broken through to the Infinity Realm. 5 elders of the Ascension cult were destroyed in the suburbs. Elder Li, commenting on the news, said that the Kingdom Breakthrough Theory was a preliminary experiment and proved to be successful. This is a new chapter of the path of human development. Master Li, on behalf of the Alliance, informed the traitors from the Ascension cult that they had one last chance to be created. Those who do not surrender within 3 days will be destroyed. The head of the Ascension Alliance smashed the television screen out of anger. The aide told the master not to get angry. If they told the noble and all-powerful alien overlords what was going on here, they would certainly lend their support. The head said that the Cultivator Alliance had developed a breakthrough theory that even the alien overlords hadn't foreseen. Even so, to break through, one would have to be at the peak of 9th grade. With the divine energy serum granted by the alien overlord, they can all break through. The Alliance trash will never be able to defeat them. Tang Ming was once again meditating intensely. His ki was severely depleted compared to the previous battle. Especially the obsidian scepter had damaged his ki circulation. Thanks to the spiritual purity stones presented by Jin, he was able to recover quickly. Unfortunately, these stones can only be found in wormholes, and they are scattered in a chaotic manner. On the other hand, the Ascension cult has already used obsidian, proving that the aliens have already understood the properties of this stone. High-frequency spirit stones can quickly raise one's inner ki cultivation. Obsidian can increase the success rate of a realm breakthrough. When these 2 powerful tools could be mastered, the overall strength of humanity could be greatly improved. The head of the Alliance summoned Tang Ming to him. He said that there were 2 things he wanted to talk to the young man about. This time, 5 elders were destroyed, and the entire Ascension cult was damaged. The head is going to appoint Hodao as the team's elder and seize the opportunity to get rid of the cult and revive the Alliance. The situation on the alien planet is tense, and the Alliance needs fresh blood. Elder Li will allow the 18 younger members of the tournament to travel to the wormhole on the alien planet. Tang Ming said that he was ready and thought that now he didn't have to worry about finding an excuse to go to the battlefield against the aliens. The head of the Alliance said that he wanted to show Tang Ming something. In the elder's hand was an alien obsidian captured by the Ascension cult. Initial research showed that the radioactive energy contained in it would severely restrict the movement of qi in the human body. But if used properly, it could be used for other purposes. Tang Ming said that according to Teacher Hua's theory, the most difficult part of the process is the 4th stage, spiritual distribution. Tang Ming suggested to the teacher that the rookie's mission should focus on discovering obsidian veins and veins of high-purity stones. If there was a steady supply of these two ores, the human race would be able to break through this realm much faster. The head of the alliance said it was a good suggestion and agreed to do so. Looking at the stone, Hodao scratched the back of his head and said that he remembered. He had seen such a thing in one of the wormholes in the defense base of Fire Dragon Island. The alien environment there is volcanic with lots of minerals, but it's a level 3 wormhole. The danger level is low. The military situation is stable. It's the best place to go. The elder said that the 18 newcomers are the treasure of their alliance. The safety of the young people must be guaranteed. Hodao said that he is the second elder of Dragon Island and gives such assurances. The old man said that in that case, we should send the youngsters to the Fire Dragon Island and the Hal wormhole. This adventure would help the young cultivators improve. Notification of the Alliance's dispatch soon reached 18 students. They will first meet at Alliance headquarters for training and then enter the wormhole. The first phase was theoretical. Students studied the type of wormhole environment, combat power, and types of alien warriors, and the deployment of the training mission. The second stage is equipment. This is basically the combat uniforms worn by the Alliance Army and various combat gear. The third phase is comprehensive simulation training that mimics real-world combat in a VR environment. The students haven't seen each other for a few days. Wang Jin misses her very much, and Fai Xiaoying just loves to be in her company. Huo Sanshan already feels their spiritual closeness, although he doesn't remember the past life. The other students also treated Tang Ming with respect and awe. All of the above did not concern Ye Jingxing. Jingxing felt that he should be in Tang Ming's place. The position as a disciple of the head of the alliance, Wang Jin's fiancé, the admiration and respect of the people, all of these things should have belonged to Jingxing. This was the young man's opinion. Tang Ming and Wang Jin said hello to Ye Jingxing. Ye also said hello in return, but very dryly, and immediately turned away. Huo Sanshan wondered, what is going on with this guy lately? Tang Ming suggested that Ye Jingxing is in a troubled adolescent period. The project leader introduced the young people to the situation in Hal Wormhole. It is the defense base of Fire Dragon Island. The danger level is low and the priority degree is intermediate. Stable military situation. The alien side of Wormhole Chaos is a volcanic planet with extraterrestrial life, thickly covered in lava and rich in minerals. A clan of fire dragons joined the alliance to establish a defensive base and have repeatedly repelled major alien forces. One of the students asked if life could even exist in such a place. The lieutenant colonel replied that life exists there and even more than one species. These creatures feed on fire and heat, and most of them have a grumpy nature. They should not be provoked during an expedition. The leader said that the young men would now receive their combat suits. As soon as they put them on, they should press the green dot on their arm, and the suit will tighten according to their body parameters. Later, the functions of the suit will be explained to them. After putting on the suit, Fang Xiaoying rotated her body and said that it didn't hinder movement, was light and flexible, and gave a bonus to all abilities. Started discussing their external technical data in these suits. Everyone was satisfied. Wang Jin said that this is a great battle suit. Fang Xiaoying touched the hair on her head and asked, "What are those cat ears?" Tang Ming explained that it was a communication positioning device that integrated the positioning and communication system. The girls shouted in one voice that the boss was spying on them again. Tang Ming said that they had mistakenly activated the radio mode and everyone heard them, especially about the evaluation of their appearance in their suits. At a staff formation in front of the leadership, one of the girls said that the suit was tight, but had to be worn all the time. She found it humiliating. Tang Min announced that they were going to a battlefield with aliens, not a playground, and battle suits were necessary for Alliance soldiers to stay alive and combat capable. If you don't wear suits in a wormhole, you can get killed. Since they are here, they are no longer students but Alliance soldiers, ready to defend planet Earth. The lieutenant colonel thought that Head Lee had taken a good student and budding leader. Yet Jingxing thought, who can't leave empty talk, he can't see the truth. The group went through a pre-fight simulation of the VR spiritual system and learned the methods and techniques of searching for spirit stone veins. 3 days passed. The 18 newcomers traveled to the wormhole in a small vehicle. The young fighters arrived at the forward fortress blocking the wormhole. It looked impressive. The area around the wormhole is a closed military zone, with a special barrier invisible to ordinary people. The fifth elder of the Fire Dragon League, Bai Fan, appeared on the screen in front of the warriors. He is here to guide the warriors onward. Elder Bai said he would guide them through the wormhole. There are thousands of wormholes and safety is paramount. Elder B ordered everyone to fasten their seatbelts. The ship was approaching the wormhole. Once inside, they began to experience terrible overloads. After the overload subsided, the ship was on the other side of the wormhole. Elder B welcomed everyone to the alien battlefield. After landing, Huo Sangshan said he felt dizzy and immediately threw up. Tang Ming said that his colleague's seasickness was very terrible for him. Elder Bai personally met with the young fighters and welcomed them to the Fire Dragon Island's defense base. He added that the first trip to the wormhole always had a side effect. Suddenly, an alien ship appeared in the distance and was immediately blasted away. Elder B didn't even flinch. He said that it wasn't a serious attack. These aliens have been frequently causing a little trouble in the north lately. Wang Jin said that it was a Fire Dragon League technique using qi to compress and explode the air, resulting in a loud explosion and future flames that could stun and vaporize the opponent in an instant. The technique surpassed the 9th grade. Tang Ming said, "This is a special environment filled with firemark. This is the truest home for Fire Dragon unification cultivators." Elder B said that Tang Ming has good insight. The joint technique requires a high level of understanding between cultivators. Each person's martial arts, qi, and spiritual consciousness must be perfectly matched. However, the requirements for collaborative machinery are very high, and it cannot be accomplished by just a few people. For every 1,000 cultivators, only 2 or 3 have a chance to follow through. Elder B added that the young people can now see the gate guarding the city from the aliens. The commander said this is a battlefield. Showing mercy to the enemy in battle is the greatest sin against one's own people. He added that he would now show the base. To the young warriors, the base seemed huge. It is even bigger than the front fortress on Earth. The surface temperature here is really high. You can feel it even in a combat suit. Elder Bai showed the young fighters the monument commemorating the battle for Fire Dragon Island. Many fell at this gate. It took a lot to defeat the aliens and gain control of this place. Legion, the aliens' main force, and their superpowered equipment are extremely effective on the battlefield. To win, the Earthlings' ancestors paid a heavy price. The newcomers noticed that the warriors had returned from the front lines. The squad leader reported that aliens totaling 100 had attacked the northern fortifications. The aliens had been destroyed. The squad leader reported that they had 5 dead, 14 seriously wounded, and 35 with minor injuries. Elder B thanked them for their service and sent everyone off to rest and recuperate. Huo Sanshan said angrily that he would show the alien villains what he could do and roll them all into a ram's horn. Tang Ming said that he was supporting his battle comrade. Julie and Ho Rong arrived at Elder B's place with operational reports. Elder B said that the warriors arrived just in time. He would introduce them to the new personnel. Elder B said that they were second-generation disciples, both cultivators of the 6th grade. They will be responsible for the safety of the young warriors during tomorrow's training mission. Ye Jingxing told Elder B that the current battle situation is tense and time is limited. He suggests splitting into 2 teams and searching for deposits in 2 different directions. The girls immediately shouted that Mr. Ye was right, and most of them wanted to be on his team. Huo Sanshan hugged Tang Ming and said that they would be on the same team as before. Tang Ming said that his teacher had assigned him to a special task. Huo Sanshan said that Tang Ming doesn't have to worry. He would be able to protect his girls. Elder B agreed and added that Zhu Li and Ho Rong would follow 2 separate teams. The next day, after a short preparation, the teams went their separate ways to fulfill the mission of exploring the situation. Tang Ming knew that his target was the Scarlet Flame Gorge, about 200 kilometers away from the base. In his past life, a huge obsidian vein had been discovered there. From the military base, Tang Ming went straight to the south. Our hero crossed 2 checkpoints. On the road, Tang Ming encountered several 5-man patrols and continued to delve deeper into the alien lands to the south. Tang Ming found himself in a desert area. Suddenly, a scarlet fire snake appeared in front of him, which likes to hide in gravel, has no eyes, but relies on its tongue to locate its prey. Unfortunately, such a ferocious fire snake, even without eyes, has a fatal weakness. That weakness is the ice touch. She's afraid of the cold, so our hero has dealt with it. It is not deadly, but her toxin can paralyze a person's entire body and immobilize them for a short time. After a while, Tang Ming discovered a patrol in the desert area. Luo Jixiang, the patrol commander, and Tang Ming greeted each other. Jixiang wondered if this was the same Tang Ming who had recently won the competition and become Headley's disciple. Our hero thought that the news had even reached another planet. Jixiang heard that 18 rookies had come to them to practice. The magnetic interference in this area is very strong. There is often no signal, and it is impossible to locate. Tang Ming said that the Alliance had assigned him a special mission and thanked him for the warning. Luo Jixiang said he would not detain his colleague and once again warned of the danger. After Tang Ming turned away, the warriors of the squad threw a rope noose around our hero's neck and displayed their weapons in front of him. Tang Ming wondered, "What are they doing?" Luo Jixiang reported over the radio that he was able to maintain visual projection for a second. Jixiang says that a new recruit, Tang Ming, is trying to infiltrate the restricted area, suspected of collaborating with the enemies. He orders his squad to eliminate the traitor. Tang Ming thought that this guy wasn't very strong, but he was good at making up accusations and used 9 true words to defend and counterattack. This unit was attacked by our hero and destroyed. Jixiang asked, how did this guy know that there was something wrong with them? Tang Ming replied that they were far enough away from the base of Fire Dragon Island, so their presence here was suspicious. Jixiang wondered how Tang Ming could know so much. After all, he was a new recruit. Jixiang thought that Tang Ming knew too much and should not be left alive. He tried to attack our hero. Tang Ming saw that his opponent was about to use the Earth Stage technique, Great River Sword, against him. He is indeed of the 7 Luo. Luo Jixiang was surprised how his opponent knew his family's technique. Tang Ming replied that those who observe the way of the Tao are righteous. Those who enter this path follow the law, destroying their selfishness. Tang Ming added that a righteous person will achieve anything. One of the celestial stage martial arts techniques, Thunderbolt, is able to utilize the natural energy of heaven and earth without destruction. Our hero was using the heaven stage technique for the first time after being reborn, and it was quite effective. Luo Jixiang and his squad were deactivated, disarmed, and isolated. Tang Ming didn't expect the snake toxin to come in handy so soon. From the small volume, they wouldn't be able to move for 5 days. Our hero was wondering what the Luo family was trying to find out by sending people on patrol to such a remote part of an alien planet. We should grab these guys on the way back and find out what's going on. Upon reaching the Scarlet Flame Gorge, Tang Ming realized that he was finally there. Tang Ming used the technique of merging with the landscape and became invisible. And for good reason, because there were aliens nearby. It turns out that the Luo family is covering for these aliens. What are these aliens looking for? Obsidian veins too? These aliens call themselves Rakshasa, which in their language means conquerors of the universe. They're born fighters. Judging from their clothing, they are first-class warriors and leaders with the strength of human cultivators. Slaves are untouchable. To the aliens, they are despicable creatures, the fate they have in store for the Earthlings. Tang Ming counted a total of 10 warriors. The leader is responsible for controlling the entire situation. This is just a small group of explorers. Our hero had a simultaneous translation device in his spacesuit. He could understand the aliens. The overseer told the slave that he was not doing a good job. This overseer punished a slave with an electric taser. A colleague said that several people have already died in the last few days. If they keep dying, they won't have enough hands to work. Tang Ming stealthily crept up to the overseer and asked in a whisper, did he really enjoy abusing his slaves? The next moment, the villain was destroyed. Tang Ming smashed his head in. Tang Ming used the 7 constellations touching technique, 24 stinging stabs to attack. Several more aliens were destroyed. One of the survivors noticed some commotion. Tang Ming approached the unfortunate slave. The old man was terribly frightened. After a short time, all the aliens were destroyed. Not one survived. Tang Ming stood against a crowd of armed slaves. They did not stand up for him during the beating of the old man because they were following the rules. Tang Ming, looking at these slaves, thought that it must be a habit to bow down to the aliens. Now faced with an unknown threat, they realized that the old rules no longer apply, so they immediately unite and are ready to fight to the end. Tang Ming says he knows they are not Rakshasa and will not hurt them. They can leave and take the alien spaceship to go home. One of the slave girls showed the guy a rock and asked if he was looking for something. The girl said her name was Izzy. 10 years ago, the Rakshasas destroyed her house and made them Jillison slaves. A month ago, they were smuggled here to search for some stone. The old man approached the girl and said that the Earthlings could not be trusted. They are secretly cooperating with the Rakshasa. Izzy told Elder Bahaha that this Earthling was the last hope they had been waiting for several years. Tang Ming knew that the Jilisan were one of the many races enslaved by the Rakshasa because they lacked combat power. Because of their tall stature, they are often sent to the most dangerous places as laborers. Aizi thanked the Earthman for saving her. As a token of her gratitude, she would like to escort him to places with obsidian deposits. The boy thought that this race was quite intelligent, and this girl was not so simple. In return for the escort, the girl said she had something she wanted to ask for. Tang Ming somehow thought that she could be trusted. Tang Ming thought that he would find the obsidian vein faster with the help of this girl. If this race became allies of the Earthlings, they could be excellent spies. Tang Ming said he was willing to listen to the girl's request. Aizi wanted the Earthman to help her find an associate named Emitada. Tang Ming promised, but made no guarantees. Aizi said that the young man could follow her. Elder Bahaha wanted to communicate something to Aizi using telepathy, but the girl said that in the presence of an Earthling, one must communicate by sound waves. Tang Ming and his girlfriend find themselves deep in a cave. At first glance, there is nothing special about the walls, but he vaguely feels that his ki has been inexplicably affected. Tang Ming cracked the wall nearby and discovered a huge amount of obsidian. It was a good find. Suddenly, out of the darkness, our hero saw glowing eyes. The clawed paws of the beast also appeared. Aizi shouted for him to be more careful and tried to close him off from the beast. Tang Ming was surprised. Did she really think his life was a higher priority? Tang Ming said he wasn't a coward to hide behind her back. Wild beasts did indeed appear from the depths of the cave. Tang Ming pressed the girl against him and drew his sword to protect her. He used the Black Frost Blade technique. The wild beasts were destroyed. They were alien creatures, salamanders. The flowing blood of the dead animals hissed out. Tang Ming was surprised. Why did the blood of these creatures contain such terrible energy? Salamanders had never shown such aggression. More salamanders started crawling along the walls of the cave. Tang Ming told the girl and the old man that he would take care of these creatures himself, and he would be fine. Tang Ming used the ice touch technique, 10 touches. All the salamanders were destroyed. Tang Ming thought that he had already used the 4th word of the 9 true words, so he wouldn't be able to use it for 3 days. The ice touch they had learned at the university was good at restraining fire creatures. Elder Bahaha thanked Tang Ming for saving Aizi again. The old man was surprised that the Earthlings were so powerful, even though they had the same body structure. Tang Ming told these people that they could go. They helped him find the obsidian. He decided to check out something strange behind the crevices. Tang Ming realized that the obsidian vein he had discovered was very important, so he needed to make sure it was safe here. Our hero moved in the darkness. There were no more salamander attacks. Tang Ming has already walked more than 100 meters in the dark. Where does this path lead to next? A light showed up ahead, so that meant there was an exit. Tang Ming moved closer and looked outside. Here, deep in the Scarlet Flame Gorge, is a powerful spiritual flame. It is blocked by an obsidian vein. Over the years, this huge energy essence has formed. The environment here is clearly a replica of the medical cabin he used. The huge energy field is the constant sources of energy from the spirit stones. The young man decided to do the same thing he did in the medical cabin. The matter could not be delayed. The tempering method he was using now would play a role in self-healing. The cultivation conditions here were 1,000 times better. A full 24 hours had passed. Tang Ming's cultivation level had risen from the initial stage of the 5th grade to the peak of the 6th grade. An energy essence condensed from the spiritual energy of the earth was truly extraordinary. With this pure fire attribute energy, he would be able to utilize the ability of his past life, the Red Lotus Karma. Before the breakthrough, people only knew that martial arts techniques were divided into 4 grades. Based on the breakthrough theory, cultivation theorists expanded and developed martial arts techniques above the 9th grade. The technique our hero has mastered, the Scarlet Lotus Karma, belongs to an undiscovered stage condensed from the natural aura of the fire attribute of heaven and earth. It can heal everyone with bad intentions. Searching for obsidian, he found such a treasure. Tang Ming decided that he couldn't stay here for long. If one were to take the fire attribute in large quantities, the 5 elements would not be in balance, and this would cause permanent damage to the body. Tang Ming looked at the huge obsidian deposits and decided that it was time to get down to business. Right now, there are so many of the right people capable of breaking through the limit for power that this amount should be enough. There's no need for large-scale mining here. It will only attract the attention of the aliens. Tang Ming left the mine area. Aizi and Elder Bahaha were not far away. The dismantled materials were organized and taken to their respective caves. Tang Ming asked Izzy if she planned to stay here. The girl said that their planet Jilly had been turned into a Rakshasa colony, and if they returned, they would drive themselves into the hands of the enemy, so they are going to use this place as a stronghold and survive here. Tang Ming said that the Rakshasa ships have locators on them. They should get rid of them. Izzy said they disassembled the locator and used the ship's crew's personal rescue device to get out. Tang Ming, looking at the girl, thought that his enemy's enemy was his friend. Their base has grain suitable for sowing on this planet. He would be able to provide some of them. Izzy thanked her benefactor. Although the Jillisons were not directly involved in the war against Earth, they are aliens after all. If you send them directly to the base, many won't be ready for it. It's better to leave them here for a while. Tang Ming placed his hand on the girl's head and began to broadcast energies. Bahaha was scared. What was he doing? The girl calmed the old man down and said that if he wanted to destroy them, he would have done it long ago. Izzy stood there and couldn't move. The amount of energy in her body this time exceeded all permissible norms. Tang Ming said that these are some basic methods of practicing the human body and absorbing spiritual energy. They can practice them if they want to improve their self-defense abilities. After that, the girl threw herself around our hero's neck and kissed him on the lips, as they do on Earth. As far as she knew, this gesture is the most traditional way of expressing gratitude on Earth. Izzy formally stated that on behalf of all the Jilixan present here, she thanked the savior. Tang Ming wondered, where did she learn such a thing? The old man spread his hands and said he was surprised too. Tang Ming told these aliens to stay here for now. He would contact them soon and left the place. Bahaha asked Her Majesty how did she like the servant's performance. Izzy replied that he was very good. Now they had won the trust of the earthly benefactors. Izzy thought that this lie was the last resort to break the ice in this relationship. The Jilixans are so weak that they must establish a strong alliance with Earth if they want to regain their independence. Tang Ming was nearby. He hid behind a nearby rock and thought that they were putting on a show in front of him. However, their desire to cooperate is genuine. As long as he is within range, he can understand what these two are talking about using brainwaves. Now it seems that the Jilixans are really determined to make an alliance with Earth. Tang Ming went to the cave again. Tang Ming saw mummies instead of the warriors he had left behind. Did they really destroy themselves by using poison? It seemed he had been careless. The Luo family is cautious and ruthless, even more so than the Mujang family. Somewhere at the base of Fire Dragon Island, a messenger arrived with a report to the elder. He said that Luo Zhixiang's patrol disappeared 24 hours ago. It might be the work of the aliens. The elder said that the aliens were benefiting from the cooperation of their family. The elder asked if there was anything new at the base. The messenger said that young men from the Alliance had arrived. They are on a training mission, were split into two groups, and went to the east of the west. Among them is Tang Ming, who went to the south. The elder said that Tang Ming might have been involved. Now they must prepare for the worst. However, this guy can't be touched. He's Head Li's disciple. If you destroy him, you'll alert everyone. He said that their priority now was a new plan that the aliens would carry out. If it succeeds, the Luo family will return to the top of the Earth cultivator world. Even Tang Ming would be subject to the alliance. We need to keep an eye on Tang Ming's movements. He acts in the open, while they will be in the shadows. You don't have to do it with your own hands to destroy him. The base of Fire Dragon Island. Tang Ming returned from his mission. The guy was asked if he'd found the treasure. Tang Ming replied that he wouldn't comment on anything. Jikun said that if there is no comment, then there is no result. In just 2 days, their team found a vein of 5th-grade spiritual stones, which contains about 200 tons. Ye Jingxing said that Tang Ming went out on the mission alone. He came back safe and sound, which is already a good thing. Jingxing thought that Tang Ming also had moments when he was useless. The commander said Tang Ming came back just in time. Huo Sanshan and the others are in trouble. The communication range of a combat spacesuit is 300 kilometers. However, 10 minutes ago, the signal disappeared. Tang Ming assumed that they were attacked by unknown people, and the situation was now very dangerous. Tang Ming said he needed the coordinates of the place where the last signal was. He will go there to help. Ye Jingxing said that he would go as well. Elder B. Fan said that he would send 2 more 6th-grade cultivators and a communicator to keep in contact. 3 hours before the second group signal was lost, the team led by Huo Sanshan was briskly advancing. They had been searching for more than 2 days, but they hadn't found any trace of the mines. Fang Xiaoying suggested that it was all useless. One of the girls detected movement on the detector 50 meters to the right and 10 meters underground. Xiaoqing added that this signal is moving. Suddenly, the ground beneath the feet of the members of this team began to go underground, and they fell into the resulting crater. A strange alien creature was present underground in the hot atmosphere. Huo Sanshan asked Fang Xiaoying what it was and why it was so hot around. Xiaoying replied that the creature was slippery and disgustingly vile. One of the team members said it is an alien creature of the Minzi, Fire Dragon Island. It looks like worms, feeds on soil and sand. They accumulate a lot of minerals, so the detector made a mistake. But don't underestimate them. They secrete high-temperature slime, and it's dangerous. Huo Sanshan was thankful for the warning. Now his team is safe. A colleague said he was always happy to help in a critical moment. They are now more than 500 kilometers from the base. If it weren't for the liaisons, the signal would be erratic. Although they did not find minerals, they gained valuable experience. Huo Sanshan was dissatisfied because they hadn't found the stones. He didn't want to give up halfway. Fang Xiaoying supported him. Wang Jin said she agreed. The map shows that the Red Rock mountain range is ahead. There is probably ore there. Why don't they take a look if they are already close? If they don't find anything before dark, return the same way. The chaperone did not expect these novices to be so motivated. He told Brother Ho that they had some time before dark. Why not give it a try? Brother Ho agreed. The squad proceeded to the intended target. Xiaoying said that there was a signal ahead. The mine was right in front of them. Xiao Qing confirmed that she had also caught the signal. Songlu also caught the signal. Ho told Brother Chung that something was wrong here. Chung replied that they had crossed this area almost an hour ago, but had not encountered a single creature. That's strange since this is a neutral zone. Fang Xiaoying went up to the high ground and said what she found. The signal is very strong. There must be a lot of ore. Suddenly, a loud sound came from somewhere above and a very bright flash appeared. Brother Ho shouted for everyone to be careful. He used the flame shield fire technique. It was necessary to protect the squad. Brother Ho said that everyone should be careful. It's the aliens' magnetic cannon. They need time to charge the energy block, so they will have time to retreat. Chang said that because of this magnetic cannon, they lost contact with the base. Now you have to use your 10-faceted vision to look around and find out the number of enemies. Chang said there was a magnetic cannon, 30 alien creatures, a regular army, and a standard alien battle group on the hill ahead. Chung added that behind them was another squad of aliens with the same strength. They got surrounded. Huo Sanshan suggested not to hide, but to fight the enemies and kill them all. Fang Xiaoying supported him and said that she was not afraid of these aliens. Brother Ho didn't expect these two to be so simple and impulsive, but they kept the team's morale under control at a critical moment. Huo Sanshan said that there was no need to worry. Even if they had to sacrifice something, they would do it honorably and bring news of the mine to the base. Brother Ho told Chung to tell them to retreat into the terrain and that he would cover them. Chang led the team behind him. He shouted to make sure no one lagged behind. Chang and the warriors following him stopped. There was nowhere to run. They were at a dead end. Brother Ho couldn't believe that they had gotten themselves into a dead end. Chang said it was his fault. It's a shame about the broken connection. Wang Jin said that it was impossible to panic. If communication is lost, the headquarters will guess that they are in trouble. We should wait for help and try to defend ourselves. Ho stated that he would arrange everything. He will organize the first line of defense. 3 other warriors take over the second line of defense. 2 on the left flank, 2 on the right flank, with 2 more in charge of support and healing. A portable defense array should also be included. The array has been activated. This alliance defense spell can effectively protect against the alien magnetic beam. But once it runs out of energy, the shield will collapse. At the same moment, the aliens burst into the gorge. They caught up with our team of warriors. Brother Ho grabbed a sword in each hand and said that he would destroy all the alien villains and used the fire technique of cross-beheading. Enemy military equipment appeared in the gorge. It was concentrating the energy charge to fire a volley. Huge alien cannons drove as close as possible to shoot at the opponent. The energy charge shots hit the rocks, and huge rocks fell down. Huo Sanshan gloated. They were hitting their soldiers, among others. Chang noticed that the defense dome was cracking. The aliens screamed that the Earthmen's defenses were shattered. Now they could be attacked. Brother Ho said it was time to fight. Everyone should cover the exit and not let anyone inside. Ho changed his fire technique to a frenzied dance. The aliens took damage. No one on our team was hurt. After receiving a strong rebuff, the aliens retreated. Brother Ho also shouted that everyone should retreat immediately. Huo Sanshan wondered, why should they retreat? Suddenly there were strange aliens. The newcomers have never seen such before. Brother Ho said that they were alien warriors judges with strength equivalent to a 6th class and equipped with a regular army. The young fighters did not know what to do. Brother Ho said he was thirsty and wanted a drink. Chung handed him a flask of water. Brother Ho, after taking a few sips, said that he was going against fate and would take over the main force. The primary tasks are to report the coordinates of the location of the stone vein and the location of the enemy. Brother Ho said that he was ready to go on the attack. The young man decided to use his new technique, the forbidden secret technique of the fire dragon immortal warrior. Huo Sanshan realized that his mentor possessed 7th grade strength. Why hadn't they used this technique before? Fang Xiaoying shouted that the fire sex warriors were the toughest. Chang said that it was a forbidden secret technique of the fire dragon. If it is used on Earth, the soul will be destroyed and the key will be burned. It's different on this planet. But even so, Ho Rong might lose 10 years of his life. Ho Rong shouted for his colleague Chung not to hesitate and get the personnel out of here. Ho Rong also used a fire technique, the flame vortex. The opponents flew apart and nothing was left of them in the flames. The aliens said that this wretched man dared not reveal his lineage in front of the judges. At this point, without wasting any time, Chung said that they would break through the flank. Huo Sanshan stated that they can't leave Huo Rong alone. He must help him. Chung said that on the battlefield, military orders are like law. Otherwise, the whole team might die in vain. Huo Sanshan accelerated and told everyone to follow him. He would clear the way for them now. Chung noticed that Huo Sanshan was concentrating a huge blob of energy in his hands to direct it at the opponent's artillery pieces. This Huo would eventually become a great cultivator in the alliance. Huo shouted for his companions to retreat. He would block the path for the aliens. Huo Sanshan watched the enemy advance. He was preparing to give them a proper fight. Huo decided not to wait and strike first. As he approached the enemy, he dodged and used the white monkey dodging technique. Next, he used the 24-pattern meat grinder killing technique. And finally, sand goose lunge and swift camel. Many opponents didn't even realize how they had ended up on Earth. Huo shouted again for his team to dash forward. Huo Rong's efforts shouldn't go to waste. We should bring in reinforcements. Everyone saw the alien warrior judge trying to attack Huo Sanshan. The referee threw a punch at Brother Huo. The warrior blocked that punch, but he couldn't stop the attack and flew far back. The team picked him up. The judge said none of them are leaving here. Chang noticed that the opponent's strength was at the peak of 7th grade. Apparently, they had no chance of escape. Suddenly, a huge explosion formed near the alien. It was very powerful, and the bright flash blinded everyone. It turns out that Tang Ming and 2 others on special equipment had arrived to help the team of recruits. Sanshan told the help that had arrived that Ho Rong was left behind. He must be rescued. Tang Ming told his colleagues to help Ho Rong. He'll take on the aliens. Tang Ming clicked the alien judge and said that he was now his opponent. Our hero uses the art of hand-to-hand combat, began to beat his opponent with his hands and feet. Ye Jingxing asked if Wang Qingying was okay. The girl, without paying attention to him, shouted for Tang Ming to be careful. The opponent is at the peak of the 7th grade. Ye Jingxing thought that Tang Ming still liked to show off just as much. Once he loses, he will have to show off. The judge was surprised to have a 6th grade cultivator man against him. He is unexpectedly strong at such a young age. Even so, he is far from the level of a judge. Tang Ming said he would not let the aliens' plans come to fruition. Tang Ming said that aliens, especially judges, are extremely naive. Our hero took out an energy flower. When the judge saw this flower, he was immediately frightened. After all, it's an energy condensation. Where did the young man get this? The guy held in his hand the scarlet lotus that burns all sinners. This flower was a danger to the aliens. The judge immediately turned around and started running away. Tang Ming sent a scarlet lotus after him. This flower caught up with the alien and burned through his heart. The villain screamed and was destroyed. The squad of recruits thought that what Tang Ming had done was simply amazing. Even an 8th grade cultivator wouldn't be able to win like this. Jin was happy for her friend. It had only been a few days and he had already advanced to the next level. Fang Xiaoying shouted that her boss had a new technique. Fang would teach it to her. Ye Jingxing couldn't calm down. What was going on with this guy? At the 10 competition, he was a 3rd grade and was not a threat at all. Today, he already looks a head taller. Tang Ming made a statement. Everyone has done a good job, but the battle is not over yet. Whoever is able to fight, follow him to help the 3 elders of the Fire Dragon sect. All the Hanbei University graduates said they would follow their leader. Ho Rong continued the battle. The support group suddenly used fire. The opponents engaged in a fist fight. The referees managed to avoid fatal blows at the last moment because of the aliens around them. Huorong thought that he couldn't support the immortal warrior for long, either. If he didn't make it in time, they would lose. It was still unclear how Huo Sunshan and the others were doing. The judge laughed and said that even with their combined strength, the opponents wouldn't be able to handle him. An explosion sounded off to the side. The judge turned at the sound, hoping to see his colleague. A group of men appeared. Tang Ming's companions pounced on the alien judge and said that it was his time to die. He was surrounded. Ye Jingxing, while attacking, used the 5 elements technique, wind strike. He couldn't let Tang Ming take all the credit. If he can destroy the alien judge with a mission to find the stone vein, the best would be him, Ye Jingxing. The guy decided to use the 5-element technique while hiding underground. This was his chance. This technique can control the 5 elements, even those that are at a higher level than the warrior himself. It is the perfect combination of the 5 elements of the Yi family. Jumping out in close proximity in front of the alien, Jingxing decided that the enemy had been caught. Tang Ming shouted for the guy to watch out. Suddenly, Jingxing felt like he was falling into an abyss. It was so lightning fast that he cried out in fear. Ye Jingxing found himself in the spiritual space. Could this really be a counterattack? Jingxing decided to use the essence manipulation technique to protect his soul. The alien asked, how dare this lowly man attack him so presumptuously? In the same instant, Ye Jingxing was engulfed in flames. He shouted that he shouldn't die. The alien shouted for the man to kneel and submit to the great master, who could give him a miserable life. The man, engulfed in flames, begged my lord for mercy. The hot man said that he was willing to give his all if they helped him destroy Tang Ming. In the next moment, alive and unharmed, Ye Jingxing watched as the alien's head rolled on the ground. He, using his sword, administered justice. The ordinary alien warriors fell backwards. Hao Sanshan said that he didn't expect Brother Ye to be so strong. Tang Ming noticed that this guy had gotten stronger since the competition and thought something was wrong. Ye Jingxing raised his hand up and said that the alien leader had died, but the battle was not over yet. We must not relax. He urged everyone to unite and destroy the aliens together. The human warriors united and began a united front to attack the aliens. After half an hour, all the aliens were destroyed. Zhang said that it was a good job and added that Ye Jingxing had contributed a lot to this victory. Ye replied that it was the result of a joint effort. Feng Xiaoying was relieved that it was finally over. After all, this was a real battlefield with aliens. Wang Jin added that this first alien adventure might have been their last. Hu Sanshan said that there was no need to be discouraged. After this battle, their strength and experience had improved. The next time they faced the aliens, those aliens would be the losers again. Chang tried to put out the fire that Ho Rong was engulfed in. Huo Rong shouted for Xiaoqing to come over to him. The girl immediately ran over. Ho Rong crouched down on a rock and said that he was glad that he was able to save the personnel from the alien villains. Besides, he didn't die in the battle. Tang Ming said that the Forbidden Fire Dragon's secret technique is an immortal warrior. It burns a cultivator's ki to briefly upgrade his class. This brutal martial art is only used in the most desperate cases. Huo Rong looked rather aged. He said that the method Tang Ming was talking about was known to the fire dragon sects. Tang Ming said that he had a quick way to absorb the fire attribute energy, but this method was very dangerous. You must keep your mind clear and concentrate until the fire is extinguished. Wang Jin, when asked by Xiaoying if it was dangerous, replied that Tang Ming would never do something he wasn't sure of. Ho Rong laughed and said that he had seen a lot in his life. He had nothing to worry about, and he was not afraid of such a challenge. Tang Ming suggested to start without delay. The fire lotus reappeared in our hero's hand. Sanshin thought it was the same technique. Old man Ho Rong took the lotus posture and waited patiently. The fire flower slowly moved in his direction. Everyone looked at it tensely. Feng Xiaoying said that they should all believe Tang Ming. Jin reiterated that Tang Ming always did well. The fiery flower settled on the subject's head. The old man waited patiently with his eyes closed. Tang Ming applied the 9 true words, the third word being the warrior contract. The flower began to rotate. Fiery tongues of flame rose up from the flower. Brother Lu said that their fire dragon sect was proud to be the first school to use the fire attribute, but they had never seen such a skillful method of controlling ki. The disciple had surpassed the teacher. Feng Xiaoying enthusiastically said her favorite, Tang Ming is the coolest. Everyone seemed to think it was amazing, and only Ye Jingxing was quietly stepping aside. Jingxing approached the decapitated alien without attracting attention. No one saw it, but Jingxing absorbed the energy leaving her body. The young man smiled and thanked the great patron for the gift. He thought that he would soon take everything he owned away from Tang Ming. The fire lotus purification process ended and the flower disappeared. Ho Rong opened his eyes. Tang Ming said that this was the limit of the energy that Ho Rong could absorb in his current state. Ho Rong had returned almost to his age. The amount of life energy he had lost was reduced from 10 years to 1 year. The warrior was jubilant. He had been at the peak of 6th grade for years, and today he finally broke through to 7th grade. Ho Rong bowed to Tang Ming's younger brother and said that he would definitely repay the kindness in the future. Tang Ming replied that it was small things. Colleagues congratulated Ho Rong for not only regaining his age, but also taking the opportunity to break through. Tang Ming asked Huo Sanshan how they met the aliens. Huo explained everything colorfully. Tang Ming thought that the guerrilla pursuits in the north, the search for mineral veins in the south, the Luo family forces in the west, and the related offensives in the east all proved that the aliens were actively attacking. Sanshan asked, did Tang Ming really think that the action in the north was a distraction? Could they really be surrounded? Tang Ming replied that it was only his guess, but he was 80% sure. The presence of the aliens here suggests that a landing was made, a base built, where new fighters and superpowered weapons are now arriving. Ye Jingxing said that they came from the east, but there were no aliens there. Zhu Li added that they found the vein, did a reconnaissance, and returned safely without finding anything suspicious. Tang Min said he wasn't accusing them of anything, just drawing logical conclusions. He doesn't think the aliens were doing these things for nothing. They want the Dragon Island back. Ye Jingxing thought that this guy was smart and resourceful, and he might become a problem in the future. He should be gotten rid of. One of the warriors asked what they should do now. Sanshan suggested they go back and destroy all the aliens. Fang Xiaoming said that Brother Huo is right. Wang Jin added that they can't just stay here. Ho Rong said that Tang Min already has a strategy if he brought it up. Sanshan added that Tang Min should tell everything. Tang Ming said, there are too few of them. Even if they come back, they won't do much. Why don't they use a surprise attack and go behind enemy lines? Attack the alien supply points so that the main alien forces are defeated without a fight. Looking at the guy, Ho Rong thought that this Tang Ming was not at all like a student who had just entered the alliance. He is like a soldier who has gone through many battle trials and holds a high position. How could a young cultivator, who was less than 20 years old, be so experienced on the battlefield? Zhu Li said that a surprise attack is good, but the most important thing in such a raid is accurate information about the enemy's position, and then careful preparation and planning. Right now, they don't know anything about the alien situation. Tang Ming agreed they cannot act rashly. To do so, it is necessary to gather the right information. Tang Ming added that they could ask the alien about that and looked at the decapitated judge. The interlocutors wondered how Tang Ming was going to do it. Tang Ming replied that the alien body was so powerful that even if he died, the electrical signals deep inside his brain were still in a state of slow fading. Effective means can be used to get information from the dead. This judge must have known a lot. Tang Ming applied the 9 words of truth and made contact with the alien's head. An instant spiritual connection was established. Exploring the nooks and crannies of the alien's memory, Tang Ming found a map and the location of the enemy bases. As the middle link in the alien warfare, the judges have access to relevant information. The operation, codenamed Dragon Slaying Blitzer, takes advantage of aircraft, armored vehicles, and mobile suits in a quick attack for a direct breakthrough. Tang Ming proposed to surround the Fire Dragon Island and paralyze their command center with a single strike. Tang Ming noticed that the enemies wanted to lay siege to their bases from the east and west. Tang Ming, using his holographic abilities, reproduced the map for his colleagues. He showed the general picture he had gotten from the judge's mind of the placement of the alien forces. The enemies planned to concentrate 90% of their forces on the front lines. What they encountered were 2 squads of guards sent to check the perimeter. Zhu Li suggested that the alien forces were not yet aware of their presence. Tang Ming agreed. This is a very good moment for a surprise attack. Ho Rong, after studying the enemy's map, said that 5,000 alien fighters from the east and west, along with armored vehicles, will break through the east-west line, using the Blitzkrieg method, and surround the base on Fire Dragon Island. It's a cunning plan. How could they sneak in there with so many troops? They operate on a constant stream of logistical support. If 3 supply points are destroyed, the enemy will be defeated without a fight. Ho Rong noticed that the aliens understood the importance of logistics, so they had placed 3 supply points in different locations. With their current numbers, it was possible to attack 1 base, but 3 points at once would be problematic. Tang Ming suggested attacking the enemy from the east and creating a diversion. Once the enemy's main forces begin their attack, the human squad will begin the main phase of their offensive. Lao Chung uses the communicator left on the judge's body to send false information about the detection of the enemy army near the supply line. At this time, Ho Rong and Chi Huo attack together to give the impression of a mass battle. At this point, the front line has come close, so the main alien army can't retreat. They're sure to bring reinforcements from the corrals to the supply points. Ho Rong said it was a good plan. They will go for stealth and win without much loss. By the time the aliens react, they will already be far away. Tang Ming suggested splitting into groups. The first team will be responsible for the first supply point. A group of girls are in charge of the second supply point. Tang Ming suggested to brother Ye that the two of them take charge of the third supply point. Jinxing agreed. Ye Jinxing thought that Tang Ming was testing him. Tang Ming gave Zhenlin the means of communication and told him to report to headquarters on the situation of the alien infiltration and their battle plan. Communication was established on the wire. There was Elder B. Zhenlin reported that they were attacked by 2 squads of aliens, but they were fine. After the treasure was shipped, communication with the base was again interrupted. Zhenlin said that this time the communication was lost because of the problems at the tower. Judging from what Elder B said, the aliens were alarmed. Tang Ming thought that the aliens might have changed their plans. Most of the information the aliens receive comes from Luo's family. It seems that they already know about Luo Jixiang's death, and so they are very vigilant. Tang Ming said it's not too late, and it's time to turn their plan into reality. Fire Dragon Base Operations Headquarters. The sentries reported that the enemy has launched a surprise attack. The Western Front has been broken through and troops are heading towards the base. The energy of the Eastern Front defense complex will be exhausted in 10 minutes. Jiao, the Fire Dragon Sect elder, at the peak of the 8th grade, said to send all cultivators to protect the base. We must prepare to activate the Heavenly Fire Dragon formation. The Western Front is broken through. The Eastern Front is under attack and the signal is cut off. The North's main forces wouldn't be able to return in time. An alien army appeared out of nowhere. It looked like they had been planning this day for a long time. Elder B said he sent someone to Earth to ask for help. Perhaps Hodao will arrive soon with reinforcements. Elder Luo Yi, at the peak of 7th grade, thought that this mineral-rich Fire Dragon Island belonged to the Luo family. The aliens approached within gunshot distance and attacked the Earthlings' base with artillery. The water supply system was disrupted. Also, visual contact with the enemy was disrupted due to the spreading smoke. The commander of the alien front line said that another half a day and they would take control of Fire Dragon Island. The commander added that even the strongest defense can be broken if you destroy it from within. The enemy military equipment was advancing. The ring around the human base was shrinking. The alien commander has ordered a general offensive to take over the base on Fire Dragon Island. The alien commander at headquarters received a report that the transport unit was under unidentified attack. Supply lines have been cut off. A second transport squad reported that they were under attack as well. A third unit was also under attack. The enemy chief of staff thought the Earthlings weren't that stupid if they realized they had to interfere with their supply line at such a key moment. The enemy commander has ordered the soldiers on the front lines to hold the battlefield and not retreat. The closest reconnaissance teams should support the supply line transportation units. Earth has not noticed that the enemy's advance has slowed. The Air Force is also in retreat. What's going on? Elder B reported that the enemy's advance had slowed down. It must be a tactical ploy. Elder Luo wondered why the aliens were retreating, since his family was providing support. The Earthlings' chief of staff said the aliens don't give them a break for no reason. We have to be ready for anything. Fire Dragon Island cannot be surrendered without a fight. The enemy commander contacted the advance parties to see how things were going. Had they gotten rid of the Earthlings? He was told that no trace of humans had been found on the site. The commander was furious. He ordered his squads to return faster and defend the supply points. The alien commander realized it was a trap. He saw the supply bases on fire. Earth headquarters has received a report of 3 unidentified explosions behind enemy lines. The aliens were retreating. The Earthlings did not understand what was happening. The Earth commander says this is not an alien ploy. Their original plan has been thwarted. After all, with such a huge advantage, they're still retreating. The elder said that now was the right moment. It was necessary to go on the attack. Once the alien Western Front was defeated, the encirclement plan from the east and west would fail, and the enemy would retreat even further. The Earthlings went on the attack and destroyed the enemy equipment. They drove the aliens far back. There was panic in the alien headquarters. They promised revenge. Tang Ming and his team watched the enemy take casualties. Ho Rong looked at the explosions of the enemy base and said that he could see the 5 elders joint attack, the fire hurricane. They don't need to do anything else. The Western Front has been completely defeated. San Shan said that with just the Southern Front, they had changed the course of the battle. Fang Xiaoying told the boss that in addition to martial arts, he should teach her the art of war. Tang Ming said that this victory happened because they were all united and were Fire Dragon Island cultivators. At the same time, the aliens were arrogant. Chung and Ho bowed to Tang Ming and said that his plan had saved the Earthlings' base from imminent doom. Tang Ming replied that it was their joint merit. Tang Ming suddenly looked back and looked at Yejin Shing. The green-haired warrior asked what was the matter. Tang Ming had been watching Ye from the beginning, but this guy had been actively cooperating throughout the entire operation. Is Ye Jinxing really not under the influence of aliens? We need to observe more. Tang Ming personally thanked brother Ye Jinxing for his cooperation and assistance. Everyone amicably decided it was time to return to their base. When Tang Ming and his team returned to the base, the battle was already over. The bodies of the destroyed aliens were lying around. The base said how good it was that Ju's flaming squad didn't die. Elder Bifan and the others are already inside. Ho Rong inquired about the situation on the Eastern Front. The warrior reported that the Western Front had been repulsed. He took some cultivators and went to the Eastern Front to provide support. After the siege failed, the aliens lost their intention to fight. It would soon be over. It is necessary to make every effort and free the Fire Dragon Island. Tang Ming was surprised. Hadn't the head sent Ho Dao to destroy the Ascension cult? What is he doing here? Ju Li and Ho Rong reported to Elder Bifan that they had returned. The elder asked what had happened to them. The young warriors explained everything in detail. The elder understood why the aliens had slowed their attack and retreated without a fight. Bifan said that Tang Min did a great job. Tang Min replied that they all did a good job. The elder patted the warrior on the shoulder. Not only does this guy have an outstanding cultivation base, but he also has excellent control over the fighters. Tang Ming asked the elder, shouldn't he be on Earth right now? The man replied that when the newcomers left, the aliens launched a massive attack on Earth through the wormholes. There were even aliens on Earth at the peak of 9th grade. The head of the Alliance asked for support. The head himself went to Shangguan. At the headquarters, Wan Shu remained in charge. Upon hearing this news, the wars were surprised. No wonder the head had to go there personally. Huo Dao said that although the situation is tense, there is no need to worry too much. Right now, the elders at the peak of 9th grade from the Yi and Fan families who had been in seclusion for years were striving to break through to the new realm at the Alliance headquarters, and Earth would soon have 2 more cultivators who had broken through. In addition, some hidden cultivators at the peak of 9th grade have also been found. The Imperial Military Academy's search team will take them back to headquarters. As long as the second cultivator revolution continues, the future of Earth will be bright. Tang Ming thought that even after the wormhole was closed, even though the aliens would not be able to visit Earth, they would still be able to keep in touch with the Earthlings through various means. After all, they had many spies. Tang Ming told the elders that it's not that simple. It could be a trap. The aliens want to lure out the head of the LI. They are also interested in the 9th grade cultivators at the Alliance headquarters who are in the process of breaking through. Fang Xiaoying, Wang Jin, and San Shan asked the elders for permission to return to Earth to support the Alliance. Ho Dao said that he would send the entire training group back to the Alliance to protect Earth's strongest people. Tang Ming said to Elder Ho Dao to use divine sense to receive the secret message. The elder, upon receiving the message, was surprised. Did the Luo family on Fire Dragon Island appear as traitors? Tang Ming said that he had no proof yet, but precautions must be taken. The Jilixin hiding in the Scarlet Flame Gorge should also be taken care of. They are trustworthy. Elder Ho Dao, bidding our hero farewell, said that he would take care of everything. At this time, the Earth Alliance headquarters was engaged in a fierce battle. The Ascension cult was continuously attacking. The Alliance members realized that there were a lot of enemies. There was no way to stop them. Elder Wang Shu, watching from the heights, saw that there were casualties on both sides. The sentries reported to the elder that the protective barrier of the main gate was badly damaged, most of the guards destroyed or wounded. The elder ordered a retreat. The sentries objected that in such a case the headquarters might fall. Wan Shu shouted that he had his own methods of fighting the enemy. People's lives were at stake, and he would not let a single Earth cultivator die in vain. The sentries reported that they were proceeding to do the elder's bidding. Azure said as they ran away that they had never seen Master Wan Shu so furious. We must hurry because lives are at stake. Elder Wan Shu mentally said to the head to not worry. If the enemy is cunning and ferocious, he will protect the headquarters at the cost of his life. The opponents with firearms in their hands wanted to show the old men of the alliance the full power of the Ascension cult. The warriors who were defending the alliance were annoyed that they couldn't enter the battle because the order to retreat had come. The warriors of the Ascension cult were on the rise. Their enemies were frightened and retreated. A pursuit must be organized. However, something unexpected happened. An array of iron walls appeared around the Ascension cult warriors. They realized that they were trapped. However, that wasn't all. The ground beneath their feet opened up and the Ascension cult warriors fell into the abyss. Thunderstrike and then Heaven's Grip were used against them. Wan Shu, watching from the side, thought that leading a remote attack by trapping the enemy was very difficult. But it was the only way to hold back the attack without suffering casualties. One of the Alliance soldiers wanted to return and destroy the ambushed Ascension cult warriors. Fang Cheng, an Alliance defender mid-8th grade, shouted that the enemy had fallen into a trap. Fang Cheng ordered everyone to assume a fighting stance and show the enemies what they were worth. Fire Fist, Red Dragon Fist, and 7-Star Fist of Destruction were used against the opponent. However, not all the warriors were going to defend the Alliance. Some of them stood aside and watched because it didn't concern the Yi family. Elder Wan Shu thought that the rift between cultivators was getting bigger and bigger. The warriors of the Ascension cult were unwilling to give up. They shouted that their cult was invincible and saluted their master. The founder of the Ascension cult, sitting on his throne, watched the situation unfold. The junior elder hid behind Wan Shu and said that someone terrible was coming. Wan Shu thought that the Ascension cult elder was already above the 8th grade. Their leader was at the early stage of 9th. No one expected the founder to personally appear here. Wan Shu ordered his warriors Lei Ming and Chen Yue to return immediately. The warriors returned and asked Elder Wan Shu what the orders would be. Wan Shu replied that it was necessary to stop the Ascension cult leader. It was also very important to protect the elders of the Cultivator Alliance. Wan Shu proposed the 9 Suns Advanced Pill, which could enhance a fighter's abilities. One could reach the peak 8th grade in a short time. It is necessary to take these pills and continue fighting. Junior Elder Wen Qi also wanted to take the pills, but Wan Shu said that it was not a sweet, but a medicine, and took the vial away. Protector Lei Ming, after taking the pill, said that he felt reborn. Defender Chen Yue agreed and added that the ability to use innate qi was proof of a cultivator's high grade. Wan Shu warned them not to underestimate the enemy. Wan Shu squinted his eyes and said that even if the 3 of them battled, it was unrealistic to defeat the 9th grade. However, no matter what, they must hold out until the elders of the Ye and Fang families managed to break through. Lei Ming and Chen Yue rushed forward to attack. The leader of the Ascension clan said that they flew like moths to a flame. Our warriors shouted that they would finish off the founder of the Ascension cult and show him a unique martial arts technique that combined modern technology and the martial traditions of their kind. However, the enemy leader activated his battle weapon and said that in front of the face of absolute power, any fancy techniques were just pathetic tricks. The Alliance warriors were deactivated. Wan Shu, seeing what was happening, activated the Medicine King's secret technique, Reverse Life. The leader of the Ascension cult wondered, what kind of twisted technique was this? He began to age rapidly. Reverse Life is the secret technique of the King of Medicine. It can accelerate aging. It cannot be reversed. Wan Shu thought that he wasn't strong enough to use it, but thanks to the former Medicine King, this technique was sealed in the 9 pearl wands. However, it could only be used once. The Ascension cult leader raised his hand forward and cast an incantation. The bucket reverses the movement. Time cannot be changed. It was Elder Wan Shu's turn to be surprised. Had his opponent resorted to such a thing in order to dispel the actions of the reverse life? He had resorted to self-harm. Dangerous rays began to spread throughout the space. It was necessary to dodge them. However, young Elder Wen Qi did not understand what was required of him. Wan Shu shouted for Wen Qi to be careful. The enemy leader shouted that this old man made him use self-harm. He would never forgive that. The defenders shouted for Elder Wang to take Wen Qi with him and leave. They would stop the Ascension cult leader on their own. Wan Shu said that he couldn't leave. The head of the alliance handed him the headquarters intact, and he can't let it be destroyed. In addition, there are 2 people in the headquarters who are in the process of breaking through. The Luo family masters continued to wait. They did not provide any support. Everyone noticed how one of the elders, Wen Qi, began to increase in size significantly. Wan Shu said that he would have to take a risk and swallowed the pill. After that, a tremendous change took place. Wan Shu turned into a bloody giant at the peak of 9th grade. Elder Wang Shu personally confronted the Ascension cult warriors. He was as unstoppable as lightning, and the opponents flew apart. The Ascension cult leader was surprised that this old man had such a powerful secret technique that even if he had a higher level, he wouldn't be able to compete. The giant cow, using the upgrade pill, would damage flesh and blood. Wan Shu was afraid that he might be left crippled afterwards. Wan Shu shouted that he now possessed the power to roll back mountains. He was about to deliver a devastating blow. The enemy leader, startled, shouted as the opponent's speed increased again. Why does the opening of the Aegis of Darkness happen? Elder Wang Shu, sweeping away everything in his path, tried to get closer to the Ascension cult leader. The cult leader laughed and said that it was useless. No matter how strong the opponent was, there was no use if he couldn't land a single blow. The Wan Shu Blood Giant technique and the Fire Dragon Gate Immortal Warrior technique belonged to the same type of secret techniques, and both were life-threatening. The defenders from below watched the confrontation between the two elders. The guards shouted that they would help their elder and rushed to Wan Shu's aid. A martial arts technique, a stream of piercing lightning, was used. The other guard used a martial arts technique, the Frost Moonbeam. Wan Shu was rapidly approaching his opponent. A clash could not be avoided. Wan Shu laughed and said, "You what? The time is not right now. The giant is chasing after the sun." The leader of the Ascension cult said that by blocking the path, they still won't stop him. The enemy leader activated the electromagnetic radiation. Wan Shu stopped and froze. The guards who had just arrived asked if their leader was all right. The Ascension cult's chief villain said his rivals aren't so bad, worthy of beholding his might. The guard told Elder Wan Shu that it was worth destroying the opponent while he was injured. Wan Shu replied that they wouldn't do that. He didn't like the opponent's aura. The leader of the Ascension cult threw off his cloak and said that these fools knew nothing about the Force. They wouldn't be able to destroy it. Elder Wan Shu and the guards protecting him were surprised by the person in front of them. The head of the demon cult called upon the almighty and noble alien lord to give him strength. Wan Shu and the guards noticed that the energy waves began to be absorbed by the head of the Ascension cult. Wan Shu said that this was Ota's real-time mechanics, the power of which surpassed the peak 9th grade. The head of the Ascension cult waved his hand and declared that he was now the full ruler of the entire universe, and there was no equal in power. Elder Wan Shu was not afraid, and believing it was his duty to protect the Alliance headquarters, decided to confront his opponent. However, the forces were unequal, and Wan Shu suffered a crushing defeat. Bleeding, the old man said that Alliance cultivators would not surrender until death. The old man was still conscious, and his body began to transform. The guard saw the bloody giant's bloody body expand. It took on the peak form of Kwa Fu. Wan Shu pushed the energy wall in front of him, setting up a protective barrier in front of him. The opponent said, "This weak old man dared to compete with the light of the moon." Wan Shu continued to set up a protective barrier while compacting the energy. The appearing and greatly increased Wen Qi said that the traitor should not harm his colleague. The residual effect of the reverse life technique allowed Wen Qi to be cured of his ailment and regain his cultivation as well as his sanity. Wen Qi discovered the celestial formation of Qian and Kun. Huge all-pervading beams of Qian and Kun descended to the ground, destroying the Ascension cult's henchmen in the process. The defeated enemy leader said that the strength of this formation was beyond the peak of the 9th grade. Wan Shu knew that the Qian and Kun heavenly formation had been created by Wen Qi. It took 636 years to create it. Only this elder could activate it. It was good that he had recovered from his injury. Everyone noticed that an alliance ship had arrived. With these reinforcements, they have nothing to fear. The leader of the Ascension cult had not even imagined that they would be met with such powerful resistance. The alliance was not as simple and weak as it seemed. The leader of the Ascension cult said that there was no more delay and he should rush to attack. Wan Shu was surprised that his opponent was still alive, but unfortunately, he was no longer able to do anything. The lieutenant colonel shouted that the traitor was still alive. He was on his way to the elders. He must be intercepted. He urged the guards to follow him. The masters of the Luo family still did not take part in the battle, but they were fervently worried about their leader who was in the breakthrough room at the Alliance headquarters. Tang Ming appeared and told his team to help the cultivators on the battlefield, and he would hurry over to the elder. Wan Shu rejoiced and said that Tang Ming had returned just in time. Wan Shu said that there was no time to talk now, and Tang Ming should immediately go to headquarters. The traitor from the Ascension cult went to the breakout room. The Ascension cult leader used his abilities and very quickly found himself on the roof of the Cultivator Alliance headquarters building. Scanning the space of the building, he quickly found the room he was looking for. The two elders continued the breakout procedure. The villain immediately sent his negative energy to destroy these elders. He said that the Alliance headquarters would be their grave. The masters of the Cultivator Alliance came to the defense of their elders. The villain laughed. Did they really think they could stop him? The lieutenant colonel shouted that it was necessary to form a formation of 9 stars and fight back. Master Fang Chen, who possessed 9th grade strength, and his assistants organized a protection formation. The enemy wondered, was 9th grade really their limit of strength? Using his negatively charged energy, he launched an attack on the Alliance defender. However, the defenders resisted. The defenders began combining space using a combination of their fingers, 5 elements and 3 people. The technique is 1/10,000th phase shift. The leader of the Ascension clan was surprised. His energy core had disappeared. He realized that his opponents had created a spatial distortion. The lieutenant colonel thought that the power behind the breach was truly unimaginable. The 3 of them created a spatial distortion lasting less than a second, shifting its energy by half a meter. That was enough. The result of the distortion of space was that the Ascension cult leader's head exploded from the excess energy. The result of this explosion was a huge blast wave. Tang Ming's squad was surprised. What was going on? Had their strategy been right? If one of them was exhausted, they wouldn't be able to accomplish this and would wait for a better time. However, something incredible happened again. The wounded, decapitated body of the head of the Ascension cult began to move and rose to its feet. Moreover, a head appeared on his shoulders and an arm was restored. The villain, laughing, said that it was a good thing his body was created with alien technology. As long as the main components weren't destroyed, he could rely on his ki to rebuild. Looking at the destroyed building, the villain said that no one would stop him now. The leader of the Ascension cult was called out by someone. He asked angrily, "Who else is sick of living?" Tang Ming said that he possessed the strength of someone who had broken through the realm, and that could not be disregarded. The villain looked at this boy and thought that he was at the peak of the 6th grade. Is he really kidding? It's probably just a naive kid trying to buy time by talking. However, he has no intention of talking. The Ascension cult leader turned around, ignoring Tang Ming, and thought that this time he would closely approach the elders who were breaking through and destroy them. The leader of the Ascension cult decided that he would deal with the elders and get back to this boy. Tang Ming told his opponent that it had been 3 days since he last fought. Tang Ming wished to destroy his rival and applied the 4th word of the 9 words of truth. The head of the Ascension cult was startled. How could this brat possess a 9th grade peak? After all, he was no more than 20 years old. There was an incredible strength within him. It dawned on the enemy. Was this guy really that mysterious cultivator? Tang Ming said, perhaps, and immediately disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in close proximity to his opponent and gave him a powerful striking blow. The opponent laughed. So what if this guy is at the peak of 9th grade? He's still too young to fight him. Today, this guy would be finished. The head of the Ascension cult thought that this guy was very dangerous. He must be destroyed, or else there would be trouble ahead of them. The villain had ramped up his power to 120%. The Ascension cult head applied the secret technique of the Saint Sage and swiftly moved towards his opponent. Tang Ming applied the 9 words of truth, the 5th word, and told his opponent that the fiend had not broken through the realm. Only with the help of alien techniques was he able to maintain chi beyond the peak of the 9th grade. The frightened villain asked what Tang Ming was going to do. Tang Ming punched the villain and said that it was a blow for those who died at the hands of the Ascension cult. The second strike was for Elder Wan Shu. After that, a lot of punches were thrown. To the Fang family, to the Yi family. Our hero was unstoppable. The head of the Ascension cult was lying on the ground like a sack. He couldn't even move. The next blow was for the people he had betrayed. After the decisive blow, the villain flew far upwards. Tang Ming used energy beams to grab his opponent by the throat and told him not to pretend. He knows that the villain is still alive. The opponent laughed and said that his opponent had unexpectedly won. However, the alien overlord's plan is not so simple. Foolish humans have no idea what awaits them. The villain said that Tang Ming could beg him, then he would tell him something. However, he likes to watch people get scared and confused. Tang Ming applied the 9 true words. Perception. The increased energy effect on the villain caused him to succumb to panic. Scanning his opponent's brain, Tang Ming thought that he was talking about the intelligence team of the Imperial Military Academy and Hanbei University. Far away from the imperial capital of the country, there was a group of warriors at the foot of a mountain. One of the warriors said that he was at headquarters preparing the newcomers for the competition, so he was only able to greet the master now. Green Dragon Chin, a cultivator at the peak of 9th grade, said that excessive politeness was unnecessary. He had heard that Old Man Li had broken through the realms. Was it true? The interlocutor nodded affirmatively. The two of them used to be comrades. After defeating the aliens, Chin retreated into the mountains in search of a way to break through. However, after dozens of years, he was still unable to find it. Now, after listening to Yue Feng's story, he was beyond excited. Chin said that there was nothing to waste time and it was urgent to return. Blue Lotus, a cultivator at the peak of 9th grade, Zhuge Shifang, wondered where Chin was going. Soon, other hermit cultivators would also gather on this mountain. Chin asked in surprise, why did they need so many 9th grade cultivators? Once they broke through, he would personally exterminate all the aliens himself. Shifang said that their young friends had put in a lot of effort to find them in the mountains and bring the good news. Chin was surprised. Was his interlocutor afraid? He, for example, no matter how much he fought, he did not know fear. With the Emperor's free flight technique, 2 more hermit cultivators appeared. They landed smoothly. The old men apologized for the wait and asked how the local people were faring. They were Masters Ching Song and Dan Jiki. Chin said that he had no doubt. When he came here, he would definitely meet this grumpy old man. Dan Jiki said that his interlocutor was not welcome either. Chin and Jiki continued to grumble and childishly argue with each other. The young people tried to hurry up because quite a few hermits had already arrived at the meeting place. They are not young, but they move faster than the youth. The squad leader suggested that we take a break. The others seconded it. The elders saw that somewhere beyond the hillside, birds were flying over the forest. This is not good. It means someone is there. The rescue squad realized they were surrounded. Strangers appeared on the road in front of them. The young warriors stared intently at the people who were blocking their way. Was there really a Feng Long among them? To be more precise, every single one of them was Feng Long. The young man thought that he had already fought Feng Long in the 10 university competition. He was a 9th grader, so he easily won. Now these Feng Longs have reached the peak of 9th grade, plus there are 10 of them. Creepy alien technology, cloning. The young warriors were under extreme pressure. They could barely stand on their feet. Qin asked Zhuge how long it had been since they had fought. The interlocutor replied that it had been 46 years. One of the hermits said that these 10 puppets have great strength, no less than a 9th grade peak. Today will be a good opportunity to hunt. Qin said for Yue Feng to look after the others and get them as far away as possible. Although the 4 elders are not in danger, in fact, they all know very well that the 10 clones are a serious danger. The youth squad leader encouraged all warriors to unite. Changfeng told the teacher that they were cadets at the Imperial Military Academy and were the reserve force of the Alliance. They can't run away from the battlefield. Yue Feng put his hand on the young man's shoulder and said that he was glad that his disciples were determined. An elder attacking the clones with energy balls used techniques like Lotus Sword, Decimal Cut, and Infinite Nothingness. Another elder used Green Fist and Pentagon. Another elder applied the tree style, 9 deities, Indestructible Vine. Qin, wiping the blood from his face, said that these clones have a very real peak 9th grade. Although they are not as intelligent, but their movement is targeted, and there is a large advantage in numbers. One of the hermits said that some of the co-workers should contain the clones, distract, and take over. The rest would attack. With this strategy, the hermits would be invincible. After saying that, the elder was hit in the chest by one of the clones. He was careless and didn't have time to deflect. The old man asked if the Blue Lotus was okay. Blue Lotus offered a good plan, but they are all at the peak of 9th grade. We should pick someone with more strength to hold back. The problem is that these clones are not afraid of life or death. They have no sense of fear. Blue Lotus shouted that the elders were no longer able to fight. It was time to do something about it. The young warriors used the 9 words of truth. The word of war, the formation of the 5-pointed star. One of the participants in the battle said that she was no longer able to continue fighting. The most she could give was a 30% increase in agility. That was her limit. Losing her strength, the girl thought she could hear Tang Ming's voice. Was help close at hand? After the battle, Protector Lei Ming had co-opted the few Alliance cultivators who could still move to inventory and recover from the battle. Defender Chen Yue was in charge of the medical area. Fang Xiaoying was not spared either. The girl shouted to be given directions immediately. The girl, straining not to cry, said that Uncle Fang Chen was badly injured. She hoped he would recover soon. Fang Xiaoying thought that it turns out Hanbei University was one of the aliens' targets. If it wasn't for Grandpa's breakthrough, she would have returned with Tang Ming and the others. Sunshine told his colleague not to worry. Tang Ming would be fine. Teachers from universities in the capital are arriving with delays. If Tang Ming and the others didn't arrive in time, the consequences could be fatal. Ye Jingxing told the elder that he would take care of the area. They could go heal their wounds. Ye Jingxing thought that the annihilated Ascension clan leader had ended up in such a shameful manner. This is a true disgrace. Ye Jingxing thought that his body remained intact, but his soul was crushed. Who could possess such a powerful spiritual force? However, Head Li is far away from here. Is it really Tang Min? Ye Jingxing didn't want to believe it. After all, it couldn't be true. Ye Jingxing began to absorb the residual energy of the dead leader. He determined that this time the power was dozens of times stronger than last time. He wanted this energy to become one with him and revive. Ye Jingxing noticed that his stomach began to swell up violently. The energy was too great to be contained. Ye Jingxing thought that he shouldn't perish. He asked the master for help. No help was forthcoming. There was an explosion and Ye Jingxing's stomach shattered into pieces. Jingxing, overcome with pain, thought that he couldn't die like this. The son of the Yi family should not suffer such a fate. The body parts and blood clots scattered in different directions began to slide back together. Ye Jingxing began to regenerate and recover. Previously, the extremely powerful dark energy was not contained within his body, but now it had completely merged with his flesh. His strength had now reached the peak of the 8th grade. Ye Jingxing mentally thanked the greatest master Sal Demon. The Earthling's ship was already on its way to Hanbai. Tang Ming meditated and used the 9 words of truth to communicate with Yao Yu, who was 1,000 miles away from him. In addition to divine consciousness, he could also exercise ultra-long-range spiritual understanding, which was even wider than the communication range of magic weapons. Sun Lu said that although the search team of the Imperial Academy had found the 4 strongest hermits, they were still in danger. Tang Ming said that in that case, he had an idea. On this side of the mountain, the 4 old men and the clones are fighting together. Although Yue Feng comes to help from time to time, due to lack of strength, he can't fight back fully. Wang Changfeng and his team members formed a formation of swords and let out a stream from time to cover those fighting in the sky. The combatants were very interested in what idea Tang Ming was talking about. Yao Yu was very excited. She had to tell Tang Ming about Tang Ming's plan. Although the clones are strong, their souls are weak. This is a major flaw. Using all the spiritual words could completely devastate their minds. This was indeed a good idea. Yao Yu was very tense. She was struggling to maintain a spiritual understanding with Tang Ming. How could they pull off something like this without training? Tang Ming said that in that case, there was only one way to do it. The girl must give him her body. Wang Jin thought that Tang Ming's words could be interpreted in different ways. Sun Lu stood up for the master and said that the president didn't mean anything bad. Tang Ming said that the 9th word of truth is the power of a spiritual being. That way, he can take control of the body. It is possible to control it remotely. But since they are too far away, the girl must completely open up control of her body and soul to him. Yao Yu stated that she would not resist. He could enter her body as much as he wanted. Tang Ming thought that these words really sounded ambiguous. Tang Ming said he was starting and spoke 9 words of truth. The hermits continued to fight the clones fearlessly. Qin had lost his glasses during the battle and was very angry. Blue Lotus wondered, did his glasses really bother him at this time? The elder once again said that these clones were extremely strong. His colleague confirmed and said that they were very difficult to fight. The military man, wiping the blood from his face, said that this was the 2nd such powerful clash. Those clones will attack again. The lieutenant colonel looked around and realized that the students were finally exhausted. It was hard for them to continue the battle. The clones have already fired 10 rounds at full power. Every defender's reserves are already running low. They are no longer able to gather sword energy. Yao Yu asked if Tang Ming would be ready soon. The guy replied that he would need another 10 minutes. One of the elders laughed and said, "That won't do. If it goes on like this, they will all die." Elder Qin said that this matter should be taken seriously. What is Pidan laughing at? Elder Pidan soared into the sky and told his colleagues not to worry. This mountain is his home. He will not let his friends die here. Pidan stated that he would apprehend most of the clones. His colleagues could begin to destroy the remaining one by one. Elder Qin shouted indignantly, "Does he know what he's talking about? This is not the time to be a hero." Pidan stated that there was something he didn't want to talk about and reminded him of their relationship when they were courting Xiaofeng together. All of the hermits realized that from this battle, Paidan might never return. However, as always, the unexpected happened. Thanks to Yao Yu, Tang Ming came to the aid of the elders. Tang Ming sensed Paidan sacrificing himself to go into battle with the clones. At the critical moment, at the cost of burning his soul, he uses the natural powers of the Heaven and Earth Mountain to achieve a similar effect to the breakthrough effect. Tang Ming didn't expect that the old generation had reached this level of breakthrough research. He uses his own life to complete the secret technique. Paidan reiterated that he apprehended the enemies at the cost of his life. The clones he took on were indeed attacked and apprehended. Blue Lotus shouted that this was their chance, and they should, fulfilling Paidan's will, attack the remaining ones. Each of the hermits used their own unique abilities. However, Paidan realized that even with the Great Mountain Fury secret technique, it was impossible to destroy 9 cultivators at the peak of 9th grade at once. The old man only had to wait for the others to finish off the clones and then come to his aid. This battle really turned out to be tense and fierce. The clones behaved cold-bloodedly in the battle and did not feel tired. However, one of the elders noticed how the clone began to expand. Qin thought that his opponent was self-destructing. A powerful explosion rang out. The self-destruct power of the 9th grade peak energy is the same as the impact of those who broke through. Paidan thought that this time it really was over. They had no chance of winning from the start. Blue Lotus's proposal was based on the rules of a normal battle and did not take into account one important detail. The opponents were clones, they are not normal people, they are willing to commit suicide without hesitation. 9 ninth grade peak puppets were like 9-time bombs with immense power. Paidan thought that now that he had burned off half of his spiritual power, he had no way to resist. At this moment, Yao Yu opened her eyes. The girl uttered the 9 words of truth. The elders immediately felt an inexplicable, powerful energy around them that came to their aid. The lieutenant colonel and the students also felt this unimaginable energy impact in the atmosphere. One of the clones stopped, and his eyes clouded over. He didn't realize what he was. The other clones also stopped and grabbed their heads. They didn't understand who they were or what they were doing here. The clones looked at each other and asked who was in front of them. Each claimed to be Feng Long. The unimaginable happened. The clones started fighting each other, and everyone was shouting that they were Feng Long. The lieutenant colonel couldn't understand what was going on. At the same moment, the exhausted Paidan fell to the ground. The warrior caught the old man and asked if the elder was all right. Paidan opened one eye and asked what just happened. Elder Qin asked his colleagues why these clones suddenly started destroying each other. After all, they were now possessed. It turns out that this technique stirred up the remnants of Feng Long in each body. The clones, who were already weak without a full soul, doubted their own existence. Tang Ming, who is managing this process, said that there is nothing left for the clones to do but destroy each other. A strange picture appeared before the eyes of the hermits. One of the clones was lying on the ground, laughing and shouting that he was the real Feng Long out of his last strength. Tang Ming said that it was a clone of a human traitor, a creature that should never have been born. The clone tried to say something, but only a gurgling sound could be heard from his mouth. He lost consciousness and burned completely. After the battle, everyone decided to rest and recover their strength. The 4 old men behaved like an unshakable mountain. The cadets of the military school who survived the attack couldn't believe what had happened. They had just survived an attack by 10 peak 9th grade cultivators. Tang Ming explained with Yao Yu's help that it was urgent to send help to Hanbei University right now. He then walked out of her body. Tang Ming slowly opened his eyes. Wang Jin asked with a frightened face, "How's it going?" The guy replied that he had used a secret spiritual technique to make the clones destroy each other. Everything is fine now. Sun Lu assumed that the aliens were targeting peak 9th grade cultivators. First the Alliance headquarters, then the military academy's search team. Wang Jin asked, why did the aliens attack Hanbei University in that case? The strongest principal there is the one who possesses the 8th grade. Tang Ming realized what was the matter. Teacher Hua Fengyang's realm breakthrough theory was in danger. The university suffered serious damage after being attacked by enemies. The principal didn't understand who these people were and why they had attacked Hanbei University. The villain directed an energy blob at the principal and the students. Everyone was stunned. Mad Blade Wang Wu, who's at the peak of the 7th grade, thought that these small black balls were weapons. Scholar Hua Shubin, an associate of the second revolution of cultivators at the peak of 6th grade, said that there were 18 different weapons. However, he had never seen this type before. The principal said it was his fault. He didn't pay attention to the news that 2 unknown men in black had broken into the gate. He simply ordered a group of guards to go and watch. The guards were instantly eliminated. The director told the defenders not to get distracted. We must concentrate our chai and destroy those orbs first. Students and faculty members concentrated and tried to fight back against these orbs, destroying them in the process. Madblade Wang Wu didn't understand. His concentrated kai could cut through diamond, but it had no effect on these black orbs. Hua Shubin said that these black balls are capable of making circular turns, violating the laws of conservation of momentum and angular momentum. Caution must be exercised. These black balls were quite fast, therefore it was necessary to retreat as quickly as possible. The black balls flying in space created a kind of network. The net was spreading all over the space. The students couldn't concentrate ki and felt overwhelmed by it. Hua Shubin said that the outer sphere is connected to an invisible force field that emits a radioactive substance that interferes with the movement of inner ki. It is very similar to the composition of obsidian. One of the attackers said that the black nuclei were enough, and now he wanted to find a person named Hua Fengyang. The director thought that all was lost. It turns out their target was Hua Fengyang. The attackers must be stopped. The net that appeared thanks to the black orbs began to corrode everything around them. The director was attacked. An old man stood in the way of the attackers. The villain said that old man Min was already retired, and it would be more prudent for him to retreat. Min replied that he was the owner of the university's exchange office. If these people want to know information about the breakthrough theory, they should ask him first. The attacker threw the hood off his head and told this old man to leave it to him. Elder Ming clenched his fists and prepared to defend himself. Min Sing, who was in front of him, was terribly surprised. The villain released his inner dragon and said that he was about to show the strength of the man who was the strongest in the world, and what it was like to have the strength of a man named General Ming. The old man's face changed and said that this laughable fool might not even have a hope. The sign on the door said it was a research lab for the Kingdom Breakthrough Theory. At this time in the laboratory, teacher Hua Fengyang was just in the research chamber. The latest equipment was specially set up to further investigate the celestial book. The hooded man traipsed into the lab and approached the research chamber. Hua Fengyang was in the astral. The level of brain cell development was 25%. It was something the hooded woman thought that compared to them, the Saldaimons, she was just nothing. Hua Fengyang opened her eyes at this time. The ship with the students arrived at the base. The young people went outside and realized that there had been a catastrophe. Tang Ming told his co-workers to help the others, and he would go to see teacher Hua Fengyang. The university director, watching the sprawling network of black orbs, didn't know what to do. He thought they were all in trouble. Mad Blade Wang Wu asked his colleague if there was a solution, because it took Hua Shubin so long to analyze the information he received. The scientist replied that there is a way. The force field is so intertwined that it requires simultaneous attacks on the 800 spheres that make up the force field. The interval between each attack should not exceed a fraction of a second. Hua Shubin saw the girls appear and said that they had come at a very good time. Wang Wu said that he no longer has the strength to repel attacks. The scholar must hurry up and do something about it. The girls understood each other without words and used technique 24 of the sword art, Reigns. The attack on the net failed. Hua Shubin said that the interval between the joint strikes was very long. They should be struck more frequently. The girls decided to repeat the attack. The attempt was again unsuccessful. Hua Shubin told them to pay attention to the synchronicity of the first swing and keep up the intensity. However, the girls were extremely tired and the synchronization was broken. Hua Shubin explained that it was because of the instability of strength and overexertion. The tired Wang Wu thought, would they really not be able to do anything? The scholar shouted that the girls have a good understanding and their sword skills complement each other. If they used a joint technique, they would do well. Wang Jin and Song Lu thought that this technique would really help them. The two swordswomen had been practicing together since entering the university. They competed against each other and supported each other, achieving a high level of understanding. However, they had never thought of combining their skills. Now it was decided to do it together. The girls used a combined martial arts technique. Star Fairy, a flood of tears. With their combined efforts, the black orbs were destroyed one by one and the network crumbled. The scientist said that with one swing of the sword, the girls penetrate 16 targets in different directions, showing great speed and skill. Meanwhile, on the other side, Elder Min was trying to fend off the enemy's attacks. Elder Ming used a technique, dissecting the void, creating a defensive zone in front of him. However, the enemy was more cunning and struck the old man with his tentacle. The villain stated that the old man lived up to his name of General Min. He is strong, but not that strong. The old man, bleeding, said that his opponent is using alien technology. Villain replied that as long as he is strong, it doesn't matter whose technology it is. Master Ming noted that such words were in line with the principles of some members of the Muzhong family. What would he say when he was in front of the ancestral spirits who protected this land? The old man pulled the foreign body out of his chest and applied the heaven-ranking technique, the four great voids. Yuan Muyang said that the 9th grade peak was in front of him. He didn't expect the old man to get better with age. It was just in time for a strength test. Saldemon placed her hand on teacher Huafeng's head and gathered information. She couldn't imagine such an exquisite formula for transforming thought, energy, and matter coming out of the hands of such a despicable zero-level creature. Humans at their level of development cannot grasp its true meaning. Tang Ming held the fire lotus in his hand and headed towards the laboratory. Saldemon saw the compression of energy and wondered how a human could do that. Tang Ming entered the lab and saw that his teacher was in danger. Without thinking, he threw the fire lotus at his opponent. Saldemon, leaving his teacher behind, jumped aside. Tang Ming picked up the emotionless Huafeng Yang and thought that the girl had a spiritual injury, but she was fine. Saldemon, leaving the lab, thought that such artificial control of chaotic energy was present. It seemed impossible. How could an ordinary person reproduce such a thing? Tang Ming, watching the unknown creature, was surprised how she was able to tear apart space with her bare hands. Tang Ming thought that this was one of the signs of the strength of the Emperor realm. In addition, this body raised questions. Tang Ming thought that this creature was similar to the head of the aliens that had destroyed Earth in his past life. Could it be that the aliens had broken through to the Emperor realm? Tang Ming decided that it was impossible. In that case, there would be no need for them to come here and steal the breakthrough theory. Obviously, this was not the real Emperor realm. When a huge amount of energy collapses into space, a spatial rift is created. If this energy continues to increase, it will tear apart space and form a wormhole. What the man has demonstrated is the use of energy compression. Saldemon thought that this vile earth creature used the most elemental energy compression formula with just one hand. Is the human civilization of cultivators really that terrible? Saldemon decided that she had to get her hands on the kingdom breakthrough theory. In the room where Tang Ming and Huafeng were, Yuan Muzhong entered with his tentacles. Elder Ming was strung on one of the tentacles. Muzhong said that it took him a lot of effort to appease this old man. Tang Ming recognized Muyang Yuan. He was also angry at this person because he had fought with Elder Ming. Saldemon asked Muyang Yuan if he knew this guy. The man with tentacles confirmed it. Saldemon said that was good and added that the young man was at his disposal. Muyang Yuan, smiling, said that he would help this fellow keep his nephew company. Tang Ming thought that Saldemon couldn't be allowed to take away the breakthrough theory. Muzhong pointed his tentacles at his rival and said that he would, as Tang Ming had promised, destroy him. Tang Ming noted that this hybrid man was moving very fast. Tang Ming and Muyang Yuan, clawing in a furious fight, broke through the window and fell from the great height of the skyscraper to the ground. Muyang Yuan asked his opponent, was he really going to defeat him by relying only on his newborn talent? Muzhong said that even the hardest diamond in the world would be pierced in an instant by spiritual poison. But he would not let his opponent perish so quickly. However, our hero rose to his feet and got rid of the spiritual poison. His body, ignited, destroyed all the poison to the last drop. Muzhong didn't expect such a reaction from his opponent. Tang Ming stood there alive and unharmed. There wasn't even a drop of fear in his eyes. Tang Ming thought that the fire of pure karma he had received on Fire Dragon Island had a restraining effect on his spiritual poison. Muyang Yuan's strength was no less than that of an ascended head. Only heavenly ranked techniques like the 5-colored lightning could harm him. Elder Ming whispered that the boy will defeat the opponent. He was confident of that. He will also help him restrain Muyang Yuan. Tang Ming was glad that Elder Ming was still alive. Muyang Yuan was once again surprised when he saw his opponent using a heaven-ranked technique, the 5-colored lightning. He began to move around and said that he would not constantly stand still and wait for his doom. Tang Ming began to repeat magic phrases. One must be true to oneself and keep harmony, follow the law, and then the thunder of life will shine. Elder Ming grabbed Muyang Yuan by the shoulders and tried to restrain his movement. Tang Ming raised his hand up and said, "Heaven guards the law, earth guards the gate. One must catch the truth, and the spiritual light will spread throughout the whole being." Muyang Yuan tried to get rid of the old man who was restraining his movements. Tang Ming said that the rolling of thunder should follow the law. Muzhong shouted again for the old man to let him go, or else when the 5-colored lightning struck, they might both be killed. The old man only laughed loudly in response. Bleeding Elder Min said that it couldn't be better. Tang Ming understood the implications for the old man. He said, with a heart for the righteous, that one must perceive the truth and understand everything, to destroy evil with omnipotence. 5-colored lightning struck Muang Yuan and Elder Ming from different directions. Burning from the lightning strike, Muang Yuan shouted loudly. The elder laughed and said that Tang Ming was doing well. The students are back at their home university again. The fat man announced that the boss's favorites were already here. But where was he himself? The girls, blushing, said that Tang Ming had gone to protect teacher Hua Feng. Director Duan and his men are on their way to help. Director Duan, even from afar, started shouting out that he was rushing to Tang Ming's aid. Tang Ming shook his head sadly. Hua Feng said that Elder Ming had died heroically. The director was bitter about the loss. He felt it was all his own fault. Hua Feng said that she couldn't keep the kingdom breakthrough theory alive and asked for everyone's condemnation. When the alien invaded her soul, she tried to burn it, but it was too weak and failed. Director Duan became even more sad. The aliens had gotten hold of their trump card. Tang Ming shouted that now was not the time to blame himself. It was necessary to take action. Even if the aliens obtained the breakthrough theory, they lacked a perfected cultivation system. They won't be able to make a breakthrough in the near future. It is necessary to develop countermeasures against the next wave of alien invasion. The director said that Tang Min is right. If the aliens decided to return, they would be destroyed. Hua Feng thought that her disciple was right. It was useless to regret and blame herself. She was going to devote herself to researching the breakthrough theory and do her best to push it forward. Tang Ming thought that it might turn out that the next time the aliens would appear already broken through. But he would not let the history of his past life be repeated. After several fierce battles, the alien conspiracy has finally been fully uncovered. The Alliance took the opportunity to take over the Cult of Ascension, which was soon nearly destroyed. 31 people were killed in the incident. Many were injured of varying degrees of severity. The Alliance has decided to hold a large ceremony in 3 days to honor the heroes who died in this incident. It will be broadcast live across the planet. The Monks' Union held the funeral to the highest standards for the dead in the Imperial Cemetery. The ceremony was also broadcast live to every state and region in the land. Fang Xiaoying attended the funeral of her relative. The girl tearfully wished her Uncle Chen a happy journey. Everyone insulted the dead cultivators and great warriors. Tang Ming thought that life and doom are one and the same. The latter is the inevitable result of any person's journey. Elder Min left the boy with the responsibility of guarding the land. A moment flashed before Tang Ming's eyes as he interacted with this old man. Wang Jin walked over to her friend and said that she was sorry for her loss. Now all they have to do is wish Elder Ming all the best, inherit their old man's will, and continue to fight bravely. Tang Ming clenched his fists, said that Jin was right. They must protect the land. They will not let the tragedy happen again. Yet Jing Xing, also attending the funeral, thought that human life was very insignificant, small, and fragile. True liberation can be attained under the auspices of the ruler of the universe, His Holiness Solomon. The elder called on everyone to observe a 3-minute silence in memory of the heroes of the resistance. The essence of the spirit of cultivators is to evolve in times of prosperity and save others in times of chaos. With their actions, their blood, their lives, they have made an incomparable contribution to the development of human civilization on Earth. They are role models in the cultivator world. They are true heroes. They will always be missed. The elder said that in this battle, the Cultivator Alliance lived up to expectations. The Earthlings had won a great victory. The evil plans of the aliens were completely destroyed, and the traitors, the Ascension sect, were annihilated. Chief Li promised all Earthlings that the Alliance would continue to protect the planet. He promised to destroy all invaders and traitors. The Earthlings chanted in unison. They would never surrender. They would never be wiped off the face of the earth. Regarding Muang Yuan's treason case, the Cultivator Alliance has banned all cultivation activities for the Muang family. A full and thorough investigation will be conducted, and a decision will be made as soon as possible. A meeting of cultivators was being held in the Alliance meeting room. The head wanted to discuss the future fate of the breakthrough theory that had been hijacked by the aliens. Based on the current knowledge of the aliens, they would be able to break through to the realm within 6 months. Tang Ming, who was present at this meeting, said he had a suggestion about this. Tang Ming proposed that the 11th International Conference of Cultivators be held earlier than scheduled. The International Conference of Cultivators implied the presence of all the great warriors. The conference is held every 5 years to discuss and resolve major issues related to peace and the fate of humanity. The higher the ranking of the family, the higher the global status, the more privileges. The start of the 11th International Conference will change the course of development for the next 5 years. Head Lee said, if Tang Ming proposed this plan, he must have more ideas. Everyone is willing to listen to them. Tang Ming said that all the alien attacks were interconnected and well-planned, but a single ascension cult could not have prepared an attack so thoroughly. There is a traitor in the alliance. It's someone of medium or higher rank. Head Lee said he assumed there was a mole in the alliance, but he didn't think it was that serious. The elder added that the Luo family's guile and cunning was something to guard against. Also, one of the Muzhang family members turned out to be a traitor. Tang Ming said, now that the Ascension cult has been destroyed, the first thing to do is to get rid of all the spies in the alliance. First, the news that the alliance had been badly affected by the attack should be spread, and a conference should be announced as soon as possible. Then, follow the actions of the Luo and Muzhang families. The elder said that Tang Ming is very cunning. If he can pull this off, they won't have to worry about the land anymore. One of the elders said that he agreed with Tang Ming's method. A colleague interjected with him. He warned that acting against cultivator families was not an easy decision. The argument was heating up. Did his colleague really think he was a corrupt person? He had always supported the status of cultivator families because 13 families were a strong backbone, and he had always believed that only by joining forces could one obtain a better weapon against the aliens. The elder slammed his fist on the table. He admitted his guilt for being blind towards the Luo and Muyang families. The head of the alliance said that this matter has nothing to do with Guanghan. They should be united by their concern for the fate of the land. Tang Ming asked if Elder Guanghan wanted to atone for his sins. Guanghan asked his interlocutor what exactly he wanted. Tang Ming replied, it would be good if the International Cultivators Conference was held in his palace on the moon. At the family headquarters, Luo asked the messenger if the source was reliable. The man replied that it was true. It comes from their sons who have been embedded in the alliance for years. The aliens' plan has put these old men in a very bad state. In addition, the old men Ye and Fan were unable to break through to the realm. The man said it was good that the Luo family had worked for the aliens for so long. At the next family cultivator conference, the family cultivators would be reassigned, and their family would finally rise again. At the health center, the elder's recovery was taking place in a healing capsule. Although Wan Shu survived, due to the effects of overusing the blood giant, his flesh and blood continued to die, and his human form shriveled. Now, the use of high concentrations of spiritual liquid to sustain life continued, but it was a temporary procedure. Tang Ming thought that Wen Qi's previous life had been lost, and Master Wan Shu had fought for the alliance until he died. He had no idea that his rebirth would cause a butterfly effect, and many things would change. Wen Qi said that he hadn't had contact with his sister for years, who had gone to the alien battlefield in search of an elixir to cure him. Tang Ming remembered that Wen Qi's sister, Ling Shiqi, was the former head of Medicine Valley, one of the top practitioners known as the Immortal Medicine Fairy. Tang Ming said that the international conference is still a month away. Why not go to the Medicine King's Valley and find his sister? Then maybe Elder Wan Shu could be saved. In the parking lot of the Alliance headquarters, the girls told their boss to be careful. Tang Ming replied that the Medicine King's Valley is in a wormhole. It's more dangerous than Dragon Island, but he can handle it. Tang Ming told the girls to remember to practice. Tang Ming added that Xiaoying is strong and straightforward, so she has to look out for everyone. She also has to train hard. Yao Yu hugged Tang Ming while saying goodbye and told him to be more careful. Fang Xiaoying said that Yao's sister is very cunning. She wants to be like this too. Xiaoying also rushed over to hug the bosses and told him to hurry back. All of Tang Ming's female disciples stared intently into the boss's eyes and wished him good luck. After Tang Ming went to the wormhole on the space plane, Wang Jin said that she would go back to her room to get her things, and after that, she would catch up with the girls. In the hallway, Wang Jin met up with Ye Jinxing and asked why he was looking for her. Ye Jinxing began to approach the girl and said that he wanted to make the lovers be together. He added that he thinks about her all the time. Ye Jinxing put his hand on his interlocutor's shoulder and stared intently into her eyes. On arrival at Yunnan headquarters, our hero was met by officers, introduced himself. The guy said that he is leading the trip to the Valley of the Medicine King. He is the leader of the group. His name is Lu Ren. Lu Ren blushed with embarrassment. He thought that the disciple of the head of the alliance himself would be arrogant and difficult to get along with. It turned out to be quite a friendly person. Lu Ren said that the flight to the wormhole would be in 2 hours. For now, he would take the guest to the restroom to take a break. Tang Ming thought that there hadn't been any incidents in the Yunnan wormhole for years, and the current defense force was losing ground. A guy came up to Commander Lu Ren and asked when they were leaving for the valley. They were getting tired of waiting. He added that they were elite university graduates and were going to practice, not have fun. This guy was the grandson of the head of the Shiji family and was of rank 25. Next to him was a Qin family member with rank 26. Qin wondered, what was the rush? They would still become cannon fodder when they went to the Medicine King Valley. Yin Nan wouldn't openly say this. Shiji and Qin clashed. They were about to fight. Lu Ren called everyone to calm down and suggested that they live amicably. Tang Ming thought that these people were clearly not professionals and didn't care about the group leader. Tang Ming asked that Commander Lu escort him to the restroom first. The young log recognized the newcomer as Tang Ming and began to talk badly about him. They said that if the head of the alliance was the master, he could take credit for any feat. Lu Ren, defending the young people, said that the group that is now going to the Medicine King Valley is newcomers. They haven't smelled gunpowder yet. Tang Ming replied that it didn't matter to him who he went with. Lu Ren said that this was also his first time leading a group of rookies, guiding them into the alien wormholes. The officer on duty contacted Lu Ren and said that his team was fighting again. The officer urgently needs to calm down the brawlers. Lu Ren apologized and hurriedly withdrew to his team. Tang Ming thought that after last night's battle with Muyang Yuan, he had finally broken through to 7th grade. This time, he would go to the Medicine King Valley to find Ling Shiqi and rescue Master Wan Shu. After 2 hours, the team was in their seats or ready to depart. Shiji and Qin were even here trying to harass each other and verbally clawing at each other. A short time after departure, the system reported an emergency alert. The ship had encountered a rare warp storm. The route to the wormhole has been disrupted. We must remain calm and await further information. Shiji was very scared. Didn't they say that the Yinnan wormhole was the safest? How could they have encountered a warp storm? Qin thought that he was here by accident. He was going to become a politician and didn't want to die here. Shiji continued to panic and asked Commander Lu what they should do now. Lu urged everyone to calm down. Qin jumped to his feet and said he can't wait. He needs a lifeboat and is heading for the exit. Lu Ren ordered the recruits to sit in their seats and do nothing. Qin didn't want to put up with this and punched his commander. He asked, did Lu Ren really think he was someone important? He graduated from a second-rate cultivator school and just joined the alliance 2 years early. Qin suggested that everyone should follow him if they wanted to stay alive. Shiji said that he didn't like it. Lu Ren jumped to his feet and ordered the cadets to take their seats. They must wait for further instructions, or they would be court-martialed. Qin wondered, did Lu Ren really want to fight him with only a 4th grade? Qin was about to strike his commander once more. However, his hand was intercepted. Tang Ming told the disobedient cadet that disobedience to military orders and disobedience to superiors was punishable by punishment. The disobedient cadet could be deprived of training. Qin was frightened and shouted that he had made a mistake. Shiji felt that Tang Ming was currently 7th grade. It was best not to argue with him. To show the seriousness of his intentions, Tang Ming pushed the unruly Qin away. The young man flew far back. Lu Ren thanked Tang Ming. Tang Ming said that this is an army, not a school. A soldier must have discipline and dignity. Lu Ren's attempt is commendable, but it is not enough. One must show his strength and courage, and then Lu Ren will become a true leader. The ship's commander announced that the warp storm had stopped. They had the correct coordinates and were about to leave the wormhole. We need everyone to take their seats. After arriving at his destination, Tang Ming went about his business. Lu Ren, seeing off the hero with a glance, thought that he would follow his advice and become a true alliance cultivator. The Emerald Shine base was located under a huge tree. The officer said that the people from the Star Earth occupied their valley long ago. He wants to lead his troops to exterminate them and drive out the remaining ones. One must also exterminate all the wild birds and people in the East Sea to bring back the greatness of their jade star. The girl seated on the throne to whom her uncle was addressing listened to him silently. Leaving the everlasting forest will weaken the faith of light, proliferating contradictions in the faith of light. Even if the forest elves decide to submit to the Sol Demon, the eternal forest will not allow any of them to abandon their faith, for it will lead to the complete destruction of their people. The princess said that the light sent down a prophecy. When you look at the storm, a tsunami will destroy the defenses. The barbarians will take advantage of the situation, and they must do everything they can to protect their home. The officer said he would return to the camp and reorganize the defenses. He thought that the light could no longer protect them. True, sincere loyalty to Saldaemon was the only way to survive. The officer withdrew from the princess's chamber. The girl thought that she could not tell the last part of the prophecy to her uncle, the emperor. The girl never thought that someone who could help change the course of events for the forest elves could be a human from the star Earth. For forest elves who obey Saldaemon, it is simply taboo. The princess told Agatha to come over to her. The young elf stepped closer and asked what Her Highness wanted to talk to him about. The girl put her hand on Agatha's head. Unol said it was an earthling. She asked that Agatha bring the earthling to her and not let anyone see him, especially the Imperial Twilight Knights. The base of the Valley of the King of Medicine. A visit from the guest of honor is a blessing. Even the weather cleared up immediately. Alliance cultivator Tang Ming greeted the elders. The elders said hello to the young man. The elder offered to show Tang Ming the most unique medicinal baths that are here. Among them, there are even some for strengthening the body. Tang Ming stopped Elder Xiao and said that he was here to ask the immortal medicine fairy to return to the Alliance and save Master Wan Shu. Elder Xiao said that he had heard about her. The immortal is traveling in search of medicine. She might not return for 5 years. This planet is 10 times larger than Earth, and there are only a few areas that have been explored. It won't be easy to find her. Tang Ming said he would try anyway. Elder Xiao gave the young man a standard Jade Sun research kit, which included a few pills, stones, tools, and books. There is also a map of the areas that were explored in the Medicine King's Valley. Elder Xiao told Tang Ming to exercise caution. Apart from the King's Valley, there are 2 other indigenous people on this planet that are under Saldaemon's influence: the forest elf people and the barbarian bird people. Tang Ming remembered that in his past life, there had been a rebellion among the forest elves. They had abandoned their faith in the light and joined Saldaemon, turning into bloodthirsty dark elves, destroying the bird people. Tang Ming reached the Medicine King Valley and decided to start his quest from the southern part, where there were many rare herbs. Tang Ming noticed a few elves following him. Could it be that they had found him so quickly? They had already sent a message to the Eternal Forest. Agate was hiding behind a tree watching Tang Ming's movement. The mushroom spirit also followed the young man. The 3 adult elves were also following Tang Ming. They could see that Agate was moving behind him. Tang Ming reached the dark forest. This forest hadn't been explored by the people from the valley, but judging from the map, the direct path to the stony forest started from here. Our hero decided to speed up. He had no free time. Agatha kept up with him. The mushroom spirit told Agate that this guy was entering the Forest of Doom, a place abandoned by the light where no one should enter. Agate decided to follow the man anyway. Tang Ming moved quickly, constantly changing his trajectory. Miasmas and toxins were everywhere. If one inhaled too much poison, it could lead to death. He could only use his Qi to temporarily purify himself from the toxins. It seemed to the guy that it was not the first time he had passed this place. Was he really going in circles? At one point, our hero was trapped. His whole body was wrapped in vines. Agatha also fell into the same trap. She thought it was a tree demon. The tree demon tossed Tang Ming and Agate high up, and the huge worm opened its mouth and was about to swallow them. Agate screamed that she was about to die and mentally apologized to Her Highness for not being able to do her job. The next moment, Agath was in the man's arms. The man asked if she was all right. Agath smiled and said she was fine. It turns out that in this forest, tree demons and beetles are in symbiosis. The tree demon devours its prey, dropping it into the worm's lair, where the insects lay eggs in the carcass, thus feeding the tree demon. The guy asked who she was and why she was chasing him. Agath replied that she had been sent by Her Majesty. Tang Min asked if the other adult elves were her companions. Agath replied that they might be shadow knights. The elves were deciding among themselves whether to pursue the earthling. The next moment, one of the elves was captured by the tree demon and screamed loudly in fear. A huge insect appeared out of nowhere and moved towards Tang Ming and his companion. Tang Ming and the elf immediately hid in the protective sphere. Agath said that it must be the bug queen, and they are now in her mouth. She explodes into the ground, but where is she going? Agath said that living creatures with intelligence were the best food for bug larvae. Tang Min suggested doing nothing and waiting to see what would happen next. As the bug queen made her way underground, Tang Ming and his companion engaged in conversation. The young man asked questions, and the elf answered. Queen Beetle, unable to stand the talk in her mouth, spit out the protective capsule along with our heroes. Tang Ming and the elf found themselves in a beetle's lair. There were tree roots all around. From what kind of tree could the roots go so deep into the ground? The Beetle Queen released a poisonous jet of liquid towards Tang Ming. The guy dodged it. In that hour, the young men found themselves surrounded by a great number of little beetles. Tang Ming thought that these beetles live in the most dangerous places, absorbing the energy of grass and wood. Accordingly, their karma is woody, and this is exactly what the pure fire of his karma can resist. Tang Ming decided to use the fire lotus. The beetle queen let out her wings and flew upwards. It turns out that this creature is able to burrow into the ground and fly. A powerful bright beam appeared from somewhere above. Tang Ming thought it was a spiritual incarnation. Tang Ming stood with a fiery lotus in his hand in front of the beetle army. They had never heard the words of the great leader of his country. The guy said that even one spark could cause a real fire. In a second, the whole place was aflame. A girl appeared in front of the young man. She had an egg in her hand. Tang Ming thought it was her spiritual incarnation. She's here because of the egg. Tang Ming walked up to the stranger and thanked her for her help. The girl told them to follow her if they didn't want to die. Tang Ming, placing agate on his back, rushed after the stranger. The young men followed up the hole. They needed to get out into the fresh air. Tang Ming saw a light ahead. This must be the exit. And indeed, after a short while, everyone was out in the forest. Tang Ming didn't think that there would be someone so young yet capable in the Medicine King Valley. Tang Ming and Agate continued to follow the stranger. The boy asked where she was taking them. The girl looked back and said they were following the Valley of the Medicine King. Tang Ming wondered, isn't this road in the opposite direction? Could it be that this girl is also a traitor? Tang Ming thought, was he really a 9th grade cultivator with topographical cretinism in front of him? The stranger wondered, had she traveled the wrong way? Tang Ming put agate down on the ground and thought that it wasn't on the map, and he didn't know the way to the Jade Star. The stranger checked on Agatha's well-being. She asked the boy if he wanted to save her. Tang Ming nodded affirmatively. Fortunately, the toxin hadn't penetrated too deep yet and hadn't reached the brain. Tang Ming asked the girl to guard the perimeter for a while. While the stranger was scanning the area, Tang Ming was detoxifying the elf's body. The stranger thought that she had never seen such a method of extracting poison. Tang Ming applied the spiritual realm, point purification. Tang Ming used his internal energy and ki to absorb all the toxins contained in the agate. After that, the guy threw the clot of toxins onto the grass growing in that meadow. The grass immediately wilted. After that, the young man thanked the girl and introduced himself. He identified himself as a cultivator from the Alliance. The girl said that her name was Lin Su. Tang Ming thought that there were many members of the Lin family in the Medicine King Valley. Lin Su gave the medicine to Agate. This little girl seems strange to our hero. Tang Ming suggested that Lin Su find a shelter and spend the night there. At night, the young men pitched a tent in the forest and lit a fire. Agate was laid outside in a sleeping bag. Tang Ming applied spiritual perception to the girl and read her mind. Then he said that the girl had spoken to the prophet. Agate woke up and started tearing out of the duffel bag, asking Tang Ming to let her go. Lin Su looked out of the tent at the noise and asked what the young man was doing with the child. Tang Ming tried to calm the girl down, saying that she was safe. Ling Su, seeing that the girl was awake, asked what her name was. Tang Ming replied that it was just a lost forest elf girl. She needed help getting back. Lin Su said that forest elves don't like humans. Tang Ming asked his companions if they would have dinner. Tang Ming walked over to the reservoir, and after a while, dinner was ready. The girls couldn't share the baked fish. Lin Su said that forest elves are vegetarians. Agate replied that she was now a full-fledged prophet guardian and could eat meat. After dinner, the young men talked for a long time, discussing international politics and agricultural prospects. After Agate fell asleep, Tang Ming got busy cooking. Ling Su asked what he was doing. The guy said he mixed the heart and liver of a captured beetle with waterproofed collagen, pearls, and immortal grass. He heated the resulting mixture in a portable oven and pulverized it. Tang Ming said he called what he got a masking pill. Tang Ming added that this way they could blend in with the trees. In the morning, the young men continued their journey. Agate thought that this person had a way to take on the appearance of a forest elf, so he could safely enter the thicket itself. Lady Prophet can contact this person called Tang Ming. Tang Ming thought that they should have gotten out of the alien bug nest long ago. His spiritual sense told him that the insects were still swarming and moving around. This didn't fit Agate's description of insect habits. What's going on here? Even straining all his senses to the limit, he can't find the source of this chaos. The best strategy now is to flee. Tang Ming suggested a different route for the companions. Agate was scared and asked Tang Ming what was going on in that direction. Tang Ming looked around and saw some dark forces appearing in the forest. Agate, pointing her finger, said that thing was coming. Tang Ming suggested silence. Tang Ming stepped into the confrontation and dispersed that dark force. Agate asked what it was. Lin Su replied that it was a cluster of 3 dark spirits. Tang Ming suggested that the insects were fleeing because of it. The dark spirit cluster was used as a defensive formation on the battlefield during the First Resistance War. It collected qi and released spiritual fire to defend against attacking enemies. Starting from the outer shell, the density of fire increases exponentially with depth. But why is this technique so powerful here? Tang Ming said that we should get out of here, and the sooner the better. Suddenly, the dark forces began to strike. Tang Ming was surprised that the attacks became more intense as they moved away from the epicenter. The force was too huge. Something was wrong here. Tang Ming applied spiritual senses again. Tang Ming identified a moving cluster of dark spirits. Looking up, our heroes saw a huge furnace above them. Agate said that she had never seen such a monster in her 72 years of living on Jade Star. Tang Ming asked Lin Su if she knew anything about it. The girl replied that it was shaped like an ancient alchemical furnace, but very huge. It looked like the spirits were trying to protect this creation. Tang Ming thought that they wouldn't be able to overpower this construct. A way must be found to destroy the cluster of dark spirits. The key is the 3 main nodes. If they are destroyed, the spirit formation will be destroyed. Tang Ming said he found this. This is the center of the cluster's ki circulation. After striking the center, our hero jumped aside. Tang Ming struck the first node. The accumulated energy surged out. The second energy attack was made in the woods. Tang Ming said there was one last knot left. The boy heard someone's footsteps. Someone invisible was approaching him. As he approached the third node, the smoke cleared. Tang Ming saw a faint image of a stranger. It was Lin Su. Agate asked if Lin Su was okay. The girl replied that she was fine. The cluster had been destroyed. Everything should be fine now. Agate suggested that Lin Su take over the search for the missing Tang Ming. Lin Su said it was better for them to stay away. Lin Su didn't know who had created such a huge steel furnace and what purpose it served. It would be difficult for her to take Agate with her, so they should wait for Tang Ming to find out what was going on. Tang Ming tried to get closer to the furnace. This huge object must be the work of a human cultivator. But why is it here? Tang Ming got inside. It was a complex structure with several levels of defense. Looking in front of him, the guy saw a strange pictogram. What could it mean? Not finding an answer, Tang Ming decided that he had to get away. A powerful beam of light connected this furnace to the sky. Tang Ming shouted to the girls to run away from here immediately. Agate looked back and said that Lin Su was behind Tang Ming. Tang Ming tried to calm down. Apparently it was teleportation. He thought that there might be an explosion. It looked like he was inside this furnace. The isolation of divine consciousness is fixed in this furnace. He doesn't seem to have any way to contact Lin Su. Some old man appeared in front of our hero. He asked who this young man was and how dare he invade here. Tang Ming asked if he was the founder of the 10,000 Artifacts sect, a Shenhua cultivator. The sect was among the top 10 cultivators in the Cultivator Alliance after the Fire Dragon sect. But the founder of the sect died in an accident while repairing a wormhole at a base in the Valley of the Medicine King. Could this furnace be his creation? Looking at this old man, Tang Ming thought that he was well preserved. Or is this a hologram of him? As the young man turned away, the old man disappeared. The space in the furnace is completely isolated and there is almost no air to breathe. If there was a cultivator below the 3rd class in his place, he would have already died. In front of the guy was a passage into the unknown. There was something strange about it. It seemed safer for Tang Ming to use the flames to find out what was inside. Tang Ming saw the intersecting rays and thought that it might be a vicious soul burning. It's a special technique designed to burn souls. Touching it is like jaundice, only for the bones. The harder one touches it, the more the soul will be destroyed. But how could such a technique appear in this space? Even if the blazing soul key is strong, it is still a product of time. Moving in the strange space, Tang Ming saw an exit in front of him. The guy moved towards it. Tang Ming found himself in a huge room. There were many exits in it. In another part of the room were Lin Su and Agate. The girls were unconscious. Tang Ming immediately decided to bring Lin Su to his senses with the method he knew. He positioned himself behind her and touched her back with his hands and began to drive his energy. Tang Ming thought that the girl was being too hard on herself. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't have been injured to this extent. It looked like she had taken the full brunt of the soul-burning passage to protect Agate. The girl began to come to her senses. She told him to leave her spiritual consciousness. Tang Ming told her not to move. He was pulling the poison out of her. At some point, Ling Su cried out and let out a sigh of relief. Tang Ming waved his hand at the girl and asked if she recognized him. Lin Su opened her eyes and called the guy by name. Tang Ming wondered about her memories. Was there nothing she had forgotten? Ling Su replied that they broke out of the passage and something hit them hard. After that, they lost consciousness. Tang Ming thought that the spiritual power below infinite space couldn't resist the special soul incineration. Lin Su's soul had not had time to collapse, and he had arrived in time. She would be able to recover. Lin Su got up and cleaned herself up. The girl said that they were done and now they should check on Agate. Tang Min, after examining her, said Agate is fine. She's unconscious because of the insect poison. She's overworked. Lin Su said that they are now trapped in a labyrinth-like furnace. If they want to get out of here, they will have to try all the passages, and the owner of this furnace wants to burn all the souls who enter here. Ling Su wondered what they should do in that case. Tang Ming took Agate in his arms and told Lin Su to climb on his back. That's the only way. It was hard for Lin Su to imagine that this guy could resist soul burning. Tang Ming thought that something urgent had to be done. If they continued walking, they would die. If not by burning their souls, they would definitely die from overexertion. Ling Su assumed that these passageways must be arranged in a certain pattern. Tang Ming told her to lay out everything she knew. Lin Su suggested that it was similar to the spirit purification and transformation array in the Medicine King Valley. It is one of the great arrays of the Valley of the King of Medicine. It is uninterrupted and endless. The essence is to slowly destroy the soul, as if boiling it on low heat. There is only one person capable of creating such a terrifying iron grave. Lin Su said that such a person is the previous Medicine King Valley's previous Valley Protector, Pill Master. Tang Ming said that he had been dead for a long time. Lin Su confirmed his assumption. Many years had passed since then. Tang Ming thought, does his assumption hold true? The cultivator's cave and the special method of soul incineration said so. Tang Ming asked Lin Su if she knew how to destroy it. The girl replied that she did. If they want to get out, they have to go through the gate of life and death for the door to work. They only need to find the gate of life according to the art of calculating destiny, and then they can escape from this alchemical furnace. Tang Ming was sure it wasn't that simple. This furnace is enclosed on all sides and looks more like a tomb than a cave. The owner wouldn't want to let them out. Lin Su asked, did the interlocutor really think that the gate was in one place forming a dead end? Tang Ming said that there was more than one place. Wasn't she talking about the heaven-burning Feng Tian? Shenghua cultivator, Hua Chen purifying and Feng Tian burning the heavens. About the lord of the blazing heaven palace beating in the dark forest, an old man who defected to a foreign planet. The old man was originally a powerful person from the same era as the Alliance head, cultivator Shenghua and refining Hua Chen. After seeing the technology and power of the Sol demons, he became obsessed with it and went up against them in the Battle of Stone Forest at the end of the War of Resistance. The Alliance head, cultivator Shenghua, and refining Hua Chen destroyed it. Could it really be assumed that this old man was still alive? Tang Ming thought that this girl knew quite a bit. Most likely, the old man still had a breath of life left in his soul. Lin Su asked if that was why they decided to go through the Gate of Doom. Tang Ming said, if a girl has doubts, why not ask the old man personally? Right now, it is necessary to survive at all costs. Agate suddenly woke up and asked if Lin Su was okay. She said that she saw a lot of light streaming over the girl, but she had a lot of wounds. Lin Su replied that she was fine now. Agate swiveled her head and asked where they were now. Tang Ming replied that they were in the alchemy furnace. Agate was surprised after all. A steel alchemy furnace was a very expensive and valuable thing. How could it be this big? Tang Ming began to look around. He was uneasy. The young men saw a skeleton approaching them. However, its eyes were glowing horribly. Tang Ming immediately set up a protective barrier. They found themselves in an impenetrable shell. The girls, frightened, asked what was this thing. Tang Ming replied that it seemed like the owners of this place didn't want to welcome them. The skeleton really turned out to be ungrateful. He even pulled out a bloody sword. I should have expected him to attack. However, the attack on the protective barrier was unsuccessful. The skeleton fell apart. Ling Su brought another strange thing to our hero's attention. The skeleton began to reassemble and recover again. Is this thing immortal? Tang Ming suggested that hitting the forehead was useless. This skeleton would recover again. Lin Su said that there were getting a lot more of them. Tang Ming shouted that they should run away from here. The cycle of life and death, the infinity of flame. This technique of the blazing palace. As long as the corpse flame that feeds it remains, the crowd of dead people will not diminish. However, there is a special remedy, the Great Burial Technique. They continued to attack the protective sphere. Tang Ming fended off these attacks. He found it strange that the burnt skeleton was very cold on contact. Tang Ming and the girls were able to get out of this passage and back to the big room. Now they had to decide which next passage they should move to. However, when Tang Ming looked back, he saw that skeletons began to emerge from the passage to this room. An endless array of skeletons began to appear from various passageways. Agate was trembling with fear. Tang Ming said that they were surrounded, and it seemed like the master didn't want them to pass through the death gate. Unexpectedly, Agate sat down on the floor. Tang Ming and Lin Su asked what was the matter. Agate began to be covered with strange spots. Lin Su said that it was an evil hot soul. She was infected. The same spots also appeared on Lin Su's arm. Tang Ming said that these skeletons were not as simple as they had originally thought. It looks like their souls are being eaten away by corporeal creatures. Tang Ming thought if they are soaked with these from the inside out, even his soul won't be able to withstand it. Tang Ming decided that he had few options left. Since the skeletons consisted of decomposed souls, he would vaporize them with the purest fire of karma. Using his karma, the guy turned his attention to the girls. He thought that Lin Su and Agate would have to suffer before the skeletons disappeared. The number of skeletons did not decrease. They kept coming out of the passageways. Unless the corpse flames were extinguished, they would not stop coming. Tang Ming didn't understand how he would be able to find corpse flames in such a maze. Skeletons of various colors continued to approach the girls. Ling Su thought that she had nowhere to wait for rescue. Suddenly, a powerful beam of light broke through from above. All the skeletons illuminated by this beam exploded and flew in different directions. Tang Ming held the fire lotus in his hands. Since the Great Burial Technique uses flames to control corpses, one can test whether such flames are more powerful than the Red Lotus karma. The puppets controlled by the corpse flame bow to the Scarlet Lotus. However, this form of Scarlet Lotus won't last long, so one must leave. Tang Ming told his companion that they must reach the Gate of Doom. At some point, something incredible started happening to the skeletons again. They started devouring each other. Tang Ming explained that this is something else. All of these skeletons are merging into one. The corpse flame is manifested. Furthermore, it is the strongest corpse flame of the three beginnings. Tang Ming wondered, could this flame really be able to match the Scarlet Lotus? He decided to see whose flame would actually be stronger. After the experiment, Tang Ming said that he didn't expect the corpse flame to be so sinister. It was on par with his Scarlet Lotus. However, this ginormous skeleton would be mobile until the corpse flame was destroyed. Scarlet Lotus helped destroy the corpse flame. The skeleton lost its balance and fell to the ground. After a while, our hero saw that the huge skeleton was back on its feet. Why is it able to move if the corpse flame has been extinguished? Tang Ming decided to take the fight. It was like the 9 words of truth. The skeleton was controlled with divine consciousness. Judging from the strength of this consciousness, its master had reached the peak. The master of this place has attained the infinite realm. Tang Ming thought that in that case, his spiritual power would come out and materialize. He took out a spiritual weapon. The beast opened its huge maw and thrust its steel claws forward. Tang Ming swung his spiritual sword. Tang Ming applied the 9 words of truth, soul-severing. He decided to cut off all the threads of divine consciousness to this monster. After dealing with the huge skeleton, Tang Ming approached the girls. He asked if Lin Su was okay. Would she be able to move around? A strange rotating mechanism with a huge number of tentacles appeared in front of our heroes. It was the dead end of the purification and transformation array. A holographic old man appeared on a strange rotating device and started a conversation. He didn't think the boy would do well, but he did very well. Ling Su said that heaven-burning Feng Tian had long since died after all. The old man laughed and said that he was not so easy to destroy. Then in the forest, Master Li, Shenghua, and Hua Chen joined forces to destroy him by destroying his flesh, tearing it into pieces. No one had ever thought that he would survive. However, he hid here in the Jade Sun, eating insects and roots, using every means to restore his soul. The old man added that he had the help of 2 old friends. Tang Ming saw that Feng Tian had turned into 3 people. Ling Su assumed that it was Shenghua and Hua Chen. Tang Ming said that everything was clear to him now. Their deaths were not just an accident or the result of circumstances, it was his doing. The old man said those 2 got what they deserved, for they had betrayed him. Being on the cusp of 9th grade at the time, they discussed every possible theory about the breakout. All 3 of them agreed that they couldn't break through on their own. So they decided to join forces, creating the 3QE transformation method, but they failed. Only then did he see the power of the Sol demons and realize that only through their knowledge would they be able to break through. But those two didn't just betray, they also revealed his intention, teaming up with Master Li for his destruction. Unfortunately for them, the information that a bond had formed between their souls due to practicing the method was not available to them. As long as they didn't die, his soul wouldn't be completely destroyed. He waited 20 years on the Jade Star. The old man has returned. He came to pay his respects to the souls of those who died in the war then. The old man said that he had deliberately destroyed the wormhole maintenance device in the Medicine King Valley. He added that he also absorbed a second soul by staging a repair accident. The old man continued his story. It turns out that the method of the 3QE transformations really works. Only they hadn't merged their souls together before. After he absorbed the souls of those two, his spiritual power surpassed the peak of 9th grade. Feng Tian excitedly said that he had broken through. Later, he used the strength of Shenghua and Hua Chen to build this steel furnace. He would use it to create the most perfect body. The old man added that he now seemed to have found a good replacement. Feng Tian rushed at our hero and told him to give up his body, and he would let the young man behold his grand success. Tang Ming found himself in a spiritual space. The old man laughed. Is this really his soul? The old man added that the guy's soul looked excellent and the body was suitable. Feng Tian prepared to devour this guy. The old man was excited and said that the young man would now become a part of him. For a moment, Feng Tian froze. He didn't understand what was going on. Why couldn't he attach his soul? After all, his soul had reached the breakthrough level. Tang Ming opened his eyes and said that his soul had also reached this level. This was a complete surprise to the old man. The old man shouted, "Did this guy break through too? But he's so young, it can't be!" Tang Ming stared at Feng Tian intently, unblinking. The old man nervously repeated that it was impossible. Feng Tian fell to his knees and blood came out of his mouth. He had failed again. Could it be that 9th grade really is the pinnacle of human cultivation? He recalled his earlier thoughts. He had thought that with this beautiful energy body, 9th grade would seem beyond the realm of possibility. All methods are good for achieving goals. The necessary habitat is worth it. There are many Sol demons in the vast universe. The only way to survive is to become stronger. The old man realized that he had lost. But how could this guy pull this off? Tang Ming said humanity has found a way to overcome the limitation. By uniting and innovating on their own, they have achieved the goal. They had embarked on a completely new path. Tang Ming asked, how could this old man fight him if he lost his body? And his soul is nothing more than a source of power. The old man split into 3 bodies again. Only now he was on his knees and wailing. Shenghua said that Feng Tian had lost. The 3 of them then sought to break through the realm and made a bet on who would reach the top first. But they couldn't imagine that Feng Tian would pass the point of no return. The old men thanked Tang Ming for putting them out of their misery. Did people really find a way to break through? Tang Ming said, Master Li was the first to break through to the new realm. Feng Tian held his head. Had Master Li really broken through? Shenghua added, now that they have lost their bodies and minds, why don't they help this young man instead of him dying here in vain? Feng Tian agreed. He said that he had previously tried to risk everything to realize his dream. Now that the world had gotten a breakthrough, he had nothing more to argue with. He would like to redeem himself to those he had ruined. Shenghua said that they should do it. Hua Chen also added something about all things existent and imperishable. All things have a soul. The 3 purifications become one breath. Tang Ming, still in the spiritual space, felt an unfamiliar transformation inside his body, as if his soul was trying to break free. After a while, when everything was finished, our hero was lying with his eyes closed not far from agate. Lingsu didn't understand what to do with them. Lingsu continued to watch Tang Ming. His cultivation level was continuously increasing. He had already reached the 8th grade. 8th grade, walking on air. Lingsu barely had time to jump aside. Tang Ming floated in the air. His cultivation level had reached the 8th grade, and his spiritual power had also increased. The fellow thought that there was now a chasm between heaven and man. The path to breakthrough cultivation, infinite, imperial, heavenly, divine, and holy. In his past life, he had reached the highest level, the peak of the heavenly realm. This was the limit of what a person on earth could achieve. The point is to allow the bones of the body's limbs to break through the shackles of the mundane, bridge the gap between heaven and man, and cultivate bones like those of a celestial being. However, after several trials and many strange encounters, he was only able to cultivate half of his bones. He didn't expect that right now the souls of the 3 old masters would unite and strengthen his skull and chest bones in this instant. Tang Ming bowed to the old men and thanked them for being so generous. Ling Su, not understanding anything, asked what had just happened. Tang Ming said that the heaven-burning man had just invaded his soul space. Lin Su didn't know that the three of them had such a connection. Hua Chen was considered dead by everyone. Tang Ming said that now his spiritual power had greatly increased and he could help get rid of the blazing bodily fire. Tang Ming did his best to restore the girls' health and rid them of the blazing bodily fire. Lin Su asked, how would they get out of here now? Tang Ming thought that he was now connected to the steel furnace and could control it. The result of this control was that Tang Ming got free and freed the girls. All three of them were free. Ling Su asked what would happen to the stove now. Tang Ming decided to hide it. Perhaps it would come in handy in the future. The furnace was hidden underground. Agatha asked where they were. Ling Su replied that they had already gotten out. Agatha immediately asked if Tang Min could go with her, adding that it was her mission to bring the boy to the prophet. Tang Min agreed. Agatha said that there was a forest ahead of them, and the land of the forest elves was further away. Tang Min said that although he has a disguise, he can't completely blend in without an outfit. Lin Su said that she would take care of it. Lin Su started to make new outfits out of leaves. Agatha said that Lin Su could imitate the forest elves with fake wood cloth. Tang Ming was pleased with his new clothes. The suit was lightweight and breathable, with a membrane and waterproof. Lin Su has already put on a new outfit. Agatha said that she was really pretty. Agatha noticed that Tang Min looked stern like a shadow knight. Tang Min replied that that was his strength, but Agatha remarked that it looked ridiculous. According to Agatha, such an outfit could only be made by the weavers of the wood elves. To achieve this quality of fabric required a great deal of subtle energy manipulation. Tang Ming said that this wood cloth weaving technique is not easy for human cultivators. Lin Su replied that it's always difficult to start. Working in medicine, she was used to sewing humans. Agatha, hearing these words, was very frightened and fantasized different nightmares. Tang Ming laughed and said that Agatha misunderstood everything. Agatha said she felt dizzy and fell to the ground. Tang Ming noticed that her body had weakened after that fire. It was good that at least the superficial wounds had healed. The prophetess might have some medicines, and surely she would be able to pinpoint Lin Siqi's location on the Jade Star. Tang Ming said that they should hurry up. Agatha said that everyone should follow her and be sure to obey. If they obeyed, they would definitely not be caught by the spirits. These lightwood spirits are a kind of little companions. These mushrooms seem insignificant, but they are actually all members of the Spirit Queen family, connected by a spiritual network, sharing information and feelings. Tang Ming didn't realize that the girl was so knowledgeable about the Jade Star ecosystem. And on top of that, she was also a skillful healer. Agatha told her companions not to step on the turquoise vegetation. It might trigger the defense mechanism that protects against the bird people. The bird people and the wood elves are nominally vassals of the Saldemon Empire. There is debate among the elves as to whether they are fully subordinate. The rulers of the bird people have fully surrendered their sovereignty. Agatha was very angry with the bird people. If it weren't for the EC barrier, she would have shown them. Agatha immediately stopped, apologizing for her behavior. She was a little embarrassed. Suddenly, some thorns flew to our heroes from different sides and the travelers tried to dodge. Tang Ming grabbed Agatha in his arms and tried to carry her to safety. Lin Su followed behind them. A stranger with a weapon in her hand appeared in a nearby tree. Agatha shouted that it was Kachiyu's sister. Kachiyu wondered who they were. Although they looked like forest elves, they reeked of human spirit. Tang Ming, who had become like an elf, told the girl not to worry. They are here to help Agatha. Kachiyu immediately pounced on the guy with a weapon in her hand. Kachiyu jumped up and swung her sword. Agatha shouted that it was plant armor. Tang Ming grabbed the frightened Agatha in his arms and said that there was no need to worry so much. Agatha took to the air and told Kachiyu to stop her aggression immediately. Agatha fell into the astral and, closing her eyes, pronounced that they were guests of the light forest. Kachiyu knelt down and said to the prophetess, "May the light be blessed." The prophetess replied through Agatha's mouth that let the light guide them all the way. The prophetess said to keep people calm. It is only a breath of light that fills Agatha's body. The forest elf family is pleased with them. Tang Ming was surprised. Could it really be the breath of light? Being able to instantly inhabit Agatha's body from such a distance. This was even more powerful than the 9 true words. Is this really the power of the rumored prophetess? The prophetess said that she is the guardian of the light forest, the prophetess of the forest elves, and a supporter of the faith in the radiance of dawn. Due to circumstances, her powers are limited to the territory of the light forest. Tang Ming said that he was Tang Ming, a cultivator from Earth. What did the prophetess call people here for? Would there be some kind of treaty? The prophetess said that they are not asking for help from humans, but from Tang Ming personally. She hopes that he will save the forest elves from extinction. All three present were horrified at what they heard. Qiyu was the most frightened of all. What kind of forest elf extinction are we talking about? We are talking about the fate of an entire civilization. Agate touched Tang Ming's chest with her hand. Tang Ming immediately saw a huge, monstrous fiend in front of him. Beneath his feet was a wasteland and fires. Agate said that it was the future that was visible. The Shining Dawn deity is never wrong. Tang Ming said that the forest elves are part of the Sol Demon Empire. In essence, they should be enemies. Why should he help? Agate answered because in a way their interests coincided. Agate said that the boy would receive the seal of the prophetess that would help him pass through the light forest. Qiyu will accompany him. Tang Ming thought that the prophetess sensed his intention to team up with the forest elves. Her strength is admirable. The prophetess once more welcomed the young man into the light forest. She would await his arrival at the Edoan temple. Agate fell right into Qiyu's arms and opened her eyes. She asked why everyone was looking at her like that. Qiyu lowered her head and apologized for attacking. She is a guardian of the Light Forest Prophetess, a member of the border regiment. Tang Min said it's no big deal. It's not like she wasn't warned. They would consider it a ridiculous accident. That girl looked like she was in pain. Qiyu said that in any case, she would be the guide until she arrived. If you have any questions, you can contact her. One day of traveling had passed. Qiyu said that in the east of the forest was the city of Semiriel. Now it was the closest to the border. After a while, the gates of Semiriel appeared ahead. Turns out the Wood Elves had great civilization and architecture too. Unfortunately, in his past life, he had only seen a scorched black earth. Agate said it's amazing. It is one of the largest cities in the Light Forest. It was founded by the great heroine Iluvita. Tang Ming asked why the main gate was closed. Agate replied that they are only opened on special occasions and festivals. Qiyu added that they also serve as protection from bird people and forest beasts. The travelers went inside. There were people in the city. Someone said that the Dawn Messenger Mu Qi had returned. From afar, military personnel were returning to the city. The military led the captive bird people in behind them. At the very top stood the Dawn Messenger Mu Qi. The townspeople cheered. Qiyu explained that this was Lord Mu Qi, a descendant of the great hero Iluit, an heir of the pure blood of light, a divine messenger of dawn. He is also the prophetess's own brother. Tang Ming, while watching Mu Qi, noticed that his heart was translucent. It was the seed of evil. The seed of evil is a special secret method of harnessing dark energy that is kept top secret by the Sol demons. It is a spiritual seed that can influence the host's mind during incubation and even directly manipulate their body at critical moments. In a past life, it took Earthlings many years to find a way and destroy it. Tang Ming wondered, how was he able to notice such a thing himself? The people welcomed Lord Mu Qi. After all, he is the messenger of the dawn. He also brought the captive bird people. Tang Ming hesitated in doubt. Could he be mistaken? But it didn't feel like a mistake. He was now looking through the eyes of the three seer elders that was their gift, the eyes of a seer. Qiyu said that there was a signal from the branch chief. A level 1 alert has been issued. Qiyu told Agate and the men to stay here for a few days. If she doesn't return in 2 days, they will go to the temple themselves. Agate said that Qiyu is a very strong girl. She'll be fine. The young men approached a small house. An old man met them on the doorstep. Agate told her grandfather that she had returned. Agate introduced the guest to her grandfather. She told the guest that her grandfather was rather grouchy, but not to pay attention to that. Grandfather asked who they were. He had never seen these two in all his 600 years of living in Semiriel. Agate took her grandfather aside and said that these two were human. Tang Ming, looking at the prosthetic leg on the old man's leg, thought that he had once been a warrior. After the grandfather heard that the two humans were disguised as elves, he grabbed his granddaughter by the scruff of the neck. Agate shouted that they were guests of the prophetess. They must not be touched. Tang Ming said that he has a seal given to him by the prophetess. They also protect Agate from the danger of the dark forest. The old man asked fearfully if Agate had gone to the dark forest. Agate stammered and replied that she was doing the prophetess's bidding. The old man shouted that the prophet's orders meant nothing to him. Agate got angry and jumped out of the house. The old man apologized for losing his temper in front of the guests. Agate is still a child who does not know what he is doing. The old elf man sat down on the bench with a tired look. Tang Ming thought that his relationship with his granddaughter was strained. Grandfather stated that he had been in that forest, so he knew the danger. It was there that he lost his leg. The old man said angrily that his granddaughter had gone into the dark forest all because of the bloody messengers of light. The old man asked what these two need. He's not sure if he'll help, but he'll at least try. Tang Ming asked why the old man doesn't like the prophetess. The old elf inquired if they had already heard of their great hero, Iluvit. Tang Ming replied that they had heard, but not much. Legend has it that he was the one who brought the wood elves out of darkness and showed them the path of light. He allowed them to practice the divine light to strengthen themselves and thus create a hierarchy in society. All this history is controlled by the purebloods. It is a grave sin for the forest people to know history. The purebloods are the heirs of blood born of the tree of light. They reign over the world of the wood elves. Elves have four estates: purebloods, light aristocrats, forest followers, and the forest people themselves. Most are simple peasants or completely destitute, crippled inhabitants. Those who have a separate house like a stump are eligible to be military or artisans. Further on, there is a strict division. The purebloods, along with the aristocrats, live further away in the heart of the city of trees. It's safer there. Tang Ming thought that it wasn't surprising that the old man had no respect for the Order of Light and the prophetess. It seems that a lot of forest elves resent how lineage and faith determine their place in life. A noise was heard outside. There were many elves there. Tang Ming asked where they were all going. The old man replied that they were heading towards the inner gate. Could this be another execution? A gateway of light was located inside. The noise of the elves was growing. Kneeling on a huge pedestal were the bird people with their hands tied behind their backs. Behind them stood the executioners. Tang Ming asked Old Man Ruby what was going on. The old man said that it was the greatest ritual of the forest elves, a sacrifice to the light. In previous years, only in the harshest times did they destroy enemies in front of the common people to boost morale. With the arrival of the messengers of light, it became more frequent. The order came to execute, and the executioners, swinging their swords, cut off the heads of the captives. The blood of the victims splattered on the elves standing below. They shouted, "Glory to the light!" Old Man Ruby said that they are the weakest of the forest people, but they long to change their fate. Some say that by bathing in the blood of the enemies of the light, they can gain its favor. Raised their hands in the air and chanted, "Let the light guide their path." This is how the work of the seed from the eyes is maintained, absorbing the hatred of the wood elves. Tang Ming was disappointed. This was not how he had imagined the forest elves to be. Tang Ming decided to use the arcane law of divine consciousness, the dark seal. At this moment, the elf who commanded the execution felt a slight dizziness. Ling Su asked his companion what he had just done. Tang Ming replied that he wanted to observe. The seed of evil thoughts is a special product of the dark energy of the spiritual force. It was widely used in previous times to manipulate the consciousness of the leaders of planetary forces, planting dark thoughts in their heads through the seed. When the Saldemons needed it, the consciousness of the dark energy awakened the host body. Despite the power of the seed, it could imperceptibly change the host's personality and behavior. Fortunately, humans have developed ways to counter this secret method. Observation is only one of the basic abilities. Once the dark seal is set, the consciousness of the dark energy within the seed can be manipulated. Linsu decided to shop around for local attractions and picked out the best ones. Tang Ming asked the old man what it was. Ruby replied that it was the dust of the faith, or the crystals of the faith, if you will. Only when Drevover senses the mood of the wood elves does he condense that dust. It is said that the Drevover of Light, where the prophet's temple of light is located, is the largest tree on the entire planet. Thanks to the faith invested in it by countless forest elves, the dust is infinite and can envelop the entire planet in a bright green shimmer. Old Man Ruby said he was a non-believer. Nowadays, people like him are treated leniently. The old man added that there is now a union of unbelievers in their town. The old man beckoned to a child who was delivering the morning news. The little elf handed the old man a new issue of the Manifesto of the Outcasts and other news. Captain Twilight is at war with the Birdmen on the southwestern frontier again. Old Man Ruby said that in that case he wouldn't have time to chase them. Tang Ming, looking up at the fleeing child, asked who he was and who he worked for. The old man replied that he was an orphan adopted by the Federation. They do such things voluntarily. Outcasts have no bloodlines, they are all family. Tang Ming replied that he now more or less understood the structure of elf society. Ling Su picked up a full bag of herbs and suggested that they go to the herbal shop again. The girl, who was usually silent, became very animated this time. The palace of the mulberry trees. The messenger of dawn, while in the dungeon, entered the cell of a prisoner. A prisoner hanging crucified from chains said that this cowardly wretch could destroy him. Nearby on a table were instruments of torture. The messenger of dawn says there's no hurry. He must choose which bone he will break today, but before he does, he wants to give the prisoner a chance. Last month's offensive was the third such major one they had launched this year. He wondered when the rebels were in a hurry. The exhausted prisoner screamed that they would never know the truth. He is not going to say anything. The messenger of light said that it seemed that this man had not suffered enough. He chose the instrument of torture. There was a loud scream. There were strangers hiding behind trees in the woods at dark, hiding their faces. The boy asked Elder Kaliu, for they had been sitting in ambush almost all night. Why didn't anyone come? Kaliu said not to worry. Enti and Sato are hiding among the Dusk Riders. Intelligence does not deceive. The young elf wondered if they had made too much noise this time. Was the prophet's crystal really that important? Elder Kaliu said it was a secret treasure, unique to the Light Bloods, and the key to the prophet's ability to predict the future. The strongest would be able to easily destroy the 9th grade patrol light bearers, which was the only hope for them who defied bloodline and bloodline. Captain Twilight has used the prophet crystals in his hands to conduct evil experiments. Now they must intercept him, no matter what the cost. In the distance, a column of men appeared. They were prisoners in the cart. The leader of the column, the elf Enti, said that we should hurry up and not fall behind schedule. Suddenly there was an explosion near the wagon with the prisoners. Enti shouted that it was an attack. The rebels were already rushing toward the prisoners. After a brief clash, the prisoners were released. Enti found himself on the side of the rebels. Sato, who was among the prisoners, brought the wounded elder what it had all started for. The elder was glad that these two had not let him down. The future of all the outcasts was finally in their own hands. Too bad he would not see it. The messenger of light in the dungeon continued to torture the prisoner. He said it was quite boring. He doesn't even moan anymore. Suddenly, the messenger of light grabbed his head. It was splitting with pain. The symptoms had become more frequent lately. It seemed he needed to visit the Marquis of Twilight again. Alistair, the Marquis's retainer, entered the chamber and said that he had not seen His Highness Musi for a long time. Musi asked what had brought Alistair here. Did his uncle really want to see him? He was just about to pay him a visit. Alistair bowed to him. Mutsi said why such formalities, for they had been brothers since childhood. Alistair replied that Mutsi was now a noble messenger of the dawn. Alistair said that Musi's sister, the prophetess, had asked for a rune workshop that Musi and the Marquis had invested in. He asked that this be discussed. Mutsi said that his sister had started gathering resources again. Alistair added that since the last prophecy, she had gone to a lot of places. Mutsi thought that his sister always makes a decision according to the prophecy. Even he can't disobey her orders. What is she doing this time? Musi replied that he would consider it a gift for her and the Marquis would wait. Let him take care of himself. Musi added that he hadn't seen Alistair in a while and suggested they have some fun. Alistair didn't expect His Highness to remain calm even when it comes to the rune workshop. The Marquis still wants him to be the leader, but he seems to have underestimated him. A raven brought Alistair a message. The prophet's crystal had been lost. He must return quickly. At Old Man Ruby's house, Tang Ming has just gotten out of the shower. What are Linsu's plans? Does she plan to return to the Valley of the Medicine King? Linsu answered with a question to a question. What are Tang Ming's plans? Tang Ming said he was going to see the prophetess. After all, she called his name and wanted to see what those forest elves were up to. The prophetess can also help find Ling Shi Qi. She is interested in medicinal herbs, rich in life energy. They can help Elder Wang Shu. Lin Su said she was completely free until Friday and would go with him. Tang Ming warned that there might be difficulties and dangers waiting for them, but Lin Su continued to stand her ground. When asked by Tang Ming why she was doing that, Lin Su moved closer to her interlocutor and asked, "Isn't it obvious?" The next moment, Lin Su turned away and said that it was because she didn't know the way back. Tang Ming, lowering his head, thought that he had assumed that. Birdmen and elf warriors were doing battle. The commanders shouted to hold the line. Anyone who retreated would be considered a coward. The Marquis received a report that two tribes, the Flamebirds and the Windbirds, were attacking from the southern front, and the Earl of Wade was leading the resistance. The Marquis said that Count Wade should hold out for another 2 hours. Then Pu Lun and Dai Li will step in. The Marquis sent a messenger and said he would give the rest of the errands in addition. Behind Marquis' back, dark energy accumulated and took physical forms. The creature said that the forest elves were too arrogant. 3 experimental dark energy crystals were stolen. The Saldamans on the screen were not happy. Marquis reported to Lord Heifeng that due to their negligence, there was a slight problem with the delivery of the experimental dark energy sample. He will find it as soon as possible. Feng said that the readiness of the Soldaemons depended largely on Marquis's ability to deliver the dark energy experimental sample on time. Marquis said that he had no intention of breaking the contract. It's just that the number of bird people attacking the northeastern line of the forest is too large. They don't have much time to take care of it, and it goes against their agreement. Feng said that even an empire doesn't have the resources to control all of its neighbors. This should not be an excuse. Feng said that we should find out what happened. He doesn't want something like this to happen again. After that, the dark energy disappeared. The Marquis asked Alistair if he had figured out what had happened since their itinerary was classified. Alistair replied that it was the work of unbelievers. They put 2 moles in their transport. A captain of the Twilight Knights named Anthe and an experimenter named Sato. What they don't know is that they also have a mole among the non-believers. The Marquis told Mole to keep watch. It must be seen to it that the unbelievers involved in this attack are eliminated. Agatha went back to her grandfather's house and found out that Tang Min and Lin Su were leaving. She wondered if they would get lost without her. Tang Min said they had gotten an aeronautical map with the latest updates and wanted to go to Gudong Bay. Agatha said that these two should exercise caution. Tang Ming, without slowing down as he drove, said that according to the map, Gudong Bay was right behind this forest. He had to stop after all. Tang Ming saw a girl sitting under a tree, trembling for something. He asked who she was and what she was doing here. The stranger said that if they were going to Gudong Bay for medicinal herbs, she knew the area and could help them, provided they saved her. Tang Ming said that they didn't need her help. The girl revealed her trump card. She promised to help find the 1,000-year-old scarlet grass. It was hard to refuse such an offer after all. It was a special herb, a unique plant for the Jade Star that could extend the lives of the forest elves who already lived for thousands of years. Rumor has it that it only germinates in secluded places deep in the Eastern Sea and the ancient lands. Rarely does it bloom for more than 100 years. It is mostly used to keep the elite wood elves alive. Those who are 1,000 years old are very rare, and this herb can extend the life of even long-lived elves by hundreds of years. It's an herb that everyone can use. Tang Ming thought that this was the purpose of his visit to Gudong Bay. The boy said that in that case he would help the stranger, hoping that she would keep her promises. The girl asked to be taken away from here or they would come for her. Using deductive analysis, our hero realized that the girl was being followed by someone. This forest elf looked very tired, but her body strength was comparable to many 6th-grade cultivators. The girl winked at our hero and said that if he liked looking at her body, she invited him to admire it at night. Tang Ming said that her body is stronger than most forest elves he has seen. However, she doesn't draw power from the faith crystals. The girl replied that it was because she was a non-believer. The elfess said it was time to meet her. Her name is Sato. Tang Min said his name was Tang Min, and his companion's name was Lin Su, and she was from Simariel. Sato offered to follow her. As they realized she was in trouble, it was better to do everything quickly and avoid them. Tang Ming and Lin Su grabbed the elf girl's hands and twisted her. Tang Min said he didn't like tricks. Tang Ming asked his companion if she knew any blocking spells. We should put up some Sato because we don't want to be on guard all the time. Ling Su used several blocking spells. Sato shouted that she wasn't interested in women. It should be done by young and strong men. Sato screamed that she was demanding help, and this was an infringement on the rights of the elves. After a while, Sato found herself tied up. After the girl was deactivated and restrained in her movements, Tang Min asked if she had deceived them about the herb. Sato said that non-believers never lie. Tang Min inquired why she was going on a paseo in such a case. Sato replied that she had promised to take him to his destination. There was no agreement about destruction. Tang Min decided to reveal the truth. When he healed her, he left a bit of his power in her body. If he dares to do something like that again, he'll have to turn her into a coal. A piece of his power will explode like a pager. Sato shouted again that you can't do that to the wounded. International convention forbids it. Is he really a soulless scoundrel? Tang Min replied that there was nothing personal here. Tang Ming still loosened the ropes binding the girl and told her to show the way. The young men continued on their way. Sato was showing the way, and Tang Min was leading the procession. Tang Ming asked the guide how she knew the area so well, as if she had lived here for years. Sato snapped back and said it was none of his business. Tang Ming said that in that case, they would walk in silence and he wouldn't ask uncomfortable questions. Moving in the given direction, the young men reached Gudong Bay. Sato said it was the ancient Eastern Sea, the border between the light forest and the domain of the bird people. Tang Ming reminded her that he was interested in the 1,000-year-old scarlet grass. Sato turned around and said that the companions could follow her if they dared. The girl pushed off and jumped off the cliff straight down headfirst into the water. The companions had no choice but to follow her. Only they were not ready to jump upside down. There was a sea monster at the bottom of the bay. Sato approached it no matter what. Our heroes followed her. The monster was guarding a bright, glowing flower. Ling Su thought, "Is this really the scarlet grass?" If she hadn't used her divine sense to view the sprout, she wouldn't have discovered that it contained a majestic aura that was on the verge of materializing. Appearances can be deceiving. Sato said that it seems like someone else got to the plant first. She paved the way. The rest is up to Tang Ming. Sato wanted to leave her companions. However, Lin Su held her back with a spiritual thread. Tang Ming said that they were counting on Sato. Sato wondered, why are these forest elves violating moral principles? After all, I showed them the way. Now I'm free. Sato said that she can't defeat the big guy since she's still not recovered. Tang Min said that if she was in danger, they would save her. To waste no time, our hero even nudged the girl with his foot and told her to move faster. Sato held a grudge. This was no way to treat a girl. She decided to see who would have the last laugh. Sato was gathering seagrass and rubbing it on her body. The girl was definitely up to something. This way, she wanted the sea monster not to smell her. Swimming stealthily, Sato was still able to steal that flower from under the monster's nose. Tang Ming didn't expect that this girl had such useful skills. The monster chased after him. Tang Ming stood in front of the sea monster to protect Sato and the flower. Sato swam away and there was no pursuit after her. The deep-sea bone python has a keen sense of smell, and her body is covered in seaweed juice. Now the serpent will pounce on those two. Sato made her way out onto dry land. She didn't know how long the python would be able to hold them. The strength of her faith didn't matter to the elf. The main thing was to deliver the information. Sato looked back. The body of a python appeared out of the water, shredded into pieces. Tang Ming and Lin Su landed on dry land next to the girl. Sato was once again bound by a spiritual thread. The flower that fell out of her hands was caught by Tang Ming. The escape failed. The captive elfess asked, "What kind of joke is this? After all, I fulfilled the terms of the bargain." Tang Ming pushed the girl and she fell on the sand. He said she was still trying to escape. Didn't she know she was wearing a tracking tag? How can wood elves know about such things? They don't even understand what exactly they are practicing. Sato realized that the forest elves in front of her were not forest elves. Who are they? Sato was frightened. Could it be the Saldemans, and they've come for me? Sato added that they could destroy her, but she wouldn't tell any truth. Tang Ming showed the seal and said that it was a sign given to him by the prophetess. He doesn't know if he is on friendly terms with the forest elves. Tang Min added that he believes the Saldemans should be their common enemies. Bound hand and foot, the girl once again said that her name was Sato, and she was a secret agent of the Union of Unbelievers infiltrated by the Twilight Knights. Marquis Huang Hong used his base for drug research and secretly collaborated with the Saldemans in a sinister experiment. To find out what was going on there, she used the subject's identity to get inside. Sato said it was more of a massacre than an experiment. It seemed that they were learning spiritual practices other than the practices of the power of faith. A large number of forest elf subjects were mutilated or tortured to death. Sato was rescued by another undercover agent. Later, with his help, they were able to get what they wanted, but at great loss. However, once they hid from public attention in a safe place, Captain Alistair of the Guard Regiment of Twilight Knights visited them personally. Many unbelievers were wiped out. Sato added that to her surprise, Alistair was not using faith's power, but dark energy. Tang Ming thought that dark energy was an iconic ability of the Saldemon Empire. That alone was enough to realize that Alistair and the head of the Twilight are related to them. With such important information, Sato had an obligation to escape from these two. After all, she needs to pass this information on to the other non-believers. Sato added that she had told everything and was waiting for a story from Tang Ming in return. Instead of Tang Ming, the stranger who appeared on the road answered. He said they were humans. Sato recognized the stranger as Alistair. Alistair wondered why the people the Marquis had asked him to watch had suddenly disappeared. So they were disguised as wood elves and had entered the city right under their noses. Alistair reminded Sato how they treated the Earthlings. It's clearly a conspiracy. Sato shouted that Alistair had sold all the benefits of the Light Forest to the Saldemans for his own ambitions. He's the traitor. Alistair, enraged, drew his sword and jumped over Sato, wanting to strike her. He shouted that unbelievers cannot know the right way. Suddenly, Alistair was thrown far back. Sato picked up Tang Ming in her arms. Tang Ming thought that the strength he was applying was close to the infinite realm. Tang Ming inquired who this Alistair was. Sato replied that he was once a prophetic guardian and was heard to be an incredibly light believer and a very strong man. For some reason, he was sent to the Marquis of Huanghongyu. After that, he became what he is now. Tang Ming structured the information he received. The power of the infinite realm, the secret experiment, the Sol demons. Not too long ago, they had stolen their breakthrough theory. Now everything is falling into place. Alistair approached and swung with his sword, about to attack the Earthling. Tang Ming blocked this punch, but it was so strong that our hero flew far back. After steadying himself on his feet, Tang Ming thought that he had been careless. Now his hands were numb. Ling Su tied Sato's spiritual thread to the tree just in case. Sato was surprised, though, because they could use another helper. Alistair said that Earthlings are not bad experimental materials. Alistair tried to attack Lin Su. However, the girl moved and avoided the attack. Lin Su transformed into her spiritual image and found herself behind Alistair. It was a spiritual transformation. Alistair was attacked and fell to his knees, unable to stay on his feet. At this moment, Tang Ming came over and shouted for Lin Su to immediately move aside. Tang Ming took out a scarlet lotus and attacked his opponent. Even at the infinite realm level, no one is able to withstand the full impact of the lotus head. Sato, watching Alistair burn, thought it was a victory. This warrior had suffered such a shameful defeat. However, something went wrong. Our hero saw the silhouette of a man appear through the flames. Right out of the flames came a renewed Alistair. Alistair went on the attack again and attacked Tang Ming. The battle continued. Alistair said that he had really underestimated the humans. If it weren't for his armor, the consequences would have been serious. Lin Su, in order to buy time, tried to bind her opponent with spiritual threads. She thought that things were not good right now, so she had to act rationally. The girls ran up to Tang Ming and helped him to his feet. Lin Su said as she activated the formation on the enemy, "If the forest elves really don't know anything about formation, they shouldn't know how to get out either." Alistair tried to break free of the trap. He screamed that the damned Earthlings dare not deceive him. Tang Ming and the girls decided to retreat. The guy thought that it was a heavy blow. If it wasn't for his heavenly bones, his head would have shattered into pieces. He didn't think that there were such strong warriors among the forest elves. Sato said that Alistair hadn't been this strong before. Perhaps it was all about dark energy and experimentation. Tang Min wondered why Alistair was chasing Sato. After all, she was the only one who got out of that place. Sato stopped and said she would show you now. The girl lifted her hair and revealed that she had a glowing stone around her neck. It is the crystal of the prophet. At first, the crystal was just hidden in her hair, but after it came into contact with her blood, it somehow merged with her body. Sato said that perhaps he was after her because of the crystal, or perhaps he wanted to use her as a test subject. Forest elves who can merge with such crystals must have some special characteristics. Sato added that when she escaped, there would be a sudden flash in her mind. There was always an inexplicable surge of energy afterward. It had something to do with the crystal. Tang Ming assumed that it was due to the prophetess's prediction. Even he found it hard to match Alistair's strength. Sato said that there is a garrison north of Gudong Bay, where non-believers unite. They should help her get there. There's a supply of teleportation runes there that will allow a safe escape. Tang Min inquired why she chose to trust them. Sato replied that the guy was right. They have a common enemy and he saved her life twice. Lin Su looked into the distance and said that her seal had been broken. Tang Ming noticed Alistair heading towards them. Lin Su said that it was necessary to get out of here. Tang Ming stated that it was useless. Alistair will not rest until he dies or finishes what he started, and he can sense the power of the crystal. Sato doesn't want to bring him straight to the garrison, does he? Tang Ming said that they were now facing a tough fight. Alistair attacked his opponents. The young men dodged. This attack left a trail, a trench, and fallen trees. Alistair, approaching, asked why they weren't running away. Tang Ming said that they can't. After all, Alistair can sense the power of the crystal. Alistair remarked that it was the traitor who told them everything. The formidable warrior said so much the better, and he would definitely not let them go alive. He swung his sword once more and attacked. Tang Ming activated his energy sword. The sword fight was fierce. Each of the warriors took turns striking each other. These blows smashed against the powerful defenses. After another attack, Tang Ming lost his balance and fell to the ground. A crater was formed in the ground. Alistair, sword in hand, leisurely approached his opponent. Tang Ming, lifting himself up from the ground, applied the 9 words of truth, the 4th word. After that, Tang Ming quickly jumped to his feet and attacked his opponent again. Alistair thought that this guy's speed had increased significantly. After this attack, Alistair was left with a broken sword. The Warrior of Light, smiling, said that there would be no second chance for his opponent. Tang Ming replied that you can't know about it until you try it. Alistair shouted that even at the peak of 9th grade, it wasn't easy to keep up with his speed. How long could his opponent keep up with that? Tang Ming replied that he would hold on for as long as it took. Lin Su came to his aid. The girl used the Dark Nascent seal against her opponent. The Seal of Dark Nascence was known on Earth. It not only binds the body, but also slowly absorbs life energy, being one of the techniques of the Valley of the Medicine King. Alistair asked, why did they come to this planet? What kind of conspiracy is this? Tang Ming replied that it wasn't easy to get them to talk. Even his dark energy wouldn't help. Alistair said if the Earthers know everything, then you can do as they wish. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion, and Tang Ming flew backwards along with the huge stones. Alistair said that if the girl knew so many strange tricks, it was worth getting rid of her first. Sato tried to delay Alistair to give Lin Su time. She told them not to think, and her companion drew her seals faster. Alistair said it was a good try and tossed Sato aside. Lin Su continued on with her business. At the same moment, Tang Ming appeared with a ball in his hands. He told his opponent that it was not nice to offend women, for he was his rival. The battle between the enemies was again fierce. Alistair thought that with his power, it wasn't hard to defeat the Earthlings, but their actions were so unpredictable that they couldn't be allowed to use them again. Alistair stepped back to prepare for another attack. Our hero's sword was engulfed in flames. Lin Su asked Tang Ming to hold on a little longer. She needed a little more time. However, Alistair tossed Lin Su aside and said that it wouldn't be possible to pull off the same trick twice. Tang Ming said with a smile, his opponent really wasn't stupid. Lin Su took a spiritual form and applied the Great Burial technique. It was too late for Alistair to do anything about it. Alistair began to sink beneath the ground. The hands of the deceased appeared right under his feet and began to grab his legs and pull him down. He screamed that he couldn't die here like this. Alistair was finished. Tang Ming said that the Medicine King Valley was indeed full of mysteries and useful techniques. He hadn't heard of this technique for a long time, but this was actually the first time he had personally seen it. Lin Su said that someone as strong as him was hard to destroy. She just sealed him. Sato thought that these magical human techniques had as serious limitations as their runes. Tang Ming said that now that the problem was solved, Sato could go to the camp on her own. Sato thanked for the help and said that really she could handle herself from here on out. Suddenly, a light of dark energy appeared next to Sato. Tang Ming destroyed it with his sword. It turned out that Alistair had left this mark. However, that dark energy managed to wound Sato right in the chest. Blood began to ooze from the wound. The girl lost consciousness. Lin Su said that the dark energy had invaded her heart and soul, and she would not be able to save her. The next moment, with the help of dark energy, Alistair appeared from underground. Tang Ming said that even the burial technique couldn't stop him. What was the identity of this Alistair? The villain said that he only became like this because of his opponents. He had a crystal in his chest. He had to take a risk to get out of this trap, and he raised his level right now. With a laugh, he added that he had succeeded. Tang Ming attacked the yet-to-be-formed body of the enemy with his flaming sword. The attack was unsuccessful. Alistair had disappeared. Tang Ming couldn't sense his location. Not a single sign of dark energy movement. How could this be? The power of the blood he's gotten is to penetrate the shadows. Now any shadow is his territory. Tang Ming continued the battle with his flaming sword. However, the opponent was no longer the same. Thanks to the ability he had obtained, he was out of reach. No matter how much Tang Ming swung his sword, he couldn't reach his opponent. Alistair always managed to escape. He wondered if Tang Ming was already tired. He hadn't even warmed up yet. Suddenly, Sato rose into the air. It looked like she was floating in the air, unconscious. The next moment, Sato opened her eyes and began to move around confidently. Tang Ming thought that it was similar to how the prophetess had been instilled into agate. Now the incredible power could be felt again. Alistair screamed that it couldn't be because she was just trash. Alistair didn't want to put up with it. Gaining the power of a prophetess was a 1 in a million chance. After all, it had to be the most suitable one. Sato moved closer to Alistair and said only one word, Kraken. At the same moment, a huge spiritual monster that looked like a man with many arms appeared, with Sato inside it. Alistair was trampled into the ground and crushed. Tang Ming thought that this was the power of the Emperor realm. Tang Ming recalled that in his past life, after Professor Hua Fengyang completed the breakthrough theory, people continued to improve, advancing further and further. After the breakthrough, the cultivator's soul, body, and inner energy become one. And with thought alone, he can utilize the natural energy of heaven and earth, empowering the spiritual force to intervene in reality. A strong, practicing cultivator recreates the inner God in his spiritual world, which reflects the essence of the practitioner's soul. As the cultivation level increases, the inner God will grow and expand, merging with the body, and eventually the divine form will manifest. This is the Emperor realm. To challenge him was to challenge the entire universe. Even an army of thousands would be insignificant in front of such a cultivator. Ling Su, stepping back, asked what Emperor realm meant. Professor Hua's theory: the outer deity is a characteristic of the second realm, the Emperor realm. In the previous world, before the destruction of the land in the Emperor realm, there were no more than 10 people. Sato slowly turned her head and looked at Tang Ming with icy eyes. The guy took Lin Su's hand and said that they should carefully step back. Right now, Sato wasn't in the right state of mind. Sato began to approach Tang Ming. The guy said that she wouldn't be able to tell friend from foe right now. Alistair struggled to get out of the ground. Sato looked down at him. Alistair began to build up black energy that transformed into a sword in his hands. He wondered, how could a monster like her hinder the future and freedom of the Wood Elves? Alistair moved in close and shouted for her to go to hell. He was going to crush Sato by striking her with his energy sword. Alistair was unable to strike. He dropped his sword due to Sato piercing his body through with a blob of energy. Alistair whispered that he was unable to fulfill Marquis Huang Hong's order. Tang Ming said that this guy had just broken through, but was so easily destroyed. Tang Ming grabbed Lin Su's hand and said that they should run away urgently, because after Alistair died, they might be next. Sato raised her hand to the sky and activated a huge tornado that stretched all the way to the ground. The young men tried their best to run away. The tornado could catch up with them at any moment. However, they couldn't get far. Tang Ming and Lin Su found themselves immobilized. Tang Ming thought that she was the intermediary between God and reality, controlling the energy of heaven and earth. As long as she is in divine form, all the energy belongs to her. Sato found herself in close proximity to the humans. She was still staring at them with her icy gaze. Sato reached out to Tang Ming and he felt the full power of the tornado. The guy thought it was over. However, nothing happened. Sato once again soared above the people. Tang Ming thought that this was the effect of the celestial bones on the god form. The next moment, Sato slid down and helplessly fell into Tang Ming's arms. She was unconscious. Tang Ming thought that the heavenly bones were the key to the heavenly realm. The god form had lost control of Sato and was acting according to nature's will. Fragments from the past slipped into Sato's mind, like a turbulent river that had overflowed its banks and swallowed up people. An exhausted Sato lay on the battlefield among the dead. An elderly man held a child in his arms. The little girl is alone and crying. Sato opened her eyes abruptly and saw the tree of light in front of her, or rather what was left of it. Sato saw many people hanging in the air. They gave no sign of life. Sato turned out to be one of them. "What is it, an introduction or reality?" the girl whispered, not to try to take her body. When Sato once again opened her eyes, Tang Min said that she was finally awake. Does she remember what happened to her? The young people were alone in the forest near a blazing fire. Sato didn't realize what was wrong with her. Was she alive? Tang Min said she was fine now. She had freed herself from Alistair. Tang Ming thought that she still had the memories of releasing the divine form. With that special power, she had destroyed Alastral and almost attacked them. Sato touched her neck. Tang Ming said that they had already checked. The crystal disappeared, leaving a trail that looked like an octopus. The guy said he had a question. What were the experiments for, and why did everyone want the crystal so badly? Sato said she didn't know anything. They were given an order and they carried it out. Tang Min didn't trust her very much. Sato offered to go with her to the non-believers' headquarters to clarify the situation. The unification of the outcasts is a point of reference. Sato asked, are all her dreams really the prophetess's prediction? Tang Ming replied that he thought so. From what he had seen yesterday, Alistair's blow to her heart was a pulse to the prophet's crystal. After its activation, the all-consuming spiritual god completely consumed her soul, pulling her into the space created in the dream. The image she saw was related to the prediction that the forest elves would soon perish. Tang Ming thought that in his past life, it was a fact that all elves had become dark, but now the new timeline had a chance. Now 2 people know about it. The High Prophetess of the Wood Elves, the Tree of Light. The second person is Sato. Another man appeared in the room where our heroes were and called Sato by name. Sato looked back and said it was Elder Yolana. Yolana said that Sato did a tremendous job this time. Sato said it was their mission that they failed. Yuen, Anthe, Vito all died. Sato introduced the woman as one of the first in this community of elders. To the woman, she also introduced the men. Elder Yolana greeted the young men and said, "May the sun shine on them equally." She thanked the people for reaching out and saving Sato from danger. Yolana said that this time the Order of Twilight had infiltrated them, the ranks of the outcasts. If it wasn't for that, their safe haven wouldn't have been revealed. Tang Ming inquired, "What does the elder know about the crystal?" Yolana said that it was created from a piece of faith passed down from generation to generation of prophets. It is a real treasure with which one can see the future and avoid misfortune. Forest elves are born equal, and there is no such thing as a noble bloodline. Prophets are only prophets because they have always had access to crystals from the earliest times. It is a closely guarded secret, even within the Union, known only to the Council of Elders. However, since Sato was favored by the crystal, who has the right to know about it? Crystals are only recognized by a small number of people with high levels of spiritual power, regardless of lineage or background. However, due to differences in the spiritual world of each individual wood elf, the power that is ultimately channeled through the prophet's crystal can range from strong to weak. There are 9 levels of light bearers depending on the power of the strength gained. Even in the entire light forest, the 9th grade is considered one of the strongest. Tang Ming thought that a 9th grade light bearer was on par with a 9th grade light bearer on Earth. This was the reason why Jade Star had been able to resist the Saldamon's onslaught for several years. Yolana said, if Alistair was able to chase them for so long, he must have had an impressive level. Sato said that Alistair was stronger than a 9th grade light bearer, something like a 10th grade light bearer. Yolana was surprised after all. This was a realm that only old man Marquis Wan could reach. Tang Min said that either way, Alistair destroyed Sato. Yolana said she wanted to report this good news to the Board of Elders immediately. Tang Min advised Sato that she should tell Yolana about her dream. Sato said that Tang Ming's body has a big load in it. Wouldn't he want to try one of the Forest Elves' treatment methods? Tang Ming thought that since taking the 3 elders' gifts, his body had been filled with a large amount of undigested energy. How did Sato know? Sato said that after the crystals merge, her spiritual power feels strange energy fluctuations around her. She added that there was a restless force boiling in Tang Ming's body, desperately looking for an outlet. Sato suggested the guy follow her. She could solve his problem. There was a dungeon ahead. Sato said it could be seen as a token of gratitude for saving her. The young men descended the stairs to the dungeon. Sato and her companions arrived at the stronghold. It was a busy place. Tang Ming looked at the many forest elves taking notes and analyzing them. In front of Tang Ming was a huge stone with strange hieroglyphics. Sato told them to come closer and took her hand. Tang Ming thought that it must be a teleportation rune stone that forest elves usually used. Sato touched the stone with her free hand and began to speak words in an incomprehensible language. The young men turned into spiritual images after this spell. Sato, Tang Ming, and Lin Su found themselves near the secret life source. Sato welcomed them to the place. Sato said that they, who had renounced the faith or were sinners, had survived for thousands of years by growing valuable medicinal herbs to survive in the outside world. To increase their survival rate, their ancestors used a lot of natural medicines to create this spring. If one feels exhausted, one can replenish the lack of vitality by immersing oneself in this lake. Sato asked the guy if he had enough life energy, because he should be able to suppress the breath in his body. Tang Ming nodded affirmatively. Tang Ming thought that this pale red water was a manifestation of life energy. Sato said that the runes here have time limits. You have to watch it carefully, and showed her where the men's and women's locker rooms were. Tang Ming visited the locker room and then dived into the lake. Sato came out of the women's locker room and did the same. Tang Ming asked in surprise what she was doing here. Sato also asked in surprise, are people against it? Is it really possible to split the spring into 2 pools? Tang Min, after thinking for a while, said he was fine with it. Sato said if Lin Su fiddles around in the locker room for a long time, she won't have time. Lin Su soon appeared as well and noticed that this pool wasn't very big. Lin Su sat next to her and told Tang Ming not to look in her direction. However, the girls left him no choice. After a while, the water procedures were over. The young men stood again near the huge stone with hieroglyphics. An elder appeared and greeted the young people and told them to let the sun shine equally on them. He is the guardian of this Bota complex. He is the only sacred host Yalan has been able to contact. He is one of the most powerful elders in the area. Tang Ming saw the prophet's crystal on this elder's forehead. so he is a holy man. The young men and the elder introduced themselves to each other. Elder Bota, on behalf of all the people here, thanked the people for what they had done for the renunciates. In gratitude, they will receive tokens of friendship from all the residents in addition to the gift they have already prepared. It is a rare herb that has been cultivated for many years, sweatroot. According to their knowledge, this herb should be very beneficial to people, especially cultivators. A beautifully decorated box contained 2 prized plants. Sweatroot. Tang Ming gladly accepted the gift. He asked if they had any more seeds of this herb. Bota smiled and asked Yalana to bring the rest of the seeds. Yalan wanted to object, but the elder told her not to argue. They must repay the best. The elder told the young men to follow Yalana. Bota added that the matter of the shrine bearer was of great importance. He asked Sato if she could awaken something in herself again. Tang Ming and Ling Su walked with Yalana to the wall, and she retrieved a box from there. The woman said that this was the only sweat seed they had left. Tang Ming thought if they could apply these seeds on the ground, they would create a group of powerful masters. Yalan said that after these seeds are planted, you have to wait for the flowers to fall off. The remaining roots can then be used. If people want these roots to mature to the level of the roots they were given, they will have to wait 800 years. Tang Ming thanked Elder Yalana. He thought that he held the hope of future generations of human cultivators in his hands. Yalan said that this medicine among forest elves is commonly used to keep elderly people alive. Since Bota had decided to give these roots to humans, it meant that he was going to return to nature. Yalan expressed hope that people would realize the importance of their friendship. Tang Ming said that they will not forget this friendship and will repay the same in the future. Lin Su said that the treehouse that Elder Yalana had prepared for them was up ahead. Tang Ming accidentally hit a tree. He said that the qi in his body was temporarily suppressed, but it wouldn't last long. He should take this opportunity to immediately start a breakthrough. Tang Ming thought that now only a breakthrough would be able to absorb all of his overextended energy, so he should hurry up. Lin Su created a pictograph seal on the lawn. Tang Ming placed himself in the center and said it was time to get started. While meditating, Tang Ming was advancing towards a breakthrough. Lightning flashed around him and energy flowed from the sky. Because of the importance of this process, sweatroot was used and immediately began to show good results. Elders Bota and Yalana watched the proceedings from hiding. The old man said it was about to begin. Tang Ming felt himself being freed from the shackles of his flesh. Could this really be his divine consciousness? The heavenly bones appeared in front of him. Tang Ming physically felt all the transformations that were taking place in his body at this moment. The energy hovering around our hero was so strong that the clothes on the guy's body practically decayed. The same thing happened to the sweatroot. With one effort, 2 steps were completed at once: the return to the innate and the influence of the spiritual family. The spiritual seed was formed in the dantian. When this process came to an end, Ling Su asked how he was feeling. Tang Min replied that he felt like he had been reborn. Lin Su asked if Tang Min knew where to aim now. Tang Ming replied that he had some ideas. After breaking through to the 8th and 9th grades, it is a process of accumulating and tempering the spiritual body. In the 8th grade, all cultivators must accumulate and compress the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In this process, one must go through 3 stages, and all the stages are very important. Tang Ming said that he had just completed 2 stages, and his level had reached the peak of 8th grade. Tang Ming said that now they should get out of here as soon as possible. Although it's quite calm, it seems that there are also dark waters under the soil of the Jade Star. Because of external and internal problems, he worries that a real feud is about to break out. Tang Ming still couldn't understand why the prophetess' prediction applied to him specifically. He was willing to risk even his own life to save the fate of the forest elves. Lin Su said that now they have to say goodbye to Sato and the elders. Tang Min said that he still had a few questions. The young men knocked on Sato's room. The girl said that she had just finished talking and decided that she would not disturb them for the time being. Sato added that Tang Min made a lot of noise. Tang Min apologized and said that it was just in case since they were in foreign territory and they shouldn't relax. Sato guessed she figured people had come to say goodbye. Tang Ming said he wanted to ask a few questions before he left. Sato in the astral saw a flood and an unknown monster that devastated the sea of trees after Sato merged with the prophet crystal. Tang Min asked where the prophet's crystals came from. Sato replied that according to Bota, the crystals were created by forest elves of the Lightbearer race. The crystals gave certain forest elves special abilities. Sato asked if Tang Min is interested in that power. Tang Min said it was different curiosities. What did the monster she was talking about look like? And was it a flood? Sato apparently couldn't remember anything. She said she didn't know. The girl added that she definitely saw something. However, her memory is fading. Sato said that all she remembered was that his image was powerful and terrifying, and yet somehow it was warm and familiar. When she thought about it, all that remained was a haze. There was nothing else to look at. Tang Ming thought that there were a lot of secrets hidden on this planet. There's no need to stay here for a long time. Sato added that she knows people will have to leave, but they shouldn't question their actions. Everyone has their own mission. She is very grateful to them for her rescue. Tang Ming said that he had no choice whether to save or not. If they helped her, then they helped themselves. Sato said they are still saviors to her, and added that she had something for the guy. It's not exactly polite to give goodbye money, so she created something else. Tang Ming took it in his hand and said it looked familiar. Sato said it was a connection to the prophetess. Sato said they are bracelets that will allow them to sense each other's location. It's a gift from the heart. Tang Ming interjected. Could it be that by wearing the bracelet, they would be able to sense their location? The boy asked, so everything they did the prophetess saw? Sato replied that she didn't know that. But with the prophetess's power, nothing can be hidden in the sea of trees. Tang Ming thought, what kind of power of strength he had never met before. In the sea of trees, the prophetess is this goddess walking through the forest realm. Tang Ming didn't know what level of power Sato was talking about, but he could imagine the power of an external god that Sato could use with the crystal. Sato also wanted to know what kind of enemy could have brought such a disease like the monster in the dream to the sea of trees. Our hero thanked Sato for the gift. The girl said she could find out their location too. The guy smashed the bracelet he had on his arm and added that at least Sato was telling the truth. They might as well know where she was too, after all. Saying goodbye, people said they would probably see each other again. Sato ran up to the guy and kissed him on the cheek. The girl added that it was another gift. Linsu didn't appreciate this gift. Sato said that Elder Bota allowed him to gather some common herbs in the garden before leaving, which were not common in the Sea of Light. Linsu found herself in an environment that was familiar to her and checked all the available beds. Suddenly, a huge wild beast jumped up to Linsu from behind. Linsu told him to keep quiet and didn't pay any more attention to him. The wild beast made a playful expression and tried not to bother the girl. Tang Ming asked, is Linsu really upset? The girl turned away and said that she wasn't. Tang Ming wanted to say something else in his defense, but Linsu raised her hand up, and the young man immediately fell silent. The prophetess thought that, as expected, these people had abandoned the coordinates. At that moment, she had a connection to the cosmos. The prophetess asked if people would enter the game. Since it's all in her prediction, she doesn't need to say anything about it. The few seeds they sent out will be in the hands of her ambitious uncle and the rejects. After all, they don't understand the nature of the starry sky. Only survival is all they have to offer compared to the so-called extravagant freedom. Only when it exists can a race have a future. Too bad they don't realize that. The warriors stood with their heads down. In front of the Marquis was a body on a stretcher. The Marquis asked in surprise, had one of the rejects they were hunting been able to merge with the crystal? The elder confirmed it to him. During the chase, they had found traces of battles. This reject has 2 companions, but during the battle they were defeated and fled. The Marquis said it's nonsense. The old men who cling to their seeds think they have gained boundless power, but they still don't know the true nature of the crystal. The Marquis said that from tomorrow, the experiments with light-bearer blood and dark energy will be resumed. The subject of the experiment will be himself. A warrior told the Marquis that there was still a chance to make things right. Another added that the Marquis should not risk his life. The elder added that they had test subjects from a side branch of the light-bearer bloodline. The Marquis, turning away, said that that was enough talk. He had already made up his mind. Forest elves do not run away and never give up. They are not afraid of war and sacrifice. He will lead the wood elves on the true path of light. All 3 told the Marquis that they were obeying his will. Somewhere at the edge of the light forest, Linsu asked why continue to use the disguise. Aren't they leaving the planet? Tang Ming said that before doing so, they should leave a small surprise for the light forest. At that, he rubbed something into his face. When asked about the surprise, Tang Ming said that she would find out everything soon. Tang Ming thought that since the prophetess didn't trust humans too much, it would be hard to blame him for this little trickery. Our hero has applied divine consciousness. The elf, suddenly awake, jumped up from the bed. Why had the dark energy begun to rage? It looked like there was another power hidden in it. The elf got out of bed and walked out of the house. Our heroes, being in the forest, listened. It sounded like someone was coming. Barefoot through the night, Forrest walked the same elf with a blank stare. Lin Su said that this is the messenger of light, one of the highest-ranked elves. Why is he here? Did Tang Ming really invite him to this meeting? The elf walked up to the men, kneeled down, and called our hero a master. Lin Su looked at her companion in surprise. The guy reminded her that he was talking about a little trick. The evil seed was trying to take over the body, and he was controlling the evil seed using the power of dark energy, so there was a delicate balance between them. Tang Ming used the secret method of divine consciousness. A dark seal lurked in the evil seed in his body, upsetting the balance and seizing control. Lin Su said that her companion looked like a demon. Tang Ming said that he is not a demon, but the situation is very complicated. They need to leave someone behind. This elf is the only one close to the prophetess and the marquis, so he might be the key to the exit. The boy seemed to be doing well. Suddenly, the young men turned and ran away. The girl stopped near the river and pointed her finger at the water and said there were fish there. Tang Ming took the hint, and after a while, Lin Su was happily eating baked carp. Tang Ming finally asked the girl an important question. Does she know the past head of the Medicine King Valley, Lin Shi-chi-ki? The girl, eating another carp, said she knew her and her skills surpassed 9th grade. After swallowing another piece of delicious fish, Ling Su said that she was Ling Shi-chi. Tang Ming almost choked on the fish. 2 warriors appeared from the tall grass. They didn't even know when the group would gain enough points at this pace. These old men from the Medicine King's Valley had called them here for nothing. The girl added that they either wanted to be dug up or look for jade star herbs in this wild forest. The companion supported the girl and said that it was not easy to find wild herbs here. Those warriors had approached the border again. The girl tapped her foot angrily on the stove. There were no herbs left in this wilderness. The guy said he could smell some plant very close by. The girl noticed that he might not even be dreaming. She sniffed and said she could smell something up ahead too. However, they both saw that they were facing a forest of death. After all, those old men from the Medicine King Valley said that it was forbidden to enter this area. It was rumored that the famous Tang Ming had gone there and had been reported missing for days. The girl's companion, Sun Luo, who has a 4th grade education, said there was nothing to be afraid of. He would go into the forest for a while and come right back. The girl, Sun Changfei, who is 3rd grade, was not sure whether to do so. Sun Luo eventually convinced his companion to go to this forest. Orienting themselves by smell, the young men went into this forest, following the path. Sun Changfei stopped. Under the tree, she saw a 5th grade plant, a ginseng fruit. The girl called out to her companion and said she had a find. However, at that moment, the unexpected happened. A huge wild monkey attacked the guy and grabbed his head. Sun Luo shouted for Changfei to get out of here immediately. The monkey was wild and uneducated and roared very loudly. The girl was very frightened. The next moment, the monkey arm holding Sun Luo separated from her body and fell to the ground. Next to her, a guy fell to the ground next to her. The monkey screamed even louder. She was in a lot of pain and even more hurt because she was on her own turf. That was the end of the monkey's torment. Its body was split in 2 and it died. In the turmoil of the battle, a column of dust rose up. From that dust, voices were heard. One voice said that he was not quite in control. Another voice answered him that it was quite worthy. After all, he had just broken through, and his body was still in the process of adapting. Tang Ming appeared from the dust clouds and asked Sun Changfei if she was all right. The girl was surprised when she realized that Tang Ming was in front of her, so he wasn't dead. Tang Ming scratched the back of his head. After all, he didn't look like he had died. Jade Star, the Valley of the King of Medicine. Tang Ming said that there were more people here. Sun Luo replied that there has simply been an increase in the number of sorties. However, he does not know what is happening outside. Elder Xiao, upon seeing Tang Ming, rushed over to him and tearfully hugged the guy. He said that everyone thought Tang Ming had died. Tang Ming explained that he had a few things to do, so he was delayed. Elder Xiao looked at Tang Ming's companion and asked, "Who is it?" The girl replied, "Has he already forgotten?" The man remembered and threw himself at her feet. This was the former mistress of the valley, Fairy Lin Siqi. He complimented her, saying that she looked even younger now. Tang Ming asked Elder Xiao, "Where's everyone rushing to?" Master Xiao said that the young men had arrived just in time and suggested that they follow him. All the people involved were already gathered. The people present began to greet Fairy Ling Shiqi and say that they couldn't do without her anymore. Ling Shiqi stated that she wanted to get down to business. The second elder of the Medicine King Valley, Huang Wenqian, took the floor. The man said that the Yin-Nan wormhole had generated strong spatial fluctuations for some reason. The connection with the earth was lost. Since the last shipment of resources and reinforcements were delivered to the valley, the wormhole has been breached and transport ships returning to Earth have been lost. Now the situation was dire. The entire Jade Star has been blocked, Master Huan said. To prevent chaos in the Medicine Valley, they temporarily blocked the news and then changed the distribution system to make the base self-sufficient. Recently, the bird people have been attacking the valley more and more often. Several warehouses have been attacked. Tang Ming thought that all of this was no coincidence. Disrupting the passage through the wormhole was tantamount to infringing on the lifeblood of the valley. To disrupt the wormhole's spatial manipulation required a lot of energy. For example, energy like that of an external god. Ling Shiqi asked, if the source of the interference is here, why not install a stabilizer? Elder Xiao said that it was quite challenging. The bird people targeted their spatial stabilization formation. Huan added that they had set up a formation in the heart of the valley and sent high-ranking cultivators to guard her. But if she was attacked when she was activated, the consequences would be unthinkable. One of the elders said the bird people are here again. The doors to the room swung open and a wounded elder entered. He said that the birdmen must not be allowed to approach the formation. Birdmen are a female-dominated race. They are fewer in number. Most of them are tribal leaders. The man added that these individuals are very interesting. They can speak human language. The man was wounded and, bleeding, fell to the ground. He thought that this individual was playing with him. The difference in strength is too great. People could die. The bird woman said that this man was now likely to die. The bird woman spread her wings and approached the wounded man. Something distracted her, and she raised her head, looking up. Tang Ming and Lin Qixi were floating in the sky. The guy said that it was a good shot. The bird woman shouted that she was about to destroy him. Tang Ming was not afraid and stood right in front of her. The wounded man watching from the ground saw this guy destroy an 8th-grade bird woman in the blink of an eye with a single blow. How could this be possible? Many bird people have appeared in the sky. These birds are ready to fight to the bitter end. There's no escape. Tang Ming told Lin Qixi to step aside and take care of the others, and he would check his strength after the breakthrough. Tang Ming held a scarlet lotus in the palm of his hand. He activated the scarlet lotus karma, the butterfly and the flower. Everything around them was immediately engulfed in flames. The bird people burned their wings and then were completely burnt. Elder Xiao said that there was an innate harmony of using one's own body to control the power of heaven and earth. Who could have such a huge gap between realms? Lin Qixi said, the gap is not that big. Such a property is possessed by Tang Ming, a genius who hasn't been born in 500 years. Lin Qixi didn't expect Tang Ming to learn so quickly. The 8th grade could only use the power of heaven and earth through awareness. Tang Ming replied that he was able to use the heavenly bones to master the power of heaven and earth, so it was just a fluke. Elder Xiao said that the bird people's attack has been stopped. The next priority is to activate the wormhole stabilization formation and restore contact with the ground. Lin Qixi saw that the work was boiling. All the people present at the base were engaged in fruitful labor. Effort was put into the work of restoring the technique. Tang Ming also made his own contribution. It was only a week later and everything had been cleaned up. The aftermath of the hostile attack had been eradicated. Elder Xiao said that they had modified the flying machine this time. As the first stronghold of humanity outside the wormhole, the Medicine Valley would hold on until the end. The flying machine found itself in a giant pictograph. The power of the energy was increasing. The aircraft left the base on the wormhole and traveled to planet Earth. The landing was not a good one, however. No one was injured. Tang Ming kicked the door open and said that it was now safe to come out. Tang Ming didn't think that the wormhole seemed so dangerous. If he didn't make a quick decision and shut down one of the engines, all the people on this ship could die. The officer asked Tang Ming, had they all returned from Jade Star? They haven't been able to contact the Medicine King Valley for over 2 weeks, and they also can't send supplies there. Tang Ming said, it's a long story. There has been a major disruption in the wormhole. We need to report it to the Alliance. Our hero arrived at the rehabilitation base. Lin Qixi met with her brother. Wen Qi told his sister that Master Wan Shu was in the capsule. The infusion tube is used to maintain the vitality of his body. Every day, it is necessary to channel his ki to keep him alive. Lin Qixi took out a plant that she had brought back from a distant planet. Wan Shu's life force was almost completely depleted, but fortunately, he could be cured. After using the healing herbs, the old man could be placed on an ordinary bed from the capsule. Lin Qixi proceeded to perform the necessary manipulations using medical skills in order to cure Wan Shu. The manipulation was not in vain. The old man opened one eye. It was obvious that his vital functions were being restored. Tang Ming thought that this girl was truly a master of medicine. Spiritual energy is transformed into silk threads, and the rich life energy condensed by the flower is injected into the master's body. Old man Wan Shu opened his second eye and stood up on the bed. His body was awake and full of vigor. The old man saw everyone present and called them by name. He was glad that he was still alive and fully conscious. Lin Qishi said that thanks to the guide flower, the old man will recover soon if he takes care of himself. It is necessary to exercise in the morning and take yogurt before breakfast. It is necessary to rebuild one's body. The internal structure of a cultivator's body is much more complex than that of an ordinary person. Recovering the body of a cultivator who is in the 8th grade is something special. Lin Qishi is truly worthy of the title of the most ancient medicine fairy. The girl with her murderous aura turned to Tang Ming and said that he could just call her a medicine fairy. The word ancient was inappropriate here. Wan Shu told the kid that he could sense the innate qi in his body. Had he really broken through the 8th grade? It was now necessary to call him Master Tang. Wan Shu said that he owed his life to Master Tang. He was grateful to him for his kindness and diligence. Tang Ming said that Wan Shu sacrificed himself to stop the traitors. This is much more difficult and meaningful. The secretary of the head of the Cultivator Alliance entered the office and said that they were all invited by Master Li for an important meeting. At the Cultivator Alliance headquarters, Tang Ming decided to give a report on the situation in the places he came from. Did Master realize that the aliens wanted to take over the Jade Star? Tang Ming said that it wasn't just the Saldemons. There was also a mysterious force that they hadn't encountered before related to the prophets of the Forest Elves. Tang Ming reported everything that had happened on Jade Star to the head of the Alliance. The old man was very surprised to hear that the conversation was about the outer gods. Tang Ming thought that the old man was more concerned about the outer gods who were above the realm after all. This is the kind of power that comes with a breakthrough. With every movement, they can move the aura around. The old man said the guy was right. The wormhole interference happened for a reason. It's either the Sol demons or the outer gods. However, there aren't enough resources to dedicate to this wormhole right now. The young men asked the head of the Alliance, are there really other unstable wormholes? He said that for the past 2 weeks, they had been preparing for the International Cultivators Congress. But just yesterday, they received the news that the Green Thunderstar base in Lan Bay wormhole had been defeated. Tang Ming and Lin Qishi thought that this was really some kind of conspiracy. Why are the wormholes suffering at the same time? Master Li said that there were 13 warnings of enemy attacks on the wormhole front. Last week's news came yesterday. The 10,000 Thunder Clan and their descendants were wiped out. Tang Ming remembered that in his past life, this clan had been destroyed in a surprise attack, but that was only supposed to happen 10 years later. Events had already traveled far ahead. It was also possible that the Saldemons had already reached a breakthrough. Perhaps the breakthrough theory had changed the world and influenced the course of time. The companion asked what had happened to Tang Min. Tang Min replied that he had not rested for a long time and was lost in thought. Head Li said that he called the guy in even though he had just returned. He might ask him to work even harder because of the current circumstances. Right now, the Alliance is discussing the return of the Green Thunderstar, and an international cultivator conference is about to be held. There are 2 opinions in the Alliance. One is in favor of sending another sect or intervening and investigating. The other is in favor of sending elite forces to find the cause of the sect's defeat. The formation at the base of the Mountain of 10,000 Thunders had also been prepared by the Cultivator Alliance and could last for a month, but now it was destroyed. Master Li said that he couldn't trust either side. The Alliance had hoped that Tang Ming would take a team of trustworthy people to secretly watch every move of the Lanbei base, to find out the true cause of the loss, and ensure that the Cultivators Conference was held. Head Li told the girl that he could only send a few high-level cultivators who were well-versed in wormhole formations, and she would lead the team and return to support them. Tang Ming said that Lin Qishi is making great progress. The girl told Tang Ming to be careful. Tang Ming remembered when they first met. She didn't hesitate to save them, but she didn't worry about it at all. Now she knows how to take care of people. The blow to his knee followed immediately. Tang Ming's eyes went to his forehead in pain. Tang Ming lowered himself to the ground and started rubbing the bruised spot. Lin Qishi said to hold on and threw something at him as she walked away. Tang Ming, overcome with pain, caught this. In Tang Ming's hand, the Jade Medicine King's life-length life talisman appeared in his hand. It could save a life at a critical moment. It was too precious a gift. Left alone in his room in a quiet environment, Tang Ming decided to finally look into the box. There was a knock on the room. The door opened and Wang Jin walked in. Tang Ming said she was just in time. Master Li had given a new assignment and he was just about to find her. An energy sword was forming in the girl's hand. 3 blooming swords, the flowers bloomed and fell on the wasteland stained with blood. Tang Ming turned around and hugged the girl. He said that she had lost again. Jin noticed that he had gotten better again. Was it really the 8th grade? Tang Ming noticed that she had also advanced, probably already at the peak of 6th grade. Jin said she thought she could catch up with him, but she was falling further and further behind. A guy notices he just got back from a rough business trip, and she attacks from the back. Doesn't she want to make amends? Jin, of course, wanted to make amends, though she didn't feel guilty. After the guilt was partially made up for, Tang Ming wondered if Ye Jingxing had really attacked her. The guy thought that this Ye was being controlled by the Sol demons. Jin said that his behavior was indeed strange, but he did not allow himself to reveal his intentions. Tang Ming said that she had a hard time, but she must remember that her safety comes first. There was a loud knock on the door of the room. Fang Xiaoying was very happy that the boss was back and came in to prepare a delicious meal. A few seconds later, the door opened and Tang Ming stood on the threshold, welcoming the girls. Fang Xiaoying was surprised that Jin was already here. Why didn't she say that she was going to come here earlier? Everyone gathered in the kitchen and amicably began to prepare the meal. After some time had passed, everyone sat down at the table, Tang Ming surrounded by his female students. A fed-up Fang Xiaoying asked if it was true that her boss had gotten a new assignment from the Alliance. Tang Ming replied that it was true and invited the girls to go with him this time. Land Bay Base is the endpoint of their journey. The SUV is speeding in that direction. Tang Ming thought that the wormhole was related to the thunder attribute and the green thunder star. It was originally guarded by Wang Tingmen, who practiced the thunder attribute method and was known for taming beasts. The green thunder star is home to all kinds of monsters of this attribute, and Wang Tingmen has become the main cultivation center for spirit beasts in the cultivator world. Tang Ming heard someone addressing him. He turned around and saw a girl in front of him. It was Chu Jingyu, the leader of the Lanbei patrol. She reported that now that the wormhole had fallen, things were getting worse on the front, and the danger level had been raised to the maximum. Why does the Alliance send young men here who haven't even graduated from university? Do they really want to die? Tang Ming said hello and said that he had been transferred here as deputy commander. His men arrived with him. Fang Xiaoying indignantly declared that they were the best. Chu Jinyu looked them over from head to toe and said that it was better that no one was sent here. Fang Xiaoying and Yao Yu began to indignantly argue that they were very cool and could not be treated like this. No one has the right to belittle them. The patrol leader told Tang Ming and his team to all follow her. Chu Jingyu said that there were originally 36 people. Now there are almost half as many. The team's task is to work with the headquarters in small groups of 6 people, responsible for gathering intelligence overseas. The girl added that the world on the other side of the border is very dangerous. The young men arrived at the base. He Feng Yu of the 19th Patrol said that it was the 3rd time he had become deputy commander. Chu Jingyu noted that this guy was a longtime member of the 19th Patrol and had been acting as deputy commander after Lu Cheng's death. Tang Ming told the guy that they were now teammates and asked to be brought up to speed. Tang Ming gave the guy a friendly pat on the shoulder. After that, He Feng Yu remained standing like a stumbling block and couldn't move. The patrol leader thought that although Tang Ming looked young, he had a ruthless character. No wonder the head of the alliance sent him. Chu Jingyu sent the girls to settle in and took Tang Ming with her. She said that they had something to discuss. The patrol chief asked if the guy knew the purpose of Master Li sending him to this base. Tang Ming replied that the real reason was to investigate the loss of Lan Bei's wormhole. Chu Jingyu confirmed this, adding that she was the first to inform Master Li about the suspicious things about the loss of the wormhole. Several missions of the 19th team had been hit by the alien forces. The girl pretended to be sincere and said she had a secret to tell. Chu Jingyu grabbed Tang Ming by the neck and pressed her against his chest, stating that she was also Master Li's disciple, which meant that he should call her big sister. Tang Ming was discouraged by such a revelation. He Feng Yu was angry. He had such a long service record, many years of service, frequent deployments to the front lines. He finally became deputy commander, but suddenly Tang Ming came and took the position. There was a knock on the commander's room, and his subordinate entered. He asked if they were going to leave it like this. The commander has worked so hard, and suddenly someone who takes away his position appears. He Feng Yu thought that there was nothing he could do. After all, Tang Ming is Master Li's disciple. He Feng Yu said that we should forget about it. Tang Ming has unique skills, but he might be transferred to another position soon. The subordinate noticed that former Deputy Commander Liu Chen was much better than Tang Ming. He Fengyu shouted to never mention Liu Chen in front of him. The subordinate thought that He Fengyu might have destroyed Liu Chen to take the position and now pretended to be innocent. The subordinate didn't expect Tang Ming's cultivation level to reach the 8th grade. His information turned out to be wrong. This guy had almost gotten him killed, but if he helped the Empire get rid of him, he would be well rewarded. The squad leader and the new arrivals left to scout the area. Chu Jinyu reported that they had 3 routes to patrol and guard the key routes outside the wormhole on weekdays. 5 groups of the Saldemon army landed in front of the wormhole. In the battle to destroy the Thunder Gate, they mobilized combat power beyond their innate level. The patrol cars stopped at a deserted place. Chu Jinyu said that someone had already arrived. The strange bird beast soared through the sky, studying the ground situation and immersed in thought. Suddenly, this bird from above was attacked by a warrior, cleaving it into 2 with a deft sword movement. The squad leader said that this is the captain of the 7th team. He is also in 8th grade. He has outstanding sword skills. Tang Ming thought that this person is not bad. He has skillful skill and his strength is amazing. Tang Ming asked Chu Jinyu if these people needed help. The girl replied that this area was under their care and they didn't need to worry about it. The captain of the 7th team approached the destroyed bird, which, spreading its wings, lay not far away. The warrior pierced the bird's body with his sword and retrieved the crystal. Jingyu said that the commander was lucky. He pulled out a purple gold core key. The captain of the 7th team thought, "Who is this newcomer? Judging from his aura, he's very strong." Chu Jinyu told our hero in her office that she had just introduced the entire patrol area. Tang Ming would be responsible for the specific management of the team. He should quickly familiarize himself with the situation and assume the important role. Using his free time, Tang Ming decided to devote himself to meditation. He was able to give himself to this process with dedication. After the breakthrough, the microscopic cultivation method can no longer be used. Now one must stabilize one's body and strengthen one's spirit. Also complete the return to the innate and spiritual seed. Tang Ming used his knowledge from his previous life combined with the Scarlet Lotus to compile a set of Scarlet Flame spiritual tempering methods. This can be used to temper the spiritual body and compact the power. This time we couldn't break through. Something went wrong. The new method is imperfect. Last night he had almost burned his flesh without controlling himself. Fortunately, he had only burned his clothes. The creation of any skill was gradually perfected only after the hard work and sacrifices of countless predecessors. Even if he has memories of his past life, it takes a lot of effort to become stronger. It was a little dangerous, but very effective. At this rate, he would soon reach 9th grade. Tang Ming tidied himself up. Today was his first day as deputy commander of the 19th team. He should be able to prove himself. The old-timers on the base were discussing the arrival of a new team. Rumors of who the newcomer was had reached here. Many were stunned. Only those who have been through many battles can have such a strong aura. Much better than those who just sit around the base. But they're not even close to the elite soldiers he had to train in his past life. Tang Ming said hello to the personnel and told them that he would be the vice captain of team number 19 from today. As they know, this team is in charge of various things. He Fengyu thought, no matter how talented Tang Ming was, if he was new, he wouldn't be able to find common ground with others in the end. Cultivators who have fought in hundreds of battles, no matter how docile and organized they are, they only obey the strongest. Tang Ming said that he saw the original fighting strength of the 19th team. The team's strength is quite balanced for a bunch of underdogs. The personnel were outraged. Tang Ming is wrong to say that. Even if he is the best fighter, you can't just insult them like that. Tang Ming said that he had checked the resource allocation records of the 19th team the day before. Their share was 5 times that of ordinary soldiers. However, in the last 5 years, only 3 people have improved their strength, and 2 of them took as long as 3 years. Did they really feed all their training resources to the dogs? The new deputy commander said that starting today, all cultivation resources would be reallocated. The first evaluation will take place today. There will be no evaluation other than the actual battle. The results of all fights will be recorded in the rankings, and all training resources will henceforth be allocated on that basis. One of the team members clenched her fists and thought she was a loser. The girl was determined. She came from Zhanghai's martial arts school, went into the army as an outstanding 4th grade graduate, and became a good fighter on the front lines. She even broke through to 5th grade in a few years. She had never endured such humiliation. Tang Ming called the following to the ring: Lin Yao and Fang Xiaoying. Lin Yao thought that her rival was one of the girls who had arrived here. She would teach her a lesson now. Tang Ming warned the girls to remember to be careful. Lin Yao still couldn't forget being called a loser. She decided to show the strength of the elite. Lin Yao decided to let her opponent experience terror in the face of absolute strength. However, after the first clash, Lin Yao was stunned. Feng Xiaoying had massacred this elite fighter. The girl who had been struck dead was lying on the ground. Feng Xiaoying thought that she really wanted to teach her rival a lesson, looking at her arrogant expression. Lin Yao was ranked 19th. In other words, among the newcomers and her companions, she was in last place. Zhang Ping's co-worker walked over to the girl and asked how she was feeling. It was a warrior ranked 10th. This guy was a low-level cultivator who joined the war right after graduating from high school. Lin Yao asked why were they all pretending to be weaklings? Why didn't she see them so strong when they were on patrol? The guy replied that the enemies on patrol were mostly beasts. When fighting against beasts, it didn't make sense to use techniques against humans. He Feng Chu, after fighting with Wang Jin, thought that he had almost won. If he wasn't too careless, he wouldn't have lost to her sword technique. Tang Ming said that after this competition, everyone realized their position in this team. From now on, their resources will also be allocated according to this ranking. Tang Ming said that the names would now be read out and they should gather in his office. Lin Yao was surprised why she was also on this list. Tang Ming spoke to the fighters and said that they were the most promising members of the 19th team. The more they improve their strength, the stronger their defense will be. He's going to teach them techniques using the micron hardening method. This will quickly increase their cultivation level. Wang Jin was surprised. Did Tang Ming really want to teach them this dangerous method? Tang Ming said that he wouldn't go into detail about the dangers of this technique. But with their current level of training and resources, it was the best option. Relying on this technique alone, he quickly made his way through and was already in the 8th grade. Many people thought that they wanted to learn it. After all, it was comparable to the legendary Heavenly Grad technique. Tang Ming turned to the 4 soldiers at the bottom of the list. He said that they were the lower limit of strength, and at critical moments, the fate of everyone was at stake, so it was crucial to improve their strength. From then on, he will personally train them until they reach a level that satisfies him. Zhang Ping said that he thought Tang Ming was a very good person. He pointed out a number of flaws in their battle that they couldn't identify on their own. Lin Yao was in agreement with him. The next day came. All the cadets lay exhausted in the arena. Lin Yao decided that she was taking back her words. This man is the ultimate evil. Tang Ming said, if they remain weaklings, they will be constantly humiliated. They should realize that. Tang Ming walked over to Lin Yao and said that she should get up. There was enough internal energy in her body. The girl thought, had she offended the commander in some way? Lin Yao jumped to her feet and shouted loudly. Tang Ming punched the girl and she flew backwards. He said that she was too slow. Her inner qi is scattered and her movements are not decisive enough. Tang Ming told the cadets to immerse themselves in the liquid tank next to them and come out in an hour. Lin Yao sat in the bathroom with a towel over her eyes and tried to recover. Lin Yao opened her eyes. It had hit her. She realized how she should behave and what the commander required of her. Lin Yao gave herself a promise that she would definitely try to surpass Tang Ming's female disciples. Lin Yao stepped out of the bathtub and stretched. She felt excellent. The girl thought that everyone else was already back in formation. They had fewer wounds than her, so they recovered faster. Tang Ming is a true usurper. Someone asked the girl, had she really just finished training? Lin Yao turned her head. Yang Dan was standing beside her. The girl asked what he needed. The guy inquired about the training he and Tang Ming had undergone. Lin Yao replied that it was nothing unusual, just an ordinary training session with the deputy commander. Yang Dan thought that Tang Ming doesn't come out of his office at all. Other than training or teaching, it's hard to find opportunities to socialize and get to know each other better. However, in a few days, patrolling of the area will begin. There should be a chance. Lin Yao thought of going to the office and picking up the resources for this week. It was a pity that her ranking was low. Resources would be scarce. The office told the girl that everything had already been calculated. The resources for this week are 2 bottles of qi pills and 18 medium spiritual stones. Lin Yao wondered why there were more resources. After all, the resources were redistributed according to the ranking. Zhang Ping asked, hasn't she seen more results? She actually has the least resources. He has almost 3 times more. But why did it still become more? Zhang Ping said that Tang Ming didn't take his resources, so his portion was redistributed to the others. Lin Yao thought, is the boss really that kind? The girl said as she went back to her training. Tang Ming, studying the data from last week, thought that Lin Yao looked silly, but she had accumulated some experience. Zhang Ping is slowly rising. He is a good fighter. Though he berated the students in the ring, those who were able to enter the advance patrol were already considered talents among talents, and each of them had something to offer. However, they were nurtured to be geniuses, so pride became the companion of their lives. In the cultivator world, these people are already considered geniuses, but their opponents are not humans, but Saldemans from another planet. He still remembered the terrifying power of the realm of saints that he witnessed when he died in his past life. To increase the overall strength of the human race, it is high time to use the 19th team as an experiment. The squad leader said they have been given a new task to clear the specified area this week. Due to labor shortages, they will each lead a team of 3 to clear areas. In case of an emergency, they will respond with a remote signal for quick mobilization. In 10 days, a logistics convoy will pass through the area, so there is no room for error in this operation. Feng Chu thought. If he could handle this task better than Tang Ming, he would show who was the boss here. He asked the commander if he could choose his own people. Chu Jinyu replied that she was fine with it, as long as it was fair and voluntary. Feng Chu thought that with good people and his knowledge of the territory, he could definitely take the initiative. Tang Ming said that Feng Chu has a chance to break through and become stronger. He shouldn't miss out on the bigger because of the small. Feng Chu gave our hero a glance and wondered what he meant. Chu Jinyu looked around the area and said that this was the general situation at the moment. There was nothing to talk about, and we should get on the road. The general patrol split into 2 parts. Tang Ming told Liu Jining to report the situation as he was more familiar with the area. The warrior said that the area was originally part of the mountains, but was later classified as uninhabitable due to the wormhole changes. The surrounding area is neutral ground. All they can do is get rid of large alien beasts. Tang Ming thanked and said that the description was very good. Tang Ming thought it would be a good idea to use this mission to test the results of their training. Planet Earth is no longer what it was 50 years ago. The discovery of the wormhole has brought with it an enormous amount of spiritual energy, as well as a large number of uncontrollable alien beings. It was originally a barren mountain range, then it turned into a flourishing mountain. Word came in that there was a terrifying alien monster ahead. It was an electric python with current on its scales. Tang Ming ordered to surround the formation and prevent the animal from escaping. In battle, the top priorities were saving lives and siege. Tang Ming thought that he should give his subordinates a chance to prove themselves. The warriors pulled out their weapons and tried to attack this electric python. Although there were many attackers, the concrete did not give up right away. The warriors had to sweat a lot. Eventually, the alien monster was surrounded. All of the attackers showed their skill. Caution was necessary. The python was ready to unleash its thunderous power. One of the attackers applied the second hexagram, the chastity of the Virgin Mary. The sword strike was very unpredictable. An insurmountable wall was created to prevent the monster from fleeing into the forest. The python emitted its electrical pulses, targeting its opponents. However, thanks to the wall, they did not reach their target. Wang Jin shouted that his strength lies in thunder energy. It was necessary to chop off his claws. At one point, the protective barrier broke, and Wang Jin moved straight at the monster with sword in hand. Wang Jin jumped high up and pounced on top of the beast and began chopping off its limbs. After a while, the terrible beast was defeated. It lay in a pool of its own blood. Tang Ming said that it was a great job, sudden attack, and sneaky offense. It's a great way to utilize the team's strengths. The coordination is just top-notch. The other team didn't waste any time either. Feng Chu stood on the carcass of the slain beast. The warrior said that they quickly dispatched the 5th grade 3-headed Thunderwolf. He has a good chance of winning against Tang Ming. Using a signal-sending transmitter, the unknown person sent information that Tang Ming, 20 years old, 8th grade genius, was present. The man sent a request to set up an ambush. A huge, scary insect was moving around the cave. The elf, while exploring the area, discovered a glowing crystal. In studying this crystal, the necessary information was obtained. The elf reported that a level 1 intelligence alert had been received. He was cleared for entry. Once inside, the elf continued his movement. The boss asked a subordinate what level 1 warning was in question. The boss launched his long tentacles and took the crystal he had discovered from his subordinate. Looking at the crystal, the boss uttered, 20 years old, 8th grade. That's pretty good. Why do these spiritually weak Earthlings keep fighting? After all, the Earthlings gave away the breakthrough theory themselves, thinking that if they knew the spiritual path, they would have a way to cope. How pathetic they are, after all. The boss tossed the crystal to a subordinate and told him to take this information to Old Man Aroli. He would be interested in this excellent test subject. The warrior caught the crystal and said it would fulfill everything. The boss clicked off a distant subordinate and told him to wait. The warrior shuddered. The boss, flashing his eyes, said that his mental abilities were developing quite well. The warrior was frightened. Throwing the crystal, he started to run away. You couldn't get far. The boss pierced this guy's head with his long tentacle, and after he fell down, he pulled him up to him. A group of warriors stood in front of the elder. One of them asked if Master Aroli had summoned them. Aroli said that he had just received a report that a new Class 8 warrior with terrifying potential had appeared on Earth through the wormhole. A mop-up program against him must be initiated. The subordinate wanted to object, but Aroli interrupted him and told him to follow orders immediately. At the standard rate of progress, it would take a person at least 5 years to become an 8th grade warrior. Don't they realize that the body of such a gifted person contains a lot of spiritual energy? The warriors bowed and said they were obeying the will of the elder. Aroli thought that rascal Seppa had finally done the right thing. Meditating at the end of the day, Tang Ming thought that today's cleansing operation had gone off without a hitch. Looks like he underestimated the traitor in the group. He is patient. Our hero sensed the speciation. It was the original aura in the celestial bones. In the process of meditation, the completion of the first transformation of the spiritual tattoo and its effect on the lower realms is simply terrifying. Tang Ming thought that he needed a year to fully break through 9th grade. Thinking back to his previous life, he had to struggle and fight on various alien fields to go from 8th grade to 9th grade, and it had been very difficult. Tang Ming flinched and looked around. He felt the reaction of the dark power. Tang Ming felt his spiritual energy come out. Our hero's full energy hovered over the sleeping traitor. In the morning, this man, Yang Deng, said that he had been injured during yesterday's mission and had been given special permission to move to Tang Ming's squad. The military, using their mobile equipment, set off through the woods on a mission. Yang Dan described how the alien monster was destroyed in the process of a fierce battle. Yang Dan interrupted his story and stated that he needed to step back for a while. His colleagues urged him not to linger. Otherwise, when they left, he would have to catch up with them. Yang Dan was told to keep in touch and send location signals every hour. The traitor wondered, hadn't he sent the coordinates of their route? Every time he makes contact, it's an additional risk for him. But Imperial orders are obeyed without question. Tang Ming and his companions stopped and got off their transport. The subordinate told the commander that they might have gotten the route wrong. Tang Min said that the commanding officer had sent a new request so they would patrol this sector. Suddenly, a huge ground monster appeared from nowhere. It was a male giant thorn dragon. He was a 7th grade dragon. Tang Ming counted several of these dragons and said to get out of the way immediately. He might crush everyone. The commander attacked this monster using his Scarlet Lotus. He was surprised that there were 3 dragons. The warriors from Tang Ming's squad were surprised that their commander was so strong. Yang Dan thought this guy was a monster. The most important thing is that they don't find out about him. However, the decision to ambush him was the right one. Tang Ming walked over to this warrior and put his hand on his shoulder. Yang Dan thought that he had been exposed. He tried to calm himself down and thought that everything was fine. The Imperial forces should be close by now. Yang Dan's nerves failed, and he turned around and started to run away. The companions wondered where he was going. Tang Ming, using his internal reserves, stopped the traitor. Yang Dan froze and couldn't move. He collapsed to the bottom of the ravine. Tang Ming instructed his team members to regroup. He said their goal was to survive. Enemy warriors appeared right on their course. Their negative energy gave away their intentions. Tang Ming noticed that there were 3 9th grade warriors in front of him. Aren't they afraid that Shing station will be invaded? One of the enemy warriors only laughed in response. The girls jumped on their transportation and started off in the given direction. Wang Jin said that Tang Ming would know what to do. They can't miss the chance the commander gave them. Tang Ming, unafraid, decided to engage in battle with the 3 enemy 9th grade warriors. He decided that this would be something he could handle. The fight, as always, turned out to be fierce. One of the enemies said that if it hadn't been for the old man who wanted the guy to stay alive, they would have destroyed him. Our hero was indeed invincible. He reappeared in front of his opponents as if nothing had happened. The enemies were surprised after all. He had just been an 8th grader. Why was his strength now at the level of a 9th grader? Tang Ming began to press the opponents one by one. The villain thought, how can this be? This guy doesn't just have 9th grade. This is his peak. He's even on the verge of breaking through to the realm. There was a reason why Old Man Ararai asked the 3 of them to get together. Mental attacks should be used against this guy. Tang Ming was deactivated. The villain said that the deed was done. He should have known that the most powerful weapon was spiritual power. Thanks to the Earthlings, they had learned the spiritual breakthrough method that refined their divine energy transformation formula. However, Tang Ming continued the battle. He possessed spiritual abilities beyond the realm. The opponents realized this. They didn't understand how he could do this. Tang Ming laughed and said that he didn't have to answer his opponent's questions at all. All three enemies were destroyed. Tang Ming said that he was tired. He is unable to continuously use the power of the heavenly bones uninterruptedly. However, that was not all. Another villain appeared who said that it was a great spiritual element, much more perfect than he thought. The villain added that the great Saldemon would definitely be pleased. Tang Ming asked who was in front of him. The villain said that it didn't matter. He was just one of the many loyal servants of the great Saldemons. Tang Ming said that this opponent wasn't even a 5th-grade warrior. Isn't he afraid of ending up like his minions? The unknown man said he wasn't as good at that, but he was good at the other things. A colorful orb hovered above his hand. The villain, laughing, said that in the Saldemon clan, everyone is related to each other. The great Saldemon spotted the guy when he appeared on the Fire Dragon Island and entered the mind of the Saldemon warrior through telepathy. Afterward, the servants of the human race delivered much news, including their forward-thinking judgment and rapidly growing strength. The villain said that eventually Saldemon decided to meet him in person. The sphere in the unknown man's hand began to emit bright rays. The villain added that the great Saldemon already knew the coordinates of the boy at the moment when these three were making a mental attack on him. The villain added that, in other words, he must provide appropriate mental access. The girls who had moved to a safe distance watched the events through the hills. What was happening there seemed suspicious to them. Wang Jin was no longer completely sure that Tang Ming would be all right. At the headquarters of the Cultivator Alliance, Master Lu noticed a terrifying wave of spiritual energy. He decided that he had to go there and see for himself. At the recreation center, Wan Shu was recuperating under the care of his grandsons and granddaughter. Something caught their attention. Ling Qixi felt her heart beat very hard. Tang Ming couldn't understand what was happening to him. He seemed to be fine, but it was as if he was no longer on Earth, although he realized that his physical body was on Earth. Our hero's mental body was pulled into an alien world. Tang Ming couldn't escape the feeling that everything around him seemed familiar. It was the power of the realm that had destroyed him in his past life. Tang Ming grabbed his head and shouted for this to be removed from his soul and not look into his heart. The guy said he understood everything now. No wonder that more than a year ago, he felt that the gears of fate had changed course. There was a small but significant disturbance in the universe. Turns out he was reborn. After all the visions and sensations, Tang Ming got to his feet and looked up. He saw that the aliens were coming. The aliens are roaming the skies in a noisy mob. One of them said that all cultivators on Earth must be destroyed. The planet will belong to the great Saldemon. Planet Earth is in danger from a Saldemon attack. The heavenly origin ceremony would be held as usual. The lure of tempting cultivators would be enough to attract all the cultivators of the endless realm here. Humanity will perish. Saldemon will become the ruler. Ye Jingxing stole the alliance forces and destroyed the human cultivators. Wang Jin is walking alone in the darkness. All hope has faded. Tang Ming is coming back. Tang Ming asked, "How much time has passed?" Colleagues can't believe it. Did he really survive? Tang Ming replied that he had survived, but several people were in danger. Our hero knew who the traitor was. He said he was going after Ye Jingxing. 2.103 AD Lanbie Wasteland. The humans have seen the aliens return. The commanders ordered everyone to take their positions and hold their defenses at Mount Valun. The commander said angrily as they finished the first strike and came back again. "What's wrong with these aliens?" The warrior determined that it was an 8th grade levitation. Apart from the 8th grade warriors, there were a huge number of strange beasts. It looked like the onslaught of enemies would be extremely fierce today. The commander ordered the brothers to retreat, and he would take up the rear. The soldiers told the captain that they are not leaving. They're staying together. They will fight shoulder to shoulder. One of the aliens thought, how could these weak insects of Earth try to stop the great Saldemon? Once again, the aliens have been commanded to crush all Earthlings. The Earthlings set a seal on the pictograph and applied their spiritual defenses. The commander shouted that they would fight for all mankind until the end. There's no retreat. Earth is behind them. Even if they die, at least they'll hurt the aliens. Those damned aliens would know they couldn't take humans so easily. The fire of karma, the Scarlet Lotus, was used against the aliens. The whole place was engulfed in flames. The aliens have realized that they cannot win. Therefore, they must all retreat now. Where did such a strong man come from? The strong man said no one would let them retreat. They would all stay here. The next moment, the great Saldemon was engulfed in flames. The aliens screamed, "How dare he attack their leader?" The Earthling commander saw that 5 8th graders had been burned to ashes. He didn't believe such a thing was possible. From behind the epicenter of the explosion, a man was returning. Tang Ming asked if someone could tell him where he was. The captain bowed and said that it was the defense position of Land Bay Base on Volin Mountain, and thanked him for his help. Tang Ming began to remember something. But how did the mountains become like this? How long had he been gone? The invincible hero asked what was the current number and who was leading the Cultivator Alliance. The warriors thought that the person in front of them was someone from the elders who had come out of seclusion after many years. The one who broke through could easily defeat the 8th grade. The guy was told that today is December 13th, 21103. The alliance is led by Chief Li. Tang Min was horrified. He couldn't believe that he had been gone for 2 years. Phrases flashed through my mind. He's reborn. He'll fix everything. Spiritual personality, a vile soul, what does he want? He has to come back. There was a bright glow around the young man. An elder stood nearby. The old man said that he is the cause and effect of everything, the beginning of everything, the end of everything. He will know the answer when he passes into the 5th realm. The elder, disappearing, told Dunhua to be careful. The boy couldn't understand what Dunhua meant. Did he need an explanation? Tang Ming asked the officer what happened at Volin Mountain. The officer said that 2 years ago, the alien invasion was so massive that a 9th grade class showed up. Master Li arrived in time to stop the invasion. After that, the Alliance gave orders to make this place a semi-permanent defense point, and they were allowed to gather all information about the wormhole here. Tang Ming thought that Master Li was still in charge and the situation should be stable, although he didn't know how they were doing. Our hero was given a set of magical clothing that were treasured in their squad. He will upload the battle to the Alliance Star Network and record the man's contribution for Squad 37. Tang Ming was very curious to know what had changed in these past 2 years. It was explained to him that the Alliance has now chosen 12 true monarchs who have pooled their resources and are working hard to reach the realm above the infinite. It was a pity that Wang Jin's heart was broken and she went mad. Although Vice President Ye Jingxing tried to save her, she still lost her way and had to give up her place as a true monarch. Tang Ming strained his thoughts. Wang Jin had gone crazy. Ye Jingxing was the vice president. He couldn't feel the dark seal. After putting on a new suit, the guy asked where Wang Jin was now. Our hero was told that the girl was now in the capital of the empire. The deputy leader, Ye Jingxing, has found the treasures of the world and wants to refine the divine pill. In 7 days, he might be able to help her change her path. Tang Ming didn't understand what path he was talking about. He thought that Saldamon's spirit was still alive. Tang Ming angrily said that soon there would be no more Vice President Ye Jingxing. The capital of the empire, headquarters of the Cultivator Alliance. The elder said that they had recently increased the number of headquarters personnel significantly. The defensive structures are functioning and heavily guarded. The interlocutor asked from whom they are guarded. The duty officer blocked the way of the elders. He said that since the leader was in seclusion, Master Ye Jingxing had ordered him not to be disturbed. The elder got angry and shouted that this child had no right to vote. The duty officer was adamant. He said it was an order from the deputy commander. The colleague told the elder that these people were just following orders. The elder couldn't calm down. He said if those two didn't clean up, he might not blame him for being rude. The colleague closed his eyes. They would have to pay for the damage they had done to the headquarters. A voice from behind the door said, "If it is Li Huo, then let him come in." The elders were met by Head Li and told not to worry. He would still be alive for a while. The elder said that this Ye Jingxing has gone too far. He is calling cultivators from all over the empire while breaking through the defenses. He has started eliminating dissenters. Every day, he is becoming more and more arrogant. Master Li said that he knows everything, but the aliens could attack at any moment. The heavenly pill is about to be ready. It can reshape the path of the Tao. When the enemy is at the doorstep, the most important thing is to save the planet and protect humanity. The elder said that if Tang Ming was alive, he wouldn't have left the situation like this. Master Li said that 2 years ago, during a battle, he penetrated deep into the wormhole and was severely injured. They can't take any risks now. We have to be realistic. Ye Jingxing has ulterior motives, but as long as he fights for humanity, he should be trusted. Master Li said that as long as he lived, he would not allow anyone to betray humanity or the Alliance. The elder thought that this level of cultivation was already at the peak of the infinity realm. If the Alliance hadn't suffered 2 years ago, they might have advanced even further. The head of the Alliance has received urgent notification. An unidentified energy has appeared, estimated at infinity level. requiring immediate HQ support. It can only be Demon. The head of the alliance said that if they dared to come, he would make sure they couldn't return. Yajingxing reported that the base is secure. There was no need to panic. He had already sent a cultivator there for support and would intervene personally if necessary. Yajingxing suddenly started to rise 2 years ago. His cultivation had become incredibly fast, perhaps due to some kind of coincidence. Or perhaps he had secretly conspired with the Saldemans. But now that he held a high position in the alliance, betraying the humans would mean jeopardizing his own interests. The alliance head said that he would leave it up to Ye. The deputy wished the alliance head a speedy recovery and promised that he could handle it. The elder said that this Ye's cultivation has strengthened again. He is close to the peak of the infinity realm. Master Li said that he would leave this matter to Ye Jingxing, however. He himself would defend the capital of the empire. The cultivators of the imperial capital gathered on the flying stone. Tang Ming thought that it had only been 2 years and the alliance had changed a lot. Many of these technologies are close to the level of the previous world. This must be the work of the 10000 weapons sect. It's a shame such a result was stolen by 2 traitors. Tang Ming thought that the situation with the alliance was still unknown. We should find Wang Jin first. Our hero thought that although the dark seal was gone, there was still a trace of it. Therefore, it would be possible to find Wang Jin. Let's go ahead. The young man said that Ye Jingxing invited Wang Jin to attend the Heavenly Pill opening ceremony. Why is Uncle Wu stopping him? Mr. Wu said he didn't know who Mr. Ye was. However, Jin ordered to sit here, and no one will go inside without her approval. The young man asked Uncle Wu not to cause trouble. Wang Jin is one of the 12 true monarchs of the alliance and enjoys the resources to serve. The opening of the Heavenly Pill is an important event for the alliance. She can't miss it. Mr. Wu said he doesn't know any Yi. If he wants, he can come and talk to him in person. The young men were indignant. Was Mr. Wu really looking for doom? Someone on the outside said that they thought they were the ones looking for the deaths. Everyone looked around. The young man began to suffocate. A secret method of divine consciousness, the dark seal, was applied to him. The man came closer and told Mr. Wu that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Everyone recognized this man as Tang Ming. Is he really still alive? Mr. Wu couldn't believe it. Everyone present shouted that Tang Ming had returned. Mr. Wu said it can't be. This person can't be Tang Ming. Wu thought that with this level of strength, he had already surpassed the realm of infinity. No matter how talented Tang Ming was, he wouldn't be able to reach such heights in 2 years. A magic sword appeared behind Mr. Wu's back. Wu said that Tang Ming died 2 years ago. Now he can't come back alive. Tang Ming said that Wu appeared an infinite true blade. Tang Ming showed his opponent the same blade and said that he too possessed this skill. Wang Jin had taught it to him. Tang Ming raised his hand high up and showed the scarlet lotus in it. He asked if that was enough to confirm his identity. Mr. Wu gave up and recognized this man as Tang Ming. Tang Ming said he wasn't dead, but some are in danger now. Tang Ming asked the young man why Ye Jingxing had sent him here. The boy fearfully replied that he had to take Wang Jin away from here. Tang Ming asked what was the true purpose of the Heavenly Pill. The young man replied that the Heavenly Pill was to redefine the way of the Tao. Mr. Wu said that Ye Jingxing would not dare to do anything bad to Wang Jin. His family will not allow it. Tang Ming said that even he didn't know that Ye Jingxing was keeping his secrets. 2 years ago when he left, Ye was already under the control of the Saldemans and secretly targeting Jin. Tang Ming ordered the messenger to show what he was hiding in his mind and applied divine knowledge to it. Ye Jingxing said that there should be no mistakes in the ceremony of heavenly elixir and true monarchs. The plans of the 10,000 weapons sect should be accelerated. Tang Ming said so that the false presence would open up and he would see the real truth. The Heavenly Pill ceremony would be held on schedule, and the bait would be the election for the true monarch's seat. This would be enough to attract all the cultivators of the infinity realm. At this time, the heavenly array would be activated. The wormhole will be opened and the great master of the Saldemans will enter the earth. Tang Ming thought about the fact that in such a case the human race would perish and the Saldemans would rule. It was necessary to prevent sacrifice. It was now clear to our hero what Ye Jingxing was up to. The messenger's soul was broken, now he would still be useless. Mr. Wu was indignant. He knew that Ye had bad intentions. His ancestors must be furious. Tang Ming asked, "What is Jin's condition now? Is she really possessed?" Wu said that after Tang Ming disappeared, she was depressed, but soon pulled herself together, and by practicing hard, she broke through to the 9th grade. Then, after becoming one of the 12 monarchs of the alliance, she quickly rose to the infinity level. 6 months ago, Jin had traveled with several true monarchs to the base of the sinking south. In that battle, she had been wounded by the Twilight Marquis of the Forest Elves. Wang Jin's injury might have been inflicted by Shing. Tang Ming wondered if the Marquis had now ended up here. Could it be that the Forest Elves could no longer control him? Jin was spiritually injured, but even the medicine fairy couldn't do anything. Perhaps only Tang Ming would be able to save her. The young men were leaving the room. The spiritually exhausted messenger was left sitting unconscious. Tang Ming tried to enter Wang Jin's room and made mental contact with her. Tang Min said that he was Tang Min. The girl replied that Tang Min is dead. Who is trying to impersonate him again? She activated the 24 swords, Summer Sword. Tang Ming guessed that her condition was the work of the Sol demons. The soul is damaged. Jin decided to use 24 swords, Autumn Annihilation. Wang Jin pointed her sword accurately at Tang Ming's head. The guy applied the 9 true words, Kai. Tang Ming used the mantra of silence and nothingness. He told the girl to stop and urged Wang Jin to wake up. She said it was impossible. Tang Ming was dead, and there was no need to trick her. Tang Ming said that the essence of spiritual energy, its divine consciousness, must awaken. Wang Jin began to regain consciousness. Her attack swords dispersed. Jin stepped closer and stroked the guy's cheek. Is Tang Ming really alive? Tang Ming said that he had returned. Afterward, the young people naturally hugged and kissed. Wang Jin told the audience that she was definitely fine now and apologized to everyone for worrying. Mr. Wu came to a logical conclusion. It turns out that Ye Jinxing really did inflict Jin's wounds. That scoundrel must be dealt with. The officer said that if he led the alliance for these 2 years and was on the side of the Sol demons, all the information about the defense of the alliance and its members had already leaked to the enemy. Wu said that now that Tang Ming had returned and Wang Jin had come to her senses, the case would be solved. Tang Ming noticed that everything was for a reason. He had joined the enemies 2 more years ago. Jin could confirm it. If Ye Jinxing was able to zombify Jin's mind, he could do it to others as well. Are there really a lot of people under the control of this traitor? No wonder many people supported him after joining the alliance. How many cultivators does he control? Master Wu said that the number of cultivators going crazy in the alliance had increased recently. The officer said it was impossible. Mr. Wu gave Wang Jin as an example. If Ye joined the Sol demons, there is nothing he can't do. Tang Ming said that the traitor had done much more than that. In a few days, he would turn the entire capital into a huge altar. Tang Ming took out and unfolded a holographic map of the area. He said that this is the heavenly formation from He Fengyu's memory. The heavenly pill is complete, and the ceremony is a long-planned day of sacrifice. Master Wu said that it will take place in 6 days when most of the alliance force will gather in the empire's capital. It must be prevented. Old Man Wang talked about the rapid depletion of the alliance's supplies during this period. He suspected that someone was stealing them. Master Wu said he would call all the elders, contact all the major families and sects. This rascal will be put to an end. Wang Jin said that she wouldn't stay away either. Tang Ming said that this is not the way to do it. No one knows which families Ye Jinxing controls. Even within Yi's family, his puppets may be hiding. If they acted hastily and allowed the slightest hint of their existence, he would jump at the chance to launch the great information early. Master Wu lit up that he was ready to destroy this rascal right now, and if necessary, he would die with him together. Tang Ming said that they shouldn't make rash decisions. They will do it nicely. Jin said that the formation has already been set up. Ye Jinxing is at the headquarters in the Alliance apartment. If he notices a trick, he will put his plan into action within minutes to activate the formation. They must find the base of the formation and destroy it. Tang Ming said that it didn't matter how powerful a formation was, as long as it didn't activate. It was just an ostentation. Wu said we have to keep it from activating. That's a good idea. He decided to contact the 10,000 Weapons sect, get the explosives, sneak them into the Alliance headquarters, and blow that rascal up with him. Tang Ming said that he had some of He Fengyu's memories. They might be able to take his place and infiltrate the headquarters. Tang Ming said he has his own solution, but he needs a message to be sent through a special channel to prepare it. Tang Ming thought that the Taoist clans occupied the best resources of the Alliance. For decades, they had been saving up a huge amount of resources. Right now, he was at the peak of the Infinity Realm, just one step away from breaking through, and with heavenly bones, the detection spell was useless to him. Our hero couldn't remember how he spent those 2 years. And who was that man? Why did he call him Dunhua? Mr. Wu said he would go to Old Man Li first. He has excellent fortitude, and he probably didn't fall for the traitor's tricks. It's also necessary to deal with He Fengyu. Wang Jin asked why Tang Ming was so pensive. Tang Ming replied that he had remembered something. When the young men were alone, Jin asked where he had been for the past 2 years. The boy replied that he had been in an unexplained place. We'll tell about it later when he has time. Wu said he would contact everyone he could. All his contacts should be fine. To avoid attracting attention, everyone left the room through the window. It was the least attractive way. Tang Ming said that they should make preparations. While flying over the city, Jin asked her companion where they were going. Tang Ming said they needed to find a lab and someone else. Tang Ming thought that he would have no problem disguising himself as he. But in the face of Ye Jingxing, a cultivator of the infinity realm, it would not be easy to do so. Tang Ming wondered where Xiao Ying might be right now. Jin replied that she guessed that Xiao Ying should be in the capital. Xiao Ying's secret method. Invincible Superfire Spiral, improved version. After practicing appropriately, the girl thought that her cultivation had become much stronger. Xiao Ying said that with her strength, the place of the 12 true monarchs would belong to her. The girl's interlocutor said that she was making good progress. Xiao Ying reached out and said that she would still show who was a true genius. The Fang family elder, Fang Ding Yue, thought that Ye Jingxing had taken quite a few actions in recent years. But if he wanted to hold a ceremony at a time like this, there was definitely something behind it. The elder asked, what came to light after the last investigation? What was wrong with the Yi family? It was reported to the elder that the Yi family had embezzled a large amount of resources and sent them through different channels. However, it is difficult to trace their whereabouts. In addition, some cultivators left the capital 3 days ago and their whereabouts are unknown. Elder Fan pondered, what is the Yi family trying to accomplish? Fang Ding Yue thought of old man Ye Junshen spending time in the cave. What was wrong with him? At this time, it was raining in the capital of the empire. The young people moved around the city hiding under umbrellas. In just 2 years, the capital of the empire had become even more prosperous. Jin said that the alliance was actually pulling forces from all the major wormhole defense posts. If nothing changes, defeat is only a matter of time. Happy children ran around the city in the rain. Tang Ming said that even the defense posts were being ignored. How could that be? Teacher wouldn't sit idly by. Wang Jin noticed that while the guy was gone, Head Li had gone deeper into the wormhole to explore it. However, he was intercepted by a strong Soul demon and came back with serious injuries. He never recovered. Jin added, as for the rest of the alliance members, it was not that no one objected, but that Ye Jingxing betrayed the interests of the alliance, coercing, seducing, and bribing many people. In the past 2 years, Infinity Realm practitioners above the 9th rank had become more and more numerous, but there were fewer and fewer resources left. Jingxing was digging under the foundation of the alliance. Tang Ming said that they should get rid of this tumor before the enemy causes more damage to the alliance. The girl explained that it was the newest method of soul detection. Tang Ming told her not to worry. Tang Ming thought that his divine consciousness would be enough to hide his spiritual power. The young men arrived at the site. Jin said that many areas of the capital had been destroyed. This must be one of the battlefields that happened because of the invasion last year. Because of the relatively large area, the alliance decided to relocate the population so the place gradually fell into disrepair. Tang Ming said that now that he's back, he won't let the Sol Daemons lay a hand on the place again. Jin said that she doesn't want the guy to take any risks again. Tang Ming thought that after 2 years of sleeping in this mysterious space, not only his spiritual power, but also his body had undergone a strange change, and he had become considerably stronger. Tang Ming thought to find out that Ye Jingxing had hidden the headquarters in the Alliance apartment. The guy used the mystic soul technique, divine journeying. Since the heavenly pill ceremony was about to take place, the upper management changed the security personnel once again. Tang Ming stealthily penetrated deeper and deeper into the building. Security never actually found our hero, although sometimes something seemed suspicious to them. Smiling, the lad thought he still had a lot of familiar faces in this headquarters. Tang Ming thought of walking to his teacher's place, but he was afraid that he might run into Ye Jingxing's guards. Tang Ming relentlessly continued to scan the space floor by floor. He knew that he would find him. In the end, his attempts were rewarded. He found Ye Jingxing. Mr. Ye listened to the report. The warrior said that their location had been revealed by the Fang family. Ye shouted in anger for this person to immediately shut up. Ye Jingxing destroyed this guy with his energy influence and said that he didn't need useless trash. With the ceremony just around the corner, it doesn't matter if the news leaks out. Ye Jingxing gave the order to keep an eye on the Fang family. If they find out where the base is, it is necessary to destroy them all. The Luo family will help in this endeavor. Shadow pronounced that after all this, he would be the one to put an end to it. Even after receiving the gift of a Saldemon master, he is still incompetent. Ye told Muang Yuan to shut up. Muang Yuan said his name is now Yu, a vengeful evil spirit rising from hell. Yet Jingxing approached the spirit and said that he didn't care who he was. He is a dog sent by Master Saldemon to help him, and he will do whatever he is told to do. Yu said that after the ceremony was over and Master Saldemon came, he would be considered a dog. Suddenly some noise was heard. Yu asked who was there. Ye angrily shouted for the person to come out and use the 5 elements of destruction. Not knowing who was there, Ye shouted, "How dare he invade the Alliance sect? He deserved to die." Ye shouted, "If this person doesn't want to come out, then he will make him." The spirit Tang Ming present thought that it was time to leave. Yui laughed and said that he had been waiting for him, and now he would destroy it. Tang Ming interlocked his fingers and applied the 9 words of truth. Yu found himself bound hand and foot. He didn't understand what was happening. Yet Jingxing didn't see his opponent and couldn't understand who he was. Who could apply the 9 words of truth? The stranger replied by saying that he was the one who had returned to destroy the wretch. They would see each other again, and he disappeared without a trace. Breaking a window in the building, the soul flew away. You thought it wasn't a body, but a soul. You said, if a soul can perform secret techniques without a physical shell, this person must be at least an infinity level. Where did such a powerful person come from here? Yi said that there were many legendary ones hiding in the Cultivator Alliance. However, this person gave him a very familiar feeling. A report has come in that the head of the Alliance has been destroyed by an alien rejection. It is necessary to search the city immediately. Yi said for you to take care of the Fang family and spare no one. After returning to the spot, Tang Ming's soul and body reunited. Wang Jin asked how the boy was doing. Tang Ming said that he understood a lot of things now. He just didn't expect that Muang Yuan was still alive. The Luo family had finally made their move. Tang Ming reported that he saw Muang and Ye together. Jin suggested destroying him again. Tang Ming said that this sortie alerted the enemies, so they can't stay here longer. Jin said that they don't know where Ye's core strength is hidden and won't be able to find the Fang family quickly. However, he would have someone to help him. There was a formation at the Empire Stadium. One of the servants said to be careful and not to overlook anything. He was giving orders to the personnel. The attendant turned to the elder who was spoiling the whole picture. At the same moment, the old man responded with a slap and the man flew far back. At the same second, the elder intercepted the arrow. It was a heart-piercing arrow, a very poisonous thing. A huge number of arrows appeared in the stadium. It was an ambush and everyone needed to take cover. There were also wounded people who needed to be helped. You, appearing out of nowhere, laughed and said that the old man was mistaken. You stated that if the old man is here today, he will be the one to bury him. Either he will do it himself or the old man will commit suicide. The old man replied that if the enemy wanted his life, he could try to take it away. You shouted that the old man didn't appreciate his kind treatment, so he would have to destroy him. You summoned the Great Yin Force, the 10 directions of destruction. You told the old man that his granddaughter was Tang Ming's partner. You will destroy her too after he kills the old man. Elder Wang pounced on the spirit and said he would destroy it. You replied that he had already been killed but had returned. Everyone associated with Tang Ming would be torn apart by him. The elder said that Yu is alone here. He won't be able to resist alone. You laughed. The old man keeps on acting tough and now he's going to die. Dark forces were thickening over the elder. The circle was shrinking. The old man decided to use the heavenly net. Yu continued to laugh and told him not to try to escape. The elder activated the 8 miracles, and the entire stadium was protected by a dome from outside evil. The old man regretted that he had to use this technique to destroy Yu. It was wasted. He was preparing it for Ye Jingxing. However, the evil and terrifying Yu was not completely dead. His pockets of negative energy were still present. The enemy, who had once again appeared out of nowhere, began to destroy Elder Fan's aides. He said that it was time for the old man to retire. Elder Fan saw Elder Luo standing in front of him, who said that Fan still looked great after so many years. Elder Fan began to curse his opponent. He knew that he was in a conspiracy with the aliens, but he never thought that he would become a traitor. Elder Luo said the traitor sounds terrible. He just made the best choice. Elder Fan wondered if it was better to be an obedient dog for the aliens than a traitor. Luo replied that it was better to be a dog than a corpse. Fang has never faced the power of the Saldemons, so his ignorance makes him fearless. Elder Fan said that his opponent just doesn't admit his mistakes. Fang and Luo exchanged verbal attacks for a while longer, approaching each other for a physical attack. At some point, Yu's spiritual image appeared. He said that he shouldn't be forgotten about either. Luo kept trying to send Elder Fan into retirement. However, Elder Fan was invincible and repelled all of his opponent's attacks, getting closer and closer to his opponent. Elder Fang looked ragged after another strike. However, his opponent, Elder Luo, was deactivated and lay motionless on the ground. Yu, who had appeared out of nowhere again, used his magic sword to try to attack his opponent. His attack was repelled. Yu saw that someone had appeared near Elder Fan. This stranger was Tang Ming. Yu recognized the young man and realized that he was missing. Fang was also surprised when he saw Tang Ming. Is he really still alive? Tang Ming said that he would clean up the place now. Yu turned into a terrifying monster and shouted that now he would finally strip this Tang Ming. Luo, who had risen to his feet, told the monster not to go crazy and destroy the opponents. Suddenly, another fighter appeared on the battlefield. He told the villain that before he could do anything, he had to familiarize himself with the sword. This fighter turned out to be Wang Jin. The elder was surprised at the excellent sword wielding. Did Wang Jin really wake up? Elder Luo thought that Tang Ming had risen from the dead and Wang Jin had woken up from her illness. There's a lot of trouble today and it's better to get out of here. The monster that Yu had turned into did not calm down. The monster laughed and shouted that all the enemies had gathered here. Now they must all die. The frightened Elder Luo shouted for the monster not to go crazy. How dare he use the soul transfer technique here? Tang Ming smelled a specific odor. This is the true form of a Saldaman. It might even be the one in the void. The monster was calling for Grandmaster Saldemon to appear and destroy everything here. The members of the Cultivator Alliance were watching from the sidelines. They did not dare to interfere yet. The monster continued to increase in size. The number of his arms increased. He was scary and horrible. Elder Fang asked Tang Ming apprehensively, "What was that thing?" The guy replied that it must be some kind of secret alien communication technique. One must be careful. Tang Ming thought that this feeling couldn't be wrong. He and Muzhong are related to the Saldemon, but there must be some kind of restriction. He can't just go down like this before the ceremony starts. Elder Luo said that the ceremony hasn't happened yet. Muzhong must not break the rules. He must stop, Tang Ming said. If his guess is correct, the evil eyes on his palms are an opportunity to connect the Earth and the other planet by visual contact. Is Jin sure she can cut off those hands with her sword? The girl said that she will give it a try. Jin thought that although she was free from Ye Jingxing's influence, her cultivation had been stagnant for 6 months, so she wasn't sure. Tang Ming said that he would help her as before. Tang Ming grabbed his sword and decided to use swordsmanship techniques if necessary. He also had the red lotus at the ready. The monster raised his hands upward with demonic eyes in his palms. Someone was summoning him. The multi-armed beast said for the great lord of Saldemon to come down and devour the people here. Tang Ming tried to oppose this. The villain swore and said that this fellow dared not try to stop his master from coming. Wang Jin at this moment realized the first strike with her sword. The girl didn't stop there and continued to separate the monster's arms from its body. Tang Ming used karma fire to support her. The monster screamed that this was unfair. The villain, burning in flames, shouted that he was about to destroy Tang Ming with his own hands. One arm was catastrophically missing from his hand. After pelting the villain with fire, our hero returned to his companions. Elder Fang asked if the monster had been destroyed. Tang Ming replied that it wouldn't be that easy. Mu Young Yuan joined forces with the Saldemon. Technically, it was no longer human, and it was hardly possible to destroy it completely now. Wang Jin said that the next time her sword skills peaked again, she would be able to destroy him. Tang Ming said that would be in the near future. Elder Luo shouted that this was an unjustifiable waste. Why did Muyang Yuan reveal the secret method? Did he really reboot his brains? Yu said that it was only for the Saldemon to remember Tang Ming's aura. Now Tang Ming would be torn to pieces when the ceremony took place. Elder Luo said that they, just like Ye Jingxing, have all gone crazy. It seems that they need to prepare in advance and make other plans after getting what the aliens promised. As he walked away, Yu shouted that his revenge would finally be fulfilled. Those observing these events from the outside marveled. What spiritual force could cause such destruction? Is it really the realm of infinity? One observer said there were more villains than one. His colleague added that one could feel the energy of the aliens. Getting closer to the severed arm with an eye, the girl said that she felt the same aura in the Alliance headquarters. Are there really aliens in the headquarters? The girl saw the burnt hands and said they were burn marks from exposure to the fire of karma. Once safe, Elder Fan said that thanks to his rescuers, he had survived the night. Tang Ming replied to the elder that it was his duty to fight the aliens. Tang Ming inquired, when did Elder Fan find out about Ye Jingxing? This person is the head of the Alliance, so it's not easy to find out a lot of things. Fang said that he was actually not the first to notice the anomaly. The first was Wen Qi. Ever since Head Li had gone into seclusion to recover from his wounds, Ye Jinxing had led the alliance, expelling Huo and Wan Shu from the center of the alliance. He then created 12 true monarchs in an attempt to take control of everything. Last year, Wen Qi sent a report about Ye Jinxing's unusual actions. At first they thought he was looking for personal gain, but they didn't expect that he was planning to cooperate with aliens. Tang Ming thought that Ye Jinxing had been manipulated by Salduman for a long time, but Wen Qi found out about it. Fang said that the purpose of today's operation was to find out what arrangement Ye Jinxing had, but it almost cost a life, and they still couldn't find the basis of the formation. Tang Ming said that it doesn't matter if they can't find the foundation of the formation. As long as Ye still wants to start the ceremony, there will definitely be disadvantages. It is necessary to infiltrate the alliance headquarters again. Wang Jin said that she would also go. Fang Xiaoying rushed into Tang Ming's arms and said that he had finally returned. She will also go to the alliance headquarters. Xiaoying held her boss's hand and said that she wouldn't let him go anywhere now. Fang Xiaoying said that she had reached the realm of infinity and was determined to defeat the 12 monarchs. She's not even afraid of Wang Jin now. The boss was angry. Was he going to be told that the operation had failed? Ye Jinxing was ready to lash out. He wondered if the people from the Fang family had not been caught and destroyed. Yu replied that old man Fang was stronger than they thought. Yi was indignant. So what if the old man had an infinity realm level? Couldn't the two of them overpower him? Yu said that there was nothing he could do. This old man was too good at fighting. Elder Luo said that if Master Ye had nothing more to say, he would leave. Ye Jinxing shouted that these two can get out of here. The solemn ceremony is postponed to the next day. If there is even one more mistake, their souls will be ripped out and burned without a trace. Luo and Yu said that they would do as Ye Jinxing commanded. Ye thought that it didn't matter. As long as the ceremony was successfully launched and the capital of the empire was sacrificed, he would be able to ascend one more level, free himself from human shackles, and become a true Saldimon. The elders, returning, noticed that none of them had reported Tang Ming. They came to the opinion that after the ceremony, Ye wouldn't be in charge here. And anyway, would he even live to see it? Yu said that Tang Ming will definitely come and will definitely deal with Ye Jinxing. By then, they would have a chance to take revenge. Elder Fang said that he was informed that the ceremony was postponed to tomorrow, explaining that the heavenly pill was purified early. Tang Ming noticed that the snake was frightened last night, and Ye immediately reacted. Tang Ming said that if the ceremony was postponed, he should go to the alliance headquarters and find out where the base of the formation was. Jin stated that he could not go alone. Jin and Xiaoying immediately began to decide who would go along with Tang Ming and give him as much support as they could. Fang said that Tang Ming had already been exposed last time he used the soul. He would now be on guard. If he was exposed this time, there would be no chance to get away. Tang Ming said that if he was almost exposed last time, no one would expect him to decide to come back again. If the formation is not destroyed and Ye Jinxing turns out to be dead, the planet will still never be calm. This time too, one must go to the headquarters no matter what. Fang said that Ye was becoming the enemy of the entire Cultivator Alliance. If this news spreads, he won't be able to stop them, even if he becomes strong. Tang Ming said, so we need to warn the strongest members of the Alliance to surround Ye at the ceremony, and he will be the first to infiltrate the headquarters and destroy the base. Fan said it's a safe plan, but more risky. Tang Ming noticed that they could get rid of the tumor, but there was still a risk. He told Wang Jin that it would be more convenient for him to get out of the headquarters alone. The ceremony has to do with the discovery of an alien wormhole. The task of the girls at the ceremony is equally important. Tang Ming thought that this time Ye Jinxing's plot would fail. Tang Ming thought that last time Ye was able to detect his divine soul technique and his cultivation level had definitely become higher. This time, Ye had prepared himself and would only be more dangerous. But in these 2 years, he wasn't the only one who had become stronger. There was an identity check at the checkpoint. The guards recognized Captain He and said that he was having a hard time on duty. Tang Ming noted that there were several times more guards now than last time, and many more secret posts. Ye has mobilized many people to guard the headquarters. The information that the ceremony depends on is definitely hidden there. At the headquarters of the Cultivator Alliance, a secret agent was asked by a colleague if she knew Captain He well. The girl replied that she was not familiar with him. The colleague remarked that in that case, this person was just a stem that was adapting to the wind. Captain He was known by all of his colleagues and greeted him. Tang Ming had no problem changing his identity. The co-worker said that Captain He was the most popular cultivator of the 8th rank in the Alliance and Mr. Ye's loyal dog. His status is well known to everyone in the Alliance. Captain He approached the secret room that is usually reserved for confidential Alliance information. The level of secrecy is extremely high. Perhaps some of the information is hidden there. 2 colleagues approached the captain. They asked where he had been yesterday. One of the colleagues was Luo Yongqing, an 8th grade cultivator of the Luo family. He and Ye Jingxing have a good relationship. Captain He said that it was none of his business and goes wherever he wants. Luo Yongqing was offended by this answer. Luo Yongqing said that his opponent shouldn't be so reckless just because things were going well. If he came back without Wang Jin, it would somehow have to be explained to Mr. Ye. Captain, he said that he didn't need Luo Yongqing to worry about his affairs. Captain He thought that these 2 might lead him into a secret room and foolishly tell him everything they knew. Confidential meeting at Alliance headquarters. Captain He, upon entering the room, saw many new faces. They must be Ye Jingxing's inner circle whom he had promoted over the past 2 years. Present said it looks like everyone is here now. Wang Hang said that Captain He is failing in his duties and going AWOL. The boss will teach him a lesson if things go wrong. Luo Yunqing said that Master Ye's dog can't be taught a lesson by any of them, so Muzhong shouldn't get involved. If something goes wrong and the soldiers start asking questions, it will be the leader's fault. Now we should waste no time and start the meeting. Tang Ming thought that he would have to search for the rats one by one. Luo Yongqing said that due to the incompetence of some, the ceremony was postponed. Mr. Ye himself is in charge of forming the sacrificial formation for the ceremony, so they will not participate. The eastern part of the city will be served by Yu Qing. Tang Ming looked at the map. There are a total of 7 points that should be the foundation of the formation. One of them is near the gymnasium. Yesterday's events happened not far away. 7 bases, 1 center. The center turned out to be Alliance headquarters. But where is it hidden? He can't find that information in Hei's memory. Could it be contained in the blocked part? The Eye of Formation is at headquarters. Captain, he will guard it tomorrow. When the formation opens, the eye must be able to withstand the pressure of the spatial tremors. Tang Ming thought that he was lucky to occupy the body of such an important character. Luo Yunqing said that Captain He had personally fought Immortal Sword Wang. Although he didn't accomplish anything, he at least got away with it. With such a track record, guarding the headquarters would be easy. When it activates, the Eye of the Formation will take the brunt of the impact, and the guardian of this hellhole will lose several layers of skin, if not die. But if they fail to invite Wang Jin, they will meet Ye Jinxing's wrath. Captain He said that he will be guarding the headquarters. Everyone seems to be looking forward to it. He's taking over the task. Everyone noticed that Captain He definitely has courage. He is indeed a great general under Mr. Ye's command. Captain He said, if everything is settled, then he doesn't want to waste any more of his time and got up from the table. Luo Yunqing noticed that Captain He was too impatient. However, tomorrow's ceremony depends on him. He must not let Master Ye down. On the way out, the guard said that he would escort Captain He out. Luo Yunqing thought that if Captain He failed, Ye Jinxing would be held accountable before the Saldiman, and the credit for capturing the capital of the empire would go to his family. The guard showed Captain He the way to the master's residence. The so-called Eye is not far from here. Aren't they afraid that Master knows about it? Captain He was announced that they were in position and asked to wait a moment. This was only 100 meters away from the master's residence. How dare Ye Jinxing do such a thing? However, this proves that Master Li is in a bad state. Otherwise, he would have noticed everything. The guard burned the talisman and cast a spell. Captain He went to another dimension, so it's an illusion. He didn't even notice it, even though he was so close. It's definitely a Saldemon technique. The guard told Captain He that this is where the Eye of the Formation is located. The crystal in front collects the energy transmitted from the 7 bases. When the formation activates, this will be the center, and it must not be damaged in any way. Feeling this energy, Tang Ming realized that he couldn't be wrong. It's the Saldemon, but it wasn't time to destroy it yet. It was too early. However, there was something that could be arranged now. Tang Ming thought that they would be pleasantly surprised by his gift. He began to reincarnate. Our hero stood in the center of the eye in a hostile illusion. The girls in the forest were waiting. Fang Xiaoying asked her friend why he wasn't coming. Wang Jin, being in the lotus posture, told Xiaoying to take her time. Suddenly, the girls noticed that someone was heading that way. Fang Xiaoying didn't hesitate and slammed her fist into that person's jaw. The man screamed to avoid being hit in the face. Wang Jin pulled out her sword. The rival who appeared said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and Jin became stronger again. Jin said that her friend had also become stronger. Sanshan, and that was him, said he has earth in his mouth every time these two meet. Feng Xiaoying wondered, how were these two able to achieve such strength? After all, this is the pinnacle of the realm. Sanshan said that they disappeared for 2 years for training to enhance their sword art. A colleague remarked that this was the East China sword realm. The girl said it was a style left behind by an immortal named Dunhua. She meditated in the same place for 2 years and felt that she had reached the peak. Feng Xiaoying said that she wanted to do so as well. The girl noticed that after she left, the entrance disappeared without a trace. She couldn't get in again. A co-worker inquired if Tang Ming had really returned. Feng Xiaoying nodded affirmatively. Tang Ming is not so easy to destroy. Right now, they were playing big. The entire Cultivator Alliance was on their ear. Sanshan said he was also involved and wondered what was the point. Xiaoying said that they were going to take over the headquarters of the Cultivator Alliance. Sanshan remarked that it would be too cool. Wang Jin showed her colleagues the holographic information they were able to obtain and said that Ye Jinxing had defected to the enemy's side. Tomorrow's ceremony is the day he will start acting. The girl asked indignantly, how dare he do such a thing? Huo Sanshan said with anger that he would not spare this guy. Wang Jin stated that they must eliminate Ye Jinxing at tomorrow's ceremony. Cultivator Alliance headquarters. Luo said that the ceremony was approaching. Everyone should pay attention and not relax. Looking down at the road, Luo saw some unfamiliar people. The guard reported that they were people from the Ye family. Ever since Deputy Ye took over the alliance, cultivators from his family had frequently come and gone from the headquarters. They had privileges, so they didn't need to register. However, despite their privileges, these cultivators were still very reliable, and in the past 2 years, they had caught many criminal cultivators breaking the law. Luo thought that the Ye family was hiding something. Tang Ming said that he had learned many secrets of the current alliance. Teacher Hua had refined the theory of the breakthrough between realms. No wonder so many Infinity Realm cultivators had appeared. Therefore, the Sal demons can't sit still and are waiting for Ye to destroy the alliance. Tang Ming, burning the talisman, thought that things would change now that he was back. The Saldemons would definitely like his gift. Many talismans appeared in the illusory space. They floated mixed with crystals. The day of the ceremony came. There are a lot of people gathered downstairs. It doesn't matter how many people there are. It's just a bunch of ants. Time's up. It's time to begin. The command came for the whole squad to get ready. A huge formation was created, enclosed by a protective dome. This was because the Cultivator Alliance was very strong. They would definitely be able to stop the aliens. Today, the long-awaited Heaven Pill ceremony will begin. To protect the Alliance, Deputy Ye personally prepared the Heavenly Pill to select 12 true monarchs to fight the aliens. However, many warriors have sacrificed their lives to protect the human race. But there are traitors who have defected to the enemy in a futile attempt to overthrow the Alliance. These people were once proud elite practitioners of the Alliance, but they betrayed the Alliance and Vice Lord Ye for their own interests. However, there were dissenters who shouted that this was not the case. The men He and Ye Jinxing turned it upside down. Duan Yunwei said that he had lived an honest life and could not allow such a scoundrel to testify against him. Luo said that Master Li was injured and his condition has worsened. Fortunately, Deputy Ye is so talented that he will soon break through to the realm and become the strongest cultivator of the land. He will be able to support the Alliance. Duan Yunwei is the president of Hanbei University. He disappeared 6 months ago, so he must have been captured. It doesn't matter who the other old men are. If the Alliance arrested them, then the evidence of their guilt is there. Traitors must be eliminated. It's good that there's a Deputy Ye. The elders shouted that there were traitors all around them. The head of the Alliance, Li, would surely destroy everyone. Luo said that they shouldn't wait. Old man Li won't come to their rescue. He will join them soon. Li told the old man not to die before his time. This place is so heavily fortified that he won't be able to use any of his abilities, even if any of the ungrateful old men come looking for him. Luo, smiling, said that there would be another sacrifice. He ordered his subordinates to open the formation and prepare for the execution. All the people downstairs could see that preparations were underway for something big. Luo waved his hand and told everyone to get ready for the execution. It was time to send the prisoners on their last journey. Tang Ming appeared nearby in the guise of Captain He and told his comrade-in-arms to not look at him and find a way to stall for time. He would try to break the barrier. The elders, winking at each other, signaled. They realized that a conspiracy was brewing. The director of the university realized what he should do. He fell on his knees and said not to be executed. He knows one very important secret and has a military secret. Luo, smiling, said that the famous Principal Duan was in front of him. He was a cruel man in his youth. Recently, he boasted of his honesty, but now he was begging for mercy. The elder shouted that Duan Yunwei was a scoundrel and a traitor. He would not spare him even if he died and became an evil spirit. The elders tried their best to wreak havoc. Another elder, coughing, began to shout that Duan Yunwei should really be cursed. However, he was not a very good actor. Luo decided to stop this spectacle and imprisoned everyone in ghostly cylinders. Luo said to Duan Yunwei not to make a fool of himself. Duan, without raising his head, said that he was telling the truth. This refers to the breakthrough theory that Huafeng developed. The Hua family is cooperating with the Medicine King dynasty to develop a new generation of cultivation based on the breakthrough theory and find a way to advance above the realm of infinity. Luo wondered why he didn't know about this before. The elder thought it was true. Had Duane betrayed them? Duan said that this was secret information left behind by the head of the Li Alliance. Only a few trusted old men received the research results. Luo said that if they showed him the research, he would check it, and if it was true, he would let the director live. Luo assumed that this old man had more trump cards, but he didn't expect them to be hidden here. Ye had already broken through the realm of infinity. If he could get there first, he would be the future head of the family and would have a better chance. Luo said that he shouldn't be bargained with. He must hand over the relevant documentation or all his colleagues would be killed. The elder, defeated but not surrendered, shouted that Duan Yunwei was acting like a true traitor. Luo ordered the director to hand over all the materials or else he would be destroyed now. Also, he must not try to be devious. Duan said that he now had a hopeless situation and took out an energy ball from his pocket. He said it was real energy. The elder rose from his knees and said Duan decided to do it after all. Luo got excited and said that it was very good. He reached out his hand and touched the energy ball. Duan swung around and threw this ball at his opponent, applying a lightning strike. Luo received a powerful electric charge and screamed loudly. However, Duan didn't have time to do anything else. Luo said that the old man was very foolish if he thought that he wouldn't be prepared for such a turn. At this moment, the Taiyin soul-blocking pharmacy was ready. Luo said that in this formation, he could destroy everyone with a single thought. Duan couldn't move. He was bound by energy threads. Luo said that if his opponent did not choose the proposed path, he would have to die. Luo grabbed the principal's head and said that before he died, he would share what he knew. Suddenly, in one of the ceiling cylinders, a young man uttered the law of the spiritual voice. He stated that the flesh and blood resonance had been destroyed. Luo turned around to him and asked why the man was still resisting. Did he really think that no one knew about his tricks? However, the unexpected happened. Luo and his henchmen grabbed their heads. The acoustic waves from the atmosphere were driving them crazy. Luo was surprised how this guy could use 3 soul locks. Luo received the first stunning blows and realized that his opponent had used a ruse. Pharmacia blocks spiritual power, but the secret technique of sonic flow uses your own flesh and blood to pull the entire formation into resonance. But the price of this is life. The young man who applied it was shaking all over. The elder, freed from the restraining cylinder, decided that he must act without wasting time. The elder ran up to the young man and was surprised. It was Tang Ming in front of him. The boy said that he was not dead. Our hero declared that this would be the end of Saldemon technology. Luo was surprised. Was Tang Ming really alive? Tang Ming said that if Luo knew he was alive, it meant that the Saldemons had informed him. But he didn't expect that family to make such a commotion. Why wouldn't he just wait for his doom? Tang Ming thought that even if Ye Jingxing is alone, the situation within the alliance right now might be much worse than he assumes. The opponent said that he was glad Tang Ming was still alive. The Saldemons had set a huge reward for him, and now it was foolish to miss the opportunity. The villain used the mechanical demon Taiyin. The elders, looking at this situation, decided that this guy had mastered the power of the aliens. Now even Tang Ming would have a hard time dealing with him. Luo said that Tang Ming would be greatly honored to die at his hands. The guy will have to fight and then die in pain and despair, sacrificing his flesh and blood to the Saldemons. The elders were still trying to break the existing formation. It was difficult, but they tried to resist and resist. Mujung Heng's true level was only of the infinity realms, and he was still far from his peak. But he has been strengthened by the Sol demons. However, he is weak. In his past life, the transformation of the Sol demons could cross the Great Realm. The mechanically enhanced Mujung Heng said that he was about to take Tang Ming's life. Tang Ming applied the Dragon Emperor technique in the 9 heavens. The opponent's mechanical tentacles were destroyed. Our hero broke through the confines of the locking formation. Tang Ming didn't expect his opponent to be able to escape on his own after spending all his time creating this mechanism. The elder shouted that he needed help. He alone wouldn't be able to hold back. Ye was surprised. Did Zhuge Shifang and Hong Quan also want to rebel? In that case, when Mr. Ye came after them, they would all die. The elder said that the Muyang family had cooperated with Ye Jingxing and had done a lot of evil. Do they think they can get away with it now under the cover of the alliance? Muyang Heng, floating in the air, said that these old men were determined to oppose the alliance. The elder replied that they didn't want to get involved in all of this, but the alliance was Head Li's brainchild and couldn't be allowed to do whatever they wanted. The elders added that not only them, but also the great families, Guanhan Palace, Fire Dragon Island, and Medicine King Valley felt this way. And many of them are already here. Muyang Heng laughed. He couldn't imagine that so many unruly people had gathered. It looked like they would bathe in the blood of all cultivators in the Empire's capital today. And he ordered the Heaven Formation to be activated. The elder said that there were many rank 9 peaks present here. Are they all puppets? People were surprised. Indeed, puppets began to appear on all sides. There was a real massacre. People were trying to get away from it all. Screaming and chaos reigned everywhere. The elder shouted that it was impossible. Puppet technology requires a lot of materials. Even if they were stolen from the Alliance, they wouldn't be able to create so many puppets. The elder struck and marveled that this puppet was made of flesh and blood. Many cultivators had disappeared over the years. Many bodies of those who had died at the front had not been found. So they were turned into puppets. That's inhumane. Muyang Heng only laughed in response and said that this farce would end soon. Blood puppets are different from others. They need to be controlled with divine sense. There are so many of them that even the peak of the infinity realm can't control them. Maybe it's some kind of technique like temporary enhancement. Muyang Heng said that his strength is beyond what the opponents can imagine, so they will have to die. Tang Ming said that it is a great shame to control corpses. No matter how strong Muyang Heng's divine sense is, he can control no more than a dozen of these puppets. The rest are under the control of the Grand Formation. There's nothing wrong with using the power of formation, but you have to take control of it. Director Duan suggested that he should not give up and fight these puppets. Sun Lu entered the battlefield with her sword and destroyed many puppets with just one blow. The people watching were surprised. How could this be possible? The girl said that she would handle it from there. However, there were still a lot of puppets left. The girl was ready to fight them. Lun Su applied a technique, Shining Moonlight. Moving quickly from one puppet to the next, she destroyed them all. The girl said they were just puppets. One of the puppets was destroyed by an elder. Holding the enemy's head in his hand, he asked if his colleagues had forgotten about him. The old men laughed. Fang Tao was in no hurry at all to come here. Did he walk so slowly on purpose? Wang Jin said she was worried about Tang Ming's breathing. The guy replied that he was fine. Master Wu, flashing his eyes, said, "There are more and more victims. That's good." Suddenly, an army of villains led by a traitorous elder appeared and said that the rebels had to be destroyed on Mr. Ye's orders. The elder shook his head in surprise. What happened to Guanghan? Can't he see that Ye Jingxing is a traitor to the land? A colleague said that this elder is under control. Dark Qi has entered his body. Divine consciousness is silent. He has been turned into a puppet. He has infinity-level puppets behind him. Tang Ming said to leave these puppets to him and deal with the others. Tang Ming thought that by destroying the foundation of the formation, they would be able to control the puppets immediately. If they did that, they would scare the snake away. If they let Ye Jingxing bring the Sol demons to Earth, it would be the end. The elder said that these puppets are very powerful. They are all at the infinity level. Tang Ming replied that it doesn't matter. They won't be able to use their power. Tang Ming said that he alone was enough for this battle, even if the opponent has infinity drink. Muyang Heng said that Tang Ming was good at hiding. Mujun suspects that the guy didn't just disappear for 2 years. Some old man found a cave and hid him to help cultivate him. Muyang stated, it didn't matter what Tang Ming's cultivation level was. Today, he is destined to be the victim here. The elder using magic swords said that they would detain the puppets. Tang Ming must get Old Man Qin and the others out of here. Elder Qin said he could fight. Why would he leave? A colleague shouted that he could fight too. Muang Heng said there was no point in arguing. They won't escape anyway. Muang Heng received an order from Ye Jinxing. The alliance rebelled against Tang Ming. He colluded with the aliens. The crime is unforgivable. Tang Ming must be eliminated first, and after that, the rest of the accomplices must be dealt with. Muang Heng laughed. It seems that Mr. Yi hates traitors like Tang Ming. Feng Xiaoying appeared and said that no one could harm Tang Ming's brother now. Wang Jin added that the enemies could try if they wanted to die. The enemy applied the decree of forgiveness, a lifeless formation. Sung Lu wondered, what kind of formation is this? The aggressive Feng Xiaoying told the coward to fight to the death, not to life. The girls were determined and were going to attack him. Mu Zhongheng, spreading his mechanical tentacles, said, "It's useless. This is a lifeless formation. There is no doom, no return. When this formation opens, only the victor will come out alive." Muzhan added that his opponents need not worry. He will send them all to the underworld now. Wang Jin resolutely said that they would still be the ones to see. All three girls gathered to attack the villain. Guang Huang went up against the elders. Some of the elders fought with the puppets. The girls fought off the attacks of Mu Zhongheng and his mechanical tentacles. Everyone on the battlefield had something to do. From the roof of the Cultivator Alliance Tower building, Ye Jinxing was watching the scene. Luo, who was nearby, said that the old men had already arrived. All the cultivators have gathered here, however. There is nothing to be afraid of them. You said that he is an evil ghost who came back from hell. If anyone thinks he looks familiar, he's willing to talk about it, but later. Ye Jinxing said that there is no need to scold. Today is the Heavenly Pill opening festival. Grudges should be kept to oneself. He gave orders to recheck the foundation stones and the base of the formation, as well as count the number of offerings and check the condition of the Alliance head. Ye thought that Head Li was dying from his wounds, but clearly didn't want to part with his life. The elders reported the execution of the order. They also reported that Chief Li was in a serious condition. Ye Jinxing gloated. Everything would soon come true, he supposed. Tang Ming said, "This is lifeless information. No life, no rest, no return. This formation is so dark that even he can't see the outside world." However, all those who tried to attack him failed to achieve their goal. Tang Ming said that was exactly what he wanted. There were puppets approaching our hero from all sides. He said that Ye Jinxing had put a lot of effort into creating this. Watching from the side, the elders and girls were terrified. Such a huge power, it could be beyond the infinity peak. A magic crystal appeared in range from our hero. He held out his hand for it and said he accepted it with a smile. Tang Ming used a secret method of divine consciousness, soul capture. The biggest difference between a corpse puppet and an ordinary puppet was that it carried a soul. A corpse puppet has a soul, and it has more potential than ordinary ones and contains more spiritual power. All the puppets are frozen at that, but having a soul means that the mind is still intact. Once control of the puppet is lost, ownership will change hands, and Maria will suffer, Tang Ming said, taking a hit from Ye Jinxing. Suddenly, Elder Wen Qi appeared and told Tang Ming not to destroy the puppets. Tang Ming looked at Wen Qi and said that it was a good illusion. He didn't expect Ye Jinxing to set up this trick, but unfortunately, it's useless. Tang Ming took out his Scarlet Lotus and decided to destroy this illusion. The fire began to spread towards Wen Qi. Illusion Wen Qi tried to resist and wanted to avoid colliding with the Red Lotus. Wen Qi, startled, began to quickly list what Tang Ming had brought along with his sister from Jade Star. He also said that they had gotten engaged there. Tang Ming was very surprised by this fact. Wen Qi explained that the Jade Life Talisman in their valley meant marriage. If his sister gave this talisman, it is clear what it means. Wen Qi called our hero heartless. He was gone for 2 years, and when he came back, almost destroyed him. They almost met. Unexpectedly, the suddenly aged Wen Qi said that he should ask his sister for help. Tang Ming told his interlocutor to stop pretending and decide to keep some more life in them before acting. Tang Ming said they would talk about it later. And why is he obsessed with puppets? Wen Qi made himself comfortable and said that it was a sad story. Tang Ming continued to hold the Scarlet Lotus in his hand and said that he was willing to listen to this story. After Tang Ming disappeared, the Alliance Lord repeatedly explored the rift. His wounds were worsening, and the Sol demons attacked even harder during this period, compromising the global defense. The following half a year, Ye Jinxing's army emerged from oblivion. Not only his cultivation level increased dramatically, but also his achievements on the front lines. He began to qualify for the position of vice chief. At first, no one noticed anything out of the ordinary, but it wasn't until Lord Li sent a message that they learned that Ye had taken the reins of power into his own hands and exterminated the dissenters. He was also secretly gathering resources. Wen Qi secretly infiltrated the Alliance headquarters to find out what was going on. There, he saw that Ye was cutting cultivators and sacrificing their blood to the Sal demons. He wanted to open a spatial channel the Sal demons, and destroy the planet. The 12 zodiac corpses he had created from the flesh and blood of many cultivators were an extremely important part of this plan. Therefore, Wen Qi used the formation to secretly seize the souls of the 12 puppets and lurk among them, waiting for the moment to destroy Ye, destroy the spatial channel, and bury the Sal demons. Wen Qi said that his plan was flawless, but he didn't expect Tang Ming to ruin it. Tang Ming didn't know that Wen Qi was hiding in the corpses of the puppets. He turned out to be very experienced in controlling his soul. Wen Qi said, "It's not that simple. These puppets all have the marks of the Sal demons, so even if you activate the formation, they will know about it. If you don't take this opportunity to destroy the Sal demons, they will find another way to come back." Tang Ming agreed that it was better to prevent it forever, at least for the next 1,000 years. Wen Qi was satisfied that he and Tang Ming had found common ground. Wen Qi said, "There's another little problem. The Sal demon tags are attached to the puppets and can't be removed beforehand. One can only seize control of them for a few seconds when his formation is at full power." Wen Qi excused himself and said that Tang Ming had no idea how unpleasant these Sal demon tags were. Tang Ming clenched in his hand and crushed the energy clots that could affect those marks. Wen Qi cried out in horror, "What have you done?" Tang Ming said that the tags were still there, but they were no longer a threat. The puppets could now be safely controlled with his interlocutor's formation. Tang Ming told Wen Qi not to stand still and started to play along with him. Ma Yongheng said that under Mr. Ye's order, all renegades should be executed. No one should be left out. The puppets, having received the order, proceeded to carry it out. The elder tried his best to hold on to his emotionless colleague. He had no way of avoiding a collision with the puppets. Feng Xiaoying stood in the way of the puppets and destroyed several puppets at once with one blow. Looking at Mu Yongheng, she said that the same thing was waiting for him. Mayang laughed and said that if the girl wanted to die, he would give her that opportunity. He immediately attacked her, but Xiaoying easily dodged the attack. Feng Xiaoying saw that it wasn't easy for the opponent. She was in a trap that was about to slam shut. The girl even cursed. Sun Lu said with a smile, "Xiao Ying is still just as inexperienced. She doesn't even notice that she's being attacked." Xiao Ying snapped at her and replied that she can handle herself. Sun Lu told Wang Jin to go help Tang Ming. They would handle this part of the front line without her. Sung Lu went one-on-one against Mu Yongheng and his tentacles. There were two opponents against the girl, Mu Zhan and Luo. Each of them thought they could do it alone. Sun Lu declared that the two of them could feel free to attack together. The girl summoned the sword soul to merge with her. Sun Lu applied the lunar style, 24 bridges against her opponents. Wang Jin thought that there was no life or return. All the formations of the world could collapse. To help her friend, wielding a sword alone was not enough. She must deal with spiritual hostile forces. The opponent said that Wang Jin was not a puppet chosen by the alliance leader. The hostile warrior said that it was a pity that such a beautiful girl would die today. Sun Lu, fused with her sword into a single unit, fought two opponents at once. They tried to attack her at the same time. Wang Jin was facing a battle with the opponent's huge spiritual beast. It was a snake of gigantic size. The elder urged Guang Han to wake up and cast off Ye Jingxing's spell that he had been stupefied by. Guang Han still repeated that he was called to do Master Ye's bidding. Elder Apostate, watching from the rooftop of the Cultivator Alliance office, said that the imperial capital was sealed to fulfill the blood sacrifice plan of 10 million souls. Ye Jingxing said that in such a case there was no time to waste and it was time to start. Guang Han, with his mind stupefied, continued to fight with the elders. He posed a tangible threat. The elder, wielding his flaming sword, thought that Guang Han was getting stronger with every strike. Guang Han repeated with glassy eyes that there was no mercy on the Lord's order. Wang Jin proudly pulled out her sword from the head of the defeated spiritual beast opponent. The villain said that he never thought he would be able to see Tang Ming and Wang Jin alive again. It was a pity that she didn't want to take the chance given to her by Mr. Ye. Now we'll have to destroy her. The villain rushed at Wang Jin from a great height. The girl did not hesitate to plunge her sword right into his chest and said that she would destroy him first. Then Ye Jinxing. The scoundrel was not harmed by this. He said he would grant her wish in that case. And after that, he dissolved. Wang Jin realized that the demon in front of her was a demon. The villain merged with his spirit serpent into one and once again tried to attack his opponent. Wang Jin used a deadly technique, 10,000 spring and fall blades. All of these myriad swords were aimed straight at the green serpent's huge body. Jin said if he was pretending to be a demon, then she would send him straight to hell. The huge serpent screamed in pain, and its body was pierced by swords in many places. The serpent began to slowly melt while transforming back into a warrior. He couldn't understand how the girl was able to get out of the trance that Ye Jingxing had sent her into. Wang Jin continued to attack. She told that rascal to go back to hell. The opponent said that the girl was very impatient. Wang Jin watched her opponent's transformation. She realized that it was an illusion of spiritual poison, a poisonous formation based on the Taiyin domain. The illusion would not allow her divine consciousness to pass through. The hostile formation surrounded Wang Jin from all sides, and the girl was trapped. Tang Ming came to Wang Jin's rescue. The opponent was surprised and frightened. Tang Ming said that his hour of doom had come. Tang Ming gave his opponent a staggering blow. The villain was surprised. He was at the infinity level. How could this be possible? Tang Ming assured that it was all over for the villain. Jin asked her friend if he was okay. Tang Ming replied that he can't be trapped by a simple formation. There is a small injury, but it is minor. After the battle, he will take a sick leave for a couple weeks. Jin, observing the lying opponent, said that the Muzhong family had secret arts. Tang Ming stated that she shouldn't worry. This guy was definitely dead. He had fused his consciousness with the spiritual poison, which was equivalent to binding himself to the Taiyin domain. Although it greatly increases the strength of the poison's information, if it shatters, he would definitely die. Pharmacia was burning with a bright flame. Another opponent was in a rage. Was the information ruined by this Tang Ming? Muang shouted that even such a formation couldn't hold Tang Ming. Someone said he would do it. Everyone looked around. Ye Jingxing appeared on the battlefield. The villain greeted the teacher. Ye Jingxing said hello and said that he hadn't seen Tang Ming and Wang Jin in a long time. Jingxing said it was a fateful meeting with friends and offered to celebrate. One of the elders shouted that Ye Jingxing had betrayed the alliance and humanity and should be destroyed. A colleague told him to take his time. The old man decided to use the blazing god, demon execution, and directed his anger at Ye. It didn't even frighten the villain. When the old man's attack dissipated, Ye Jingxing said that the feast had just begun. Is the elder really eager to be the first course? Ye Jingxing spread his hands apart, and clots of negative energy began to appear everywhere. He said that the heavenly feast was about to begin. The city from the sky was attacked in many places. Ye Jingxing said that he gave his opponents 1,000,000 chances. Why didn't they just kneel? The elders did not calm down and tried to do something about it. However, their attacks were shattered by the villain formation that had been previously set up here. More cultivator elders were rushing to help. They realized that the main enemy was already here. Guanghan blocked the elders' attack against him. Ye Jingxing, after evaluating his opponent from head to toe, said that Tang Ming had broken through to the infinity level and even higher. No wonder he got out of the lifeless formation. Tang Ming asked, is Ye Jingxing really willing to sacrifice the entire empire? After all, the lives of tens of millions of people were at stake. Ye agreed that it would take just that many men to open such a narrow passage for the Saldemon Grand Master to come down here. Jingxing raised his head to the heavens and said, this just shows how insignificant people are. Ye Jingxing shouted that 10 million wouldn't be enough. He needs the whole earth. It needs all the people as food for his exaltation. Ye Jingxing ordered the incoming puppets not to let anyone leave. These were all sacrifices for Master Saldemon. The university director asked indignantly, why did Ye agree to become a Saldemon dog? After all, he should be in charge of the alliance. Jingxing said that the ant people would never understand their strength. It was useless to explain anything to them. They must be destroyed. Ye Jingxing decided to apply the heavenly beginning formation, the burial of the 10 sides. The elder wondered what strange, suspicious mist had appeared. Caution must be exercised. These mists contain spiritual poison. This is a special technique of the Muzhong family. It is harmless from the beginning and is auxiliary to their family's secret techniques. Tang Ming said that an imbalance between yin and yang can lead to death. The director said that this technique was for infinity-level cultivators. However, a 9th rank practitioner can only last for a month. A low-rank practitioner can only last for a few days. If the technique spreads throughout the empire, Yi really wants to sacrifice millions of people. The elder said that it was necessary to destroy Ye Jingxing to destroy the formation. Otherwise, the Saldemons would be able to break through and descend to the ground. The elder urged immediate action or all would be lost. Master Wang Wu appeared with sword in hand and asked if Muzhong misses his grandfather. He is here to send Muzhong there. Guanghan, hypnotized by Ye Jingxing, was ready to fight against the 3 elders. Wang Jin and Tang Ming stood against Ye Jingxing. The girl asked if Tang Ming could do it. Tang Ming said that they will act according to the plan. She should trust. An explosion of enormous power shook the entire formation. It was comparable to a 10-point earthquake. Other monsters appeared on the ground. Wang Jin stated that they were unusual golems. Fang Xiaoying said that she could handle them. Ye Jingxing smilingly said that even after so many years, his opponent is still Tang Ming. This is unbelievable. Is it really fate? Then there will be an opportunity to ascend to the Emperor realm. Tang Ming thought that Professor Hua's theory had fallen into Jingxing's hands. However, there are questions. Ye Jingxing said that he is willing to answer all the questions as long as he is in a good mood. As long as they talk, Tang Ming can extend his life a little. Ye had joined the Saldamans to reach the level he was at now. But now, why continue to be a dog of the Saldamans? After all, he realizes that when they come, he will lose his value and meaning. The Saldemans have been to the wormholes, conquered the universe, and won every battle except Earth. The Earth cultivators stopped them. Ye added that after the last defeat, they had blocked the wormhole using the Heaven and Earth formation, even creating a defensive line on the other side of the wormhole to keep the enemy off the ground. But for how long will it last? The Saldemans had mastered cultivation, and with their terrifying technology, there were more infinity-level cultivators. It was only a matter of time before they could break through to the Emperor level or higher. In that case, the Earth wouldn't be able to defend itself. Ye said that's a good question. What will he do when the Saldemans come? Did Tang Ming really think that he had spent so much effort to create a heaven-beginning formation just to welcome the aliens? It would be a resource for advancement. Ye Jingxing said that everything around him, including the Saldemans, would become his stepping stones. Tang Ming, as he began his move to attack, asked, "Is this really his plan? To sacrifice the lives of millions? He's even worse than the Saldemans." Tang Ming sprang into action. He used 9 words of truth, Lin. Ye Jingxing said that even if humanity perishes, as long as he is alive, he represents the continuation of human civilization. Tang Ming could turn into energy and help him reach the peak of the universe. His contribution would not be forgotten in the future. There was another powerful explosion. The elders tried to hide from the blast wave. It was the long-lost light of the annihilation of the 5 elements. It was once known as a demonic art. It is invulnerable and invincible. Its wielder may die after using it. However, Tang Ming could deal with it. The elder turned to the head of the alliance. If Master Li didn't come out, his disciple might not be able to endure. Elder Luo burst into Master Li's office at the alliance headquarters. Master Li leaned over the manuscripts. The old man was out of breath. He tried to break through despite his injuries, but failed. Luo grabbed Master Li's chest and lifted him above the ground. His life force was interrupted and his aura dissipated. Was this old man really dead? Luo said that he had hoped to see the old man off, but didn't expect him to die early, which saved him a lot of worry. Ye Jingxing sent a message that the formation was complete and the feast had begun. It could not be missed. Suddenly, old man Luo was hit by a powerful beam of light. He shouted that he had a problem with his body. His spiritual body towered over Elder Li's head. The head asked, "Didn't Lao Luo want to see him off? Why was he in such a hurry to leave?" Elder Apostate on the rooftop of the Cultivator Alliance office said that with these fighters, casualties would be plentiful. The puppets did not feel any serious resistance. People continued to lose and die. It was reported to the elder that there was news from the execution site regarding Master Zheng. Head Li's disciple Tang Ming had returned. Young Master Zheng was destroyed by Tang Ming. The elder was terribly angry. In a fit of rage, he decided to deal with Tang Ming himself. The frightened messenger took the first attack of rage. He shouted that the master had burned his life away. The elder said in anger, "What good were their lives if they couldn't protect the young master?" Suddenly, poisonous gas began to appear in the rooms. People fainted and fell down. Guanghan continued his fierce resistance to the elders. His eyes were still filled with abnegation. She said that Guanghan's condition was unstable. Even when he was sane, he wasn't so aggressive. A colleague said that not only Guanghan, but the puppets are also out of order. The golems continued their offensive. The elders said that they had incredible life force. The university director said that it was not just a matter of life force. The attack that the headmaster used would have destroyed even an infinity cultivator's body. No amount of life force could stop it. So it's not that they're resistant to impact, it's that some kind of energy keeps them alive. Ye Jingxing said that his opponents had finally realized that inside the heavenly formation, all of his corpse puppets were immortal. If they were lucky enough to destroy the formation, Guanhan would also perish. Tang Ming thought that this was the divine light destroying the 5 elements. the most evil art of the devil's path. It truly lives up to its name. In his past life, this secret technique was the most powerful Han-class technique. It is higher in level than the Lotus of Karma. You said the appetizers are almost ready. It's time to serve the main course. Jinxing invited the Sol demons to welcome them to Earth. He said for the greatest conquerors of the universe to come down. Huge energy beams pierced through space and reached the ground. Tang Ming didn't agree with this arrangement. He said if Jinxing wanted Sol Demon to come, he should defeat him first. An elder descended from the roof of the Alliance office and shouted that he would turn Tang Ming into a poisonous tripod and torture him for 100 years. It would be revenge for his son. The elders moved to help Tang Ming. They were determined to stop Jinxing at all costs. He can't be allowed to open the passage. The elders said that they seemed to have forgotten about Taeyan, the thousand-fold purgatory. The old people are stuck in some kind of draggy substance. It's hard for them to get free. It was some kind of strange technique. Mujan said it was his modified version of Taeyan, a place created with massive amounts of energy filling every inch of the capital. Welcome to his purgatory. The elder said that Mujan became one with the Taeyan by giving his flesh and blood. Mujan encouraged everyone to abandon their resistance and immerse themselves in his purgatory. Everything was mixed up in this battle. Tang Ming said that he would soon send the villains to their graves. Tang Ming said that it could not be tolerated any longer. Today, he would destroy the Mujang clan and rid the planet of the great evil. Yu was surprised. He didn't expect that his opponent could die here. To settle the matter, Jinxing immediately rushed over to our hero. He said that Tang Ming had indeed become stronger. Even Muang Tian had died at his hands. Why wouldn't Tang Ming join the Sol demons with him? Tang Ming took out a duplicate of the priceless cargo, his Scarlet Lotus, from his wide pants and said that they were going to be dogged like him. Jinxing said, then his opponent would die right now. There was a powerful explosion between the main rivals. 5 elements is a powerful Hoon-level technique. Red Lotus is 1 tap lower, so it is usually difficult to fight against it. But with the addition of the Ice Dragon Phantom of the 9 limits, ice and fire merge, yin and yang complement each other. The Hong rank technique, the 9th heaven of ice and fire, was applied right there. Guanhan appeared in front of our hero. He looked towards Tang Ming unequally. Jinxing said if the guy wants to destroy the heavenly information, he should straighten out Guanhan first. Tang Ming was not a bad guy. He immediately used the mystic realization technique, illusion shattering. At the same moment, it was as if Guanhan woke up. He opened his eyes and cried out loudly. His gaze was no longer so glassy. Guanhan lost his strength and collapsed right into the elder's arms. Tang Ming said that everything was fine now. The old man was no longer under the control of the dark forces. Tang Ming saw an alien coming down from the sky. He told everyone to be on guard. Saldeman is getting closer. The boundaries of the earth are still holding. The heavenly information is still working. But the center of the formation is already in Tang Ming's hands. Tang Ming instructed to organize the evacuation of the people. He is already in control of this information, so we just need to get busy with the evacuation. Tang Ming added that now was not the time to think about anything else. It was necessary to act quickly. The alien said he was the Lieutenant General of the Neifi Western Front of the Saldemans. Naifei said that Jinxing had done well. This will be reported to the main court, and the Earthling will be given the title of Guizu. This is the title of an aristocrat. Ye huffed. He was promised the noble title of Governor of the land. Naifei wondered, is he not satisfied with this reward? Naifei called Jinxing and all the Earthlings lowly dogs. It should be an honor for them to serve the Saldemans. The director said he could see a very powerful aura. That's what it means to be on top of a desperate situation. A colleague has offered to fight him. He doesn't want to even think about destroying the planet while he's alive. Tang Ming thought that the Lieutenant General of the Western Front was in front of him. This is a Saldeman aristocrat. He's in the Emperor realm, but with this strange power, he's much higher. This is not good. Yu turned to the Great Master Saldeman. He pointed at Tang Ming and said that this person had interrupted his divine dissension last time. Naifei said that it didn't matter. They would all die here anyway. The alien ordered Ye to take his lowly subordinates and wipe out the people of the city. We have to open the way for his Saldeman army. Tang Ming was near the girls at this difficult moment. He told them to immediately hide behind his back. Naifei used his electromagnetic alien attack. With a powerful pulse, everyone was thrown backwards. Tang Ming organized a protective field and shielded himself and the girls from the effects of the hostile pulse. Naifei said that Earth cultivators were simply insignificant. Suddenly there was an explosion, and someone said that the Lieutenant General had come a long way. It was embarrassing to greet him like that. The alien looked around. In front of him was the head of the Li Alliance, who was holding Luo by the scruff of his neck. Luo was begging for forgiveness in a pathetic voice. Naifei didn't think there would be a strong man found on Earth, but he would still die here. Tang Ming recognized his teacher Li. Is he really in the Emperor's realm? Naifei illuminated with a powerful beam that was a heavenly pillar. Tang Ming mentally whispered that it was time for Elder Wenqiu to act. Ye Jingxing activated his actions and applied the heaven-devouring god. Naifei asked in surprise at what he was doing. Ye Jingxing decided to come clean and said that all Sol demons are cretins. Did they really think that he would be a loyal dog for the rest of his life? With Master Li's help, it would take him much longer to stop them. Elder Li asked, did you really expect him to strike? Jingxing stated that he knew Master Li was a great man, but he wouldn't die so easily. He had a plan to contain him. Old man Luo was just a decoy. He didn't expect Master Li to reach such a level and be able to stop the aristocrat with a single blow. Master Li inquired, didn't his opponent join the Sol demon? Tang Ming answered for him that of course not. Yet Jingxing said that he is very talented. He doesn't need to obey others. Master Li said that in that case, he shouldn't have let so many innocent people die. Ye replied that he was not the kind of weakling who would die for the sake of humanity. Ye Jingxing declared that he would become the ruler of the earth, the ruler of mankind, the master of the universe. Naifa said that even if Ye destroys him now, more Sol demons will come here to destroy humanity. Ye kicked the alien just in case. He said that he didn't just sacrifice so many lives to simply destroy it. He would congregate it together with the souls of Earth and forge the foundation of his cultivation. Ye said he would inherit his power, his memories, his energy. The Sol demons will think he's taken over the planet, and no one will care for at least 100 years. He added that in 100 years, with his talent and the support of the entire human race, he would be able to break through to an even higher realm. By then, the Sol demons would be weaklings. He applied the heaven-devouring god. Ye Jingxing declared that today he would leave his human body and become a true god. Tang Ming didn't expect Ye Jingxing to think of such a thing. Ye said if Tang Ming kneels down, he will forget about his affair with Wang Jin. Otherwise, he will be destroyed today. Tang Ming said that his opponent is just pathetic. Head Li said that Tang Ming should leave. Ye has become too dangerous to handle. He should take all the elders and leave this place immediately. Tang Ming was of a different opinion. He asked for the teacher to grant it to him. Tang Ming stated that he never fights a battle he can't win. Tang Ming told his opponent that they had known each other for a long time. Ye Jingxing should give up now and admit defeat. Jingxing only laughed in response. Why is Tang Ming so naive? Or is he just being hypocritical? Tang Ming continued. If the opponent surrendered, he would leave his body intact, find a place to bury him, and he wouldn't have to die without a single bone in his body. Jingxing shouted that his opponent was about to die and used the secret technique of Tong Yuan, 12 divine servants. These corpse puppets had absorbed the power of heavenly information, each of them having peak infinity realm cultivation. Tang Ming will be destroyed now. Tang Ming motioned for his opponent to turn around. Ye laughed and said that the idea was worthless. From behind him, shadows approached him. Head Li and the elders gazed intently. What is this? Ye found himself completely surrounded. He, not understanding anything, continued to apply Tang Yuan's secret method. Tang Ming declared that it was useless and suggested Master Wen Qi to come out. Elder Wen Qi finally burst out and said that it was really suffocating him. Head Li was surprised. Ye Jingxing was also surprised and said that it was impossible. Tang Ming replied that nothing is impossible. There will always be a bigger fish. Ye began to realize that he had indeed lost the most important battle of his life. Ye tried to connect with his subordinate golems. Wen Qi suggested that his opponent conserve his energy. With his Wuqian formation, the Ye Divine Consciousness imprint was useless. Wen Qi said that if it wasn't for Tang Ming, he would have already destroyed Jingxing at least 100 times. Ye was surprised. Why had the pharmacy in the Alliance headquarters disappeared without a trace? So Wen Qi had taken it away, and all this time he had been planning a reprisal. The elder asked Tang Ming why he was protecting Ye Jingxing. If he had been eliminated earlier, only innocent people wouldn't have died. Head Li said that Tang Ming's actions are always well thought out. He must have had a reason for it. Ye angrily said that it was only 12 corpse puppets. Ye said that he had already absorbed half of his strength. He was more than capable of handling his opponents. Wen Qi told Ye not to forget that the 12 corpse puppets had also absorbed some of the power. The elder spirit said that he had lost his body. He didn't care if the residents died. Even a full blow of all his strength could wipe out half of the opponent's life force. The restless elders said that they shouldn't be forgotten about either. Ye have sinned so much that he will pay for what he has done today. Ye said that the Emperor realm is in an unfinished state. He really isn't an opponent to them. Yet Jing spread his hands apart and said while laughing, telling them not to forget that he still controlled the heavenly formation. After destroying millions of creatures in the imperial capital, he would be able to increase his cultivation with blood sacrifice. He will also be able to reopen the frontiers of space, attract more Sol demons, and destroy Earth. The elders said Ye's plan has failed miserably. He's dragging the whole planet to ruin. The Ye and Luo families behind him will die too. Jing said that he doesn't care about these families. If he fails, they will pay their debts even if they die. Nai Fei, dissipating himself, said that the Great Lord would not spare him. The Lord would definitely punish the traitor. Yet Jing kicked the alien and told him to shut up. When he died, all the information would be intercepted and altered by him. Everyone will know that Nai Fei was arrogant and greedy for merit, so he was caught and destroyed by the humans. Ye added that he, the only one who had saved the day, who had reopened the breach and called the Saldamans down again. He called again for the invincible conquerors to descend. An elder shouted that Ye Jingxing had indeed opened an alien passageway, and there were many rank 9 Sol demons present. The head of the university said he sees the only way out, to fight to the winning end. Head Li rushed to the attack and shouted that if they wanted to destroy the land, they should first try to get rid of him. He ordered everyone to evacuate the capital immediately, gather alliance forces, and rescue as many people as possible. The coming of the Saldaman cannot be stopped. The planet could be devastated. Master Li hoped that Tang Ming and the others could escape and rebuild the country in the future. One of the elders tried to help Head Li. The other restrained him and said that the order was different. Tang Ming told his battle girls to wait a little longer. Our hero was telling his teacher to wait a little longer too. The headquarters of the Cultivator Alliance. He asked for a little more time so he could bring. The young man continued to try to make a breakthrough in the cultivation process. He decided to deal with the entire Saldaman Legion at once. Tang Ming looked up at the sky. There, Master Li was repelling the alien attack. Our hero said that the heaven formation had been destroyed, and today, the capital would become their grave. Suddenly, the unbelievable happened. The Saldemans at the level of the passage began to collapse. Someone shouted that the passage was collapsing. It was urgent to get out. It was a real space storm. It's a trap for the Saldemans. Head Li realized that a spatial storm was spreading in front of his eyes. The boundaries that had been opened with the Great Formation were distorted. Yet Jingxing traditionally shouted that it was impossible. It was impossible for something to happen to his Qianyuan formation. Tang Ming said that his formation was really good. So now it had changed masters. A powerful beam of light was directed from the Cultivator Alliance office directly into the wormhole. The breach was slowly but surely closing. The main rivals met again in the sky. Tang Ming took out his irreplaceable Scarlet Lotus and threw it at Ye Jingxing. The burnt Jingxing asked in surprise, "What kind of technique is this?" Tang Ming laughed. His opponent can't recognize Hong-class secret techniques, yet he dreams of becoming the master of the land. Tang Ming, while attacking, applied the yin-yang method, vapor annihilation. Ye Jingxing, being in the epicenter of the fire, shouted that Tang Ming had forced him to do this. Now Tang Ming would have to be eaten alive. He was covered in the serpent armor of ultimate destruction. Tang Ming said that whoever plays with such power would be buried in darkness. Ye promised to take his opponent with him. Winter shackles were applied to the sinister monster. Ye realized that it was Wang Jin's pranks. The girl said that she was the only one in the 9 heavens and 10 earths who had dominion over the fire spiral. After these intimidating words, Ye, who was in the serpent armor of ultimate destruction, lit up like gunpowder. The girl said that her fist was strong, and maybe she should become the mistress of the land. Tang Ming said with a smile that the titles of her techniques were getting longer and longer. Fang Xiaoying explained, the longer the title, the cooler it is. However, Jingxing was still unwilling to give up. Being burned, he asked, did they really think they had won? That's when Sun Lu came up. She applied thousands of mountains of falling snow, yet cried out in fear. Tang Ming thought of putting a stop to it and decided to send his opponent into oblivion with a strong kick to the back. He said that they had won this time. The wounded and exhausted Ye, rising from the ruins, said that he had not lost yet. He still has some powder in his powders. Tang Ming replied that whatever he had, it didn't matter. Tang Ming approached his opponent and applied the secret of consciousness destruction. Yi flew some distance away and was deactivated and defeated as he fell to the ground. In the pouring rain, our hero stood over his defeated opponent. Yet Jingxing's wet body was motionless this time. There was no need for a control shot. In his opponent's hand, Tang Ming discovered a jade tablet. Tang Ming took the plaque in his hands and examined it carefully. The aura of this plaque seemed strange. It seemed like it was hiding something. Tang Ming thought, if this is Ye Jingxing's retaliatory strike, it can't be that simple. Wang Jin came over and asked what was the matter. Tang Ming said that it was a strange thing. He had never seen such a material before. At first he thought it was jade. Feng Xiaoying expressed her desire to see the plaque and even extended her hand. Feng Xiaoying touched the sign and immediately yanked her hand back. The plaque glowed red in color. The girl said that it hurt. Tang Ming said that this tablet had energy above the infinity level, but it didn't seem to be dangerous. She attacked as self-defense. Master Li said that the thing gives him a strange feeling of suppression, like it was decades ago. The elder was surprised. Even a master like Head Li felt pressured. Tang Ming knelt down and greeted Master Li. The old man patted the young man's shoulder and said he was very glad. He knew that Tang Ming was alive and would return. Tang Ming thought that it wasn't the master in front of him, but his bodiless spirit. The old man said that everything was fine and he was still alive. He was lucky enough to make a breakthrough. He had to give up his body for it, but he was lucky to be alive. You don't have to ask for too much. The elder said, if they were stronger, the master wouldn't be in this position. Tang Ming said that he was looking for a way to restore the head of Li. The old man, smiling, said that it was enough that he was already thinking about it. Tang Ming thought that he would definitely be able to find a way out, at least in this place. Among the destroyed buildings, rescuers pulled out the wounded. They had to be evacuated to a medical facility. Chief Li made an official statement. He said that the cultivators were to blame for the destruction of lives. An order should be sent out for all Alliance cultivators to mobilize and come to the capital, and the wormhole defenses should be strengthened. Tang Ming thought that he should strengthen his defenses. We must take the initiative. The control of the Heaven Formation had long been under Tang Ming's control. In this battle, they paid a high price, but in return, the enemy's first army was destroyed. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They must take the initiative and destroy the remnants of the enemy in all wormholes to give the world peace of mind for at least 10 years. Thanks to the technology of the Saldemons, they have already reached the Emperor's level. If the Earthlings don't buy time, the scene from a past life may repeat itself. Head Li said that the battle between the land and the Saldemons had been fought defensively for decades. Even if defensive bases were established on the other side of the wormhole, these lands were merely their colonies. There was no way to penetrate the Saldemons' territory. The elder suggested that the Earthlings counterattack. His colleagues supported him and said that it was necessary to destroy all the Saldemons. Master Li said you can't take any chances, the stakes are very high. Tang Ming said they don't have time. The news of the failure of the plan to capture the capital would soon reach them. They must take advantage of their confusion and destroy the enemy in one fell swoop. We can't let this chance slip away. Tang Ming told the elders, with or without their permission, that he would go through the wormhole and infiltrate the apricots. He must find out what's going on there and send a message. If the elders are willing to deal with it, he will definitely come out unharmed. The demise of the capital of the empire must not be repeated. The companions from our hero's squad expressed their desire to travel to the wormhole with him. Tang Ming shook his head and said that it was a dangerous journey. It's inefficient with too many people scouting the area. Plus, that place is inhabited by a Saldemon from 2 years ago. Head Li said Tang Ming, Earthlings shouldn't be constantly on the defensive. They should fight back against the Saldemons. He agrees to this sortie. Cultivator Alliance Headquarters, Conference Room. Chief Li said that according to this disaster recovery plan, one cannot relax. We need to complete the recovery within 3 months. Ye Jingxing went against the current. Although he had wasted a lot of resources, the Alliance had enough stashed away. Within 3 days, the pharmacy would be recharged and the passage would be reopened. Master Li told our hero that even though they haven't seen each other for 2 years, he trusts the guy as much as ever. Tang Ming must not make rash sacrifices. The future of cultivators and humanity depends on him. Tang Ming said that Master can take it easy. He would check the situation and not act rashly. The old man said that with the technology of the Saldemons, there was a possibility of reverse infiltration that many people were talking about. Once there was a trace of the Saldemons, he would personally destroy the spatial channel and stop the invasion. The master expressed his hope that everyone will help accomplish what they set out to do at tonight's meeting. After everyone began to disperse, Head Li said that Tang Ming would go with him. Master Li led the young man deep down the long staircase. The surrounding walls and even the steps underfoot were isolated from divine consciousness. It was impossible to penetrate through them. Tang Ming wondered, did the Alliance really have such a place? The old man said that after their previous headquarters was destroyed by the Ascended Lord, they rebuilt this tower. On the top floor, there are many formations to observe the four directions. But the most secure place is hidden underground. The Union spent a lot of resources to build this underground chamber. Every brick and stone is imbued with talismans. This project required a year of effort and countless precious materials. No wonder Wen Qi was able to stealthily infiltrate under Ye's nose and control these puppets. Head Li said that this was the Alliance's biggest secret. Even Ye didn't know where this place was. Now the Alliance's last reserves are now in Tang Ming's hands. Tang Ming said that although the teacher looks like a spirit, but he has the level of an operator, which is a long life. Head Li said that as the leader of the Alliance, he couldn't fall now, but he would be able to hold on for a couple more years. Tang Ming tried to figure out what was hidden here. Even at his current level, he could feel the excitement. The old man stopped near the sarcophagi and bowed. He said that the people had survived the tragedy and apologized for disturbing the graves of the elders. Master said that these two elders they found in a secret place at the beginning of the formation of the Alliance. According to the ancient books and the secret methods they used to check the remains, these two elders had been annihilated 1,000 years ago. There was still an unimaginable aura of cultivation in their bodies. Therefore, they had always believed that there were cultivators above the ninth realm. Fortunately, thanks to the research of Tang Ming and teacher Hua, the path to break through to this realm was once again available. Tang Ming replied that it was everything his predecessors had accumulated. He had just happened to provide a little help. The old man added that after the Alliance's long search, they still accumulated a lot of related research results. But the most important ones were these two. It is a sword forged from an unusual material. The sword is so sharp that it has been called a star sword, symbolizing its power and calling to preserve humanity. The other item is the remnants of divine consciousness. If they are combined with his own, it will help increase his strength and resist attacks. Tang Ming had not heard of these treasures in his previous life. Why had no one used such a powerful weapon before? Why was it stored here? The old man said that artifacts had a soul. They had tried to use them many times before, but they all failed. Some speculated that it was because of incompatibility or insufficient cultivation. Tang Ming realized why they had been sealed until now. The old man said that he wouldn't have brought the young man here if there was no danger. If Tang Ming could get their approval, he would have a much better chance of penetrating deep into the enemy world. But if he can't, or if he gets injured, there is no need to make this journey. Tang Ming recalled the Star Sword and Celestial Chen's energy from his past life. The Star Sword was in the hands of a cultivator from the Fire Dragon sect, who had used it to destroy an entire army of Sol demons, including a Divine Realm strongman. Divine Chen's energy not only enhanced divine consciousness, but also distorted the space and technological weapons of the Sol demons, making them even more deadly. Unfortunately, these two treasures were nowhere to be found after the two powerful men had fought each other in their previous lives. Otherwise, there would have been a chance to win the final battle. To find these treasures, the Alliance enlisted many strong men to search for them. Our hero was one of them, but in the end it was in vain. However, it is now clear that the search was not in vain. Many powerful people have tried to possess these treasures, but without success. Tang Ming said he wouldn't let the master down. Our hero mastered these artifacts. The old man was amazed. They didn't resist. It was incredible. Master Li said that the souls had merged. He asked Tang Ming if he felt anything unusual or embarrassing. These treasures are beyond human capacity. One must not allow oneself to be consumed by them. Tang Ming said that he feels nothing, that they are one, as if they were long-lost relatives. After touching them, there is a feeling of blood bond. The old man thought, does this legendary artifact soul choose its master? Then the predecessors were right. These treasures had been tried to subdue in countless ways, but no one had been able to master them. So the predecessors in charge of deciphering them hypothesized that everything had a soul, and divine weapons even more so. Approval of these artifacts requires the approval of the soul itself. Tang Ming thought that what the master said was only half true. After the soul chooses its master, he would learn the secret method and be able to activate the two artifacts. In order not to lose these two powerful spiritual weapons, the two owners had already reported this secret method to the top leadership of the Alliance so that they could be inherited by someone after they died in battle. It just so happened that Tang Ming was one of them. Tang Ming said that Master no longer had to worry about this journey. Master stated that Tang Ming was now under the protection of the two treasures. But if he can't get out in one piece, the Earth may not be able to withstand the Sol Demon's subsequent attacks. Earth's future depends on him. Tang Ming went up from the dungeon to the surface and met with Wang Jin and Huo Sanshan. The girl said that she was really worried about more than just him. Feng Xiaoying was more optimistic and said that Tang Ming is invincible and these aliens can't defeat him. Sun Lu said that she believed in her master. Sanshan had also said his weighty word. Why wouldn't Master take him along on such a cool mission? Tang Ming replied that he could sneak in there alone and would be a target. Master Li will stay behind to defend the passage so that the Sol Demons can't penetrate and counterattack. It's a big responsibility. Sanshan said he would help and not a fly would fly past him. Master Li said he would stay here until he returned. The old man gave the seal of the celestial cave sent by the medicine fairy. One must place it in the spatial passage and attach it to his soul. If something happened, he would be able to touch the seal, and then the cultivators of the Alliance would be able to cross the border to help him. Tang Ming wondered why didn't Lin Su come herself? The old man explained that the medicine fairy was said to be working on a secret medicine in seclusion, but when she found out about it, she sent a seal. The Alliance had prepared 3,000 cultivators to stay here. If need be, they could mobilize another 10,000 at any time. Tang Ming thought that if 3,000 cultivators crossed the border for support, it would be quite powerful. Tang Ming stepped towards the new adventure and said that with these treasures, the journey would go smoothly. Everyone wished him good luck. Tang Ming was placed in the magic cylinder. The old man said that the passage was stable for now. There was no danger, but they had to be careful so they wouldn't be discovered by the Sol Demons. Master Li traditionally wished him a good journey. Tang Ming replied that he would be back soon. Tang Ming arrived on the other side of the wormhole. Our hero saw that there was a battle going on. Strange aliens appeared in front of Tang Ming. Tang Ming thought they were aliens he had never seen before. After assessing the situation, our hero realized that the Sol Demons were engaged in a war. With whom? Tang Ming looked into a nearby warehouse. He saw the supplies there and thought he might find something useful for himself. Tang Ming put on the Sol Demon spacesuit. He felt that the discomfort of arriving on a foreign planet had completely disappeared. He wondered what was ahead of him. As he approached the theater of battle, Tang Ming thought that it was becoming increasingly tense. Using the internal communication set up in the spacesuit, Tang Ming could hear the combatants talking amongst themselves. One of the aliens with wings behind his back while destroying another said they would all die. Tang Ming thought, who is this angel? Or what kind of strange creature is this? The Sol Demons decided that this winged creature had to be stopped. One of them loaded his weapon and prepared to fire. Tang Ming hadn't even imagined that the Sol Demons had such creatures. Who were angels? But if a powerful cannon was fired at them, they would most likely die. A powerful shot rang out, and the whole place was engulfed in flames. The creature's wings were burned, but it was still alive. Tang Ming thought that there was no way to defeat this monster. The Sol Demons decided that it was necessary to retreat and get out of here. Tang Ming didn't expect that his life force was so great that he could withstand this level of bombardment. The monster with wings stood surrounded by his opponents, and while striking with his sword, he destroyed them. Suddenly, the winged warrior pounced on Tang Ming. The guy started to retreat. He didn't understand why the winged monster was chasing him. Tang Ming thought that in a conflict between two parties, the benefit always goes to the third party. He just wanted to stay on the sidelines. The winged monster said that he has a strong prey in front of him. However, he must destroy it. Tang Ming thought that he should take care of this thing while no one was around. He wasn't here to work for the Sol Demons. Our hero noticed that someone began to approach. New Sol Demons appeared and decided to attack the winged warrior. The winged warrior was destroyed. The Sol Demons approached our hero and asked if he was all right. Tang Ming looked at the Sol Demon and thought that he didn't have the aura of a cultivator, but the strength of his armor was comparable to that of a cultivator in the early stage of breaking through the realm. It wouldn't be difficult to get rid of them. Tang Ming thought that these two didn't know about the Western Front Legion. If it was possible to infiltrate inside the Sol Demon army, it might be possible to get more information. Now that New Yarilo is under attack, many legions have been ordered to help, and the legions of the Western Front should also send support troops. The first order of business is to repel the attack of those damn star orcs. Orcs really wreak havoc. Sol Demon told our hero that he needed to know his number to enroll him in the temporary unit. However, Tang Ming did not know any number. Tang Ming said that according to the rules, he is not allowed to divulge his number. It's a legion secret. The guy could only come up with this. If the ruse doesn't work, we'll have to get rid of them. Tang Ming thought that he would be exposed now and he would deal with them in a minute. As long as reinforcements would go to them, he and follow to other regions. Saldaman said he knew it. This guy is a support guy for the Western Legion. He recalled submitting a request for a background check. No wonder he's here alone. Tang Ming thought that his ruse had succeeded. Saldaman said, if this warrior is a psionic experiment, he should go where he belongs. They have enough work of their own to do. He tossed our hero the data logger that was sent a few days ago. Now he could access most of New Yarilo to find the orcs faster. Now he can quickly gather experimental data and get right out of here. The Saldemans said goodbye and went about their business. Tang Ming thought, what kind of psionic experiment is this? Tang Ming looked at the data logger and thought, could this be a trap? By activating this registrar, Tang Ming entered the new Yarilo orientation system. This system utilizes telepathic communication technology. The data of this system is offline. It is necessary to perform a test task. Tang Ming said he was here on Master Neferu's orders and inquired about the details of the trial. According to authorized access, some of the test data may be open access. This experimental project in the war against the invasion of star creatures was approved to establish a psionic research center to rethink the cultivation technology of Earth civilization. Tang Ming thought that the rapid development of Saldaman cultivation techniques had happened in this manner. No wonder he had often heard about the disappearance of cultivators in his past life. New Yarilo is under attack by star orcs right now. There's a lot of testing material there. They need to be done as soon as possible. Tang Ming thought that the star beasts were the same ones he had met before. It seems that the Saldaman Lord has no shortage of opponents in the universe. He needs more information about star orcs to conduct his experiments. The system has approved the request. The data is being forwarded. The Beastmen are an alien civilization in the Dark Cluster. Their kind is famous for strength and brutality. They are also technologically advanced. They are deadly enemies, incapable of diplomatic communication. They are divided into 3 levels. The third class of warriors are the commanders. They are extremely dangerous, with a total estimated population of over 10,000 individuals. The 9th level of Saldemans is the 9th level of Earth cultivators, and the 12th level is the Emperor Realm. The 13th level is the Heaven Realm. With such terrifying strength, even Saldemans can't compare to them. The new Yarilo's interstellar defense system will soon be restarted. Subsequent beast attacks will be thwarted. Please begin testing as soon as possible. Tang Ming thought that an enemy of an enemy, even if he wasn't a friend, had value. Since these beastmen are giving the Saldemans a lot of trouble, we may have to change the plan. They want to restart the interstellar defense system. Our hero was granted level 4 powers and was allowed to move on. Tang Ming noticed the warriors running past and ignored him. This psionic experiment seemed to have a high priority. Each attack from this tower equals the full power of the infinity level. Such a powerful weapon is worthy of an intergalactic civilization. By destroying the interstellar defense system, the orcs will be able to destroy the city. After that, the Saldemans will not be able to attack Earth again. Our hero has been allowed access to psychic experimental projects. The guards on the path told him to stop. He was scanned carefully. The guards found level 4 access, but the psionic marker, his lab, isn't here. Tang Ming followed up and said that the guards were not authorized to know anything about it. The guard became indignant and said that this psionicist must return. Tang Ming thought that the experimenter's authority was very high, and these Saldemans had to obey. Tang Ming thought that the Star Orcs had put a lot of pressure on the Saldemans. The scout thought the guidance system should provide more information about the Star Orcs and the research the Empire was conducting. Tang Ming has passed the clearance check. To ensure the best conditions for the experiments, it is authorized to inform the subjects that information about Star Orcs is classified. In response to the Star Beast's attack, the Empire made nearly 10,000 preparations. In the end, many research projects were processed and almost all were unsuccessful. 2 successful projects are psionic energy and digital life. Our hero had to figure out what digital life is. The system reported that the consciousness of a living body is extracted, uploaded to a digital platform, and permanently backed up. It is used to pilot combat units by remote control. However, this project is on hold due to the problem of generating individual consciousnesses. Tang Ming came to the surface. Something unimaginable was happening in the sky. One of the warriors, Kaladin, said this was no place for an experimenter. The orcs were on the front lines. Tang Ming said he was here as part of an experimental program and could not be obstructed. An experimental psionics program is vital to the Saldemans, who are threatened by the Star Orcs. One of the warriors attacked Tang Ming and said that the psionics were crazy and couldn't sabotage their materialistic program. The warrior stated that the powerful psionic force had indeed created the monster. In that case, he is willing to try the materialist's newest technology, extreme augmentation. He's a materialist Caledon. Tang Ming thought that he had just been dragged into a Sol Demon feud with some materialist. Tang Ming quickly defeated his opponent. Caledon said that even if he died here, the cause of the materialists would continue. Caledon did not calm down. If a psionicist wanted to destroy materialism, he must first destroy it. Tang Ming thought he was dealing with a madman. Tang Ming decided to get to the experimental crystal. He broke the outer lock. Even if he couldn't take the crystal with him, he would destroy it. Starheart should be destroyed, but his opponent will try to stop him. Caledon said, even if he is not his opponent's equal, for the glory of the materialists and the future of the Sol Demons, he will defeat the psionicist even if he has to risk his life. Tang Ming thought that he wasn't going to stop him. Tang Ming thought that his opponent had reached the peak of the infinity level and was perhaps even stronger. So why would he consider himself weak and come here to fight to the end? Caledon said he wanted to destroy the new Eurilo, destroy the test site, and restart the materialist project. Tang Ming questioned the guidance system. What are the materialists and what are they up to? The materialist faction refers to the Infinite Counterattack Project. The main thrust of the project is that relying on unlimited space and material resources, they will launch a comprehensive counterattack against the Star Orcs. Tang Ming thought that this meant war for war's sake. And what was a Starheart? It is an extremely rare crystalline substance that can be energized and turned into a destructive energy mass. Caledon couldn't calm down. Even if he died, he would destroy the test site so that the materialists could live forever. Caledon said the opponent is really strong and he increased his super limit. Tang Ming looked up at the sky. If they didn't stop, the defense would be completely restored. Tang Ming thought that if he moved the battlefield to the Star Heart, he would have a chance to destroy this system. Our hero thought that his opponent was trying to protect the Star Heart with his body. Then he has no choice but to defeat him. Tang Ming thought that if he used the power of a cultivator, he would have to destroy everyone here, or else his identity would be known. Other Sol Demons appeared on the battlefield. One of them said, how did the materialists dare to do such a thing? There were questions for the experimental psionicist as well. How did he get here? Caledon shouted that Starheart, the new Eurilo, should not become a testing ground. He was ready to destroy everything here, so he applied maximum power, destruction mode. Sol Demon shouted that at this level of energy, the Starheart would be destroyed. It must be stopped. They can't destroy an important psionic experimental project. It is urgent that Caledon be stopped. Tang Ming thought that the intelligence of these Soldamods was not good enough to question any excuses. Tang Ming wondered how come he had become a test subject for the psionics. Caledon shouted that he didn't care. They would destroy the new Eurilo. The psionics range would cease to exist. He doesn't care if he has to die here, for the glory of the materialists. Sol Demon shouted for Caledon to stop immediately. Sol Demon added that this psionic is not experimental. Our hero thought that this opponent knew too much. Even with the extraordinary powers of the Sol Demons, he would never realize who was in front of him. The barrier was broken. The Star Orcs began to advance. The Sol Demons decided to retreat to the defense line. Sol Demon reported on what the materialists have done to the imperial hierarchy. If Caledon disarms the new Eurilo, the materialists will be destroyed. Tang Ming said that the psionics test site has been destroyed. The faction is also in trouble. The materialist faction will be the only way to save the Sol Demons. Caledon said his mission is over and opponents can finish him off. Caledon shouted that his opponents could destroy him. Tang Ming thought that he was pretending. After all, he was at the peak infinity level. His opponent said his opponent was all that was left. To die by his hand would be no disgrace. Suddenly, there was a powerful pulse that triggered an explosion. The whole area was covered in smoke. A winged orc appeared in front of the Sol Demons. Tang Ming thought that one was no better than the other. The orc felt a tremendous amount of energy. Although he is unable to sense spiritual energy, something similar, almost comparable to the energy of a teacher in the outer god state, is gathering in his body. It was as if he was in the middle of the Emperor realm. Caledon said angrily that the cursed Star Orcs wouldn't even give him a chance to fight to the victorious end. He is the protector of the materialist faction, and even if he dies, he won't become their prisoner. Tang Ming suggested that his opponent join him in destroying this orc. The warrior rushed to the attack and shouted that the great Sol Demons would not fall at the hands of this scum. Tang Ming thought that there were plenty of such madmen amongst the Saldamans. 3 more smaller warriors appeared beside the huge winged orc. The orcs went on the attack against the Saldamans. The battle was inevitable. Tang Ming said that Saldaman couldn't fool Saldaman and added for Kaladin to help him. Tang Ming activated a powerful blast to repel the orcs' attack. Tang Ming activated the guidance system, real-time translation. The orc shouted that he was about to destroy these Saldamans. Tang Ming applied the fire of karma. After that explosion, the huge orc remained unharmed. Saldaman thought he was just another madman. Tang Ming noticed that his opponent only had a wound on his body. His energy had not weakened in the slightest, but had even intensified. The orc reached forward and requested a planetary rail strike, saying that the target was locked on. Planetary railguns were the main weapons of the orc ships hovering above the planet's surface. Tang Ming wondered, why did they call in reinforcements from outside for the promised one-on-one battle? Tang Ming realized that it wasn't going to be a single strike. There was a series of strikes on the planet. The city was destroyed. He scrambled out of the ruins. Although destroying the Saldaman city was in the interest of the land, these star orcs were too strong, especially with railguns. Orcs are definitely a more formidable opponent than the Saldamans. Let's see if the guidance system works. The guidance system unfortunately turned out to be broken. Kaladin rushed forward and shouted for everyone to stop. The new Yarilo is gone. The lab has been destroyed, and he should not continue to fight. Tang Ming was surprised by such tactics. What horrors had these psionic experiments developed? Tang Ming was about to strike his opponent, but the latter said that he could provide his opponent with the necessary material, earth cultivators. At the last moment, Tang Ming stopped. Kaladin said that most of their research needed cultivators, and he could provide them. Tang Ming was surprised. What was the matter in question? Could the alien really provide him with earth cultivators? Tang Ming asked how many experimental materials he could provide. Kaladin replied that he had to release it first. After doing the math, he said that it was around 500, maybe more. There are a lot of earth cultivators being held in this base. This is the biggest prison that was built decades ago. Tang Ming wondered, how could there be so many earth cultivators here? Had they really been sent here by the Muang family? Saldaman said it was all true. Tang Ming was surprised. His opponent had just been willing to die, and now he was showing fear. Kaladin said he is still needed for the materialist cause. Tang Ming said that only he would decide whether his opponent would stay alive or not. Kaladin immediately volunteered to take his opponent to this prison and promised to give away all the cultivators' earth cultivation experiments. At that moment, there was an attack. The orcs were in the alien flying machines. They carpet-bombed everything around them. Tang Ming asked his interlocutor what they wanted. Kaladin replied that they wanted to destroy everything here. The new Yarilo has been destroyed and lost the protection of the interstellar defense system. The Black Rock test site will be completely destroyed by them. Orcs are not interested in casualties. They don't care if they win or lose. Destruction and devastation is their only goal. Any planet they invade will be crushed. Kaladin said that only by uniting the forces of the universe can this cancerous tumor in the form of the star orcs be destroyed. Materialism is the only true way. Saldaman said again that he would take his opponent to expendable. The orcs continued their bombardment. They were too fast. The Saldaman's defenses would not last long. Tang Ming said that with this level of shelling, the prison may not survive. Kaladin stated that they should still be there. After the war started, all the fortifications were modernized. This prison was hidden deep underground. Tang Ming and his companion approached the fortified gate. Kaladin said that many of the scholars of the land are not very strong, but some of them have strange abilities. After the first few riots, the prison increased security. Kaladin confirmed his identity. Saldaman said no one can get in here without proper access. After the outbreak of war, this closed prison with a permit system became even more secure. Kaladin said that apart from him, few people are free to go in and out. After taking a few steps forward, Kaladin was attacked. A human cultivator attacked him and said that he would destroy this alien creature. Tang Ming grabbed that old man's hand. He realized that they were cultivators of the Xuanmen clan's land. Kaladin wanted to punish this old man, but Tang Ming wouldn't let him. Tang Ming said that it was his experimental material, so he shouldn't interfere. The old man said that he was a cultivator from the ground, and so he would rather die than surrender. Kaladin stated that these psionics were all crazy. Tang Ming, without giving away his identity, turned to the old man. He asked if the man wanted to cause his internal energy to explode. 9th grade? Not even at peak level did he really think he could cause harm. The old man began to suspect something wrong. Scenes from the past flashed before the human cultivator's eyes. He remembered how one of the Saldemans had been surprised that the ants wanted to challenge him. The old Earthman was surprised that psionic aliens could have such abilities. Tang Ming said that he had to find out who this expendable was. If the Earthlings resisted, everyone would die. All Kaladin hadn't warned was that it concerned him as well. The other cultivators said that in that case, the Saldeman might destroy them. Tang Ming thought that the cultivators in front of him were true cultivators of the land. In a desperate situation, they would rather die than give up. They live up to the proud name of cultivator. Kaladin became angry again. Even if they are experiments, you shouldn't cling to them the way psionics do. Tang Ming said that Kaladin was wrong. If they are all at this level, the experimental program will achieve great success. The cultivator tried to attack the Saldeman again. He shouted that he couldn't let that happen. Kaladin said that these Earth cultivators still didn't know what they had gotten themselves into. They were still trying to make their way out of the Empire's territory. Tang Ming asked his opponent to take him to the rest of the cultivators. Kaladin didn't understand how the thaw broke free. There was no way to get through a door like this. All the other cultivators must be inside. Tang Ming told his opponent to show the way. Kaladin wondered, why did the psionists bring this old man with him? Tang Ming said, if Kaladin asked a lot of questions, he himself would become expendable. The Saldemans went inside. Kaladin said that these Earth cultivators were troublemakers. The old man was surprised by this psionicist's behavior. That one possessed a technique that the old man used to heal himself from years of internal wounds. His internal energy was still suppressed, but his body was becoming more agile. Who was in front of him? Kaladin showed his interlocutor the structure of the prison and said that they would not be able to escape until the prison gates were opened. They would simply wait here to be killed. Tang Ming thought that there were a lot of prisoners here. An initial scan could detect up to 6,000 vital signs. Kaladin said that he would now leave his companion. Tang Ming wondered, did the materialists really not want to use all the resources to fight the orcs? Would he really be willing to give up the entire prison? It was reported that the defenses had collapsed. The countdown to the destruction of the new Yarilo has begun, and most resources would be difficult to transfer, not to mention useless experimental material. Kaladin said that for a while, this prison could be run by a psionicist, Tang Ming said as he let Kaladin go. Kaladin wondered, did the psionic experiment really want to burn bridges? The psionicist said he must return the data. The ship must be waiting for him. Kaladin said it wasn't up to him to decide when it was time to depart. Psionic said that in that case, he would like Kaladin to give him the heart of a star. Kaladin said that's impossible. The heart of the star is the next step in the materialist program. Psionic asked threateningly if Kaladin wanted to fight again. Kaladin said that the star heart had exhausted its power. It was useless even if the psionicist carried it with him. Tang Ming held the heart of a star in the palm of his hand. How could it be said that all the powerful energy had been siphoned out of it? The unruly old man, a cultivator from Earth, made himself known again. He said he wanted to fight. One of them was bound to die. Saldeman might not even dream of stealing the cultivation secret from them. Tang Ming told the old man that it would be an agonizing and painful ordeal. The old man couldn't understand why his interlocutor's energy was so pure. The cultivator said that this torture is nothing. They have their minds ripped out and stolen every day. The pain they endure is millions of times worse. By destroying them, the Saldemans will have nothing but a pile of flesh. The psionicist asked with surprise why he would want to destroy them, and took off his Saldeman mask. Everyone saw that it was a man. The human cultivator screamed that it was impossible. That alien scoundrel who stole the human body. Not just the body, but even the internal energy. Tang Ming said that he was a real human. The cultivator said that even if he was human, he was still a traitor to Earth. He must be destroyed. Tang Ming clutched his head. These people turned out to be so stupid that they don't even believe themselves. And only the Elder said that he believed this guy. Elder Chen's colleagues wondered how he could fall for such a provocation. Elder Chen said that the Saldemans had stolen the secrets of the land and looted the heritage of all the sects. The Elder recognized the Earth cultivator in front of him. A person with such heavenly energy couldn't be a traitor. The Elder's colleagues inquired what he might know about celestial energy. The old man said that at one time he too had touched a spiritual treasure. But unfortunately, he was not worthy. And after spending years of effort, he only understood a part of it. Elder Chen realized that Old Man Li had finally found a successor and asked what the guy's name was. Tang Ming asked what the old man's name was. The old man said that thousands of people in this prison were enslaved and tortured by the aliens. He is ashamed in front of his ancestors, so he doesn't want to give his name so as not to dishonor the name of his master. The elder's companions didn't know that he was Master Li's disciple. The elder asked Tang Ming, he must have gone through a lot to get here. But Saldemon's methods are unpredictable. It won't be possible to hide for long. The old man said that Saldemons are really stronger than Earth cultivators. Chen added that all the information he had gathered about the Saldemons over the decades should help the young man. He needed to get back before the Saldemons noticed. Tang Ming said that the Alliance wouldn't need this information, but he wouldn't go alone. Now a great opportunity had presented itself. Tang Ming thought that this old man's spiritual essence was weak, and his life force was like a candle in the wind. It was hard to imagine how much torment he had endured. Our hero replied to the old man's surprised look that he had misunderstood the situation. He came here to bring everyone back to Earth. At the moment, the new Yarilo and the Saldemons are in danger. Tang Ming said that the purpose of his mission was to infiltrate the rear of the Saldemons and scout everything. But if he was already here, he couldn't abandon his own. Tang Ming added that he had some important news to report. Many years ago, when the Saldemons invaded, the cultivators fought back and drove them out at great cost to protect the land. His presence here is the first step of the counterattack. Tang Ming said that above the 9th grade, according to the theory, they have taken out 5 realms. With the exception of Master Li, who broke through to the Emperor realm, the rest are in the Infinity realm. What they feel are the spiritual vibrations of the Infinity realm. He is confident that he is able to bring everyone back home. A deadline is passed throughout the prison for people to be able to go home. Tang Ming said that the breakthrough theory had been successfully developed, and everyone would soon be able to break through the 9th grade limit. Tang Ming said that with good training and proper desire, it could take as little as a month. The cultivator said that the breakthrough theory and healing potions had been handed out. Tang Ming remarked that according to his accumulated experience and qualifications, he would be able to break through in a very short period of time. However, he did not go private for a breakthrough. The cultivator said that after he was captured, he was experimented on and had part of his body cut off, so he couldn't cultivate. He was lucky to be alive. There are 1,000 ways, but the point is to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and use it for your own purposes. The cultivator said that they changed his entire body. He doesn't even know if he's still human. The man offered to look at the supplies in the prison. Most were under lock and key, and the few captured aliens had no access to them. Tang Ming thought that replacing flesh and blood was not impossible to repair. The cultivator said that most things here were food, drinking water, and some highly concentrated spiritual energy reagents made by the Saldemons. Tang Ming remarked that cultivators made in this way have an unstable base, and there is nothing to fear from them. The interlocutor remarked that the materials inside are very important to them. They have tried many methods, but they all trigger an alarm, causing the box to self-destruct. Tang Ming remembered that Khaldun had given him the key when he left. This key controls the entire prison, so it must be dealt with. However, our hero was more interested in the souls of the prisoners than in things. All people in this prison are prisoners, and no matter what their former status was, once they get here, they are left with only one name: slaves. At first, everyone who comes here is subjected to torture, experiments. They are so brutal that many do not even survive a few days. The Saldemons invade their minds with impunity, pulling out their memories and stealing their heritage. One true monk, while in prison, created his own secret method from his soul by sealing his soul's memories and isolating it from alien technology. After that, everyone in the prison practiced this secret method, sealing their souls and thus preventing memory theft. The cultivator held out vials of glowing gas to our hero. It was concentrated energy, which they had been developing for years with the help of dozens of people's lives. Tang Ming said that they would not forget this and would soon make the Saldemons answer for everything. The interlocutor said that the power of alien technology is too great and it will not be easy. Tang Ming said, if the interlocutor thinks that the Saldemons are invincible, he is wrong. Tang Ming added that their commander, the warden of this prison, Lieutenant General Nephilim of the Western Legion, died on planet Earth. The Saldemons are strong, but the Earthlings will not surrender. Tang Ming returned the test tubes to the cultivator and told him to give this back to everyone. They should get their form back. The cultivator asked, is everything all right with Master Li? The cultivator crushed the test tube and absorbed the energy. He said that his name was Li Yunchen. According to seniority, the interlocutor should call him brother. Since he was here, he didn't want to come back alive. He was ashamed to see his master. but Tang Ming gave him a chance. Tang Ming said it's not a chance, but a necessity. Master is waiting for them on Earth. The warriors shook hands like brothers and apprentices of the same master. In the prison, cultivators didn't waste any time and broke through one by one. Elder Chen, overseeing the process, said that it moves very slowly. It takes many days and they are delayed. Chen added that they had been saving up their strength for decades, and now that they were breaking through, it was all in their hands. The old man added that they had been waiting for a long time for an opportunity to save their bodies. The colleagues noticed that the old man had developed a terrible aura. Tang Ming said, "Elder Chen is truly amazing. He has made a breakthrough in just a few days. These old monsters are unbelievable." Chen said that they had greatly wronged themselves by revealing the secrets of cultivation. And now Tang Ming had given them a chance to take revenge on the aliens. "We have to make them pay for everything." Tang Ming said that Earth's cultivation secret was no longer a problem. The Saldemons had also mastered the breakthrough theory. Tang Ming said that the power of the Saldemons was so great that some people decided to defect to them. For example, the Muang and Luo families. One of the Luo family's masters said that when he returned home, he would slaughter all the traitors. Tang Ming reassured this guy and said that he had already eliminated almost all the rebels of the Luo family. The young man said that when he returned, he would then finish off the remaining ones. A colleague said that Luo Zhengyang must be the brother of the ancestor of the Luo family, but he never thought that he would end up in such a place. After saying this, the colleague received a fist punch to his jaw. Thus, he answered for his words. Tang Ming thought that out of this entire group, only Old Man Chen could overpower them all. And he was the only one who called the Master Old Man Li. Breakthrough theory is crucial to human progress. It can't be lost. It's hard not to lose one's mind in this place. All the cultivators have become bloodthirsty. The old man said he was willing to use his decrepit body to keep the aliens from learning about the breakthrough theory. The cultivators shouted that they would not let the breakthrough theory be studied by the Saldemons and decided to destroy them. Tang Ming raised his hand and said that he had something to say. The elder called everyone to silence. In order to dispel the anger of the prisoners, Tang Ming had to talk about the development of the Cultivator Alliance and the changes that had occurred on the planet over the past few years. On a planet called New Yarilo, the situation is as follows. The Saldemons have been defeated, and the Beastmen have gained the upper hand and are about to destroy the entire planet. The war between the Saldemons and the Beastmen has affected countless planets, and New Yarilo is only one of them. The power of these two forces is beyond imagination. Since humans are too weak to participate in this war, we need to focus on ourselves. Tang Ming added, "At least the Saldemons don't know who they are, and one could use this star heart to merge with them." Strigina and the other cultivators began to reason again that they were willing to destroy Saldemons whoever they could. Tang Ming said that there was no point in trading life for life. If the Saldemons can infiltrate Earth and steal their theory, why can't Earthlings infiltrate the Saldemons and steal their technology? Intergalactic spaceships with orcs on board continued to destroy cities on the planet New Yarilo. Access to the underground prison was still open. Once outside, our hero concluded that the orcs were attacking more frequently. The situation was worse than expected. The cultivators began to leave the prison. They had all made a breakthrough. The elder, after assessing the surroundings, said that when he first came here, it was an alien military camp. Tang Ming said that according to the Saldemons, the Star Orcs are the strongest opponents. This mysterious race is extremely strong. They should not be taken lightly. He is now a psionic test subject of the Saldemon faction, and these people are his collection of experimental materials. The elder said that everyone must obey Tang Ming. No one should go out of bounds. Tang Ming told Brother Luo that improvisation was unacceptable here. A mistake by one could cost the lives of all the cultivators. Elder Chen told Brother Luo that he could show him what punishment for disobedience meant. Tang Ming put on a mask and said that he was now a psionicist, and the test subjects should follow him. New Yarilo, the planet of the Saldemons, stretched out in front of the cultivators. A council was being held at the Saldemon headquarters. 3 days ago, all 7 outer lines of defense had collapsed, and now only the last defensive base remained. Kaladin had lost the Star Heart and must get it back. Kaladin said he was willing to listen to someone else's opinion to make a decision because they have a democracy. Kaladin said that this speaker should be sent to the front and made to pay for his crimes, and a priority area for Star Orc artillery should be chosen. Saldaimon, who was being sent to the front, said he would report the abuses of power to Kaladun. Kaladun changed his mind. This warrior should be wrapped in explosives and sent to the orcs as bait. A Sol demon entered the headquarters and said he had an urgent report. A self-proclaimed psionic appeared and said he had brought the star heart. Kaladin rejoiced and jumped up from his seat. That lunatic had finally arrived. A psionic entered the room and said that if he was a psycho, he would be disappointed. Kaladin was frightened and said they were comrades in arms. He was just joking, for the psionicist was a distinguished guest. Psionic said he had brought what he had promised, but on one condition. Kaladin had promised him a seat on the ship from New Yarilo, but he felt that one seat would not be enough. Why not give more seats? Psionic said he wanted several thousand seats. Kaladin replied that the transport fleet is small. They will evacuate most of the supplies and nobles. That leaves less than 6,000. Psionic clenched the stone in his fist and said that was a lot for him. Kaladin said that a third of the 6,000 places could belong to a psionicist, but one stone wasn't enough. Psionic asked, what else does Kaladin want? Kaladin said that if the psionicist would hand over a copy of his research, in addition to the location of the 2,000 transport ships, he would grant the opportunity. The psionic faction leaves no test subjects alive. On the day the project ends, all the test subjects will be wiped out, but he might be given a chance to survive. Tang Ming thought that his status as a test subject had been mistaken for real. Psionic said he wasn't worried about anything. Kaladin said there was no need to hide. He must know what it is. A complete spark of the abyss. A perfect product of the astral abyss. It's more expensive than the city itself. Kaladin said that all the psionicist needed to know was that with this thing you could disable all tracking data. After that, a transport fleet will take him to any planet he chooses. He would become free and not be manipulated. Tang Ming thought that there was something strange about this box. Tang Ming sensed an unfamiliar energy, either psionic or spiritual. Kaladin pulled the box back to his side and said that it was his business to offer. Tang Ming thought that this thing was capable of shaking his soul. Psionic asked if his interlocutor could guarantee that he would keep his promise. Kaladin said that everyone knows how strange and mysterious psionics are. There is no telling what they can interfere with. The abyss spark cannot be undone once it is bound to the bearer. Kaladin spread his hands and asked if his interlocutor was willing to make a deal. He would call in the transport fleet, and by then his interlocutor would have the material ready. The interlocutor stated that he would bring the material first, as it was his personal property. Kaladin wondered, if his interlocutor was going to escape from the psionics, why bring all this garbage with him? Cultivators watched from cover as the orcs spread the new Yarilo. Elder Chen said that there are other dangerous races in the universe besides the Sol demons. He doesn't know when the Earthlings will be strong enough to challenge all external enemies. Tang Ming appeared and said that this day was not far off. Before they did so, they would visit Sol demon's fleet. Bloodthirsty orcs have landed on the planet, exterminating everything in their path. Master Kaladin has dispatched an evacuation fleet to land, but it will take time. Evacuation processes are a higher priority for psionics. The process of trading and treaties was over, and the cultivators found themselves on the Sol demon ship. Elder Chen said that one must continue to play their roles. One must not give away their true intentions. One of the cultivators asked, wasn't the purpose of the plan to get them off this planet when it was overrun by the beastmen? The elder replied that Tang Ming had brought them here to take revenge. Now was the day to wash away their sins. Tang Ming was surprised. He had never said such a thing. Tang Ming inquired when they were departing. Kaladin replied that it was right now. The advance fleet was about to break through the Star Orcs blockade. Kaladin wondered if this psionic was very sentimental. Why is he turning himself into the likeness of inferior races? Cultivators say that form and soul are one and the same. To comprehend the path, one must take their form. Kaladin noticed that madmen are capable of anything. They could stay on the ship. He prepared an evacuation plan. Tang Ming was sure that revealing his true form was the right decision. Let it raise suspicion, but it was better than being discovered afterward. Our hero wondered what it was about this starry heart that was worth such sacrifices for materialists. In the inner hall, Kaladin greeted the boss and said that the last star heart has been placed in the inventory and the project will be finished soon. The boss said that 3,700 star hearts is 100 years of work. The Supreme Furnace will swim again, and the production line of the Star Circle project will resume, and their army will become endless. The next step is to overthrow the old men on the council. The empire will belong to them. Fireboss said to Kaladin not to worry. Once they were outside the new Yarilo, those aliens would be dealt with. A support ship would take them to Sancta to resume the program. A spatial channel was organized on the support ship. If anomalies occurred, it could be activated. Tang Ming didn't even realize that there were so many things involved in One Star Heart. All these promises were just to lure him in. How about washing the ship's controls? Tang Ming told the elder that the Sal demons are suspicious of them, so cooperation will be needed for the following operations. The elder said there was no need for unnecessary words. If the Sal demons know who they are, then we must fight. Tang Ming replied that no one would fight. He had promised to return all the cultivators to Earth. The plan would be different. Tang Ming thought they should capture the support ship and thwart them. Returning to Earth and waiting might be safe for a while. Tang Ming once again asked his companions not to rush into battle. Everything should be peaceful. Tang Ming told everyone to take their seats. Now the orcs would fire cannons at them. A subordinate reported to Khaldun that the evacuation fleet had left New Yarillo, but the enemy continued to pursue. Another subordinate burst into the room and said that the maniac orcs were advancing. They had invaded the hold of the ship. The Saldamans tried to clear the road. They shouted for the orcs to stay out of the way and get out of the way. Tang Ming thought that there were many more orcs. He never thought that he would one day have to fight shoulder to shoulder with a Saldaman. Saldaman said they need help. Otherwise, they won't be able to leave. Tang Ming noticed that there were too many of them. Eliminating one or two wouldn't solve the problem. Khaldun gave the command to increase the limits. He decided to save the great cause of the materialists and destroy the orcs. We must stop these scoundrels or they will blow up the ship and no one will survive. Tang Ming engaged in direct combat with the orcs. He thought that the support ship was equipped with a spatial channel. If he used it, it would be much easier to contact the Earth. Khaldun said it would take 30 seconds for the rebooted engine to fully start. Before that, all orcs boarded must be destroyed. Tang Ming said that 30 seconds would be enough and proceeded to destroy the orcs. Our hero counted 10 infinity-level orcs. He thought he could handle them on his own. Tang Ming said that his interlocutor's wish would soon be granted. Tang Ming made his way from one orc to another, destroying them with his scarlet lotus and his sharp sword. Tang Ming applied the 9 turns. Ice Flame. However, he realized that this technique was still a bit heavy. Something lighter was needed. Khaldun applied the ultimate magnification, destruction mode. He wasn't going to let the orcs stop the great work of the materialists. Khaldun shouted that it was his destiny to die defending the glory of materialists. Tang Ming thought that this Saldaman was delusional again. Khaldun had the impression that he was under the influence of psychotropic drugs. His eyes were glowing like a monster's. Tang Ming felt that something terrifying was approaching. It was the Orc Commander, Star Beast, level 13, Heavenly Realm. Tang Ming evaluated from head to toe his opponent and his weapons. He concluded that he was the strongest warrior of the Heaven Realm. The orc shouted that all living creatures must die. Tang Ming wondered, can they really speak? Although the beastmen are chaotic and violent, they have their own civilization, and speaking the common language of the universe is normal. Their weakness is their weak intellect. Khaldun shouted that they must get rid of him as soon as possible. Otherwise, he might destroy the whole ship. Tang Ming thought that the energies of one would attract the others. If it's not destroyed, you could lose the ship, but it's not so easy to destroy him. Tang Ming applied the Iron Horse Glacier. He had no way to defeat the orc in the usual way. His mind was weak, so this method could be used. Tang Ming dragged the orc into the dream world. He won't wake up for a while. We can rest now. Tang Ming asked what was going on. Saldaman replied that the ship's engine reboot was over. They got out and got the coordinates, but the hull of the ship was badly damaged. It was about to disintegrate. Saldaman said there was good news. The support fleet had arrived to meet them and was ready to open the ship's docking bay, so they were moving out immediately. Tang Ming said that the orc is under control for now. He will bring him in, so one must be ready to destroy him when they board the ship. He's very dangerous. He can't be left behind. Saldaman said that his interlocutor had very good abilities. He must be a representative of a project that studies spirit factions. Is he an earth cultivator? Materialists don't mind alien species. They have no racial discrimination. They have always been the most enlightened and noble faction in the Empire. I've heard about the feud between Earthlings and psionics. The materialists are trying hard to rid the world of these scum. If one is willing to join them, they will provide countless resources of their technology. Tang Ming asked, are the materialists really willing to accept their inferior race? Saldaman said, of course not. They are vile, filthy, and base scoundrels. It is unforgivable to try to desecrate the glory of his materialism. He had destroyed many Saldemons, but never tasted how noble their blood was. The materialist applied infinite mode, maximum magnification. He said that this is the true strength of the materialists. He is willing to do anything to protect the glory of the materialists. Tang Ming thought that his opponent was saying that he had a few seconds left, but he was still alive. He really is hiding something. The opponent said that it was over and the man would go into the abyss with him. Tang Ming decided to apply the secret red lotus technique. Tang Ming said there would now be 1,000 casualties and 10,000 disappearances. When the smoke cleared after the explosion, our hero thought it was almost over. Tang Ming said that Khaldun is getting worse. He can't even solve a small problem. The materialist said that he was willing to wash away his shame with his blood. Tang Ming said that his opponent does not know how to wait for support. Fortunately for our hero, he was able to reinforce the attack with 9 words. Those two posed a real problem for him. Tang Ming thought that the Saldamans were wasting a colossal amount of resources. If it went to the humans, they would have been able to mass-produce colonial Count armor long ago. Count Os appeared in front of our hero. It's a new salmon, a real monster, 12th grade. The Count said that the opponent is weak and worthless. He must be destroyed. Khaldun could not believe that Count Os himself was standing before him. He confessed that he was guilty of failing in his mission and dishonoring the glory of the materialists. The support ship has already arrived. Count Os will soon deal with the alien. The ship is about to disintegrate, so we need to move as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, the orc who had freed himself said that the Saldaman deserved to die. Tang Ming thought that his opponent's armor was impressive. His scarlet lotus flames can't pierce through his defense. The Count said that the Empire's technology was beyond the reach of the lowly human civilization. Primitive and backward alien races and barbaric orcs will be crushed under the supreme light of the Saldemans. Khaldun must take the Star Heart and march forward. The Star Circle will not be broken. He will see to that. Count Os said the Star Orcs are unintelligent. They have power, but they don't know how to use it. The art of cultivation is ridiculous. They are just the fantasies of a primitive civilization. Tang Ming said that he was about to show the power of the primitive civilization and thrust his sword forward. The Count said that wild creatures, driven by their instincts, display an ignorance not unlike the most primitive ants. Tang Ming, brandishing his sword, asked, "Does the opponent feel the power of primitive civilization?" Apparently, it's the same force as colonial armor, but 1,000 times more powerful. Pure extreme destructive power. The Count decided to retreat. He decided that this power was something to be avoided. They would have many chances to get it back. Tang Ming said that now that he had revealed his identity, he couldn't let his opponents get away alive. He must inform the others to evacuate as soon as possible. But the beastman's life force is very strong. Their energy seemed familiar to him. Tang Ming asked if Elder Chen was all right. The elder said that the Saldemans who attacked them had been destroyed. Elder Chen looked at the deactivated Count Os and asked, "Is it really level 12? Tang Ming said that the deceased level 12 was the best level 12, and thought that the power of the Star Sword was more powerful than what he had imagined. Such a weapon should be used with caution.